waves.
Really sweet, fucking deep ass shit, bro. Heavy dive. Careful what you wish for, fuckers.
Some crazy Disney stuff going on there, huh?
Crazy Disney, crazy Hollywood music, all of it, man. It's just like, it's like super deep dive.
Some Mickey Mouse Club stuff there.
Oh, super, yeah, all of it. Yep.
Are we talking about the pedophiles?
Yeah, talking about the fucking Cuckoo files. Yeah.
Hey, did you know that Roy Disney was Walt's brother, Roy Disney, who was his business partner and financier, was actually a convicted pedophile?
No, I didn't know that, but I do know that there's been a lot of Disney employees that are been busted for that kind of weird shit. In fact, they just did a major bust in Florida, I heard. Like last week. Anyway, nothing new here, man. Nothing new under the sun, as they say. But there's
It's kind of twisted, man. You think in the age of the internet where you can get pretty much anything you want, and these fucking degraded motherfuckers are going after kids. Fucking weird. It's like, but you could have got anything else that you ever could possibly imagine utilizing the internet.
They've been trapped here forever. They don't know what to do.
Weirdos. Yeah, they're fucked, man. That's why they fuck up. It's because they're fucked.
But the politicians are rich enough and smarter that they just go to other countries where the shit is legal and they can just pay for it and then come back here and they're like, yep, didn't break any laws. Went to Thailand.
Right. Yeah, I've heard those stories. Nasty. Yeah, some deep, dark stuff out there, man. Some people aren't ready. Dude, there's times when I was like, I don't think I'm ready to go down that fucking hole. Holy shit. I'm like,
well, aren't they prying it all open with this weird media shit they've been putting out the last couple of years? This is not my thing to talk about either. I'd stick to more generalized topics where we can make more progress. This is like, they just open the can of worms and let everybody see it, and everybody's like, oh, look in there.
Yeah, that's what's happening for sure, man. Yeah, it's a big distraction in a lot of ways. It's like, that's why I love sticking with flat earth, man. It's like simple, something you can go out and fucking check out for yourself, man. I'm like, it's relatively harmless. I don't have to go, hey man, there's Illuminati baby eaters over here, you should watch this. Like, what?
Yeah, but that won't, what, that just gets people to shut off, and they're like, oh, he's crazy. You say flat earth and it really triggers people. That's what I like.
It does, but it's softer than going,
there's freaked a guy out the other day.
Yeah,
I asked him at first. My first question was, can you talk about any subject? And when I mentioned flat earth, this is like maybe a couple hours later, he shut down.
Shut it down.
It's crazy. You could say Hollywood's a pedophile, or somebody in Hollywood's a pedophile, and they won't get offended. But if you say flat earth, they're in the
it's weird, man. Yeah. I've been to a party one time, and I was like, flat earth, and it was like 27 demons came out. They came after me like a fucking.
But if you would have said they're pedophiles in Hollywood.
Yeah, if I'd have said something like that, or 9/11 or something, it would have been different, man. But that fucking
that growl was epic. I just want to say that.
Yeah, dude, I've seen it. They fucking turn demon. And they're like, fine, just flat. Talk about flat Earth. Fine.
Make it stop.
Make it stop. Yeah. So I've seen that, both ends of that spectrum. So yeah, and I mean. You can go in soft and go, hey man, what do you think about the moon landings? Yeah, you can kind of, give them a little teaser there with that one. That's a nice soft. I like to look and say, hey man, look at the moon. Check it out tonight, man. Cool moon, right? Yeah. Oh yeah, it's cool. God, does that look like it's 238,000 miles away? And you're like, no. You're like, at least it opens the door, maybe I got a guy somebody that can talk about this, maybe. But yeah, you come in straight up flat earth, man. Yeah, you're asking for Dude, I've seen guys on the street out there, talking, hey, man, the Earth's flat. And the people come up and fucking hit them in the head. Like,
Yeah.
damn, motherfuckers, they're fucking wild, man. Fucking flat Earth, and they come raging at you. And you're like, oh, fuck. I saw a guy get his phone thrown into a fucking lake over flat Earth. I was like, fucking some dude just came out and grabbed his live stream and threw it in the fucking ocean.
Wow.
Or threw it in the lake. Yeah, shit. Yeah, they can get wicked, man. That's why I loved about Hollywood, because nobody gives a fuck in Hollywood, and it's Hollywood. And I hate Hollywood, so I wanted to go out there and flat earth Hollywood, man. I wanted to do that so bad. It was a dream of mine, and I did it for a whole summer, and it was fun, but, never got any, people I did have one guy that came up, you need to move your shit, man. Get the fuck out of here, you fuckers, and he got on a bus and left. I was like, okay, thanks, man. Good on you. Good on you. But no, you can trigger people, man, with flat earth, no doubt. Flat earth is definitely a weaponized term, man. I don't know if you guys know that, but it's definitely been weaponized.
I was amazed by how many other flat earthers you found when you were out there flat earthing in Hollywood. You're like, wait, it's one out of how many? Or like, oh, I know about that. Or like, how many people where there's just one in a group of people where it's one flat earther and all their friends are not flat earthers, and they're like, yeah, and their friends are like, what?
Yeah, it was fun, man. We had a shitload of people walk by and go, fuck yeah, flat earth, fucking right on, and they would just keep walking, and it was like, oh shit, man. Every once in a while I'd chase them down and go, no, come back here, come back. Yeah.
I watched them flat smack Darth Vader.
Yeah, we had some characters down there. There was always those Hollywood characters down there, like Superman or fucking.
Yeah, bro. So you walk up and you see a bunch of flat earthers and they're flat smacking Darth Vader on Hollywood Boulevard. You're like, what's going on here, guys?
Dude, it was so weird, bro. That's what I loved about it, is because it's Holly weird.
All the stoners out there had to be tripping.
We were having a good time, just busting balls, and
there's definitely a super sick club a block down from there, and there's a bunch of dispensaries all in that area. Oh, and Church of Scientology right there across the street too.
I flat smacked them at least 5 times. I was like, they try to give me shit, and I'd be trying to get.
They half of them already know, and the other ones don't care. So you're not going to get anything out of that. It's not gratifying. They're like, okay, street person, or they're like, yeah, okay, because they already know about the flat Earth thing, so they're just trying to get you to move along. Where you can see they're like, yeah, okay, the flat Earth thing.
They just kind of roll their eyes and tuck their cock. And they don't even acknowledge you after you fucking flat smack a Scientologist, man. They won't even look at you. It's weird, man. It's like, oh shit, something.
Tom Cruise is your high priest of Scientology.
Yep. Oh man. So yeah, they
Tom Cruise is 5'7".
Yeah. Yeah, he's short. Hang on.
He's super duper touchy about it too. He tries to tell people that he's taller than he is. In all the movies, they have to shoot from angles to make it look like he's taller than he is, and he has a classic little man complex where he feels like he has to prove that he's bigger than he is everywhere he goes. It's really kind of funny. My buddy that I grew up with is Scientologist, and he was the only one in our school, which is kind of weird. And him and his family used to go to the big old Scientologist church in San Francisco, and so did Tom Cruise. And he said when Tom Cruise would come, he have all these bodyguards pushing people out of the way. It's move out of the way, Tom Cruise is here. but you can't see him because he's a midget and like in the middle of all these giant bodyguard dudes.
I've seen video of that where he comes rolling into like a restaurant or something. It's like all these big guys, and he's just a little guy just gonna shooting through there. Yeah, Hollywood sucks, man.
Sensitive about his height though, like as sensitive as you could be. Oh, and then there's this. He has people that are complete lookalikes, and they like do this kind of like Tom Cruise like cosplay thing in order to keep his like image of young Tom Cruise like alive, which is really weird.
I heard he's coming out with the new Maverick, or he's flying again with the top.
Yeah, did he adjust the instruments on that airplane on the horizon and then fly towards the horizon to see if there was any curvature?
There's no curvature. Damn.
Oh, so you mean Top Gun doesn't know that there's no curvature? What kind of Top Gun is he?
I know he's not top, man. He's like bottom gun. Check it. Yeah, the bottom gun is
definitely on top.
No bending, nothing.
They're gonna like put some like special part in the movie where he talks about how he like flew through the Coriolis to like make that one shot, or like the calculation had to be just right. It was just like Neil deGrasse Tyson said. If the Coriolis effect wasn't there, like that field goal, the ball would have, just wouldn't have made it. Would have hit the goalpost.
Right. It's definitely Coriolis affected the field goal. Definitely.
Yeah. I mean, we all know that field goal kickers take the Coriolis into effect, will they? It's like a thing, man. I mean, according to Neil deGrasse Tyson, hold on, I'm going to put that link in the chat. I can't help myself now.
That one's, it's a good one. Hucksters, Hollywood, man. This is all about Hollywood, bro. That means it's on the screen. If it's on the screen, man, it's on the big screen. It's the Huckster Hollywood, man. Working your mind. Damn, they're really good at it, man. These motherfuckers are good at it. Yep. So
they're actually not that good. You just are complacent.
There you go. Most people are just too lazy to like.
They fuck up too.
Yeah. But no, they're selling it. They make great graphics, man. Damn, that movie.
Yeah, they make great graphics, bro.
That movie, Gravity, is a motherfucker, man.
Check it. Look up Seattle Tower drone, like Seattle Tower, New Year, kind of.
Oh, that one, yeah. That was 2021 New Year, yeah. It was weird, man. That was all on the screen, man. It wasn't you couldn't see. If you were standing in front of the Space Needle, you didn't see that shit. It was all done by computers, man. It was not actually there, man. People didn't see that from the city, suburbs, whatever.
Wait, didn't they say that they were projecting some 3D crap in the air from the Space Needle, or like around the Space Needle for like New Year's?
It was all on screen, man. It was not actually. You didn't see it in reality, man. No.
So it's like some CGI crap that they put on.
It was total CGI shit. Yeah.
Oh man, that's super disappointing.
Yeah, well, it's reality, man. Like no curvature. It's reality.
I was thinking it was like a giant scale one, and they do like a Disneyland with like, what is that, Fantasia or whatever, where they project it.
Yeah, but they use water to project it off of. Or they spray water in the air and it even projects off of it. It's a mist, like a mist. Yeah.
Stop ruining it for me, man.
I'm fucking wrecking your world.
You're killing it.
I'm fucking killing you, bro.
I know once I found out the Earth wasn't a globe, it just ruined everything for me. I couldn't watch sci-fi anymore. Oh no, wait, it's just as entertaining as if, and actually some of it's even funnier because you're like, what? Oh, you go back and watch Spaceballs again. That's the best.
Spaceballs. Yeah, it's hilarious. Yeah, or go watch Idiocracy a couple times, man. That's funny.
I don't think I've ever seen that one.
Watched the beginning several times and I just can't get past it.
Idiocracy?
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Yeah. No, you got to go through it and say, hey, man, look at it from a flat Earth standpoint. It's just like, that's what we're dealing with, man. This is what we're dealing with out here, people. And that's the way it is, man. I mean, there are PhDs that come in here and say, hey, man, Earth's a globe. Like,
but why? Why is Earth a globe? But why? I just want to know why they want it to be that.
It's just but we get,
people don't even know why they think that. That's how far the programming.
Why do you want Earth to be a globe? Why? You. And then they can never answer individually because it's not an individual type of thought.
Shit. Yeah, Idiocracy. You got to get through it, man. You got to get to the part at least where he's like talking to his doctor. It's hilarious.
That's on the bucket list.
Dude, he's talking to his doctor. His doctor's like, here on your chart, man, it says you're fucked up. And you're a retard. And that's cool, man.
You're retarded.
He goes, but that's cool, man. My ex-wife's a tard, and she's a pilot. She lives a kick-ass life. Like, what? It's like, I can't do it justice, but anyway, it's funny. You're like, yeah, that's what
For some people, the globe is like a romantic fantasy, and you don't want to do away with it. Like just like the artist, some people are in love with the artist, but they never met the artist. Just like the globe, some people are in love with it. It's a romantic thing.
So I heard that there was this big hubbub about this thing called 50 Shades of Grey. I don't know. It's some kind of sexual fantasy thing, man. I don't know. I heard about it, man. I never saw it.
It's just that standard like punishment nonsense.
Yeah, I never saw it. Didn't really get
You
into
don't need to see shit. Yeah, it sucks.
But I'm like, but it was a big romantic thing, man. All these women were talking about it and this and that. I don't know, man. It was just
Phase of life for distraction. Thank you very much.
and people love their fantasies, man. People love their fantasies. I love fantasy, man. Reality sucks, man. Got to go out and work and dig the dirt, and that shit's hard. Fuck that. I want my fantasy. No, that's not how it works, man. You want to grow food, you got to get your ass out there and work it. Want to build something, man, you got to get out and work it. It sucks, man, but you got to do it. Get your ass busy. But, man, most people are like, no. I don't work for Microsoft and whatever. I want to get a good job and a good retirement and a good pension and a good salary and a good neighborhood and with the good schools and it's good. I want a good life, man. I want the good life. I think if you live your life helping other people, man, you're rolling. You got it. And it doesn't matter. You know what I mean? Good things will happen to you, man. If you're out there doing good. Period. I one of the ladies that came in and April Fools, the ladies this evening, man, was saying, I'm in so much enjoying my life right now. So many good things are happening. I was like, it was good to hear somebody like coming and going, dude, man, I'm so like blessed or whatever, man. It's good. It's good to see people getting blessed and good shit's happening, man. It's not all bad. There's a lot of good shit out there too, man. You can prove that for yourself, man. Be good to people. Good shit'll happen to you. I guarantee it. How about that? I fucking guarantee it. So, live the good life, man, and love the life you live. Live the life you love and love the life you live, man. Damn.
Does that mean I get a refund if it doesn't work?
Guaranteed refund. 100% guaranteed refund. Dude, go around. I swear to you, man, all you guys, all you motherfuckers, all you Mongos, go out tomorrow. Every person you see, man, in your own head, just wish them a great day or a blessing or whatever the fuck you want to, I hope they have a good day. I hope they find a better situation, whatever. You can think these things in your head, man. You just walk around, look at somebody, if they're driving in their car or whatever. Just wish them a great day. What the fuck? What energy does it take from you to? I hope you have a great day. Even in your own head, you don't have to speak it out loud. Nothing, man. Just try it. Try it for a month.
I don't have to stick to them.
Just those are just positive energies you're putting out. It's all. It's not a secret. It's not hard to do. It costs you nothing. It's free. It's fucking free to do. See what happens in your life. See if things change. Just check it out, man. Don't believe me, man. Try it for yourself. That's it, man. That's my advice.
You do that and the CEO of Microsoft gives you a job, would you take it?
Jimsy, you sound like you're on Mars. I don't know what happened. You sound like Houston. We have a problem. What? There we go.
I was saying that what if the CEO of Microsoft offered you a job because you said something nice to him? Will you take the job?
Well, that's not what I'm looking for, man. I'm not looking for a job for Microsoft or any CEO. Man, I want to work for myself. You got to have your own intentions in life too, man. Kind of try to fulfill them.
I met a chief executive from Microsoft one time.
Yeah. How'd that go?
I lived in Tahoe, and I had never gone to the little brewery on Tahoe Boulevard right there, and I decided to stop in for lunch and a beer there. And I pulled up next to these people, and they were wearing very expensive jewelry. Like they didn't. Other than that, they were wearing like, just nice just nice clothes. Like weren't overdressed. Just had very I could tell the quality of their jewelry that they were very wealthy.
Yeah.
And I was minding my own business, and somehow we ended up striking up a conversation after a while. And he told me about this this computer system, this artificial intelligence system that they had built, and how he was retiring, and it marked the success of his career. This artificial intelligence that they were building, and that it was going to be released to the public on Valentine's Day on Jeopardy. That they were going to play all of the previous most winningest Jeopardy contestants. Ken Jennings and all these other people were going to play against this computer system that they weren't going to connect the computer to the internet, but that they had downloaded a bunch of different databases like Wikipedia or whatever into servers that the artificial intelligence could access, and that they expected it to win. And I was like, wow, that's crazy. Did you name it? What'd you name it? Hal? And he didn't like that I said that very much. And then he said, no, we named it Watson. And come around Valentine's Day for surely that happened. And you can look it up. That's a real thing that actually happened.
I know about that one. Didn't
Yeah,
Watson,
I met the guy that was the principal in charge of that project.
didn't Watson play chess though? Wasn't he playing chess?
I don't know what else I don't know. I think they're using it now for certain business application type stuff or whatever. That
I
type of.
think it was. I remember. I do remember the computer chess challenge they were trying to do decades ago. Actually, now.
I think they were trying to make Watson into a health application. Like, what's that blow up robot from that movie?
You guys ever think that we have such a small past that we talk about these past events, but we have no idea what's happening now, like in the present?
You guys know what Betamax is? Baymax?
Betamax. I had a Betamax machine. It was made by
Baymax. What's this? What's the movie?
Me too. I had one when I was 20s.
What is it? Big Hero 6?
Baymax,
Okay, so there's a
Baymax.
movie called Big Hero 6, and there's this automaton like health machine called
Mhm.
what is it?
Baymax.
Baymax. In this movie, and it's just like to service your health, and so it's got artificial intelligence.
Shit.
They're trying to apply Watson to healthcare.
Yes, they are. That's a fact, man. I checked that out, man. They are applying like computers to healthcare now. Going, the computer is talking to you, going, "Oh, you need to have this medication and that medication because of your blood test."
Good, everyone get angry when I tell it to kiss my ass.
Fuck.
Just imagine, I mean, like how much time they can save with people just general troubleshooting if they could get it a proper automated system real quickly.
Yeah. Get rid of the doctors and just replace them with computers. That sounds really good. That sounds great, man.
Oh, and
I'm not a
telehealth.
doctor, but I can tell you.
They
probably
do have
don't believe it.
robots.
Just
They
need
have
the internet.
robotic surgery now, man. It's all robotic surgery. A fucking robot goes in and does your fucking hip replacement. Fuck. What do you guys think of hip replacements, huh? What a bitch. That's got to be a fucking nightmare to dig in there, man. Scoop out all that bone and cut it and drop some fucking titanium and shit in there. Wicked. Wicked, man. Orthopedic surgeons are wicked motherfuckers, man. I'll tell you. That is some seriously crafty shit, man. My wife's mother had her hip done and her knee done, both replaced with titanium. Nice. Anyway.
Dude, have you watched videos of the surgeries?
Mm-hmm. Yep. You betcha. You betcha.
The hammering and chiseling and all that shit.
Just like I could be doing that shit, man. That's what I do for a living, hammer and chisel shit. Fuck, I can do it. Yeah, it's wicked, man. So be careful, Don't break a hip. Don't break a hip. Well, they said, what's it? Don't break a leg. That's a good luck thing. Don't break a leg when you. Yeah. Anyway,
That's break a leg.
Or
It's break a leg.
it's break a leg. Break a.
Yeah.
I say don't break a leg. Fuck break a leg, man. That's bad. Don't break. No. Bad. Don't break a leg.
Do you even know what MS-DOS is?
I do. I remember. Hold on. C : /. Hold on. I got it. Hold on. I'll write it in the code here. It's a C : / // Image. Hold on. Image. Hold on. Image. Dot. Yeah. Fuck all, man. Yeah, I remember DOS.
Yeah.
Funny stuff,
Did
man.
you ever have you ever used Norton Commander?
No, I haven't. I don't think so.
No. Wow.
Right.
I was using before Windows Norton Commander. I liked it much better than anything else that was out there.
Yeah.
It's a shame that Norton Commander didn't actually went on making a operating system. They could have done so much better than Windows.
Yeah. Yeah. Windows is bad. Windows is it's tough.
Mhm.
Uh, drivers. Damn drivers. No, you got to install that. Fuck. What do you mean? I'm installing drivers.
Well, that was like my ace in my hand, you know. All the people had issues installing drivers. I mean,
Hey,
you can find them installing correctly the operating system. They were installing programs and stuff, but they didn't know how to install their devices, the new devices to the computer. And that seemed so silly to me, you know. And then they were calling me, "Hey, can you fix my computer?" So all I had to do was installing the drivers, yeah, the right drivers.
yep. Yeah, we never had that shit with the Mac, man. We installed the drivers. Is
Yeah.
do you want to scan something? Yes. Okay. Uh, okay. Plug in your scanner. Scan something. Okay, I'll scan it. And it just worked. And I was like, oh fuck, yeah. This
Yeah. Well, that was the Mac. Apple was user friendly oriented.
right. Yeah, they
Yeah.
set it up like that. Like,
Yeah.
this is for the fucking stoners right here. Give them the Mac. Give those guys the Mac. Yeah, okay, thanks.
Yeah. They don't need to understand the
Oh, it's a
functionality.
story.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mac people are stoners, man. Okay, I'm calling it right now. Calling it out. No, I just want my shit to work, man. I don't want to install fuck all, man. Just click, go. You know, it's nice. But
Yeah.
got iMovie, you got GarageBand, you got internet. We're good. What else do we need? We need something else? Shit. Nope. I'm good. All right, boys and girls, time for bed. Carry on. Yeah.
Yeah.
Corporal man.
One thing I liked about old computers, there were some who had cooling on air convection. So they were using no fans. They were so silent. I don't know if you guys had one of those, but those computers are very, very reliable. They will last you 1,000 years.
Hey, Forex.
It's good.
Hey, do you know like 80 songs pretty good?
What's that?
Can you hear me in the mic?
It's okay.
Hey, do you know the name of the song that it goes like this? Shining on my lights like you used to be. Da-na-na-na-na, da-na-na-na-na. All right.
No.
All right.
Why?
I was just trying to remember the name of the song and I couldn't.
Oof,
You know
I
when you
don't
remember?
know, man. I know when you remember a song, but I can't peg that one.
Yeah. Name that tune.
You play that tune, man. You just gotta keep singing what you remember.
Yeah. True. Hey, you ever heard of the Bogdanov twins?
What's that?
The Bogdanov twins, these two twin brothers.
Never heard of them.
I think they're from like Transylvania or something. They got some really gnarly plastic surgery on their face. Their face is like probably the biggest face you've ever seen, dude.
What are they about?
Why did I say that again?
What are they all about?
What are they saying?
What up?
Yeah, you heard they're dead, right? They died a few months back.
Yeah. One of them was supposedly was already dead, and then the other one died. Yeah, like not very long ago.
Yeah, they had some huge ass faces, didn't they?
Dude, right? They're so weird looking. So strange, dude.
They were the craziest looking people I ever saw, man.
I know, dude. And they were really rich too, supposedly.
Yeah, they were really rich, dude.
Hey, they were counts, like Count Dracula.
Yeah.
I like that.
I know. Oh man, they were some freaky looking people.
I know, dude.
Yeah.
So weird. They had like castles or some shit.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's kind of weird though that they both died all of a sudden, huh?
Yeah, I don't think they're dead. But I mean, who knows? But yeah, it's just strange. If they are dead, then you know what I mean? But yeah, did you ever see that with the one thing where every interview they ever did or whatever was they always were speaking their native language, whatever it was. They had like it sounded like Eastern European, but it had like some like a guttural undertone, like like when they get excited or something.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
you're right.
It had like that kind of sound to it. But what do you call it? There was the one interview where he was on this show, and it shows the dude coming out to interview him, and he asks him a question, and then like the dude gets sick, and the dude throws up and like stumbles away and like falls down kind of like right before he exits the main thing where all the people are. It's just really weird. I mean, I don't know if it's just all act or what, but it's just really strange. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I've seen that. You're talking about the interviewer, the guy who was talking to him, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was really freaky strange, dude. Yep.
Yeah. How you doing tonight?
I'm fine. I had fell asleep with my headphones on, and I guess I heard you because I just woke up. I didn't even realize I fell asleep on Discord till right now. But I heard you say something about those brothers, so I guess that woke me up. I don't know. I was on earlier, but I fell asleep.
Yeah. Yeah, those brothers are a trip, man. It woke you out of your sleep, huh? Saying their names, huh? You're like, you don't hear that name very often, huh?
Yeah, not at all. That that woke me up. Oh, wait a minute. And I
Right.
woke up like, who's talking about those guys? And I was like, oh, it's Flatter Day. Okay.
Hey,
Yeah.
do you know what? Wait, hold on real quick. Let me turn off my car so my Bluetooth changes to my phone. Hold on real quick.
Okay.
I just hit a garbage can.
Oh, be careful.
I know. Okay, can you hear me better?
Yeah.
Okay. You know that song that goes like this? I can't remember the lyrics, so I'm just gonna make up how I think they sound, but I know the beat. It goes, "Shining on your light like an evergreen, or blinded by the light from you." I can't remember what they say, but they're like, "Da na 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 na." You know what
Like
song
a
that is?
gentle dream. Yeah, that's a oldie. Like, it's like in the 70s, I think.
Yeah, was it that old? Yeah. Do you know who sang that?
I don't, but tomorrow, I like Sonny. You know Sonny? He probably will know
Yeah,
that.
he probably would, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, for sure.
You like that song?
Yeah. Well, I was just driving and I started thinking about it for some reason. Whenever I like hear a song in my head, I have to play it because it usually gives me like
Yeah.
good ideas or something. You know.
Yeah. I think it
You
was
know what
like
song I play sometimes? I play like this song once a month. You know that song goes, "I bless the rains down in Africa."
Africa.
Yeah,
Yeah. That's a good one right there. Yeah,
yeah.
Africa.
My favorite part is where
That's Toto.
who is it?
Toto.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Oh, hey, Flat Earth Solar. Do you know the song? He has another song that he's trying to figure out who sings it. It's like
It goes,
Nah,
like a melody.
yeah, that's how it goes. Melody. Who is that?
Yeah.
it's not sounding familiar to me, but music like that is not really my strong suit.
Okay. Right up. Well, you did know Toto. That was a good one because I wouldn't have remembered that at all. The song Africa, but I didn't know who sang it. I don't know how long I've been asleep. What time is it? Let's see what time. 1:29 where I'm at.
Sorry about that. Damn dogs.
Oh, it's all right. I was on here talking earlier, and I guess I was speaking with Hank and Karma and Drace. I don't know. I guess I just fell asleep.
Hey, you had the song for a sec. You said the last word of the line though. You see, it
Yeah,
says like something melody. Yeah,
yeah.
that is the last word in the line, huh?
Yep, yep. Um, shining on my. Oh man, like a melody.
Damn, who is that who sings that song?
Yeah,
I wonder if I could type
old,
that in.
oldie but goodie.
Right?
Yeah.
Dude, my dog is so small. This dog has no fear whatsoever. If we're out in public and she sees somebody across the street, she'll try to jump right out of my arms into traffic to try to go bite this person or just bark at him. She's a trip.
What kind of doggy you have? What you
Take a
got?
picture. I'm gonna take a picture of her.
Okay.
Girl. It's hard to get her still. Hold on.
All right.
I'm just gonna have to look through my
my pictures, but I have so many pictures, but I'll be able to find them quick. I have some pictures of her because she's moving frantically about right now. She's wild, man. Yeah, I started to make some memes with those brothers, the Boganoff
Oh,
brothers,
that's gonna be funny. I can't wait
right?
to.
The
I
Boganoff
can't
brothers.
wait. Yeah. And did you know that they didn't used to look like that? They used to have really just one was a model. Did you know that back in the day?
Yeah, yeah. Do you know the TV show that used to be on over in Europe? It was like a B grade version of like Star Trek.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, they used to wear like silver spacesuits. So funny. But
Yeah.
they wrote books about like sci-fi books and like would go and talk at like colleges about sci-fi and stuff like that. They're like really like big old fanboys, I guess. I
Yeah. People were really
love a
like
good fanboy.
into them.
Mhm. Hey, they don't make good fanboys like they used to, huh? You know what I mean?
No, not at all. I'm
Right?
just trying to figure out why they would make their faces huge like that.
Right? Maybe they did it to deal with the vacuum of space. They wanted their faces to look like what would happen if the glass on their masks broke on a spacewalk. Allegedly.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Oh. Yeah, I
Okay,
like
so
your new music.
huh?
I like your new music you got.
Oh, thank
And
you,
I
thank
love
you.
I love how you also how you take like you take people's little skits and then you like speed it up with like how you did the Witsit one with Reagan, President
Oh yeah,
Reagan.
yeah.
That is so good. That's
Thank you,
funny. You're
thank you.
welcome.
I appreciate
Yeah, man. In my beach shirt.
it. Yeah, dude, I have so many videos I make of like different presidents and just like different random famous people, like little snippets that I've made that I haven't posted. I have a lot of them.
Wow, yeah, dude, post those because I'm telling you, that's really good.
All right,
'Cause,
thank you.
yeah, man, you got it going
I try
on
to
with
I
this
try to
thing.
stick on topic of like flat Earth, but sometimes like I get a little off topic, and I think people get mad about that. You know, because sometimes I might say something or do something that like somebody automatically fears is like something that could cause harm to the channel, and I have no ill intents as far as
Nah,
that's
man.
concerned.
You're that rapper, right? Just do you, man.
Right?
Yeah,
Don't cap yourself, man.
the
I
way
know.
everything you're doing is
I
excellent.
subscribed to you. I didn't talk to you, but I did it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't really do that much, so
Yeah.
like I barely do that.
Wait, you what? Say that. Say it one more time, bro.
I don't sub much.
he said he doesn't he doesn't subscribe much. Meaning he doesn't sub to people that much often.
Okay, okay. You sub to me, you said?
Yeah,
Hell yeah. Thank you, bro. I appreciate it, dog.
yeah, but didn't talk to you yet.
I sub to you too.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hold on. What, babe? Oh my god. It's like this every time I come home. God, dude. Hold on just a second. I'm sorry.
It's all good. I was asleep anyway.
Hey, you guys gotta hear this. This is really funny. Jackie's having a full-blown episode. She's screaming and everything in the middle of the street. If you could hear her. It's really
I
funny.
Boy,
do.
put
I
that shit
hear
on
it a little
camera,
bit.
blood. Put that shit on camera.
You
Turn
know
your
what I mean?
video.
Dude, so she'll be running down the street 3, 4 in the morning screaming, feisty, whiny, dozer, tigeroo. Like I'm talking about like screaming loud. Like if a woman was getting, she saw somebody like late at night approach her, type of loud screaming. You know what I mean? And in my neighborhood, nobody even comes outside. I love this neighborhood. Nobody calls the cops. Nothing. Like, you know what I mean? And so it's just like, but like I'll like turn on like a rap song or something like on my phone like at 2 a.m. or something. She'd be like, "Dude, you're so loud and inconsiderate. Turn it down." And you're like, "Okay, but what about when you go screaming outside?" You know?
She's out there looking for your guys' doggy.
Yeah, the door, like somebody left the door open, I guess, in the front door, and I guess one of the dogs got out.
Oh, yep, they'll do that.
They do, yeah. And people drive by fast right here.
Okay.
They do. They be driving fast right here. Dude, I live my house. I can almost throw a baseball and hit the 33 freeway, which is like the only 33 freeway in California, and it's parallel to the street I live on, and it goes all the way up into Ojai. The 33 starts right here at the 101, and it goes to the 166, which is like way up past. I don't know if you're familiar with Ojai, but you go through a little town where Johnny Cash lived. It's called Casita Springs. And there's a big old sign there that says "Home of Johnny Cash."
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, okay. You know what's up.
Yeah, so that's a busy street. Yeah, hope you
Yeah, it is.
find the doggies. Hope they didn't, because you don't want them to get hit.
I know. Yeah, I know for sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a lot of. I'm seeing every day more and more kids walking around with tattoos on their foreheads and stuff like that right here, like and hanging out in front of lawns and stuff.
Yeah, they've been doing that for a minute now.
I know.
They put tattoos on their eyelids.
Oh my god, I know. Dude, that stuff horrible. Have you ever seen the one dudes on TV who have tattooed the whites of their eyes and they're like dark blue? Like they'll either do it in jail or on the prison. But it's just so bizarre.
Yeah, I've seen that. That's cray.
Dude, how could me personally, I hate anything that, I've gotten a couple tattoos, but for the most part, I just don't like, as far as like those things are concerned, I don't want that even within proximity of me. Those things just give me the jitters, dude, just thinking about them,
Yeah.
Like seriously, if I step on a nail or something, I'm rolling with it. You know what I mean? Or if I get bit by supposedly, allegedly a dog, if I get bit by a dog that's foaming, if I get bit by a dog that's foaming, I'm letting it ride. You know what I mean?
The
Straight up.
dog's okay. If it's any needle shit, I'm out.
Yeah, dude. I'm letting it ride, dude. I'm not doing that, dude. You know what I mean?
Well, I'd rather get bit by a fucking hound and chased than a needle.
Dude, seriously, if you ever catch me over ODing on H, do not try to intercede with one of those things in me.
You got work to do.
Yeah, no, I'm just kidding. I'm just saying though.
You're not dying.
Hey! But I gotta say, if I can get like a $20 discount card, a gift card for Starbucks, and maybe like a donut or like a hamburger from McDonald's, then give it to me. I'll take it then. You know what I mean? Because I gotta eat.
What is H that you referred to? Overdosing on H.
No, he doesn't do it. He was just being
Yeah,
funny.
I was just joking. Hold on.
Sorry, what was H?
Okay.
You know that
They
stuff.
say
That stuff they call smack.
Jeez Louise. Sorry about that. I think it's kind of funny though.
You don't want none of that stuff, Solar. You don't want none of it.
I'm gonna put it on mute.
what is H? Is that heliocentrism?
Oh, it could. No, I think he was.
No.
Other stuff.
When you say overdosing on H, what's H?
You gotta tell him right there.
Sorry, I didn't mean to put you on mute, but she's screaming.
You gonna let him know what it is?
Oh, I didn't want to say it over the radio. You know what I mean?
I was trying to do code.
Okay, let's just say it rhymes with Maryland.
Got you. Okay.
Yeah. Here comes old loudmouth Jackie May again. I gotta put it on mute real quick.
Okay. Hey, Flatterday, can you play your song the one they call me Flat Nasty. Can you play that one real quick?
I got one of the dogs. The other one's still on the loose. Now I'm locked out of the house. Damn.
Your life was wild, bro. You wild.
Dude,
Your life is
man.
fucking wild, bro. I'm chilling here eating cheeses, bro.
Wow, bro.
Yeah, my life wild, bro.
Swear, man. I was driving home and there was a popo. I passed by. He was just chilling. And after like a block, he starts coming. You know what I mean?
Oh
Starts
my
driving down the
god.
street. My
Oh
man.
my
You
god.
know what I mean? So me, what I
Yo,
do,
listen. One did that to me because
I
I
make
live
a
in a
right.
ghetto area too.
I make a right, and then I make a left real quick. Park the car. You know what I mean?
Bro, I parked at my house and you drove by twice.
Right?
I'm at my house,
Oh, bro.
man. Shit.
Hey, they came over here. They came over here in the last 6 months. No, in the last 8 months, twice to arrest me, bro. With like, dude, they come in all gnarly, dude. You know what I mean? Just like come in, disrespect the room, disrespect my chick, man. You know, freaking probation right here is no joke, dog.
Bet. Why probation?
Just for some dumb stuff from a long time ago, like from 2014. And then I was just like living my life, you know, like a normal citizen, pillar of the community type of stuff, you know. And then
Oh,
I
what
bumped
happened?
into one. I bumped into one in 2020, and I had a warrant for my arrest. So I went to fire camp, and when I got out, I went and checked in, and they probation or nothing or parole. So 4.5 years go by, and then one day I'm just minding my own business like a normal citizen, and I was in my car, and I must have fucking fallen asleep in the car. Next thing I know, there's one time right here, like right at my car window. My window was rolled down. Man. So, you know, they. Long story short, anyway. So I was supposed to be on probation, so I got this stupid probation, and then like I would get I violated a couple times for missing these classes that I'm supposed to go to. I just cannot remember for the life of
What
me.
was the probation for, though?
Oh, why was I on it?
Yeah.
Um, for something that rhymes with rug tails.
Fuck is that? Fucking dance. I don't know what's going on.
I know what I know what you meant, Flatterday. You said rug tails.
I used to tell people all about rugs. I had tails for days, dude. Seriously. I got a bunch of coins in my pocket that didn't have heads on them. That's how many tails I had.
Shit, man, you got Sonic falling behind you.
Nah, it wasn't that many tails, but like just had to live, you know what I mean? Had to pay my rent and stuff. I mean, I didn't have to. I could have tried to become breatharian and not eat any food, you know? That's always a last option. My dogs are all flat earthers.
That's right.
I think all dogs are though.
Yeah, they are. They are.
Can you ever imagine an animal trying to explain to another animal the cosmology of the Earth? Oh, here she comes. Great. If I wasn't on the phone, she wouldn't say anything either. But since she knows I'm on a phone, or she doesn't know what I'm on, like Discord or whatever, she don't pay attention to that stuff. Like, she don't care about. She just sees I'm on the phone doing something. She'll.
Yeah, dog, I've been there.
You know what I mean? Yeah. Sometimes my phone's my best friend, dude. I'll just sit there and edit videos for hours.
Oh, you edit it on your phone?
Oh, hey, have you guys ever heard of a dude who does live stream on YouTube? He's a black fellow. He goes by the name of Flat Earth Boxer.
I love Flat Earth Boxer. Are you kidding me? That's that's my guy right there. Hey,
Dude,
did you see the video when he went to Von Braun's gravesite and he spit on it? Did you see it?
Yeah. Yeah.
That
Hey,
was awesome.
hey. Have you seen any of his recent live streams or no? Like in the past month?
Yes.
You had it in the past month?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which
Okay.
one are you talking about? Are you talking about the one where he went
Like the most recent
on
ones, he
campus?
goes up and dude, the stuff he says to people is, dude, I'm like, wow. Oh my god.
It makes me cringe to the fullest, but I can't stop watching.
Dude, I know. Did you see the one where he went inside that it was like a rally at like in Phoenix and it was like really nice lighting in this giant auditorium. There was like at least maybe like 1,500 people or more there.
Yeah.
And like they show Tucker Carlson on stage like talking about, I don't know what they were talking about, some event that happened where like some hero saved somebody from, I don't know, whatever it was, you know what I mean, some type of event. Yeah. And he's screaming at the top of his lungs, like, you know, calling him you know what I mean, calling him that CC word. Yeah, dude. Absolutely. Like loud. And dude, and people were like looking at him. I was like, damn, this fool's got some balls, dude. You know what I mean?
He does. Yeah, that's Black Moses right there.
Right? Yeah, he ate. Yeah.
He goes by Black Moses. I mean, he's Flat Earth Boxer, aka Black Moses. Did you see the one when he went on the college campus? Because
dude, yeah,
he's an alumni from the I think Arizona State University, and he went there.
Yeah.
And he started going into the classroom, like the physics and those science. He went up to the teachers and was asking them. He said, you know, he hit him with the, how do you have gas pressure without a container? And the dude starts stuttering and shit. That is the best. He was,
dude. The most recent one though, dude.
Professors. He flat professors in their face.
The most recent. The most recent one though. Have you seen the one where he tells the like there's a father and a mother who are probably like in their like early 30s with like 3 young girls between the age of probably like 5 and 8 to 10 at the most. I mean, I'm not a really good judge of like age of kids really, but like in that general area, right? So like maybe a 5, a 7, and an 8 or a 10-year-old. And like this stuff
at the restaurant?
No, this is one in the this is one where it's in a park and there's a giant rabbit like laying on its side, like a sculpture of a rabbit, like a huge one. And he goes that's a grooming rabbit right there. He goes, do you guys know what grooming is? And they're all like, no. And he explains to them what grooming is, like dude, like, you know.
Oh, I haven't seen that one yet. Okay, I gotta look at that
dude.
one.
But I mean, I was just like, dude, why is he telling these people that? You know what I mean?
I don't know, but he's putting it out there.
No, he is. No, he is. He for sure. Like that one video I said where he goes inside that one place, right?
Yeah.
But it's so funny because he's walking around telling these people this stuff, and then everywhere he goes, people are calling the cops on him, right? And so he goes, I wonder why. He goes, why am I making them uncomfortable? I wonder what I'm saying that's making them uncomfortable. But then he's telling them what grooming means, and like he's telling them that the cheetah leopard print on their shoes and on like the peach colored shirt or the orange colored shirt they have on are colors that signify da 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 da. I was just like, Oh fuck.
Yeah, he's like really I don't know, but everything he does is
Dude, you can't stop
real.
watching though. You
I
cannot stop
know.
watching him. I'm just like,
I
dude, I've never
know.
seen anybody say the things he says to people.
Me either.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, and he just does it so easy.
Dude, I know. But hey, have you seen the guys that go with him and they carry the signs for him?
Yeah.
Dude, they're carrying like big ass signs and they're walking miles, dude. Or I don't know if they're walking miles. He might park his car down the street, but he went to this pastor of the church down. Did you see that one where he's like he has the
Yeah.
signs in front of the church?
Yes. Yes.
Damn, dude.
Did you
Hey,
see when he approached the pastor after
yeah,
the sermon, after church,
did
and he hit him up?
you see the video the pastor put out in response to him?
No, I didn't see that yet. I
Yeah,
didn't
and
know he.
the pastor, the main thing he was saying was like, he goes, these people are out of their minds. Like they actually believe in flat Earth, and like for a demonstration, they had a beach ball out there in the parking lot. And he's like, "Can you believe these people?" Da, 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 like going off like that. But
Yeah.
his main like attack point, like the key to his point was that he doesn't even need to take them seriously because they're flat earthers. Da 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 da. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Anytime you want to just like discredit somebody and just like it doesn't matter what they're saying and you just want to appeal to everybody, you don't even really need to say anything about them except that they're flat earthers, and people would just be like, "Oh yeah, because of
I
that." Like,
know.
there's no way that they can know how to drive a car, or like, eat food without poking their eye out with a fork or something.
Yeah. I know,
Crazy.
man. It sucks, but they
Yeah,
don't have no answer back because they just got flat smacked. So
I
that's why they
know.
say that, you know?
I know. I think anybody that whoever I know that there's people who are flat earthers, and once you're a flat earther, unless you go into a coma or something happens like seriously bad to your brain where it gets jostled around, you're going to be a flat earther even if the
Yep.
higher ups pay you $1 million, $2 million, $5 million, or get you out of some giant shithole that you got yourself into, and the only way you can get out is by doing something against the flat earth, whatever. They might do it and stuff, but I was thinking like those people are probably more in anguish than anybody, like knowing the truth and then having to like do whatever they do because they owe a debt or whatever they did to get in that situation.
Yeah.
That's a miserable soul right there.
Yeah, they
I'd
are.
rather not even know about the flat earth than know about it and then have to do something where like it totally
Be a
what's
sellout.
it?
There's a sellout.
Yeah, dude, like basically, yeah, where like it jeopardized my very soul. Like it put my because how could you not? Unless I don't know, maybe some people just don't have no feeling. You know what I mean?
Yeah. There's people like that too. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a trip though. It's a trip how these dudes are just Christians and they've been banging the Bible hard and they have all these followers in their church and they're just like dudes preaching with a giant picture of a globe behind him the whole time.
I know.
Like,
I
dude, straight
know.
repping that shit, dude. Believes in creationism and everything.
I
And then just
know.
like totally overlooks Genesis 1:6. The firmament.
I
Oh,
know.
that's not the firmament. That's the what do they call it? The I don't know, whatever word it is that they say is like the cloud bank or whatever over, You know.
I
That's
know.
Joshua 1:6.
Yeah. She knows. She's bought the CD. She's got the T-shirt, huh?
Yeah,
Right? You even
man.
got the Happy Meal back in the day for your kids with the little toy and the Happy Meal depicting the subject. All right, Jackie. You sitting here minding my own business. Shut the door, please. Go with your mama.
Hey, Flatterday, did you see the video that he did that Flatter Boxer did a few months back where he went on another college campus and he went into the room that has the vacuum chamber and
Yeah.
the teacher came up to him or whoever that was in that class Yeah, will
Yeah,
I help you?
yeah.
Yeah, that was the best. He was at the actual vacuum chamber saying, "So tell me how it works. What's up with
Dude,
it?"
not only that, but the teacher, it's different if you catch a teacher alone, whereas like if they have their peers or students around them, then
Yeah,
they're obligated to try to make you look dumb, you know?
yeah,
I think he even
yeah,
had some of his students, some of his like his senior students come up and try to like help him or like say, white knight for him, you know what
yeah. They did.
I
Love
mean?
it. It's so good. It's so
Yeah.
good.
Imagine how dumb that teacher probably felt,
Yeah, it felt really stupid. That's what I
right?
love about it because he hits them with it, and then they're just standing there, and then they kind of get a little aggravated, and because
Yeah.
they can't answer, they're like stuttering, going They don't even know how to answer. It's great. I love it. He
So
puts them in check.
it can only be one of two things. Either you're walking around with a kick me sign on your back and you know it's there and you're letting it ride there because if you take it
Yeah.
off then you'll have the repercussions of whatever debt you owe or whatever, or
Yep.
you
They'll
don't
lose
know
their
that kick
job.
you or the second choice is you don't know that kick me sign is there and you don't understand why everybody's laughing, right?
Mhm. Mhm.
That could only be one of two things for these teachers that people talk to. It could only be one of two things, you know what I mean?
Yep. It's either that or it's either one or the other. And I'm
Yeah.
going with they
The former
know.
or the latter.
Yeah, they know because I watch those videos really
Yeah.
watching it, and I could see
Yeah.
in their eyes that they know, and they're like lying because they want the money, they want to keep
Yeah.
their job or whatever, or
Yeah.
they might be a mason. Who knows? They might be
Well,
masonry.
when they become high enough, they know the true shape of the earth. Anyways, I mean that's told to them that that's that like what do they call that um
That's the secret they gotta
ancient
keep.
wisdom or something? Yeah, all that
Yeah,
stuff.
and they gotta keep the secret. And so when they get flat smacked with it, then they're like, "Oh my gosh, they know. Oh, I got to keep my mouth shut." They don't want to say no more after that.
Right.
They're so scared because, you know. But
Hey, I
yeah,
was
man.
looking at this those old coins. They're like one of the most famous coins that you've ever seen. In like they make a lot of like replicas, but the original coin is supposed to date back from like around like 34 AD, right?
Uh huh.
Um, and it's a Caesar coin where it has like Caesar's head with like the olive
Yeah.
crown or whatever, and then below that it says uh DIE no, I'm sorry,
Die.
I IED IED no EID uh MAR. That's what it says. Ides of March.
Okay.
Watch, I'll post a picture of it right now. It's hard to describe. I'll just put a picture of it. Since a picture's worth 1,000 words, I could post a picture and still be on like word number 200 and something. Oh wait, did you see this one right here? Watch. Look at this one I just posted.
Okay. Oh.
Trip, huh?
Yeah.
You heard of the NIST word, right?
Yes.
Yeah. They headed up that thing back in the day, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Is this your? Okay. You got a meme out of this? Is this yours?
the one I just posted?
Yeah. Did you?
Yeah, I made that.
Cool. Cool.
It's not really a meme, it's just educational purposes, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay, I just posted the other one right now.
Okay. Let me
Oh
check
man,
that.
I need to redo it. Hold on. I'll fix it. Hold on. I
Okay.
hate it when that
Oh,
happens.
RAM
Wait,
equals die, and E.
wait, I'll post a better one.
Okay.
I just deleted that one. I hate it when that happens. Sometimes it doesn't send it out right. Hold on just a second. Dude, I could skim through my stuff so fast. I know exactly where everything is. All right.
Cool.
Okay. Okay. Okay, I just posted it right now.
Okay.
Now you see it better.
Yep.
So see how on the coin on the right it says EID.MAR?
Right. Yeah, I see that.
So that means the Ides of March, right? But if you reverse it, it's DIRAM, right?
Okay.
So DIRAM, the ram is the Aries, which that's the sign for that time. The Ides of March is during Aries time, or it's right at the beginning of Aries.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So,
So
how long ago?
everything's inverted. So it would actually be the beginning of Aries. What day does Aries start, on the 15th, or is it
Uh,
between the 21st and 23rd?
I think it's the 21st to, or the, yeah, I think it's the 21st or 22nd, like that, to the next month.
Okay, so this is the week between the Ides of March, which is March 15th, and the 322 Skull and Bones is exactly 1 week. That's 7 days between March 15th and March 22nd, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this coin, which is Ides of March, is the 15th. If you did do the duality, which is backwards, it's Ram Die, which starts on the 22nd or 23rd. So between these two words on here, it's like a week's time. It's like maybe like a week festival that they did, or some type of ritualistic thing that they did during this week from the 15th to the 22nd.
Oh, wow.
What I think it is I think it's the last week of the year. That's what I think it is. And I think this is my theory, is that the new year starts on either the 22nd or the 23rd, because they oftentimes they do what they call, like, they celebrate like Halloween on like the night of the 30th. They do everything on the eve of, that way the early morning hours spills into the next day. Whereas like if you're doing it the next day night, you can't start doing the stuff you want to do till early in the morning, and then it's already too late. So they do it the eve of, and it spills over into that day. So I think when you're counting down uh, before they drop the big apple on New Year's Eve, what do? They go 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, and then the last thing they say is 3, 2, 1, which is the last day of the year, 321. Boom. And then you have the 322, which would be the beginning of the year. It's significant with the Skull and Bones because a 3 is a C in the alphabet and 22 is a V in the alphabet. So you got the CV, which is the dome in the pyramid. So it's like everything, you take the numbers and you turn them so they're a symbol too, because it's all about the symbology. So I think, anyways, I'm kind of going off on a tangent, but I think that I'm right about the diagram Ides of March thing. You know what I mean?
Okay, okay.
Does that make sense,
So,
what I said?
yeah, when you went, like when they go 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1, happy.
Yeah. Happy New Year.
And it's 320, 321, and
Yep.
okay,
And then 322 would be the new year.
right. Wow, you came up with that, huh?
Yeah, because it's the inverse of it's the inversion of the ram dying, because the ram actually starts on that day, but if you do it backwards, it's Ides of March. It's like, you know how they do like that reverse stuff.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So I think that is the last week of the year right there.
Wow, that's something to think about. Pretty.
Yeah. Well, you know how the months are, like December is like Diez, like 10, November is like Nueve, 9, October, Octa is 8.
Yep.
Not all the months are like that though, like where you can get like a Latin or a Spanish number out of them, but it's just all these different things. Like March would be like would like indicate that you're beginning a procession of something, you know, or how they
Yeah.
say spring ahead, fall back.
Yeah, because we just got into spring right now, so that
Mm-hmm.
seems like it's fitting. It fits with what you're saying.
Yeah,
Pretty cool, dude.
yeah. I made a little diagram of the zodiac chart, and I think it explains why Libra has the scales the way she does.
Okay.
Is
No,
if
Libra. No, Virgo has the scales.
or Virgo, yeah, Virgo. I mean, yeah. Okay, so Virgo is the exact polar opposite of Aries.
Okay, yeah.
Hold on, I'll show you the picture. So if you end up making like a what do they call these is it a Celtic cross? You see the imagine like the red and the blue lines all make up like a cross, you know? But the ends
Oh,
of the cross like all like go out, you know, at an angle.
uh-huh.
So
I'm looking at it right now. Yeah. Well, yeah, there's a red line and then a vertical line, so there's a cross right there.
yeah. Okay, you said no, isn't it Libra the one that's holding the two scales?
Maybe I'm wrong. I might be wrong.
Yeah, I think it's Libra because how I drew this, it would be like Aries is the beginning because on an actual zodiac calendar, Aries is the beginning.
Oh.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like on the
Yeah.
actual thing, Aries is the start of the zodiac calendar.
Mm-hmm.
And the zodiac calendar has been around longer than we've had this new calendar. What is it? The
Yeah.
is it the Gregorian or the what's the other one?
I'm not
The
sure what the
Julian. We're on the
name, but
Gregorian right now, right?
I'm not sure, but I do know that you're right as far as the signs coming from a long time ago with uh the signs,
Yeah,
Aries, Virgo, Libra. That's been
yeah.
there. That's always been there.
Okay,
So
yeah,
I'm
so we
not
are on the Gregorian calendar then.
okay.
Okay, so the Gregorian calendar they say supposedly started when, like around 34 AD, right?
I
Allegedly.
don't even know. I'm not sure because they tell us so many different things. But
Wait, hold on. When was? I'll type it in.
all right.
Calendar first started. Okay. Hmm.
You should
Oh, it says
roast
right
the
here.
presidents more. I
Huh?
think your fucking videos with the presidents are so funny.
Oh, you like that one? Which one with Bush?
Yeah, the Bush and the Barack. Fucking, I got myself laughing on that.
Yeah.
I actually had to watch.
So it says right here the Gregorian calendar started or was first introduced by Pope Gregory the Eighth in 1582.
1582.
If I was a globe, I'd be like 3480, 1582. You know, we're off by a small percentage, but you get the idea.
Yeah.
Anyway, they say that as far as like I've heard since I was a kid, the Gregorian calendar started either like right before the death of Jesus or like right after the death of Jesus. And so it was around the time of the Ides of March when it started, though. It was like within a 45-year period, allegedly, that the Ides of March happened where they slit Caesar's Achilles on the steps of the Colosseum?
I think so.
Yeah, they slit his Achilles heel. But before that happened, I guess somebody had warned him, watch out or beware of the Ides of March. Beware of the Ides of March. And so anyways, you know the story. But die ram, get it?
Yeah, I get it.
But really the Rams, that's the beginning of the first, the whole week of the Ram. Man.
Pretty
This whole time, my
tricky.
whole life, I was thinking that I was trying to dodge these sun worshippers. They're not sun worshippers; they're sunset worshippers. I only had it halfway right, you know.
Yeah.
Mm.
How do
You
I
guys,
do the friend request? Like, where do I go to like I'm in the friends section, but how do I make someone become a friend? Like if someone asks to be my friend, how do I let click them on to being my friend?
oh, I think you gotta go in the the live stream and click on that person's icon.
Oh,
I
okay,
think
the icon.
I think that's how you do it.
Okay, let me
Yeah, I
try
just
that.
sent you one right now.
Okay, let me see. Okay, let me go to Saturday.
Who was the one who was just talking right now? Besides you, Trace?
I'm not sure.
Was it Forex memes?
Hey, Forex, is that you?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's him.
Oh, you don't have a thing to send your friend request. Oh no, you already are my friend on here. Never mind.
Who, me or him?
No, him. He's already my friend on here.
Okay.
It feels so weird saying stuff like that.
So if I click your icon right here in the live stream, can I? Oh yeah, here it is. Okay. Yep, I accept. Okay, cool. And let me.
I usually trust people more when they know less about technology. Seriously, I know so
I don't
little
know.
about it, dude. I'm so bad at Discord.
Me too.
Dude, I used to always end up in like random server rooms with people, and I'd be like, "Wait, what are these people even talking about? Wait, this ain't the Flat Earth Discord." You know what I mean? They're talking about like video games and like hot dogs and weird stuff like that. I'm like, "Dude, what the hell?"
Trying to. Okay, where okay, so if a person isn't in our chat right now, then I can't make them a friend, or I.
Yeah, if you go to the main lobby and you go up to the magnifying glass picture and you click, you hit on that so you could type in a name, type in the person's name, and it you will usually pop up, and then you
Oh,
can
okay.
click on their icon.
Okay, I found it. Okay. Let's see. Oh, I get it now.
Hey, I'm gonna send you a video. It's about BIID. You ever heard of that before?
BIID.
Yeah.
Hmm. Not sure, but send it to me because I'm interested. What you got?
This is what it stands for. It stands for Body Integrity Identity Disorder. Describes the extremely rare phenomenon of persons who desire the amputation of one or more healthy limbs or who desire a paralysis. Some of these persons mutilate themselves, others ask surgeons for an amputation or for the transection of their spinal cord. Some of them even pour poison in their eyes so they can go blind. BIID.
Yeah.
Hey, are you down with BIID? Yeah, you know me.
And some of them decide to cut off genitalia,
Yeah.
thinking that genitalia doesn't suit them any longer. And yet that's considered perfectly rational. People
I
should be
know.
allowed to make that choice. But if you want to chop off your arm, everyone knows that you're irrational and that you actually need medical assistance or psychiatric assistance.
Wow, that's
Dude,
so
the
crazy.
doctor who's making these videos just happens to be in the videos, right? And as they're talking to him, his name, I can't remember his first name is, but his last name literally is the word first, right? And then it goes on to say that he actually is the one that just happened to have coined the term BIID. I was like, wow, that's really convenient. Now you're treating people with this new thing called BIID, and you just happen to coin it.
Is the doctor? Is he cutting their? whatever, when a patient comes in and says they want their leg off, he's the doctor that's cutting their leg off for them?
He doesn't actually say that he's done it, but he doesn't say he hasn't done it. You know what I mean?
Oh,
He just,
wow.
what he's doing is he's advocating for the patient's rights, whether it's what does he use? He says whether it's a made up or pseudo disease, or whether it's real to them, is not a disputable factor. The fact that it's actually a problem and it needs to be addressed, because these people are going to what you would call like a hack shop, you know, this like a third world type of like, you know, snuff abortion type thing, and getting their, you know, their limb chopped off, or like, you know, laying down on the couch and having this quack shrink pour Drano in their eyes or whatever. Like this one dude drips Drano in this chick's eye, and he sits with her for a half hour to make sure the job is done, and then he rushes her to the hospital. She wakes up the next day at the hospital, and she wakes up and she's all happy. She says, "I was so happy because I thought I was blind, and then I opened my eyes and saw the TV, and I was enraged. How dare they try to make that choice for me, right?" Well, she goes, "Good thing though, 6 months goes by, and you know, over time my eyes just eventually went out completely from putting that Drano, and it just took some time. Now I'm completely comfortable with myself, and all my friends in the blind community aren't upset with me for making the choice myself. In fact, some of them are proud of me for having the courage to do that." I'm like, dude, what?
What? Oh my goodness.
Yeah, dude.
That?
Dude, isn't that crazy?
Totally crazy. That's so cray-cray. What's wrong with them?
I don't know, but at this point, I got my popcorn. All I can do is take a seat and laugh, dude. You know what I mean?
How could you not
Seriously.
Oh my gosh, how could you not want to see anymore? I don't
Dude, this
get
shit doesn't even make me incredulous anymore.
Golly. She wanted the Drano in her eyes.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah. But it was saying like why it's good to have a trained professional with you, because it said if she would have just done it herself, she would have put lye in her eye, and it could have drip through her mucous membrane barrier, whatever, blood-brain barrier, and gone straight to the brain, because that's how lye be doing it. You know what I mean? But since he's a professional, he decided to use the professional. People's Choice Award for 2022 for going blind is Drano, most definitely. That's what you want to use. It's safe, it's effective, and it gets the job done.
Oh
It
my
may take a little
God.
while. You know what I mean? Yeah. The kids that eat Tide Packets are pussies, dude. They ain't got nothing on this stuff. You know what I mean? Seriously. These kids be getting it. Right? Yeah, I'll send you the video. It's on my other channel. I have the video. I made a video out of that. I have like 3 different people. One of them's this lady that goes blind, and the other one's a dude who ends up, it shows him like in the beginning of the video how he's gonna go. Oh no, he went to a surgeon and they jacked him for the 20 grand. They said, "Yeah, I'll amputate your leg," and they peeled him. And he was like all shocked, like, I can't believe I get peeled for that. Like, what kind of world are we living in? Like, what? Are you serious? My God. If I would have been there, I would have peeled you so fast, dude, for that. You know what I mean? Seriously, you want me to cut off your leg? How about I just take this money and go buy a car or something, you know? Crazy.
No, you'd probably get in trouble if
I probably would, but I mean, like, dude, how embarrassing and how dumb. Like somebody's taking you to court because you didn't cut their leg off. Dude, what if you got actually busted for that? They're like, since you didn't cut the leg off, it's like hitting somebody at the scene of a crime and then leaving instead of staying around. You might not get in trouble if you stay. I wouldn't have got in trouble if I cut off his leg. They'll let me get out early if I go and finish the job and repay at least half his money back. Batteries not included, each sold separately.
You got jokes for days.
I don't get out of the house much, you know what I mean? Sometimes I don't want to come back, honestly. Sometimes I'll go to my friend's house or something, and I'll just sit in there and he'll be like yawning, like, all right, I'll be like, dude, don't make me go back home. Please don't make me go back home. Seriously. I feel like I've been with this girl for like most of my life, dude. We've been together like 7 years. I've told her so many times, if you don't like it here, leave. And then like there's been times where like she'll pack up like a little bit of her stuff and then like huff and puff and then like sit down Indian style in the middle of the floor and just pout and cry. And I'm just like, oh God, what do I do? I'm not going to physically remove the girl from my house. You know what I mean? I'll never call the cops. I wouldn't get a chick to beat her ass. Like, what can I do? Like, I feel bad. I'm like, fuck. Yeah, yeah, for sure. I could
Oh,
never be with
Flatter
nobody who was.
Day. Then
Yeah,
she's the perfect chick for you. You just having a little spat. Everybody goes through it every now and again in a relationship, but don't give up
yeah.
on her because
No,
it's
I
gonna.
haven't given up, but like,
Okay.
yeah, no, it's just like, I don't know, dude. It's it's a different kind of relationship for sure. It's like, some people are
Sounds
always
kind
like,
of toxic.
dude, some people are always like jealous, like, don't be looking at her, let me see your phone. Or, da, da, da. Me and her, like the complete opposite of that. You know what I mean? I'm just like, dude, if you want to go out with somebody, dude, I'll like, you can borrow my car, whatever, babe, whatever you want to do. You know what I mean?
Oh, wow. So you got
Yeah.
open relationship.
No, not like that though. Like, nah, like seriously, I used to be the type of dude that always looked at girls and I was like, oh, but, dude, I'm not even like that anymore. Like, I just don't like that just isn't what drives me to do anything anymore. And it doesn't even motivate me, like as far as like wanting to like dress up or go, like, certain people will just go to certain places. They don't realize why they're doing it, but they're doing it maybe to be looked at by the opposite sex or whatever. Nah, dude, it's been a while, like a couple years since I've like, yeah, I'm definitely not the same person I used to be.
Yeah.
Yeah. I haven't gone and got a haircut or I haven't even shaved, dude, in so long. Like, I don't care. I haven't worn shoes for like almost 2 years, dude.
Yeah, I know you don't wear shoes because I see your videos a lot, so I know
Yeah,
that. But
I
you're
know.
grounded.
Dude, sometimes like a week will go by where I haven't even changed my shirt or my pants and I won't even remember the last time I did. Like, seriously.
Oh, Flatter Day, you gotta start, taking a shower, a bath every day, man.
Yeah. Now I jump in the ocean. I jump in the ocean. I bring a bucket with borax down to the ocean. I jump in and I'll scrub myself with borax.
Oh, does that work? Does the stuff work?
Oh my God, it feels so good.
So what does it do? It like cleans your skin?
Dude, more than any soap you could ever use, dude.
And you're talking about borax, what that bug killer stuff?
No, borax, they sell it like with like laundry soap stuff, but you can use it in anything.
Okay. Okay.
Like like probably like every other month I'll drink a gallon of water with like a spoonful of borax in it.
Wow. Do you get sick after you do that?
No, not at all.
Okay, so there's no reaction to it. It's just like
No,
it's refreshing.
borax is 100% natural. It's from the element
Oh,
boron.
okay. I don't
Have
know
you
what
have you heard
I don't use
you
that.
know that video game called Red Dead Redemption?
No, I'm not into video
I'm not
games.
either at all. I just thought I didn't know maybe you'd heard of it. They based that game basically off of the 20 Mule Team borax, which comes from Boron, California. It was
Uh-huh.
like one of the original mines and stuff like that. They used to mine this stuff. This is the stuff that
Okay.
like cowboys could basically like when they didn't have any water around, they could just pour like water in their hand and get a lather with like some soap and then just pour this stuff on themselves and basically like scrub themselves clean. They don't really need like water, like a lot of water.
Okay. I don't know
But
why I was thinking this was a bug borax. Okay.
well, the thing is, you can sprinkle it. Like sometimes I'll sprinkle it along the edge of every single wall in my room, like on the ground on all four corners, right? If
Huh?
there's like an ant problem or like spiders or something like that, like basically like
Yeah, it's
this only
perfect for
really,
that.
yeah, ants hate this stuff, dude. They really do.
Yeah, that's what I heard. That's where I've seen it being used was for ants.
Yeah, you can actually mix it with sugar water and pour the sugar water on top of the borax, and the ants will grab it and take it back to their thing, and it'll kill them because their insides are on their out, like I guess like exoskeleton.
Yeah.
I guess that's why I don't know. That's what I'm told, but I love borax though.
Wow, I'm gonna look into this. I never knew that it was.
Dude, when you're in the shower and you wet your
Mm.
hair, get your hair completely wet, just get a couple get 2 handfuls of borax and just work it in just to your scalp, right? So it'll get a little bit on your hair, but it'll mostly just you scrub your scalp with it and then just let it sit on your scalp the whole time you're in the shower. And once you rinse your hair out, your hair will have never felt softer, like where the roots are. You'll be like, what the hell? It's crazy.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a trip, dude.
Amazing.
My lady didn't believe me for like a year. She didn't believe me. One day there was nothing to use. I was like, dude, just use it. Just trust me. And she did. And she's like, oh my God, I can't believe I've never. Now she says she doesn't feel clean unless she uses that stuff.
Really?
Yeah. It literally, like, you could scrub like tile floors or wood floors with this stuff. And if you do it the right way with just the right amount of water, it's like, it's almost like the way like white snow picks up dirt in the ground and then the white snow will turn like gray, you know?
Yeah.
That's what this stuff does. Once it turns gray, then you need to pour more borax on there. But it'll, dude, I've scrubbed the floors in the house like cleaner than anything I've ever, any like toxic product that you could use, like Ajax, bleach, whatever. This stuff works better. It works good for like cleaning all the carpeting in your car.
And it's all natural, you said, right?
Yeah, it's all natural. All you need to do is basically like get like maybe like a cap full of Dr. Bronner's like peppermint soap and mix it in with the water so you have like a lather, and then you can put this stuff in the lather so it's not just all like dry powder, so it has like a wet kind of like the soap kind of like makes it adhesive, you know?
Uh-huh.
Or basically like it coagulates it, and so you're able to like use it to scrub whatever surface you want to scrub. I use it on the dishes and everything.
Yeah.
I love that stuff.
Well, thanks for letting me know. I'm gonna check it out.
Yeah.
See what's up with it.
You can't get it over in certain countries either. They only have like the generic version, which really sucks.
Well, see, I'm in California, and so you said that they get it from California, so I'll probably be able to
Oh yeah,
find it
yeah.
pretty easy.
Where in California do you live?
I'm in Southern California. I'm in Corona.
Oh, Corona?
Yes.
Oh, we can't say that on the air. I'm just kidding.
Hey man,
Oh,
that's my city, but hey,
I
it's
know,
not. What am I gotta say my city. What
right? I know.
see?
So
Oh yeah, I wasn't
you're
supposed to
down there
say
by
that word.
Chuckawalt by what is it is it what's it called, Chuckawalt? No, was it Chowchilla? Where's the place where they have the concerts at?
Oh, Coachella. Yeah, that's not
Coachella,
far
that's it.
from
Yeah,
me. Yeah,
yeah,
that's like
Coachella.
right by Palm Springs.
Yeah, Coachella.
Uh-huh.
That's way down there.
Yeah,
I was
in
at.
the desert.
Have you heard of Ironwood?
Yeah. You been there?
Yeah, I've been to Ironwood. I was in the ad seg at Chuckawalla for like, oh man, that's retarded. Over some dumbass riot, they sent us all to ad seg at Chucky's house. But yeah,
Oh.
I was in Ironwood for like a little over 2 years. I went from the 3 yard to the 1 yard right there, and then I ended up working in the library right there. When I paroled from there, I had like 3 horned toads. Those things lived to be like I had them for like another 2 years before they died.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Yeah, you get some crazy dust storms down there, huh? They like strip the paint off cars and stuff, huh?
It's been windy lately, like last week. It was
Yeah.
super windy.
Do you get the dust
Yeah.
storms like how like Blythe? Because Chuck Ironwood's in
Oh
Blythe.
no, not like that. No, not that
Dude, have you
kind.
been through one of those though?
Yeah. Yes,
Dude,
man.
oh
It's
god.
super crazy. You can't even
Yeah, dude,
see.
the sky turns like almost dark, dude.
Yeah, you can't see nothing, and you just get pelted with all this dirt, rocks, and stuff.
I know, dude, it's
Crazy.
crazy.
Yeah,
And this shit just comes out of nowhere too. Like,
yeah. It just happens.
yeah,
All of a sudden, winds like.
I know. It's a trip. I wonder. I mean, like, I'm not a total conspiracy theorist. Like, I I know not everything is like done by people, you know. So some stuff's act of God, but do you think that stuff could be like any type of geoengineering or no?
I think so. You see all those lines that they put in the sky, right?
Yeah, for sure.
So if they be doing that,
Not to
they could
mention all
do
the
all
weird
kind of stuff.
structures that are down there.
Everything's just they do all kind of weird stuff, man.
Yeah.
I remember when I started seeing those lines in the sky, like around it was like around 98 or
Yeah.
97 '87 is when I noticed it, because it was never like that when I was little, never.
Nah.
So I noticed it off the top, like, what is that? Why isn't it disappearing? Because when I was younger, it would disappear. But when I started noticing, there was long lines, and it wasn't really me. It was my one of the boys noticed it, and then which made me look up, and then I'm like, yeah, what is that? And then every day after that, it seemed like they were just doing it, and now they're just really pouring it on. They do tic tac toes in the sky. They do all kind of stuff.
Right, dude. Right. Fuck,
Yeah.
man. See, I've been seeing those tic tac toes like every day for the past week.
Yeah, they're doing that, man.
I
I notice
know.
when I go to the beach, they do it really tough over the beach, trying to stop
Oh,
me from.
dude.
They don't want us to
Yeah,
see the horizon anymore. That's why
I
they're
know.
doing it. They're blocking the horizon,
Yo,
so we can't do our tests, our observations.
you know what? I think when the times that they do it directly correlates when the beams of the moon or the sun are at certain places in the sky, because I think that, you know, they're always trying to kill two birds with one stone. I think that whatever frequency or light emission that the sun or the moon's, you know, putting out at that certain time at that certain place, basically, I think that it ignites or like powers whatever stuff they're spraying. You know what I mean? Whatever fragments are or whatever.
Yeah, and it makes
Because they're always spraying it like right before the sun goes over to the moon, like right in unison, man. You know?
they do it early in the morning over here where I'm at, early in the
Yeah,
morning, and then by the time the sun like comes up really good, it
yeah,
it, it it's already it starts spreading, and then it
yeah.
gets
It
like,
like bakes it. You know what I mean? It's like baking it. You know?
yeah, and then all of a sudden it'll get like it like, say in the morning it'll be sunny, and then once that shit, you know, widens out, it just blocks the sun. It blocks
I
it.
know, dude. I know.
I'm like,
You know
good
how you feel?
grief.
You know how you feel like that weird stickiness, like when you go out and it like in the fog or something, and then like, but you get like that weird stickiness, like on your eyes and stuff. You know?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, I hate
Have
that
you
feeling,
noticed?
dude.
I've noticed like when it like, okay, on trees and bushes too, you'll see this white like like spider webby stuff, but it's not
Yeah,
a
yeah.
spider web.
It's that Chris Webby. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
For real, dude. Yeah, dude. When I had my P1000 camera, I used to sit there and do close-ups of this stuff, right? Well,
yeah.
one time there was a spider web that connected from the top of my friend's oak tree, and it almost went straight down to the ground, and then like 4 feet above the ground where the web was, it had like two pieces connected to it going both in different directions. So it was almost like a cross. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah,
And
yeah.
when I zoomed in with the camera, right where the lines met, there was like a white
Uh-huh.
dot. And I'm watching this white dot with the camera, and this white dot goes, you know, those when you close your eyes sometimes, like when you're looking at the sun, you close your eyes and you see those like little string things that start to move down in your eye.
I I I don't know. Okay, I know what you're talking about with the dot because I've seen it. It'll be a little tiny white ball on the
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
screen.
Like, have you ever like looked at light or something, and then you close your eyes and you see those like little things in your eye that look like not worms, but like I don't know how to describe it, but they'll go up as your eyes flex, and then as your eyes relax, they start to go down real slow.
I think so, but when I close my eyes after looking at the sun, I get a whole
Not
bunch
at
of
the
dots.
sun, not at the sun. Like you just at like light or something, and it feels like
Okay.
you have like dust in your eye or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Anyways,
Okay.
the way that those things move in your eye is the way this thing was moving. Like it moved
Oh,
up, and
tripping.
it like hovered, but it was going down. So it was like hovering, almost like the dot in like the old DVD players when the screen was paused and you see that dot like pinging against the edges of the screen. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I
Like
know
that
exactly.
kind of. but not that fast though. Like super slow. It was really weird. And as I'm looking at this thing, it's changing its colors from like earth tone, like burgundy, to like light brown, to like off copper yellow color, like all earth tone colors, right? But the thing is it's like translucent, and it's got like a circle in the middle and then an outer circle, and it almost looks like a star, but it doesn't have the high frequency of a star where the stars are like moving on their own little frequency in the middle, you know?
Uh-huh. So what do you
It looks
think?
like these platforms that I used to do. I don't know. It's really my opinion. Like, I hate to say what my opinion is, because you know what I mean? I would get into like almost like a spiritual aspect with that. Not when I say spiritual, I mean like metaphysical, like electrical is spiritual, the way I look at it. And so everything in the spiritual is reverted as far as like negative is positive and positive is negative. Like in our world, positive is good, but in the electrical world, positive is bad. That's why you always want to make sure that you watch out before you put the positive on when you're charging your car battery.
Yeah, because
So
you'll get shocked if you put your jumper cables on the wrong terminal.
yeah. But in our mind, it doesn't make sense because it's inverted. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like that's why I think when you see like whenever they're doing like seances or like whatever practice they're doing, they're always either lighting something or they have a perpetual water flow going, or they'll have something that's like shrouded like ridiculously in plants, you know?
Yeah.
Because that's the only way I think for us to physically get to that like electrical or metaphysical realm or spiritual, whatever you want to call it, is by like when you burn something, you're sending it away, I think, to that like electrical level, because you're watching something that's a material burn, and then where does it go when it burns? We see it like vanish in front of us, but does it really vanish, or does it just go over to that like electrical? So that's why I think they're always using these types of elements, because they're able to transcend right into there with their, you know, kind of through their own accord by, you know, burning whatever it is that they're burning, or having like a perpetual waterfall or something, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
I had a video, but it's removed now. But there was a video probably about 4 or 5 years ago, and this guy had went to the company. He drove to the factory where they're sending the planes where they make that stuff or whatever. And he went in there with a hidden camera and was asking them about it and stuff. And the guy
they're not even very sly about it, huh?
Yeah, the guy was telling him everything. And I'm like,
Yeah.
I knew it. And then the video's gone, so I can't like show anybody, but I saw it, so I know that they're doing it in, spraying in the sky.
I know. It's crazy. It's so crazy. It's so crazy that we live in a world where like people walk down the street and all they have to do is turn their head and they could see these cows getting slaughtered, right? Then they're feeding people these hamburgers and they're telling everybody that not only are these veggie hamburgers, but how dare you don't eat one of them. And they're like virtue shaming people that don't eat veggie burgers, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
When all they have to do is turn their head and see that they're, you know, what's going on. It's like, wow. You know what I mean?
Yep.
They don't see that, but then they offer somebody a mystery box that has these little Keebler Elf factories where they make these little alleged vegetarian patties that nobody could prove, you know what I mean? And people are just eating them up.
Yeah, man. Cray.
I know.
People are just, oh man, so dumb.
Can you imagine the amount of work that they'd have to put into what they're doing? Like how much more work they'd have to put into stuff if people could just pay attention for like a third of the amount of time longer to stuff, or just hold a thought longer.
Yeah.
Shoot, man. They'd be working around the clock. They'd have to hire us to help them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? We're just extras on the set, you know?
Yeah, man.
Just walking. I'm just the guy that rides his bike at the same time every day. Bye. Hey, where do you work at?
Oh, I got my own business. I don't work for nobody.
That's right.
That's one thing I don't do.
That's good, dude.
I don't have nobody telling me what to do or how to do it or any of that.
Right. Right.
Yeah. I've always been this way though.
That's good.
Thank you.
Yeah. No free handout. I don't like free handouts too much either. You know what I mean?
Right, right.
Yeah. I feel, you know what, dude? I have like this trepidation in me because my chick, when the EDD happened, she filled out all the things, so she got like the max amount of money, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then she's like, well, let me just do the paperwork for you. I'm like, dude, I'm not gonna get any money. And she's like, yeah, you will. I'm like, yeah, but then they're gonna come after me later, and all this crap. No, and then I'm seeing all kinds of, even just people that are like village idiots are getting this stuff left and right. People are getting 10 grand, 20 grand, like it ain't no thing,
What? They was getting that kind of money?
Dude, yeah, dude, my chick just got another $36,000 check just like 2 weeks ago
No way.
for the I'm not gonna say the word, but it almost rhymes with moped relief package. She got 36 grand, and she's getting another check in like a month or two for another 36 grand. I guess she could have maxed it out at like 40 without like raising like 1,000 eyebrows. You know what I mean? So she just hit that 30. But yeah,
Damn. They doing it like that? They giving it up like that?
dude. Yeah.
Wow.
When I got my ADD money, it was like all back pay, right? And so
Uh-huh.
it ended up being like the first one was like 8, and then I was getting like 1,000 a month for like the next like year or like 8 months or 9 months or something like that.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Now I did hear about that because I know some
Yeah.
friends of mine that got their unemployment or whatever, and
Yeah.
they were getting some big dollars too. They was getting big bank, but they locked us down, so I guess that's what they had to do.
What's funny is they kept saying those two words about locking people down, and I was hearing people talking like we're on lockdown, and I was just like thinking like, dude, all I kept having is flashbacks in my mind of people saying like we went to the moon or like we won the Super Bowl. I'm like, I guess we did it. Like I wasn't there, but all right, whatever. You know what I mean? Because I just kept
Yeah.
living my life. I literally lived my life like I had never even heard of it. Like when people talk about it with me, I'd be like, "What are you talking about?" You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I guess I'm gonna call it a night, Day. I'm gonna go to bed. But nice talking to you this evening.
You been up all night, Tracy?
Yes, but I I think I fell asleep like for I don't really know, probably about 3 hours. I was on here talking. I was talking, and then next thing I know, I woke up and it was Day Saints talking about those dudes with the big faces, and it woke me up
Ladies
out of
and
my
gentlemen.
sleep.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, it
I'm
must be
glad
late.
you mentioned those dudes, Day, because I wanted to talk about that when they passed away a few months ago. But I knew sometimes we got to keep it on the flat Earth. But I'm glad you
Yeah.
mentioned it because it was on my mind too. And I'm glad somebody knows about it. So
Dude,
cool.
when you look at those faces, when you look at their faces, it's almost a good argument for curvature. Like that's a good. I'd bring that up if I was a baller. Seriously. You know what I mean? They got topography for days, dude.
Do you think they added like uh like like metal or something in their chin and in their their cheekbones like added like you know how dudes how you guys like get shin implants? Do you think they put stuff like that in their faces?
Wait, when you
Make
say
their
you
face?
guys, no, I'm just kidding. I mean, I've heard of such things. I can only, yeah, I can only guess at this point. You know what I mean? It almost looks like they did some type of like biological experiment with some animal or something. You know?
Yeah, man, their
I
faces
mean, it's
do look
weird,
like
dude.
yeah, that is
I'm sure there's things. There's like little what do they call it, impediments where like you can drill like certain things in your cheeks to. I mean,
yeah.
I mean, who knows, dude? Who knows if those are even real people, dude?
Those were the
You know?
weird. I'm telling you, if I ever saw those guys in person in real life, I probably would run because
Dude.
it would have scared me to death.
Hey, where they're from, those stories are like those old stories of Dracula and the Draconians and all them people that you know,
Yeah,
dude, that stuff's like that's probably like real stuff. You know how they say like
yeah,
the red mercury is actually all the descriptive the way all the descriptions of the weaknesses of Dracula. The red mercury
yeah.
doesn't show its reflection in a mirror. Garlic repels it. Gold attracts it. What is it? Lemon neutralizes it or something, and it can't stick to wood. It'll stick to metal but not wood. That's why they have the wooden stake, I guess. Have you ever heard any of that stuff?
Wow, I have. And when
Yeah,
you
that red
mentioned,
mercury.
yeah, when you mentioned the red mercury, that is something right there because you're right. You can't see your reflection, and don't they say, doesn't Dracula? He doesn't see his reflection or something like that.
Yeah, he can't see himself in the mirror. Oh, and
Right.
also he can't go in the sunlight, and that's why they keep it in those brown bottles because the sunlight will evaporate it.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh
Yeah,
my gosh.
trip, huh?
Yeah, that is. Whoa. Amazing.
I think that stuff is definitely how they use some type of I don't know if it's a train vehicle or an aerial vehicle or something like from like a long time ago was definitely that was like one of the main ingredients,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
for sure. I could only speculate, you know what I mean? I'm
Yeah,
not a rocket scientist, but
I know.
well, don't let me keep you any longer if you gotta go skis,
Yeah, man, I'm gonna go ahead and call it a night and lay my butt back down. But
right?
I'll talk to you again soon.
So
Good
until
night,
next time.
everybody. Until
All
next
right.
time.
So
How do you
until next
say
time.
it? Until next time. I love it. All right, Flatter Day. I'll see you later. Good
All right, have
night.
a good night. All right, good
You
night.
too.
Bye.
Bye bye.
She's the best, man. She's so funny.
The best part of waking up is Tracy in your cup. Remember that Folgers commercial?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I view it. We don't have it up here, but yeah, I recognize some shit. Yeah.
Hey, remember those Mentos commercials?
Yeah, yeah.
Like no matter what the dude did wrong, like people would be looking at him like, he could have just gone, he drunk drive, maybe hit a kid and left the kid in the middle of the street, and like he smashed his car into a telephone pole and he's trying to limp away, and people are about to chase him and try to tie him down. Till the cops came, he just looks at him and turns around and shows them that he's eating Mentos, and they like shrug it off like, oh, it's all good,
You should try it, man.
the Mentos, son.
Just run someone over with your car, and then when the cops show up, just say, "Hey, man,
Right,
Mentos." Like.
right. Hey, that'd be dope if a Glober, whenever they're arguing anything, could just shut every one of us up in the room just by flipping a Mentos at us. We're just like, oh shit, he pulled out the Mentos card. Fuck.
Perfectly round Mentos, though, not like the
Yeah,
squished ball.
yeah. What if Mentos had the power to make Quantum Eraser be quiet? Hey, how much do you think they would go for? A lot of money, huh? somebody could just pull out a Mentos and it wouldn't matter. Like they'd be in the court of law about to be under oath, some affidavit type shit. Pull out that Mentos. It's all good.
Oh no, he's cool.
We all had like 3 Mentos within a lifetime to use, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. The dumb idiots would trade off their Mentos for like a Tide Pod or something, you know?
Or you're like a Mexican.
Magic beans, you know what I mean?
You're in a Mexican standoff, and everyone's got guns, and you pull out a pack of Mentos, and they all like, whoa, put their guns away, walk off.
Right. Kids are jumping off buildings, robbing their grandparents for Mentos. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The fresh maker.
Dude, you should do a video like that, like a parody.
Dude, that just gave me a good idea. Dude, there were so many. For some reason, like the commercials and just the way like the styles were in the 80s is just so bizarre. I watched old stuff like remember You Can't Do That on Television? You remember that show on Nickelodeon?
Yeah.
Where like there was like this nasty chef that people would always be like, "Dude, these hamburgers sucked," and he'd always pop his head and be like, "Do I heard that?" Yeah. These are really bizarre shows, like Pee Wee Herman's Pee Wee's Playhouse. Remember that?
Playhouse, yeah.
Yeah. Whenever somebody said the secret word, everybody would scream real loud. Yeah. That was like a junior version of like gang stalking now, you know?
You need to download some Mentos adverts off YouTube, and then
I'm going to, bro. I'm going to.
Yeah, rotoscope over the Mentos like packet, and then put some other like flat day or something,
right,
on the packet or something. Yeah, man.
You know what I use sometimes for my videos is, in the beginning of like those old cartoons where it would show like a little kid like asleep in his bed, and then would zoom out the window and like a star would light him, and it would say "Deke."
Yeah, Deke.
Yeah, I'll use like one of those beginning clips. Deke. I always thought that was the weirdest thing, dude.
Dick.
Yeah. Shoot. So weird.
Oh shit! I gotta go a sec, man. Always a pleasure.
All right,
Flat day. I might be on in a bit. Take it easy.
Maybe I'll play a song.
NASA Johnson style. Johnson style. Welcome to NASA's Johnson Space Center. We are coming in hot, so don't burn up as we enter. We do science every day that affects your daily life. Throw them up for manned space flight. Science everywhere as we engineer the marvels that fly through the air and take us way beyond Earth's level. Science everywhere because we engineer the marvels that fly through the air, flies us through the air. Control the mission out of Johnson. This is ground, this is space. Tell me, Houston, what's the problem? It's okay, oh it's okay, because there's flight controllers on the job today. NASA Johnson style. Johnson style. NASA Johnson style. Johnson style. NASA Johnson style. Hey, Science Daily. NASA Johnson style. Hey, it's amazing. International Space Station, where we work and live in space with a crew from several nations. Got Japanese and Russians and that European charm. Throw 'em up like the Canada arm. Kicking out research. 29K cubic feet revolves around the earth. Science microgravity revolves around the earth. Columbus jamming destiny. Kicking out research. Kicking out research. Train the Astro. Master Johnson to go to space. To go to space. Cause the missions of tomorrow start today. They start today. As we engineer the future day by day. NASA Johnson style. Johnson style. NASA Johnson style. Johnson style. NASA Johnson style. Hey, science daily. Johnson style. Hey, it's amazing. NASA Johnson style. Brian Moore. SLS and PCV, we cannot feel the floor. Cause the lack of gravity, the destinations are an asteroid, Mars, or the moon. We are blasting off. Start the countdown soon. Ignition sequence start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Science daily. NASA Johnson style. It's amazing. NASA Johnson style.
These spacesuits are our own little spacecraft, and they have everything you need to keep you alive out in space for 7 to 8 hours, maybe even longer, depending on how hard you're working. The only thing that they do not have, they have radios, it has oxygen, it has carbon dioxide scrubbing, it has temperature control, it has everything you need except for one thing: a restroom. And so when we get ready for our EVA, the first thing we put on in the morning is a diaper. It's a diaper when we're outside working really hard. So we've got the diaper, we've got long johns, we got the LCVG, and then we're going to wear our spacesuit. 7 layers from the bladder on the inside, which maintains pressure, and that's a rubberized bladder, all the way out to the white layer on the outside. The crew member inside the spacesuit is also wearing this, what we call a Snoopy cap. It's a communications cap. We have a radio, so we can talk to not only to Houston, but we can talk to people on the space station and to each other. So we wear this communication cap inside the helmet. And so our gloves are really our most important piece of equipment in order for us to work outside. And one of the real challenges of a spacewalk is you have this heavy gloved hand, which is inflated. So it wants to stay like it's blown up like a balloon. But we walk by grabbing onto handrails and making our way along the ISS. So every time you move your hand, you're fighting against a balloon that wants to inflate. And then on top of that, all of our equipment is based on using your hands too. So after 6.5, 7 hours of kind of fighting against this glove, it's a really long day, and your hands are probably the thing that are most exhausted after 7 hours out on an EVA. Well, it's a really long day, and your hands are probably the thing that are most exhausted after 7 hours out on an EVA. Well, we're EVA. Well, we're
losing my mind like masturbator. Ass jeans from modern day. I'm a masturbator.
Program will return Americans to the moon in a few years to help get us ready to go on to Mars.
Colleague today, Kevin Burke, participated in the acquisition and deployment of the 30 or so clips that you're going to see in just a few minutes. Now, and Kevin, thanks for being here today.
Glad to be here, Matt.
What you're going to see is what I consider to be the best of the best state-of-the-art imagery on both film and high-definition video that the Space Shuttle program is capable of producing today. And not only does it serve a technical purpose, and we'll get into a lot of that detail as we get into the movies here, but it also serves as an enormous inspirational and educational aspect for all of NASA's stakeholders. There's a number of intents that we have for this production, and one of them is to pay tribute and commemorate the shuttle program, which has essentially been a 30-year program, and it's nearing completion as we go to final print with this production. We also want to pay tribute to the men and women that made all of this imagery possible over the years of different missions and launches that we've had. And also to give a view that not very many people see outside the NASA family of these fantastic pictures that are used largely for engineering purposes, and to let everyone on the outside of the NASA family have insight as to what goes on with the shuttle when it launches. I think this is a very moving set of clips that you're about to see. We're opening here with this somewhat stylized view of one of the launch sequences that actually is going to play out in the upcoming clips, and I've got a little soft focus on it, and I thought we would open it up with a couple of fun facts about the shuttle. It really is an amazing piece of equipment. It has phenomenal amount of fuel that it burns over the 8 minutes during its trip to orbit, and when they get up there, in that short 8 minutes, they're going about 5 miles a second, which is a pretty spectacular achievement for a piece of machinery. So this is how it all happens. This is how the machine does its job, and the film speaks volumes.
Globe Earth, big ball of dreams. And everything on Google Earth ain't always as it seems. You might get fooled if you listen to devils, but they can't disprove what it finds its true level. You ever been intimidated by Minute Maid? I've been a renegade, sipping on my lemonade. In the days my brain's been invaded by waves, radio waves that came all the way from space. Listening to different scientists and how they explain it. Speaking of explain, SpaceX was speaking to me. I hope they're thinking of me when they're drinking their pee. Don't believe me, so I put a link in the D. You mean a D in the link? Now I need me a drink. Pour my coffee in the toilet and I pee in the sink. I got Don Perignon from Don Petty, Don Credit.
And it's located at CS1 about 1,200 feet.
And for the record, she's
This is a nice shot because you can see there's a bit of a distortion cloud here that we're shooting through, and what that is hydrogen being burned off from the fueling system.
With his NASA t-shirt. Matter of fact, even if my raps don't factually matter, I'll make up in battles what I'm lacking in grammar. Outer space is a place where nothing actually happens. The fact is, every time I hear astronauts laughing, I fear them.
Although I can't say this is directly related to 3D printing, but it's kind of fun. I'm going to go ahead and try to make as large a water bubble as possible and try to control it.
Ms. Jason, my question is, how does NASA plan to work with private industries to get back to the moon?
Well, we think what NASA's doing is determining the architecture and all the interoperability standards so that we can get different companies to compete to provide the various parts that all have to interconnect to work. And honestly, one of the big things we're trying to do is make sure that in low Earth orbit, where I am right now, that we can have successful business models so that the government will become one of many customers for the types of things we're doing now. And even having the space station or other space stations in the future serve as training grounds for people to prepare to go on very long duration flights. We need that to be successful so that we can invest more into traveling further and further away.
Only from Nintendo. Now you're playing with power.
These buffoons wanna debate with me about the vacuum of space being make-believe. The sea level line always looks straight to me. A big waste of time, they get paid to be.
'em with Van Allen's belt. NASA's been a bad boy, spank 'em with Van Allen's belt. Spank 'em with Van Allen's belt. NASA's been a bad boy, spank 'em with Van Allen's belt. I got bars, call me a repeat felon. How they going to Mars but can't repeat the moon landing. Highway to heaven, Michael landing. Did you see that moon module, how they landing? NASA's been a bad boy, spank 'em with Van Allen's belt. They out here talking space travel, how they never left. You want the truth, educate yourself. Don't trust the system, boy, educate yourself. Operation Fishbowl, we in a snow globe. NASA's faking space walks in a swimming pool. Look down there, I see space bubbles. Astronauts is drowning, I see space bubbles. I see the truth, took off my fisheye lenses. Post about flat earth, and you see just who your friends is. Can I get a witness? Flat Earth Mafia, can I get a witness? The earth is flat, they better deal with it. Zipping and turning through infinite space, and we don't feel spinning. Then they fall back on almighty gravity. Undetectable, untestable, theoretical gravity. Where's that all at? When you need it, there it is. Run up on NASA like I was Negan. You never look in that bowl that you've been eating. You never looked in that bowl that they've been feeding. Look at NASA's founder, Werner von Braun. 1901, book of Psalms on his tombstone. The firmament showeth God's handiwork. It says the firmament showeth God's handiwork. He got the last laugh, he spanked them with Van Allen's belt. Once you finalize here, you start looking at other stuff. Epstein didn't kill himself. Building 7 didn't collapse by itself. Pizzagate, illegal organs trade. Child sex, slaves illegal, no knock raids. All for your guns, all up in your homes. Adrenochrome, they hear you through your phones. Milk's bad for your bones. Birth certificates a bond. The elite can't wait to drop the bomb. Bases underground, pyramids in the US found. 1947 Puget Sound. Men in black, they put it in the movie to make you laugh. Hey, yeah, it's funny, but it's facts. Hey, yeah, it's funny, but it's facts. Spank 'em with Van Allen's belt. Spank 'em with Van Allen's belt. Spank 'em with Van Allen's belt. Spank 'em with Van Allen's belt.
Before we get started, I just want to say that I am feeling much better after my pretty bad concussion.
And it's not worth risking, is what I'm saying.
I'm almost fully recovered. Latter-day Saint.
Absolutely murdered them.
Okay, and the same assumption is made that the Earth is flat and non-rotating because for the reference frame of the aeroplane, that is the case.
Don't adjust your TVs at home. This is all planned.
Right?
No, I think you were like a failed experiment or something that they let out of the lab.
Well, Craig, coming from you, that's a compliment. Thank you. If you guys haven't noticed, this thing's deluxe.
If you could stop stuffing your face whilst we're having this conversation, that would be fantastic.
What were we here to talk about?
You know, I love space. I'm a huge fan of space, huge fan of science.
One more chance. Go on. Okay, and you lose.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah, I'm just coming back from a concussion I had, so forgive me if I'm a little curved. You know what I mean?
And this morning, I'm so proud to say that American astronaut Peggy Whitson became a true American hero when she broke a NASA record by hitting her 534th day in space. All right, congratulations, Peggy.
Are cleaning up our urine and making it drinkable.
Here's the thing. by the time she returns to Earth,
you lose. You know, on you go, just...
She will have been up there for 666 days. All right? Congratulations, Peggy. Would love it.
And it's really not as bad as it sounds.
I'm not a superstitious man, but maybe come back one day early.
You know, on you go, just... Yeah,
I have
you should
all
probably
day,
just
homie.
eat that.
I have all day.
Yeah,
One day late.
One more chance. Go on.
You never go barefoot, Craig?
Yeah, so back to the flat earth and evidence. Got any?
Craig, never go barefoot?
And it's not worth risking is what I'm saying.
You know, on you go, just...
You don't want to set any records for birthing demon space babies.
You lose.
And today, after breaking the record, 666 days, Commander Whitson received a call from President Trump, who showed a keen interest in the space program.
Tell me, Mars, what do you see a timing for actually sending humans to Mars?
You know, on you go, just...
Is there a schedule, and when would you see that happening?
666 days. But are there any... But there was one piece of information that really seemed to grab President Trump's attention.
You know, on you go, just...
Water is such a precious resource up here.
Craig, first of all, I'd like to say that I'm absolutely honored to be here.
That we also are cleaning up our urine and making it drinkable.
I won't interrupt you. Please present your evidence.
What do you see a timing for...
Guest for this evening. Talking about stupid people, let's introduce our guest for this evening.
And it's really not as bad as it sounds.
Well, that's good. I'm glad to hear that.
Saturday Saints, would you like to take a couple of minutes to introduce yourself to the audience?
Is there a schedule, and when would you see that happening?
Yeah, that's what we're waiting for.
Oh, I bet he is glad to hear that. It just... Once it's drinkable, you really save on hotel dry cleaning. Honestly, though, I'm also very interested in this technology because this is a true story. The machine that purifies urine in space was almost named after
Saturday Saints.
What were we here to talk about?
No, I'll give you one more chance.
Back when I was the host of
Saturday Saints
show, NASA held an online contest to name a module on the International Space Station, and they were, I'm going to say, dumb enough to make it an open contest where you could submit any name and have people vote for it. So I might have suggested to my
Saturday Saints
viewers that they submit
Saturday Saints
name and
Saturday Saints
one. And it was really fun.
No, I'll give you one more chance.
Absolutely murdered them. And NASA, because they are reasonable and liars,
no, I'll give you one more chance,
said we're not going to name a space station module after
Saturday Saints.
But there are other new technologies that aren't named
Saturday Saints
yet. One of them is a urine filter. And I said, what is that? And they said, well, the pee into the tube, and then it gets filtered, and then they can still drink it out. And I said, what are you saying that astronauts pee into? Can you bring some of that water down to Earth? Because what I'd like to do more than else on air is to have a cocktail of bourbon and astronaut pee on my show. Because it's the most heroic cocktail I could possibly imagine. And they said, oh, yeah, sure, we're not going to name it after
Saturday Saints.
No. Would you be named after,
Saturday Saints.
A treadmill named after you?
Saturday Saints.
I said,
Saturday Saints.
Would love it. And in
Saturday Saints.
honor, I assume the astronauts just hang their wet socks on
Saturday Saints.
Because that's all I do with my
Saturday Saints.
Anyway, cheers. How great would that be?
I do think that he is a genuine flat earther.
How great would that be?
Yeah.
Urban and astronaut.
Saturday Saints.
Meanwhile, back on this planet, Saturday was Earth Day, which Donald Trump already celebrated. Trump already celebrated by cutting
our urine and making it drinkable.
Okay. So
that we also are cleaning up.
He is a monkey that somehow learned to talk, and that's being very nasty to all monkeys. You know what? I'll give you one. I'll give you one more chance to present some evidence of the Earth being flat. One more chance. Go on.
Don't adjust your TVs at home. This is all planned.
Love how you set me straight after I bent you. Every time you try blocking every comment I sent you. About Floyd the landlord that you pay rent to. I'm the first voice you heard after the concussion you went. Got a new glove right here that I can lend you. And I know you got the last.
My opponent is, and you may have also seen him on MC Toon's channel. He thinks he's hilarious. Before we get started, I just want to say I am feeling much better after my pretty bad concussion. I'm almost fully recovered.
Like the COVID in your lungs that you've been coughing. Level means curve was the nail in your coffin. It's obvious to all of us.
Talking about stupid people, let's introduce our guest for this evening, Flatterday Saints. Flatterday Saints, would you like to take a couple of minutes to introduce yourself to the audience? Over to you.
Craig, first of all, I'd like to say that I'm absolutely honored to be here. It's quite a privilege, you know.
Yeah, I mean, maybe try not to, whilst you talk, just use your normal stupid voice, not an extra stupid one.
I thought maybe you could relate to me better if I spoke your native language.
On you go, just without the fake accent.
Let me change the settings here. Beep, 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 beep. Okay. Settings changed. Okay, back to the normal voice. Sometimes, with like the social media, internet and stuff, like I just had a computerized voice of a guy from / British Columbia or something. So, anyways, this is me. This is my voice. What were we here to talk about?
You were going to introduce yourself and explain your position on the shape of the Earth. This is going well.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah, I'm just coming back from a concussion I had, so forgive me if I'm a little curved. You know what I mean? Let me introduce myself. My friends call me Flatterday Saint, but you can call me Drew.
No.
Or vice versa.
I won't interrupt you. Please present your evidence.
If I'm a purple crystal, I'm eating my pencil. All the helio debating, hating channels I've been through. But Craig from Fight the Flatterday Saints, I defend you.
No, I'll give you one more chance.
Because, okay, you're gonna give me one more chance?
Yeah,
okay,
one more chance to present evidence of the Earth being flat.
You keep interrupting me, so I'm coloring with my purple crayons until you're done interrupting.
Sorry, we live in a what?
So you keep interrupting me? So I'm going to play with my purple crayon until you're done. Okay, that was the last bite, I promise.
Yeah, cool. You look like a chimp stuffing his face with melons.
Interrupting you.
Yeah,
I have
you should
all
probably
day.
just
I
eat
mean,
that.
I have all day.
Yeah, I imagine you're unemployed, yes. So I won't interrupt you. Please present your evidence.
Are you
my
following
two children.
me, Craig?
I'll tell you what. Flatterday dumbass. Stop eating on my whilst you're talking to me, because I don't want to hear your horrible little lip smacking. It's almost as repulsive as your face. It's funny that my two children would completely disagree with that assessment.
Birthing demon space babies.
And every child I've ever met, actually, would disagree with that assessment. Every single child.
Space babies.
And I meet quite a lot
That's
because I've got two young children that have friends around quite often, right?
You don't want to set any records for birthing demon space babies.
Specifically mention in that document that you just read to me. What a waste of space, eh?
I love space. I'm a huge fan of space, huge fan of science.
Right, so what we have there is a perfect example. Latter-day Saints of the flat Earth. Horrifically nasty, disgusting people with completely no evidence of anything.
666 days.
I do think that he is a genuine flat earther, but at the same time, I think he thinks he's hilarious. Really aren't hilarious. People that think they're hilarious, which is really hilarious when you lose. Because he isn't hilarious. He thinks he's hilarious. People that think they're hilarious, which is really hilarious. No, I want you to answer, not your girlfriend.
That's weird that you say that.
And please stop eating whilst you are debating with me. Really aren't hilarious. Because he isn't hilarious, which is really hilarious. He's exactly the opposite.
NASA, because they are reasonable and liars.
Said a bunch of flat earth buzzwords.
I thought maybe you could relate to me, but if I spoke your native language.
666 days.
And then said something horrific about a friend of mine. So.
And it's really not as bad as it sounds.
He thinks he's hilarious. You know, on you go. Just bye, asswipe. Trust me, nothing I say to you will be a compliment. Yeah, go and have a shower. I can smell you from here.
Craig, look at my method of travel, homie.
Please don't show me your disgusting feet.
No mask, no shoes, without any nervous. You know what I mean?
I really hope that Darwin was right and this fucking virus killed.
Craig, I'm not trying to steal the show from you, and I'm not trying to steal your viewers either.
What did I do in a past life to deserve this? What did I do in a past life to deserve this?
Of the analog, well, a natural flow inside of your country, the Wild West in the United States getting settled. Well, I like to. A natural flow inside of your country with a combination of both government program. I like to of the analog, a natural flow inside of your country for going into a frontier environment like this, and you can see commercial space is a I like to a natural flow of the analogs of the hard to justify on any single thing with a combination of both government programs and government of the sponsored commercial programs, and I think we're going to see the same thing going into space. Inside of your country, it's an important aspect of opening the frontier inside of your country analog, so that more than just a few inside of your country government born programs can operate in this environment. Inside of your country, well, I like to look at just inside of your country of the I like to exploration. Why is exploration important inside of your country? But you look historically inside of your country, and because it's hard to justify on any single thing, but you look historically inside of your country at those countries that explored, and I like to use the transoceanic explorations of the 17th century as an example, that the countries that explored were the ones that basically wrote the history of that era of time. And they're the ones that had the highest standard of living. They're the ones that advanced the art in the sciences and their societies flourished. And you can't say, well, it's because they did oceanic exploration, but it's part of the exploration. So I like to see exploration as a metric for how viable your society is. And when you stop exploring, there's like a certain entity inside of your country.
I just hit pay dirt, homie. How you guys doing today? Good. Well, you guys yeah, you're not live right now, no. But I don't know if you've ever heard of me.
Latter-day Saints.
Never heard of me before, huh? They call me Latter-day Saints, and I'm here to bring you the good news.
Let's hear it.
Okay, so contrary to what you guys have been taught in school, that we live on a cartoon spinning ball and that we come from the Big Bang and monkeys, I just want you guys to know that the Bible proves that the earth is flat and stationary like a disc. A lot of people say, how can the earth be round and flat? Same way a clock or a penny or a plate can be round and flat. So the sun and the moon circle around us like the hands on a clock. Polaris, which hasn't moved for thousands of years, if you guys ever look at a time lapse of the stars, they make a perfect circle around Polaris. If you guys ever seen the cartoon version of NASA where they show the sun going 500,000 miles per hour with the earth circling it at 66,600 miles per hour, we would never see the same star constellation. So I believe in zetetic cosmogony, and I believe that all the stars are placed in the sky as a perfect clock, a calendar for people. So I don't know if you guys have ever heard anything like that about the flat earth or not.
No, I haven't. We'll have to take a look at this thing, though.
Yeah.
That's cool.
So, I mean, regardless of what you guys believe with all your doctrines and everything, so a lot of people say, they call me a Christian or everything. I don't consider myself a Christian. I consider myself a born-again flat earther, bro. So I'm just out here. It says, even in your Bible, look up John 3:12. It says, how can you understand heavenly things
if you don't even
understand earthly things? So it's fine what you guys are doing, but you kind of got to understand the true shape of the earth, like your foundation, before you can even understand heavenly things. And a lot of people will be like, flatter day. What does it matter what shape the earth is? And I go, it's literally the most important thing on earth.
Most important thing on earth.
Something for you guys to think about. I know it sounds crazy. But a lot of things sound crazy. I mean, maybe to you guys, Jehovah's Witnesses sound crazy, or Muslims sound crazy. I don't know. I don't subscribe to any religion, although I do try to look at the ancient texts of the Hebrew for the Bible. But I think more important than anything is understanding, because let's say you live off on an island or something, right? And you don't have any missionaries to bring you the Bible. Right. So basically, like the Chumash were before the Spaniards came and raped and pillaged. They didn't know anything about the Bible. Do you think that would exclude them from going to heaven? I don't think so.
I don't think so.
Everybody, it says in the book of Romans, everybody has an understanding of good and bad and the understanding of the way things work. So when you look at a sunset, you don't think, oh my God, we're falling backwards 1,000 miles per hour on Earth. It's just called a sunset for a reason. And when you see water on the ocean, you don't call it sea curve, you call it sea level, because water, no matter the shape of the container, always finds its true level. Doesn't matter if you put it in a cup, a bathtub, a lake, or an ocean. Water always finds its true level. That's why they call it level. Sea level, horizon means horizontal. So I don't know if you guys know that the government lies to us, or if you even believe that, or if you think the government's just up front and they want the best for you. I don't know, but contrary to popular belief, the government does lie to us. Check NASA's annual budget. They get about $56 million a day to hide the fact that the Earth is flat. Why do they do that? I'm glad you asked. They possibly are hiding other land beyond Antarctica. So imagine if the Earth is a disc, right? And you took that real map of the Earth and you stretched it over a ball. Antarctica would just be a circle on the bottom of the ball, right? Like a weird shaped circle. But if you take the real flat Earth map, Antarctica is like the crust on a pizza, with the North Pole being in the center, coincidentally where they put the metal part of the globe, coincidentally where you're told as a little kid that that's where Santa Claus comes from. So when you're a little kid, you're automatically told we live on a spinning ball. People who, not only that, but people who believe the Earth was flat were stupid and all this stuff, and that Santa Claus comes from the North Pole. So then once you get old enough to realize Santa Claus was not real, you automatically dismiss the North Pole. Let's just put the police caution tape around the North Pole. There's nothing to see here. Show's over. Show along, go do your Instagram and your video games or whatever. There's nothing to see. I don't know about you guys personally. I can't speak for you, but I know a lot of my friends and family are in a prison built by the government for their mind. They're inside their houses and they're on their video games. They got something called FOLO, fear of losing out. They can't leave their phones alone. Anyways, where's my phone? So the reason is they might be hiding land that's beyond Antarctica. Research Admiral Byrd, his interviews before he got killed. Another reason is to hide a loving creator. So there's a dome over us, right? We don't come from monkeys. They want you to think that we're just a ball in this space in the infinite galaxy, right? So if space is real and there's millions of planets and it goes on forever, Earth isn't really that significant, right? I mean, do you think so? Let's say, is this car significant compared to all the cars on the freeway? If you were to put this car right here on the freeway, in the LA freeway, with millions of cars going through it every day, this car is not really that significant, right? But if you were stranded in the middle of nowhere with no cars for millions of miles around, and this car is the only thing to save your life, this car is very significant. So the point I'm trying to make is that if they got you to think that you are just a cartoon ball in a galaxy with millions and millions of planets, we're not that significant. If God, do you believe our creator? I'm not going to call him God or Muhammad or anything, just for argument's sake. Let's just say, do you guys believe in a creator that created you?
We believe in God.
Okay, God. Let's just call him God then. You believe that God created you? I'm just wondering. I don't know your doctrine that well. I haven't really researched it. Forgive me.
We believe that God created us.
Okay. So, do you believe that God created all? Do you guys believe in outer space and like all distant infinite galaxies and stuff?
Do we believe in space?
Yeah, like do you not space like the space between me and you? Do you believe in like the live feeds that NASA shows of outer space where they're in like the ISS? And
I haven't looked at any of that.
Okay, do you guys believe that there's an outer space where you could go for infinitely?
We believe there's outer space.
Do you believe in a firmament over us?
Yes.
So you believe in outer space, but you believe in a firmament.
Yes.
So how does that work? If you were going to go to outer space, would you have to pass the firmament to go to outer space?
That's a question I've never thought about before.
That's some real stuff, though, to really think about. Yeah. Because in Genesis chapter 1, verse 6, it says he separated the waters below from the waters below. And, the waters below from the waters above and placed a firmament over us. So the waters above the firmament would be where all the stars are rotating around us. And so when you look, have you ever seen a swimming pool at night with lights on it? On the bottom of the pool?
No.
You've never seen a swimming pool at night with lights?
Well, I've seen swimming pools, but not with lights at the bottom.
Okay, have you ever seen a light inside of a swimming pool? Ever? At night? Really?
Yeah.
Okay, so next time you're near any hotel at night, well, now with all this COVID stuff, maybe you won't, but just Google it or something. Look at a swimming pool at night with lights. All swimming pools at night for the public have lights. And now, if you look at them from far away, you'll see the light looks like it's twinkling, right? Because the water ripples make it look twinkling. You've seen how water can make lights look twinkling, correct? That's all you're seeing up there. I've looked at it with a high-power Nikon P1000 with telescopes, and when you zoom in on a star, all you're seeing is water ripples. That's what making all the stars twinkle, right? So there's 88 constellations in the sky, and Polaris is in the center, and Polaris never moves. Everything makes a perfect circle around Polaris every night. If that weren't the case, then sailors for thousands of years wouldn't be able to navigate on the ocean, because they didn't always have GPS, which by the way stands for the ground positioning system.
By the way,
so sailors wouldn't have been able to navigate, and basically we've been lied to. So it's a lie that goes back to when we were kids. And when somebody lies to you, like your parents or your teacher, and this is the way I see it. There's two types of liars, okay? There's the liar that is like, there's a liar that's telling you something that they don't know that they're lying to you because that's all they've been taught, right? So there's those types of people, and you have to forgive them. Well, you don't have to do anything, but I forgive them because they don't know any better, right? Then there's the other type of liar that knowingly and maliciously is lying to you to gain something or other. Maybe it might not be financial gain, it could be psychological, but they have something over you, correct? So if you were in charge of thousands of animals in a zoo, would you let those animals know days or weeks ahead of time, every time they're about to eat, every time you're going to open their cage? Probably not, right? Because they might be able to calculate how to escape from the cage. So
We need to actually get going. We have somewhere we need to be.
where do you guys have to go?
We have an appointment we need to get to.
Are you guys doing a Bible study?
Yeah, you could call that, yeah.
Can I go with you guys?
Probably not.
Why
Since
not?
I don't know you.
Well, I mean, you could introduce me as Latter-day Saints. I'm here to bring them the good news.
Yeah, I mean, obviously in the future we could tell them, let them know about this and give them.
How about we get your number? Maybe we chat another time.
Yeah, actually, this will be a good one.
Okay. Do you want my email?
You have a phone number?
Yeah.
Is your email the same one on here?
No. So my email is flatterdaysaints@gmail.com, just like my hat says.
Okay, cool.
Flatterdaysaints@gmail.com. Okay. So at this point, I'm gonna have to turn off the camera because I can't say the number over the thing. Actually, you know what? I can delete it later. So let me actually give you my number. 596794395. That's 805.
Cool. What was your name?
My name's Drew.
Drew.
Yeah, but they call me
Latter-day Saints.
Yeah.
And I'm here to bring you the good news.
Let me see. Elder. Why do they call you elder if you don't mind me asking?
If you don't mind me asking.
Missionary.
Huh. Missionary. Ooh, like Quagmire. Giggity. So elder in reverse is redly. I look at everything in reverse. So you guys are the Church of
Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
And how yours is in Spanish?
Yeah, we're actually
Habla
the Spanish
español.
elders out here.
Oh, do you speak Spanish?
Huh?
Really?
Yeah.
Parlez-vous français?
No, hablamos francés, pues.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm rocking that flat on my knuckles. You know what I mean?
That's pretty sweet, man.
Yeah. So, you know what I mean? You gotta represent.
You gotta
out here.
represent.
And
out
so,
here.
There's a lot of stuff I never thought about. Let's take a look at this.
yeah, it's really important and really like. Haven't you guys ever? Do you guys? I don't know if you guys believe that people go to heaven or not. Okay, so do you believe that the moon landing's real? Can I just ask you that?
Honestly, again, I've never really looked into it.
Doesn't that interest you though? But, I mean, considering that a large chunk of your tax dollars goes to an agency that says they went to the moon.
Oh my God.
I mean, what if I were to just come up to you and be like, "Hey, can you guys spare $15 a day for me?" Regardless, who cares what I'm using the money for? Can you guys each give me $15 a day?
Ching.
Well, would you?
How about we talk about this another time?
Well, would you be interested in where the money's going though?
I'm just asking.
Yeah, that'd be interesting.
I'm just saying though.
You guys really
You
ought to
guys
look
really
into this. You
oughta
know,
look into
I mean. Don't trust what I say. Don't trust what the people who taught you about the Book of Mormon say. You guys gotta trust what your instincts tell you. And your
handlers
instincts,
say?
if you would have never been told you live on a cartoon spinning ball, you'd think that the earth is flat and stationary, bro. So if God gave you all these instincts and then you're told the opposite of it and you're raised thinking that, oh, screw what my instincts tell me, you know, I'm gonna believe in science, then your instincts are fighting against what you're taught. And you're not gonna be in a with God. Do you see what I'm saying?
Thank you so much.
Do you believe what I'm saying, or?
Well, again, we follow instincts and we also follow the spirit, so let's follow that. Yeah.
Okay.
And we're not trying to be rude or cut you off. This has been awesome.
you are.
Call, but yeah, we have a point. We're not trying to be rude.
That's cool.
I
Okay.
appreciate it.
Yeah,
All
you
right.
are.
Hey, keep it real.
Hey, you guys have a good one. Oh, I keep it 100, bro.
Latter-day
Okay.
Saints
I'll see you guys
always
later.
keeps it one, honey. How me?
Just saying. Though Latter-day
keep
Saints.
the halo
Keep the halo overhead.
Peace.
Latter-day Saints, if you can hear me, don't ever play a video where you're doing commentary over your own freaking video. Please don't do that again. That's retarded. If you're going to go on the street and talk to people, just play that. Don't play yourself responding to your own video. That just doesn't make any sense. It's unlistenable. Please don't do that.
What up, bro?
You just played a video where you were watching your own video and then doing commentary on top of your own video, and it was just unlistenable. It sounds stupid. Don't do that. If you're gonna do an on the street interviews and stuff, just play that. Don't play like noise in the background of it or anything. Just play your straight up, raw video or edited video. Just the audio only. Don't freaking, play noise, and like, stuff like that. Or you commenting on your own interview with people. It sounds dumb, man. It sounds, just as a, just as a favor for the for the sake of the listeners, it was kind of unlistenable. I mean, you can put it up on your channel, but just don't play it on here.
It was annoying, to be honest.
All right.
Yeah.
My bad. I was just playing an old video. My bad. I'm sorry, bro.
No, but I'm saying, I mean, you can play your on the street interviews, but don't have any of the background shit,
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, just like you commenting on your own your own video. It was just like, what the hell what are you playing, bro?
Yeah, even me in the like 20 minutes ago, he was playing something in a loop. Like, man, I heard it for 50 times, repeating over and over the same thing, and it was very annoying.
Hey, I gave you
yeah.
And Flatter Days. I mean, there's not a lot of people listening right now, and and whatever we went through before.
I
You already know.
appreciate
Hold on, Jimmy, hold on. I got something to say. So, there was an issue with some of the stuff. Hold, Jebby Jet. I have something to say to Flatter Day Saints.
Yeah, go ahead.
There was an issue that we had like a week ago. And whatever, and he's got the DJ roll back, but it seems like when you get on here, you just play your content over and over, which that's not the intent of having that role to be able to do that.
I got you, though. Okay.
Yeah, so I would appreciate it if you play some other stuff. Kind of mix it up, play some of your stuff every once in a while, and play other stuff. You know what to play. I mean, we talked about that. We talked about it for like an hour, man, and now you're doing this. So I'm just, man, I don't want to take the role away from you. I just want you to understand. If there's some dead air you want to fill up, just fill it up with good stuff. Not saying your stuff's not good, but that one wasn't.
I know, my bad, bro. I got it.
I'm not saying it wasn't good, but it sounded like...
No, it was good. The street interviews were good, but it was just like you commenting on it.
Work in pro. Yeah.
You could just play your street interviews. Don't play a commentary on your street interviews while you're watching the street interview. That was annoying. It's just like you're commenting on your own video, playing it live. It's like, just let people hear what you said.
Yeah, I feel you.
Yeah, don't play anything like that. Yeah, I mean, if you have some clips from you talking to people on the street, just play that straight up. No noises in the background, no commentary. Just play your straight up street.
I should go find the original videos and edit them and take all that stuff out and repost them on my channel, huh?
Yeah, you should, and you'll be able to play them on here because it's just.
I got you, though. I'm sorry, bro.
Well, I mean,
I'll be honest. I'm not against the stuff you played, but it sounded very much like something like work in progress,
Yeah.
I understand what you're trying to do because, like, Wakey does some stuff like that where he does like videos and he'll put some memes up and play some background noise or whatever. Like
he does it tastefully though.
Yeah. So just try to. I see what you're trying to do, but just make it a little more listenable.
Yeah, no, I got you.
And it goes a bit too fast. You have to make it like a little bit slower.
Yeah, I feel you, dude.
Cool.
I appreciate it.
Give
Thank you
some
both of you guys.
breathing times, you know.
Right? Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and even if you're like talking about, if you want to give commentary on one of your street interviews, you might pause the interview and then say, "Oh, he just said this," and then then give you commentary and then replay it, start it again.
Yeah. Okay, okay. Yeah,
So
I
that
got
you're
you.
not talking over the interview. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. I kind of killed a lot of my old videos. You know what I mean?
Hey,
I did too much to them.
nobody got born a movie director, you know. They all learned.
Yeah.
No, but
That's
I
true.
mean, to be honest, I mean your editing skills are pretty good. So I think
Yeah.
you just need to be more creative with it.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
make it more listenable.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Because I mean, some of the stuff that you've done is pretty freaking cool, man. So,
Thank you, bro.
yeah, just
Can I give you an honest advice?
Yeah, yeah, please. I appreciate it.
Yeah, on the street interviews, when you do this, you start talking and explaining a lot of stuff to the people, you know. You're
Yeah.
going through a whole lot of information, and they are not capable ingesting that quick, comprehending, chewing that in their minds, you know.
Yeah. It's a lot, huh?
So, yeah, but after questioning them, you must also like give them some time to answer, to think, to, you know, actually work with them, help them to give an
Okay.
answer, you know, like,
Yeah.
okay, what do you think? I know your perspective is this, the heliocentric model. So your most common answer will be this and that. So what do you think? Is it working like that? How they say? And yeah, if they agree that yeah, there is curvature that we can't see because it's so big, you know,
Yeah.
then just tell them. So this means that you don't trust your own feelings. You know, like
Oh, okay.
yeah,
Like lead them into it, huh?
yeah.
Yeah.
You
Okay, okay. I
know,
get what you're saying.
give them like sugar tips, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes when I do that, I don't, and I'm like, why did I do that? Like, I'll just like try to cram like as much as I can into like a 5 minute period because I feel like that's the last time
Yeah.
I'm gonna see them. But it's not as effective, though. You're right.
Yeah, in that interview, the guys just ran away, you know, and
I
they
know.
didn't even consider to invite you in at their Bible study, which is so messed up, you know. I mean,
Yeah.
if some people are heading to a Bible study, they meet someone on the way, and he's asking them to take him with them, and they refuse. Man, they are not godly men, not at all. You know,
Yeah.
yeah,
They've done that to me every time every time I've ever talked to them on the street. Because I make it a point to go way out of my way if I ever see them. Or sometimes my girlfriend will get back from the store and she'll be like, "Dude, I just saw like 8 or 9 Mormons at Subway, and I'm gone.
yeah.
I'm dropping everything. I'm going over there." You know.
Funny, yeah.
I'm attracted to those people for some reason. I just got to tell them. You know.
Well, I think they are not violent, and
Nah, not at all.
yeah. So, and they will not fight with you on the street like physical fight, but
Oh no, no.
verbally, yeah, they might dismiss you. You know, like, hey,
Yeah.
mind your own business, send you away. Yeah, that's civil, you know. Yeah.
They only seem to have like like set answers, and if it deviates outside of their spectrum, they just basically shut down. You know.
Yeah, because these people are in a fanatic religion.
I heard that. I heard that one. I think it was yesterday morning you played where you were talking to some guy and he was like, "Do you understand physics?"
Oh, at SpaceX.
Yeah, when you were at SpaceX.
Yeah.
And then he's like, "You're like, well, what do you mean?" Or I can't remember exactly what you said, but he's just like, "Well, yeah, obviously you don't understand physics." It's like, what does physics prove about the Earth?
I know. He was just trying to get something that he knew I didn't know much about to try to leave it at that. Like, oh, you don't know physics, come back and talk to me later when you know about physics. And
Yeah, but that's just it's just like, do you could have come back? Do you know gravity? It's
right.
like, you know,
I always think of good comebacks like afterwards. I'm like, damn, I should have said this or that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you never know. I mean, people bring up all kinds of different stuff when you talk to them. About
Yeah. They're partying down there at SpaceX though, bro. Walking around with drinks in their hand and stuff.
Oh, it's kind of like Google. I mean, it's like when you work there, everything's free, you know. And
Yeah.
it's like, oh, I got a cush job, man. I'm just like, yeah, man, people are strange.
Dude, they had there was all kinds of employees outside walking around and they're like, yeah, they kicked us all out for 2 hours while they installed this air conditioning system. There was a giant crane that was like at least like 80 feet high, like a huge crane. And it was doing something to the top of the building and all these people were outside. You know, I guess they got the boot for a little while. I was like, dude, that's so weird.
Where is that SpaceX facility?
It's right off of Hawthorne Boulevard. It's actually off of Crenshaw Boulevard and near Hawthorne.
Oh,
it's in the city of Hawthorne. Yeah. There's like, it's weird. There's like dudes with like homeless dudes, legit homeless dudes, drinking their 40s on like these like couches they just dragged in from the dump, like on the corner right there.
Right by SpaceX.
Yeah, dude.
So they beg from all the SpaceX employees when they leave and shit.
Yeah. They got the SpaceX facility, and it's adjoined with the Tesla facility, and their security guards drive around in little Tesla cars and they blurp you. Bloop, bloop.
Oh my goodness, bro. Holy shit. I just watched what movie did I just watch? It was a space movie.
Yeah, another advice. Can I give you?
Yeah.
So,
by all means,
try search something like books about art of speech. You know.
Okay.
Or video tutorials about this. You will find these techniques of how to deliver information, you know, and they are very helpful. I mean, for the people who are actually doing these street performance interviews and stuff like this, you know.
Yeah.
Because
even in here, Jimmy Jed, I mean, I often want to. You know, when I talk to someone new, I want them to talk more than I do. You know, especially if you're doing a type of interview. So you just ask them leading questions, and then you respond to their question. You're not trying to preach the gospel of flat Earth out on the street. You just ask them questions so that they can show. You know, they can actually expose or not expose necessarily. They're.
Do you think ever mention bringing up the Santa Claus thing and how there's like a metal piece in the top of the globe is kind of a viable argument? Should I leave that out of it completely?
Metal piece in the top of the. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, like I make an argument that like we've already been indoctrinated with the Santa Claus belief that he comes from the North Pole. Already with that belief, at the time we're getting indoctrinated with the globe belief, and when we look at the first model of the globe, it's got a metal circle that keeps it like suspended right where the North Pole is going to be. So we believe it. You know what I mean? Like I think those two things are go hand in hand together. Me personally, my girlfriend doesn't think they have anything to do with each other though.
That's a funny analogy. It's not a bad one. I mean, it's funny, yeah.
Yeah.
But You don't
Hey,
have to uh, rely, like make it your main thing, you know.
hey, Jebby J, you remember Danny Faulkner?
Oh, I
Uh,
remember that.
I name no.
Okay, well
I
he's
remember
he's
that.
been in the YouTube chat. He's listening right now,
Mm.
and he was like, "Why
Oh,
you guys are just playing live recordings?" And it's like 5 o'clock in the morning. Nobody's here. You know, I mean, no shit.
yeah.
We're just trying to, but we're on here 24 hours a day. We play, you know.
Dude,
So
tell him to come
anyway,
on right now.
I know that's what I was going to say, Danny. If you're listening, get your ass in here. I don't know if he was banned or I don't know what account he has. I know he's been in here before, but I don't think we actually banned him.
He's a Christian, right?
Yeah, and he wrote
Oh,
he wrote an anti-flat Earth book.
Yeah.
So yeah, Danny,
well,
you can come in here instead of complaining about what content we put out on our channel. Come on, man.
he can't come.
Is he YEC?
No, you don't understand, Helio. He cannot come because it's 5 a.m. in the morning, so mom is sleeping, and if he's talking here, then he's gonna wake up, and you know.
Yeah, he started typing in the chat freaking like a couple hours ago. I saw him in there, and I was like, you know what? I'm not gonna say anything, but now I see he's still in there, and I'm just like, all right, get your ass in here, Danny. He already talked to Miggy. You remember? Did you hear that interview? Or Miggy didn't even know it was him or who he was when Miggy talked to him for like 30 minutes, and I think I have that on my channel. I don't know what was on Miggy's
I saw the
channel.
video where he goes to a flat Earth conference.
Yeah, he was at the one in Denver. No, it was in Dallas, I think.
Yeah. The only time I ever saw is when Nathan Thompson said something to him.
Yeah, I think that was in Dallas.
Okay.
There was a bunch of anti-flat earthers there.
Dude, I know, right?
They even paid to have a plane flying around, and then some. Well, I think it was David Weiser. Somebody got some money up, and then had another plane flying around with a banner about flat Earth. It was just like a battle there in Dallas. It was
wow. True. Huh?
But anyway, yeah, Danny. I don't think Danny's banned from here.
Dude, Danny Faulkner's a legend, bro.
Yeah, come in here, man. We ain't too scary. You've been in here before, had cordial conversation. Nobody's treated you bad, so yeah, come in here. Let me know what if you are banned. Just type in the YouTube chat. Type your Discord name, and I'll check and make sure he's not banned.
Hey, if somebody's only banned for a certain amount of time, is that called a bandwidth?
A bandwidth. I mean, there's two different types of bans here on the server. You already know. I mean, one's a server ban, and one's the COG dis. So
somebody comes on, they're like, this one time at server ban camp.
That's server ban camp.
Globy bandits.
Let me check Dan. I know he came in here. I can't remember the name when he was talking to Miggy. He had Dan something. It was like Dan.
Dude, if Jackie found out I actually got to talk to Danny Faulkner, she'd be so impressed.
That'd be cool. It was Dan something that he came in with the last time, but I don't think he was ever like server banned. He just had that talk with Miggy. That was the last time I heard him on here. I don't think
he probably had to go. He had to reload. You know what I mean? Can you imagine living next door to him? Dude, I'd be over there all the time talking to him. He'd probably get a restraining order against me.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. He'd probably call the cops. This dude won't leave me a fucking alone.
Oh my god. Jeez. I'd probably catch a case, you know what I mean?
Maybe. Anyway.
When the cops show up, you just get out your pack of Mentos, player.
Right? Everything's
cool, man. I got the Mentos.
Here's what he said in his last comment on the YouTube chat. I think the decrease in activity here is indicative of a decline in the flat earth movement. Its growth slowed 3 years ago, but now I think it may be declining.
Well, good thing he was in the chat. Then maybe we could get one more member in our declining group, huh?
This is like, yeah, he's here following flat earth.
Yeah,
saying that nobody's looking at flat earth.
he's just making sure that it falls down by the wayside properly. You know what I mean? Waste management, right?
Well, hey, they come in, when they find out, the nonsense about the globe and everything. I mean, you get it's like, oh, this is going to blow up. Everybody's going to know the Earth is glowing. And then after a couple of years, you're like, no, people really can't see it. And so, there's only certain people that are going to actually see it. So,
yeah,
it's not discouraging.
Like
it's not discouraging, but it's just, it sort of is because you're, because first when you first come into it, you start talking to everybody about it. It's like, oh man, look, it's right here. It's right here, right in front of your face.
I know.
And then for the rest of your life, you're the crazy flat earther, right?
Right.
But that's okay because because we can sit back and say you're the crazy ass dude that believes everything you see on the news and that NASA tells you. I mean, that's
right.
You can't see through their bullshit every day. That's crazy.
Dude, I got my mom trained where it's like whenever she used to talk to me, she'd bring up Earth, she'd refer to it as a planet. And I would be like, I'm not talking to you anymore until we could have a conversation without you saying words like that. And so now she'll be like on the plate, and then she'll just not say anything else. She'll call it plate or plane.
Yeah, I'm kind of like with my mom. It's kind of like it's hard to hold your tongue on some stuff.
I know, dude.
She brought up, she was like, the rover on Mars. I was like, Mom, there's no rovers on Mars. She's well, I believe it. So I'm like, okay, believe it if you want to, And so,
right.
So then she finished me telling me what she saw on TV about the rovers on Mars, and I didn't really go any. I was just like, all right, go ahead and believe it.
I know. I had to explain to my mom like this. I'm like, Mom, you see Arnold Schwarzenegger play the Terminator in a movie, right? So now you're going to follow him around the rest of his life and be like, let me cut your arm open so I can see the metal in your arm. Or like, do Hasta La Vista again. And he's like, dude, I'm just Arnold, man. Even if he tells you I'm not the Terminator, you're like, no, you are the Terminator. You're just being modest. Oh man. It's kind of what it's like though,
Yeah, but at the same time, like I said, I mean, there's just a block there. It seems, with some people they're never gonna see it.
But I
mean, beta or gamma.
Yeah, beta. You know how the kids nowadays take beta blockers.
Yeah,
it's part of their therapy.
But we deal with it because by laughing, but it's really kind of sad because most of the world actually can't see it.
Dude, I deal with a lot of shit by just making a joke out of it, really. I think that's how I cope with shit.
Yeah, I can tell. And you're funny. You're funny, I ain't gonna lie. You're a funny guy.
What do you mean funny? Like I'm a clown? Like I'm here to amuse you?
Motherfucking clown, I'm here to amuse you.
You really are a funny guy.
All right.
Yeah, I try to be funny too. I'm not as good at it as some people, but I'm a huge fan of comedy. I listen to comedians like hours on end on YouTube all the time. Do you too?
I used to, but bro, I can't really get I can't get into anything like as far as like entertainment purposes. If it's Helio based at all, honestly, like I don't know, I just can't get into it unless I'm dissecting it. I can't. I don't know. It's weird.
Yeah, it depends on who it is. I mean, a lot of comedians Just depends on what they're talking about, what their jokes are about. If they get
Yeah.
into I mean, a lot of them are really freaking liberal.
Yeah.
Make jokes and
Dude, have
stupid
you heard that one
liberal
comedian,
jokes.
Louis K, how he makes so many kid jokes, dude? It's disgusting, dude.
Yeah, Louis C.K. has some cringy shit.
Bro,
But he
so
also
many
has
kids.
some other good stuff though. But
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah,
I
but to
like
me, like, if I
Bill.
hear him doing that, everything from that point on is pretty tainted, dude.
Yeah, I like Bill Burr.
Isn't he the shaved-headed guy?
Yeah,
Bill Burr?
from Boston.
Okay, yeah, he's the one who does the thing about the flat Earth, right?
Yeah, but he also.
I know who you're having.
Yeah, he doesn't. I mean, he doesn't think the Earth is flat. He
No,
does
no,
some
no.
other
He
stuff
talks shit
too.
about it.
Yeah, a little bit, but he doesn't bring it up much. He
Yeah,
has
yeah.
before. I mean, he talks shit about almost everything.
I like it when he was on Saturday Night Live as Vinny, or your cousin from Boston.
I don't know if I've seen that one.
Yeah, he's on Saturday Night Live, and it's supposed to be like a pumpkin Samuel Adams Fest beer, and he's drinking. He's like, this tastes like crap, you know.
Oh.
And then they're in a supermarket, and he starts slugging it out with his kid, and they're breaking chips and stuff everywhere. It's pretty
Watch his
funny.
cartoon.
Huh?
He's got a cartoon, isn't he? Animated series.
Yeah, F
Bill
is for
Burr?
family. Yeah, F is for
Yeah.
family. Yeah,
Okay.
I like that show. It's hilarious. That's on Netflix. There's 2 or 3. Is there 3 seasons now? I think, or whatever. Oh well, it's just funny, man.
You guys seen that cartoon on Side Job?
Yeah, I saw that.
Dude,
Yeah,
the beginning shows a flat Earth for just a split second.
Well, they had a whole freaking episode about flat Earth.
Yeah, how they went out to the boat.
Yeah, and all the flat earthers, a bunch of redneck freaking
Yeah.
conspirators,
Yeah.
try to take over.
Yeah. And then she whispered to him, "The Earth is really hollow."
Itmar, he just messaged me. Guy Itmar used to talk, back in the Free Chan days. I don't know if you even know what that means.
I've heard of it before.
Way before Discord, it was like when we used to talk flat Earth on YouTube and on different live channels.
Dude, I wonder if Danny Faulkner's a flat nasty rap fan, bro.
Seriously doubt it. I've seen what he looks like.
I know, I've seen, dude. He's one of my favorite. He's one of my favorite, dude.
It's like when Nathan went up to him and talked to him, and he wouldn't even say anything, man.
Dude, I know.
But he came on here. I mean, he'd come on here maybe a couple times, but I know that one time that Miggy talked to him, he just jumped in, started talking. Miggy didn't even know who he was, and so he was just like, so I think that was even better that Miggy didn't know who it was.
Right.
Because he just came in as like a standard Glober, instead of knowing that he was, Danny Faulkner. And he wrote an anti-flat Earth book.
Yeah.
So I thought that was pretty cool. But I was like listening. I was like, as soon as I heard him start talking and Miggy was talking, I was at work and I was like, man, that's Danny Faulkner, bro. But
you could just tell by his voice, huh?
Yeah. At first I couldn't tell necessarily by his voice, but I'd seen him on some other stuff, and so after a couple minutes, I figured out who it was, and it was cool.
Who do you think's bigger as far as like has a following, Kent Holven or Danny Faulkner?
Kent Hovind, of course, but as far as like creation stuff goes, but
I'm just saying as far as like
Kent
people listening to.
Kent Hovind refuses to talk to any flat earthers. So
He will.
yeah, but Danny will talk to us every once in a while.
What is Kent debates about, like the existence of dinosaurs, right, or something like that?
Yeah, that's another thing. Well, yeah, he's got Dinosaur Adventureland in Florida and shit. So,
Yeah.
So yeah, there's another thing that he probably knows that a lot of us don't buy that nonsense either.
Right.
But Kent can do his own thing. We've tried to reach out to him, so he doesn't want to talk to any flat earthers. So
Yeah.
do his own thing.
I don't blame him though. We're kind of
But I'll
beneath
tell
him.
you what,
know?
I mean, yeah, we're beneath it. No, but I learned a lot from him. About how to critical thinking and taking a look at science, creation versus evolution. I learned a lot from him. He's got
Yeah.
some good information, and nobody's going to always agree on everything. So
Yeah. I think it's really cool. I think it's really cool how they can find actual footprints, that turn into fossils of dinosaurs. I think that's really amazing.
yeah, there's all kinds of strange stuff. But anyway, I would just want to say, I mean, if I just got another message from
Danny?
No, from Itmar. I mean, it's a DM here in Discord from Itmar that I used to talk to back, way before Discord, and he's in Estonia.
Oh, tight.
And if he's listening, then he said he's well. He messaged me like a week ago, and then I got back with him and said, "Oh, I'm still around. Hope you're well." And he said, "Oh, yeah, I'm well." Shout out to Itmar. He speaks like broken English. It's hard to understand him, but he's a really cool dude.
Yeah. That's a cool name, Estonia. I like that. I could make all kinds of things rhyme with that. As soon as I heard that, I was like, I'm more Estonia than you are.
He actually went to prison for like almost 2 years for having some weed.
Damn.
In Estonia.
Jeez.
Now,
right?
It's probably legal now. He's probably like, you son of a bitches.
With a name like Estonia, you think it'd be legal.
Yeah, I know.
Estonia.
Right?
No Estonia.
Like, everybody's
Right.
stoned in Estonia.
Right. He's probably like, if you play one more of those annoying videos flatter day, I'm gonna be Estonia. Estonia. Move around to get stoned, man.
Yeah, you can take. Oh, I was just thinking about that while I was out smoking. It's like, man, you can take some of your raw footage and just make some like 5-minute clips of some good like some of those street interviews and freaking.
I got to go back to the archives and take anything that I put in the video out.
Yeah, let's go to the original raw.
Yeah.
Just put those out, and then you can put them in. If there's some like wind blower, you can put compression or noise gate on it, so it'll sound really good. Yeah, just take like 5-minute clips.
Yeah,
pop them in. It's like, oh, this is a good part of that.
Yeah, for sure. Hey, did I tell you about BIID or no?
What's that?
BIID. This is what it stands for.
Stands for just lost you, bro.
Can you hear me?
I can now.
Oh, okay, sorry about that.
Last I heard was BID stands for.
Okay.
What the hell?
Yeah. So it's when people believe that they should have been born blind or like without a limb or something like that, but they have a limb. They feel
Oh, I
like
heard you guys talking about that earlier. And
yeah,
then who was it? Sasha said, yeah, people born with a different genitalia, then they can
yeah,
just like,
yeah.
but yeah, that's what I
Okay.
thought too. And then he said it. I
Yeah.
was like, yeah, this is it's like, what the?
Yeah, it's just not right, you know.
No,
Some people
man,
wouldn't deserve to be blind,
that's
dude.
psychopathic. Or
Yeah,
it's, yeah, I guess it would be psychopathy to actually be like, to wonder what it's like to not have an arm. And so I mean, it's okay to wonder what it's like because you met people that are missing a limb or something, but it's just like,
yeah.
I want to be like them, so I'm going to cut my arm off.
What this one dude does is he bends his knee all the way till his heel is touching his butt, and he binds it up real tight, and then he has a really baggy pair of jeans that he throws on, and then he cuffs up one of the legs, and he walks all the way downtown with crutches.
I think I've seen that before. But you know what
Oh
that
my
makes me
god!
think of?
Uh,
You remember that movie Trading Places when Eddie Murphy was
yeah,
like rolling around
yeah,
on
yeah,
the
yeah,
thing like he
yeah.
didn't have any legs?
Oh my god, dude. Jesus.
But yeah, I mean, it's really sad if you live in a society where people just have that
Dude.
that mental thing where it's just like I want to put myself in suffering, even though
Right,
I'm fully capable of living as a normal. I don't know, but I guess they can't live as a normal human being if they want to cut one of their
right.
limbs off. What the fuck?
Yeah,
But
it's crazy because we're often referred to like in the court or any like for any legal purposes as like dead men or straw men. Like we're the corpse, right? So it's funny that like you have to actually fight and know what you're doing in order to present yourself as the actual true living man, which that's like our truest form though, but that's the one you have to have the most knowledge about and be ready to fight for. But you could go under any other title or heading, disabled, whatever gender, you know what I mean? Whatever race, I guess even an animal.
yeah, I don't even know, man. There's a lot of shit I could say that I can't say, but I'm not going to
I
say it.
know. I feel you on that.
Everybody's a victim. I'll just say that. Mm-mm-mm.
If it don't make Donald's, it don't make Pence, bro.
Let's just type it in the live stream voice text. Salut. Stray used. Zam stray used. VC verified. I don't see him in the room though. People have these weird names we can't even pronounce to actually just.
I know. I always wondered about that.
I'll just be like, hey, stray.
Right?
How did you stray in here? Were you
Yeah.
used? Or you
So,
say
hey,
Z? Hey, Z. Why don't you jump in here and talk to us?
this dude that I know he's really rich. He cashed in on Zoom when he had a bunch of stock in it, right? Well, he's been wanting to make this t-shirt company for a while. Finally, he hit me up the other night and he's like, "Can you do a logo for me?" And he told me it's like, let's see, 1, 2, 3. It's like 7 words or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, it's like 7 or 8 words, right? And when he told it to me, I'm like, "Are you serious?" And he's like, "Yeah, I just want to see what you would draw or how you would design that. I just want you to however you want to do it." Dude. And now I look at what he had me write today, and I told my chick, and my chick's like, "Dude, no white person will ever wear that shirt. In fact, most races, I don't even know any race who would wear that shirt. What it says, dude. I can't believe what he wanted me to put on there. Basically, without saying an actual word, I'll just say the first letter of it. It goes, everybody wants to be black, but not. No. Everybody wants to be black, but nobody wants to be and then the N-word. Oh my God. Isn't that weird that he's going to put that on a shirt?
That's stupid.
I know, so dumb. But if he pays me for it, whatever. I didn't realize like very few people will wear that shirt though.
Well, I mean, it's just like you might sell 2 or 3 of them, I guess. But I mean, you could make your own on tshirt.com, you know.
I know. For sure.
I mean, it's really easy to make your own T-shirt. I mean, it costs you like $30, but
yeah,
I don't know why they would want you to do it when that it's not going to be popular.
No, he wanted me to just design the graphics for it. You know,
I can do that for free. Like,
right?
if you want to, if you got guts enough to wear a T-shirt like that, I'll fucking make it for you for free.
Right.
They'll make the logo for free, or the image, and I'll send it to you.
Yeah.
It could be like, put it on the front. Everybody wants to be black, but nobody wants to be. On the back, it'd be like nobody wants to be the N-word.
Yeah.
Like, you wear that shit out in public and make some videos because I want to see what people do when you wear that shit.
Right.
So it's so easy to make T-shirts like that. I mean, and they're like $30. You can make your own custom T-shirt.
Right.
I mean, some places have them even cheaper than that, depending on how many you buy. But yeah.
Yeah. How about one?
You've been
I
to
made
some of
one
those
that says,
T-shirt sites, right? Where you just make your own T-shirt. I've bought
what about
them
one?
a couple
What
times.
you make one that says everybody wants to be a truther, but nobody wants to be a flat earther.
Well, there you go. They could do that one. Yeah, put it on the front. Everybody wants to be a truther.
Yeah.
Wait, everybody wants to be woke.
Yeah,
See,
woke.
woke has been hijacked, bro, man.
Yeah,
So
it has,
hard.
man. Yeah, woke.
Oh
Everybody
God.
woke.
I think that's on purpose.
Yeah,
Because
for sure.
we had that word way before they did it, you know.
Yeah, for sure.
Now woke means that there's no male and female anymore.
Right.
It's like,
Now it's like woke.
what?
Now it's like Wokemon. You know what I mean?
Wokemon. Did you say Wokemon?
Yeah. Wokemon. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's silly, man.
Wokemongo. 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 I wish I had that what's the black dude's name from Shawshank Redemption? Morgan Freeman. I wish I had that Morgan Freeman voice, bro. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean that's pretty unique.
I know. It is. You could say anything as Morgan Freeman. You're like, damn, that sounds good. That sounds legit. You know what I mean?
Or you could be like Samuel Jackson. Can't sound like
Right.
him. I'm a mushroom cloud laying motherfucker. But I can't do it like him.
I love it when he says that Bible verse right before he shoots people in Pulp Fiction.
Yeah. That was also in Pulp Fiction too. I'm a mushroom cloud laying motherfucker.
Was it?
Yeah, it was in the same movie. But
Okay.
Because he was like an assassin for him and John Travolta were assassins basically.
Yeah.
They were for anyway. What was that? I can't remember the verse. Something from Isaiah, I think.
Yeah. When the power and the fury of the Lord, something, shall reign upon thee, and you shall know I am the Lord. Whatever he says.
Which, this is. You remember when John Travolta was with? Can't even freaking remember his name. Is the character from the film, but with was it Juliette Lewis or whatever, and then he takes her over to the drug dealer's house, and he's like, "Get the shot." We need to make a meme for that.
That's not Jackie Brown, is it?
No, that's on Pulp Fiction too.
Yeah.
Like
Okay,
he's taking his boss's
yeah,
girlfriend out for on a date, and then they get back, and he has heroin in his pocket, but she thinks it's cocaine, and she snorts it. Yeah, she does a big line that thinks it's cocaine, but it's heroin, and she's an overdoses, and he's like, "Holy shit!" And so he takes him to his drug dealer's house, and they have the
dude, you know what I just realized?
The shot,
you know
and
the
he's like,
chick,
"Get the shot!" When you just make a meme that says, "Get the shot!"
You know what I realized is the chick who's the girlfriend of the drug dealer, the
Juliette Lewis.
Yeah, okay. Isn't she also in the scene at the end where the cafe they're in is getting robbed and they want everybody's wallet? Isn't she the girl who's with the guy Timothy Roth or whatever?
Yeah, it's Rosanna Arquette, isn't it?
Huh?
It's Rosanna Arquette.
Oh, who's with Tim Roth robbing the restaurant?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. For some reason, I thought it was that same chick.
Yeah, I think Juliette Lewis was with. She was in that movie with. Dang it!
Yeah, it's not her in Pulp Fiction. It's a different.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, wait, but she's in Pulp Fiction though, right?
No, bro. No, Juliette Lewis was in Pulp Fiction. She was the
girlfriend of the drug dealer.
Yeah, no, she was the girlfriend of their boss, the black dude.
No, it wasn't Juliette.
His name.
No, that was Uma Thurman.
Oh God damn it! Yep, you're right. I'm thinking. Yep, you're right. Uma Thurman. My bad.
Isn't Juliette Lewis Mallory from Natural Born Killers?
That's what I was thinking of. Yeah. I was about to say. Yeah, that was. Yeah, you're right. That was Uma Thurman. That was in Pulp Fiction. My bad.
Okay.
All fixed.
Uma Thurman. I love that music from Kill Bill. You know, he's like, I can't do it, but like that whistling.
Watch the Kill Bill movies, man. Are they pretty good?
Yeah, I mean, like, as far as
I tried to watch some of them, but it was just like it wasn't what I don't know, man. I like Quentin Tarantino, but I just for some reason that didn't really click with me. The Kill Bill stuff.
He watched the clip I posted.
You posted a clip right now?
Oh, the Bible verse. He posted it.
Oh, okay.
About
okay.
The different one. About something else. Just make your day, hopefully.
No, wait. Who was it? Oh, Quetzalcoatl. What did you post? Oh, okay.
The collective.
Oh, let me check that one.
It's a short clip. Maybe you probably get the point.
Oh, that's from Airplane.
You see all the tags on them? Like...
yeah, that's all Will Smith. Yeah, that's from Airplane, right? The movie Airplane.
I think so.
Yeah. I haven't seen the movie. I just found the clip in the.
That's funny.
But yeah, I couldn't hold myself when I saw that. I was like, what the hell is going on with those tags slapping?
Calm down. Now get back to your seat. I'll take care of this. Calm down. Get off yourself.
Do you want on the phone?
Well, you got the nun there as well.
White supremacy. Get it? Oh yeah, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I think that's from the movie Airplane. It came out in the 80s, I think.
80s? Okay.
Yeah. If you haven't seen Airplane, you got to watch that, bro. Funny.
I haven't actually, no. But
Yeah, look it
it's
up.
funny how I found this small clip of it. Kind of made my day in a way, but
Yeah, it's good. It's good. I like it. Fresh bullshit was the last one in line.
Let me handle this.
I'll have to listen to it again. Just want to make sure I was right. Yeah, fresh bullshit is the last one in line. Like, that's pretty hilarious, bro.
What's January the 6th, though? I'm not sure
I don't know what that is. Yeah. I don't know if we could actually.
Insurrection.
I don't know if I could
January
play.
6th.
Well, there's no reason. To
Resurrection.
play that.
What?
Insurrection.
Oh, insurrection.
You know, the storming the Capitol nonsense psyop. That was January the 6th.
Oh, that was okay. I even forgot which date that was. when that was. All right.
I didn't know that either.
All they did is invert the 1 and the 9. Because January 6th is the 1/6.
Yeah. Okay. But what was the movie about itself? The Airplane.
Oh, it's kind of a slapstick comedy.
Oh, okay. Slapstick.
Yeah, I mean, it's a total like.
Did you ever see Naked Gun?
Naked Gun. Leslie Nealman. It's a Leslie
hyper
Nealman
slapstick kind of.
Yeah, it's very good. Yeah, it's it's hilarious. It's kind of like Naked Gun, Airplane. What was the other one? Police Academy. Those kinds of 80s movies. You know, where they're just like.
Police Squad was the TV show version of Naked Gun on it.
Yeah, funny for
Police
funny's
Squad.
sake, and just like ridiculous, like jokes, and a lot of the jokes that they did back then, they can't even tell those jokes to any these days because people are too sensitive.
Yeah, some of those ones with O.J. Simpson in Naked Gun. There's probably some sketchy jokes there that they can't really do.
Dude, it was so fun. Fun to make fun of people. But it's not for the fun. It's not fun for the people you make fun of. Dude, I love to get made fun of, man. It's fun for me, but I'm a huge fan of comedy, so I guess I'm, kind of immune to it.
I think it's funny as long as you don't maybe make it way too personal. I don't know.
No, sure, not too personal, but like general, just pointing out people's. I don't know. That's why I think comedians are really getting kind of pissed off these days. They can't even make jokes without getting like a whole shitload of criticism. Whereas, back, 15, 20 years ago, they could pretty much say whatever they want. Which kind of points out some of the detriment, but at the same time, I mean, it strengthens culture when you can actually, dude. I've always like if you can take a joke and it's about you, then you're solid. But if you get pissed off because somebody made a joke about you, not you personally, but your group. I don't know, man. But you guys know how jokes work, right?
Have you say it before, Helio? Offense is taken, not given.
Not
Is it
given.
you
Yeah.
said? Yeah.
Yep. Yep. Offense is taken, not given. I mean, if you offend somebody by telling them personally something, then you might personally offend somebody. But if you make a joke, then and you're offended by the joke because it wasn't about you, then you took offense. I didn't give it. I just made a joke. I mean, I don't intend to offend people. I just intend to make people laugh. And a lot of times, if I make a joke about something that somebody that's personal to a group of people, for the most part, most of them will think it's funny, and they won't, they won't even say anything about it. They'll just laugh. But I don't get a lot of. I don't make. I'm not a comedian, so I don't. I try to make jokes when I can, and I'll feed off of other people that make better jokes than I do.
You got that right.
Yeah, I know, right? I'm not funny, am I, Godric?
Sometimes, not all the time.
No, I know. So sometimes I am. Have to be in the right spirit, I guess. When the spirit of comedy moves me, I'm funny. So we on
Jeranism had a video tonight earlier. He got the footage of a guy that was filming during the attack.
What
9/11, 9/11, and there was no plane in the footage. Only an explosion.
Well, I don't know if it's the same thing, but I've seen.
I think Earth's curvature was too big for us to see the plane, dog.
From the ground, it was too.
Yeah. Gravity.
Now, Godric, I've seen several videos where there were no planes. So is it like this isn't to me?
That was
it's
light.
not
That was light refraction, bro.
Yeah, that was a fraction. That
Yeah, I
there
think they
was
added
actually
the plane in the news briefing, but not for real. I mean, they added it later on. They added the planes later on.
No, sure. Yeah, I've seen the info about that before. Yeah, sure. I don't think there were any. I don't think there were any planes that hit the buildings. That's me personally. You guys can argue about it all day. I've looked into this for over
So they had
15 years. So
they fabricated 4 Phantom planes out of nowhere.
I think they took the clouds out and stashed them for later.
I mean, this is American Airlines.
We just have to hit Command Z a lot.
Dude, I mean, what they said about the airplane in Pennsylvania, they said it was going so fast that it just absorbed into the ground.
25 feet down, bro.
Yeah, and there's
do you know the most fascinating thing about that? The next day, all the crew members were identified. So they goofed up on that too.
Yeah, 9/11 was. There were no planes.
All the crew members were identified.
No planes hit anywhere. No planes hit anywhere. Plain as day. There you go. Yeah, there were no planes. No planes hit the Pentagon. No plane went down to Pennsylvania. No planes hit the World Trade Center. It was all a freaking hoax. And if they could pull that shit off, they can fake you out about anything.
Right. Bunch of feminists, bro. You know what I mean?
Feminist.
A bunch of FEMA-nists.
Feminist. Yeah, that's right.
Right.
Yeah. The border crisis. That's FEMA or there's all kinds of
NIST is the one that did the report on it on
NIST.
the towers.
There
The
you go.
NIST report.
FEMA-nist. There you
Yeah.
go. FEMA-nist.
Yep.
Boom. The whole thing. FEMA-nist.
If they pull that off, they can fool, where you live,
Right.
what you learn in school.
Sure they can. That's why that's why, and I already knew about 9/11 like 10 years before 10 years before I actually knew about the flat earth. And when the flat earth came up, I was like, nah, that's bullshit. I ain't even gonna look at that.
Right.
But when I finally did, I was like, oh, okay, I see it now. So, but yeah, I was totally no planes came about 5 years after, because I was like, all right, they had the planes crash into it, but they had bombs already in the buildings,
Hey, what about the whole fact that they broke ground on building the Pentagon on September 11th, 1941? And the centerpiece was the hot dog thing that they called Ground Zero Cafe.
I hadn't heard about that one, but I know that
That's just a coincidence.
Yeah, they built the Twin Towers in 1968, 33 years before they took them down.
Yeah. And then they built the Pentagon September 11th. You know who gave a speech on September 11th, 1941 at the Pentagon was Lindbergh. He gave one of those speeches. It was just like JFK's speech talking about secret societies and stuff.
Charles Lindbergh?
Yeah, Charles Lindbergh gave the speech there for the opening of the Pentagon on September 11th, 1941.
Let me see if I can find that. It'll be interesting to listen to.
For any Matrix fans, Neo's passport expires on September 11th, 2001.
Right. Or what about how I think it was it Copernicus or Newton was born on the same day that Stephen Hawking died? Something like that.
Oh, this is what? Oh well, I just found one with Lindbergh. On this day in 1941, Charles Lindbergh. Is this the one you're talking about?
It doesn't actually show it. It's just a recording.
Yeah, this has to be it. Lindbergh's
Yeah, it's like
speech,
black and white.
1941. Yeah,
Yeah, it's just a recording with a picture.
About a minute long.
I've seen ones that are like 20 minutes long of it, but yeah, they have all different time frames of them.
So, what was he talking about? Do you remember? Speech
He
blaming.
was basically, it was similar
to
to
the British, the Jews, and Roosevelt. Yeah, we shouldn't play that one.
Yeah, I can't remember exactly what he says, but
yeah,
I don't vouch for it.
He's probably right, but anyway.
Yeah.
We shouldn't get into that.
Hey, you know the Georgia Guidestones are exactly 666 miles from the UN building, the UN headquarters in New York.
That's
as the crow flies.
Wouldn't be a surprise to me.
And the headquarters of the UN in New York actually looks like one of the Georgia Guidestones, the way it's built.
And who built the Georgia Guidestones?
Supposedly a dude named wasn't it J.C. Rose or something like that? Allegedly.
Wasn't it funded by Tim Turner? That's what I heard. If that's
Wasn't it J.C. Christensen or J.C. Can't remember. Oh, R.C. Christian. That's who it is. R.C. Christian. No way. They were unveiled on March 22nd, 3/22. Huh, trip, 1980. I didn't know that. Weird.
yeah, a full thing on History Channel about the Georgia Guidestones.
That's a trip. They were unveiled March 22nd.
I think Oprah owns the History Channel now.
I'm not surprised. When they had the mudslide in Montecito right here a couple years ago, the mud went all the way up to her property line and stopped. Anybody who studies that mud flood should look into the Montecito mudslide.
She's saying she stopped.
Your mic's bugging.
This satanic magic powers.
I couldn't understand you, brother.
Is that any better?
Yeah.
Is that better?
A little, but
Yeah.
you're gonna have to keep talking.
I was saying, oh, fuck. No, fuck it. It's all right.
No. It sounds better now. Yeah. Go ahead.
Oh, I was even being silly. I was just saying, did she stop it with her satanic magic powers? Oprah.
Right? Yeah, probably. Ellen lives like right next to her. It went to both of their property lines.
Damn, there's some dark energy around those properties.
Right. You got the Black Swan only about a quarter mile from where the mudslide. No, not even that. Like probably only a couple 100 feet to the shore of the ocean where the mudslide stopped. Right there.
Oh, dude, you were saying they were building there, and they were going to turn it into a private beach, right?
Yeah. That's what the signs right there say. Yeah, pretty much they have that area pretty much locked down with like gated communities right there. But yeah, it's still open to the public for now. I've been going there since I was a kid, dude. It's a semi-private beach. It's really nice. You know what's a trip not too many people know about is when you're driving northbound on the 101 freeway coming from Ventura to Santa Barbara, when you're right as you pass Lock and Cheetah, if you look and you're in the northbound lane, you look out like in front of you to your left at the ocean, and you can see this this pier. The pier is like it's like a private pier for like whatever business the government's doing, right? But you can see this pier. It's a really long pier, and past the pier in the distance is the oil rigs, the Black Swan oil rigs, right? Well, as you're driving on the freeway at night, the oil rigs are all lit up, and the pier has lights stretched all the way down the pier. And at the end of the pier, it dips down. So the pier looks like it's dipping down. But as you're driving, it's supposed to be Santa Claus on his sleigh with all his reindeer. And as you're driving, it looks like it's actually moving along the pier, which looks like the ground or whatever. And at the right as you were about to turn where you can't see it anymore, it looks like the Santa Claus's sleigh kind of goes in the air, but really it's the pier just dipping down. But it's weird because that ends right where there's a place called Santa Claus Lane, where they have this like really, really crazy castle. It looks like a castle from like the Middle East. It's a trip.
It's crazy, man.
Yeah. They got all kinds of ley lines right here, like random ley lines. They're not random at all.
That's you know, here comes Santa Claus, here comes Santa Claus, riding down Santa Claus Lane. Is that the words, that Christmas song?
Yeah, they actually had
Maybe
a
it's
giant
based on that.
Claus. It was like a giant like statue of Santa Claus for like 20 or 30 years. They had it there with a Frosty, and then like in the last 10 years they moved it to Oxnard. I don't know why. Have you guys ever heard of a little town called Summerlin?
Summerlin.
So there's a restaurant that it's not open anymore, and it was like a bed and breakfast called the Big Yellow House in Summerlin. And Bill Clinton used to go there every year and play the sax. There's like all kinds of pictures of him on the walls in there and stuff. Well, anyways, Summerlin's got this place at the very edge of it's this like little tiny town in between it's in between Carpinteria and Montecito, like right before Santa Barbara. And it's a really strange little town. There's a crystal store. Well, they don't just sell crystals, they sell all kinds of like metaphysical stuff. They've probably got millions of dollars worth of stuff in this store. And it's like one of those places that used to be like a strange house. Like you go in and there's like all kinds of like idolatry statues, like the Shiva and like the Buddha, like all kinds of different statues in the front. Like as you go through the store, there's like 5 or 6 different rooms with different crystals, and like they have like gold and bronze sculptures that are some of these things are like $100,000, and they're just sitting behind the glass, right? And then you go to the back and there's all these different like waterfalls and like meditation rooms and stuff like that. And on the walls in there, they have all kinds of different famous politicians and movie stars who've gone in there. And then there's a couch that they have like cordoned off that I guess was like the Dalai Lama's couch. And there's like pictures of the Dalai Lama. And then there's like a paper that explains what it is. And I look, and where the Dalai Lama signed his signature, it's got the Rotary symbol thing on the bottom of the paper, and like the Lions Club or something like on the bottom of the paper. I was like, oh shit, this guy is one of those guys. I should have known. Jackie,
I don't know what the baseline is.
Baseline is from you to the horizon, then up to the star. It's a triangle.
Wouldn't that be 2 lines from me to the horizon and then up to the star? That's 2 lines.
Yeah, there's actually 3 lines. You got the hypotenuse, the opposite, the line coming down from the star to the geographical position, and then one from the horizon. So it's a triangle. 3 lines.
I'm not an expert in celestial navigation, I'm going to be honest.
You wouldn't have to be. All you have to do is be an expert in a triangle. How do you have a triangle with a curved baseline and that angle between the hypotenuse and the adjacent?
A triangle consists of 3 straight lines.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Oh shit, okay, I guess I am a flat earther then.
Have a nice day.
That's Sasha 2.0.
Yeah, I made that clip about a week ago.
Where's that guy, by the way? I haven't seen him in here in a long time.
Who? Quantum Racer?
No, Sasha 2.0.
Sasha.
Oh, Sasha.
I know where he is.
He's not hanging around here anymore. Seems like.
Maybe he got destroyed that night.
He got destroyed.
It's interesting when I mentioned Danny Faulkner and I knew he was listening. He hasn't typed anything in the YouTube chat since then.
Well,
it's just like all he did was came in and said Flat Earth is dying. That was his thing. It's like, look how dumb Flat Earth is. Look, nobody's talking. Hey, we're talking now, Danny.
Yeah. I'm trying to ask him, is that the best evidence of your globe? Or is
Yeah, exactly. It's like the reason that there's some dead air here sometimes, and why we play recordings is because not because it's an echo chamber. Because I'll tell you what, if you hear us flat earthers talk amongst each other, we don't always agree on everything. So it's not an echo chamber. It's really us just going over facts and even some conjecture and theories that we have about the past, the present, and the future. I mean, we're just having discussions. But when it comes to physical reality, we're always up for that talk. So if you hear a recording going on, a prior discussion, if that's just the bot playing a prior discussion, or if we're actually talking live and it's just flat earthers just talking to each other, then you're welcome to jump in anytime and show us that globe. Because if the globe existed, we wouldn't exist. I'm pretty sure I would have found this damn globe by now. I've been doing this for like over 6 years. I'm pretty sure I would have found the damn globe by now.
Yeah.
I didn't even know to look for it until someone said, "Hey, there's no such thing as this globe." And so when I started looking into it, I mean, at first I thought it was, Flat Earth was the dumbest shit, right, ever. But when I really started looking into it, it's like, oh, I think these guys talking about Flat Earth have a point. And then it was just like, oh, I see now. I see exactly what's going on.
Yeah. In the beginning, I thought that the Globers had everything laid on the table, basically, all the evidence, all the, Then when you hear the other side?
On my side, I'm not sure about your side. I've always been a creationist, so I was not, I never thought the earth wasn't created by, God or a creator, which, I mean, I was a Christian for most of my life, and So it's not like I didn't believe in creation. So that kind of was like a stepping stone for me to take a hard look at what I believed about creation and compare it to the how it could be created by a creator with a glow. Hey, you know what? If the creator used the Big Bang to create Earth, then I'm fine with that. But there's no physical evidence for it.
Yeah. Seems to be all random. Create out of randomness, happening out of randomness, yet the sky is like a clock, though. It's not random.
No.
Reoccurring moon phases and solar eclipses and whatnot.
Yeah, signs and seasons.
Mhm. So yeah.
So it's just like I'm not. If there's any physical evidence that the Earth is a globe, I'm not opposed to that. But I just haven't found any since I've really, really been looking for it. Now, as far as creation goes, I believe in creation from the Creator, but the on the opposite side, with the Big Bang theorists, they believe that happened without any proof for it. 14.5 billion years? You can't claim you're not a believer. Come on.
Yeah,
You don't know what happened fucking 14 billion years ago. That's insane.
Yeah. Sounds like an estimated guessing number.
Okay, well, how about they'll say that's when the Earth was created or formed, not created, formed after the Big Bang, after this part of the Milky Way galaxy started coalescing into planets, and the sun formed, and then planets started forming, and all. They have no evidence whatsoever for that. And then they get into their creation of life theory, which they have no evidence for, and I wouldn't even call it a theory. It's just a story. That's their creation story. So, spontaneous creation from a creator, spoken into existence. This is Earth, boom. Or it just happened, and they claim that they have scientific evidence for evolution from the I guess, well, they say the Earth started forming 4.5 billion years ago, and they claim they have evidence to prove that, but they actually don't. They're basing their evidence off of pseudo science, like ideas about how it started. Life came from water. Like aquatic creatures developed legs and went up onto land and then became. That seems more silly than the that God created everything. To me, it seems more silly, but especially since you both have a creation story that you don't have any evidence for. We do have evidence for creation because creation can't create itself. We already have the evidence on our side. And who's that guy? The evolutionist guy that says the creator used evolution. Oh, what the hell's his name? I mean, there's a lot of like Christian, not a lot, but a few Christian ministries, if you want to call them that say, well, God did use evolution to create Earth. Oh, Hugh Ross. You ever heard of Hugh Ross? Ken Hovind.
Kind of rings a bell, but
Ken Hovind debated him several times. He's one of the guys. He has a whole organization where he's like, well, God used evolution to create the Earth as we know it. There's no physical evidence for that. Let me find a link for Kent Hovind and Hugh Ross debating this. It's interesting. Oh, what's this one? Oh. Some might be pretty good. I mean, it's from a while ago.
Yeah, I'll talk to you later, Helio. I gotta take off, all right, bro?
What?
I gotta take off. I'll talk to you later, okay?
Who's that?
Stop, man.
Yeah, yeah. You guys have a good one, all right?
All right, bro.
Take care, dude.
All right, I'll see you guys later.
Have a good one. See you.
Peace, brother. Yeah, I'm looking. I'm trying to. Like I said, he's talked to. This was a creation debate. I mean, they're both creationists, but they were talking about the creation of Earth and whether or not it came from God said. Well, I mean, they both say God said, but one guy says, well, God used evolution to create the Earth, and the other guy says, well, we don't have a physical evidence here on Earth for that. I can play it unless you guys want to talk. I haven't actually listened to this in a while.
You can play it if you want. It's fine.
Yeah, I'm down for whatever, man.
All right, cool. Here it is. Anybody has a DJ roll can pause it or stop at any time. If new people jump in or whatever.
Yeah, I got that. I could do that.
All right, cool. It's a really interesting conversation between two Christians about the creation. I think Hugh Ross is a shill, by the way. And so is Kent Hovind, but anyway, it's still interesting.
Well, we hope you enjoy this videotape series you're about to watch. This is myself debating Dr. Hugh Ross from Reasons to Believe in Pasadena, California. Dr. Ross and I met to debate on the John Ankerberg Show about some of the differences among what he believes and what I believe on the topics like, for instance, the age of the earth and was there death before sin. I am so concerned about things Hugh Ross teaches. During the debate, many things were brought up that I just simply did not have time to respond to. And Hugh Ross said so many things that I thought, oh, wait a minute, we got to stop the tape and make a comment about this, okay? But it just, in a debate, it's kind of a blizzard of facts flying back and forth, and there just simply wasn't time. So I flew in Danny Faulkner, that Hugh Ross referred to several times in the debate, and I flew in James Sundquist, a friend of mine, to come here to Pensacola, Florida, to my ministry, and we let them watch the tape, as Hugh Ross would say things and I would say things back and forth, and we'd let them stop and make comments. What you're about to see is just a fraction of the statements that say Hugh Ross would make something. We'll show you the last sentence or two so you can get the context of what he's talking about, and then give comments about what he said, things that just simply got left hanging.
See, he's talking about
Danny. In
Danny.
addition to the tapes of our comments, you can
Danny's
go
still
back and
messing
see
with her.
the actual debate itself as it went along, and it'll make a lot more sense to you where these comments fit in. Hope you enjoy this. If any questions at all, please don't hesitate to call us. We are convinced that the Bible is indeed the Word of God. It's infallible and inspired. And though I think Hugh Ross is a very nice man, he is very seriously wrong on some doctrine. And my job is to do what's right. Okay? And so I'm going to teach sincerely and honestly what I think the Bible teaches. And if somebody disagrees, great. I can disagree without being disagreeable. And I'll be glad to discuss this with anybody. I would be honored to debate Hugh Ross again at any time. I was a little unprepared for the way they attacked this. First of all, I was kind of unprepared that John Ankerberg would join on Hugh Ross's side so often on this. I got many letters and phone calls saying, wow, 2 against 1 on that one. You can judge for yourself on that when you watch the debate. But most of Hugh Ross's argument is appeal to authority. Well, Professor so-and-so says this, therefore, that doesn't mean anything, okay? What does God's Word say? That's the ultimate authority. And I was taken off guard when John Ankerberg kept referring to Gleason Archer, who was a very smart man, no question, but definitely a product of his times, who is trying desperately to squeeze millions of years into the Bible and trying to make the Bible say that. And over in the debate, you'll see them make statements like, well, doesn't this leave room for interpreting days as something else? Well, leaving room for something, first place, I don't think it does leave room, but leaving room for it and making it a fact are two wildly different things, and you need to always keep that thought in mind. Hope you enjoyed this. If you have any questions afterwards, please don't hesitate to call. If this is all you're seeing of our material, we have an awful lot of videotapes, a large number of videotapes and books and things that will be helpful in your Christian growth. If you're not a Christian, we'd encourage you to trust Christ as your Savior. We have a 15-hour seminar. That's our blue series of tapes. If you look on our website, drdino.com, you can see that. We also have quite a few debates that I've done with professors who claim to be atheists or agnostics or certainly believe in evolution. We have currently 12 of those on videotape, plus quite a few other tapes of miscellaneous topics like the Bible and health and magic tricks and things like that that you might want to get on our green series of tapes. Check our website, drdino.com, or if you'd like us to send you a catalog, we'll be glad to send you one. Just call us. We have toll-free in the United States is 877. If you're outside the U.S., you have to dial 850. Then the number's the same after that. It's 479-DINO, 479-3466. Or you can write to us at 29 Cummings Road, Cummings, Pensacola, Florida, 32503. Thank you.
This is an old video. None of that applies. Just want to let everybody know.
Today on the John Ankerberg Show, we invite you to listen to a debate on science and the Bible. Our topic, are the universe and the earth billions of years old or just thousands of years old? Does the information in Genesis chapter 1 and 2 agree with contemporary scientific evidence? My guests are astronomer Dr. Hugh Ross and educator Dr. Kent Hovind. We invite you to join us for this special debate on the John Ankerberg Show. We're talking tonight with two special guests about the topic, is the universe and the earth, are they billions of years old or just thousands of years old? And are Genesis 1 and 2 compatible with contemporary scientific evidence today? My guests are Dr. Hugh Ross, who received his PhD in astronomy from the University of Toronto. He did his postdoctoral research on quasars at Caltech. Also, Dr. Kent Hovind, who received his PhD in education, writing his doctoral dissertation on the subject of creation and evolution. Guys, we're glad that you're here tonight. And we're going to start right off with an important question. And Dr. Ross, I'd like to start with you. The Bible says, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Now, you believe the scientific evidence for the Big Bang proves that this statement is true, but you also believe that the Big Bang theory shows that the age of the universe and the earth is billions of years old, and the scientific evidence astronomers have discovered about the Big Bang, it perfectly fits the biblical creation account in Genesis 1 and 2. Why? Talk to us.
Sure. Well, I'd like to give credit where it's due. I mean, a lot of people think Albert Einstein and George Gamow were the ones that discovered the Big Bang. But in truth, they were upstaged by 2,000 years by Moses and David and Zechariah, Jeremiah, Isaiah. Because what you see is 8 times the Bible states that the universe was transcendently created, a transcendent beginning of matter, energy, space, and time, which is identical to the Big Bang concept of a singular beginning. And likewise, in 11 different places in the Bible, it tells us that the universe is continually experiencing ongoing expansion, the stretching out of the heavens. It's in the calactive participle form, this continual stretching out. And the third point is that you have in Romans chapter 8 that the entire creation is subject to the law of decay. And that implies that the universe was much hotter in the past than it is now. Otherwise, you're not going to get this progress towards decay. And those are the 3 fundamental principles of the Big Bang theory. And so the question is not whether or not it's a Big Bang, but really I think what divides us is how long has the universe been expanding. And I can suggest 7 easy tests. There are a dozen more that are more complicated. But I think the 2 that are the most compelling is that stars and planets are impossible unless the universe has been expanding for billions of years. If it's only thousands, all you get is hydrogen gas. If it's trillions, all you get are black holes. Moreover, you can only get stable orbits of planets about stars and stars about the centers of galaxies if the universe has been expanding continually for billions of years.
Before Ken answers here, the fact is, where is the scientific community? Are they admitting that the universe had a start?
Yes.
Give me an example.
Well, you've got Stephen Hawking, for example, who produced the space-time theorem of general relativity. And that theorem is based on only 2 conditions. If the universe contains mass, and a bathroom scale is usually enough to convince most skeptics, and number 2, if the dynamics of the universe is governed by the equations of general relativity, then there must exist a cause that brings the universe into existence independent of matter, energy, and 10 space-time dimensions.
Okay, so it had a start. Are they a little troubled by that problem?
Very much. I mean, one of my books I wrote about how for 60 years, astronomers did everything they could to get around the implications of general relativity, but observational evidence forced them to accept that this is really true. In fact, general relativity now ranks as the best proven principle in all of physics.
All right. So to sum up, the fact is matter, energy, and all the rest has not been here eternally, which is what science is now saying and admitting. If you had a start, you had to have a starter. So in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth is coming on very strong in the scientific community.
Yeah, and it's not a Hindu starter, it's a Christian starter. I mean, what's unique about Christianity, it alone speaks about God creating independent of matter, energy, space, and time. Even time is created.
All right. Kent, you also believe the biblical statement that in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth, but you differ in believing when God did it. You think that he did it 6,000 years ago. What scientific evidence proves the universe is young and the Big Bang theory is not true in terms of time?
I would have to say if what you're proposing is true, then there is no possible way the average person in the world can read this book and understand it. The God that I worship wrote a book that anybody can read and understand the vast majority of it, and this book clearly says God made everything in 6 days. They were days just like we have today. I think the Big Bang Theory is one of the most ridiculous ideas I've ever heard of in the world, and I think we'll have an interesting discussion on that tonight.
Okay, tell us why.
Well, Big Bang Theory does not explain the origin of time, space, or matter. What exploded? Where did it come from? Where did the energy come from? Why are some of the planets spinning backwards to others? You know, if a spinning object breaks apart in a frictionless environment, everything spins the same way. And yet we have Venus, Uranus, and possibly Pluto spinning backwards, and at least 6 moons spinning backwards. And he mentioned everything is tending toward decay, and yet what he said about the Big Bang is exactly the opposite of that. Where did all this stuff come from?
Here, what do you come back with?
Well, I mean, we're talking about decay since the transcendent beginning. I mean,
Well, why would God need to use a Big Bang? Why not just make it right?
Well, that's what he says he did. He says he created matter, energy, space, and time. That's exactly what the Big Bang is saying. It's identical. There's no difference between
No.
Genesis 1:1.
There's no difference between what you're saying and what Carl Sagan says. That's what I see. I see what you say as being totally foreign to God's Word, and I get real nervous when somebody teaches something. Well, when somebody teaches something where we have to have a guru to explain it, now you have a cult.
We don't need a
Anybody
guru.
can read this book and understand it.
As I said, you've got 6 different Bible authors speaking about the heavens being continually stretched out.
No. There are 6 different times where it says God stretched out the heavens. It
Yes.
doesn't prove the Big Bang.
Well, a Big Bang says that a transcendent being is the one that's responsible for that.
I agree there is stretching of the heavens, but I don't
Yes.
think that proves it's billions of years old. See, that's where you went from the observation to the interpretation of the observation, and that's
Okay.
where you get in trouble.
Do you agree that the universe contains planets and stars?
We know that we have at least 9 planets around our sun, and yes, there are plenty of stars out there, trillions and trillions of them. I agree
Well,
with
there
that.
are planets and there are stars, and it's been expanding for billions of years.
Well, I guess we don't know that it's been expanding. We do see a red shift from some of the stars, and some interpret that to mean expanding. Some interpret that to mean tired light. The Bible says
Let
clearly
me slow this down for our people out in the audience there, and that is basically what you're saying is that, okay, if we do have planets and we do have stars out there, that, Hugh, I think what you're saying is that in astronomy, that there's a way of measuring how far away those guys are. Okay?
That's true.
All right, and I hear Kent saying, no, let's start. How do you know how far away they are? And then let's have Kent come back on that. In other words, what are the tip-offs?
Well, let me underline the principal point, though. The very existence of stars and planets means it's been expanding for billions of years. To support thousands of years, you've got to get rid of all the stars, planets, galaxies, and moons. And as an astronomer, I can tell you there really are stars out there. There really are planets and moons. It's not a mirage. We live on a planet. There's a star that supplies us with heat. That's all you need. It's very simple. You don't have to have a PhD to figure this out. I mean, if the universe expands too fast, none of the protons and neutrons will ever coalesce.
How do we know how far away they are and how long it's been expanding?
Well, because of a new paper published just in the June 1st issue of Astrophysical Journal, I got the paper here with me, we now have trigonometric parallax distances as far out as 3C279.
What in the world does that mean?
That's a quasar that's 6 billion light years away.
But how do you know it's 6 billion?
Okay, how do you know? There are variations taking place inside the quasar that guarantee that the variations must be taking place over a certain number of miles diameter. Radio astronomers have developed a new technique where they can take telescopes all over the world and put together the equivalent of a telescope with a 6,000-mile diameter, which allows them to measure angles with extreme precision. And it's that technique that has enabled them to establish that this object is a minimum of 6 billion light years away, and therefore the light must have taken 6 billion years to reach us. This is independent of the expansion measures of the universe.
Ken?
Well, I was born at night, but it wasn't last night, okay? And I had students all the time that tried this same technique. It's called a snow job, I guess, to dazzle with big numbers. If you look at the, I taught trigonometry, I know how it works. If you took a look at Earth's orbit around the sun, which is a huge circle, okay? Earth's orbit around the sun is only 16 light minutes across. It would take light 16 minutes to go across our orbit, since we're 8 light minutes away from the sun. Some people confuse, they think a light year is a time. A light year is a distance. We could have a Hovind minute. You know, how far can Hovind run in 1 minute? That's getting shorter each year, by the way. But I could say it is 12 Hovind minutes to the store. Well, that's a distance. It's not a time. And a light year is not it's a distance. It's just a shorter way to say a big number. Earth's orbit around the sun is 16 light minutes. 1 year has over 500,000 minutes in it. 525,948 minutes in a year. So if you're going to look at a star that is 1 light year away, And forget your 6,000 year base of your triangle. I'm talking 16 light minutes, 186 million miles. I'll give you that. If you had two surveyors up on the roof of this building and they were 16 inches apart, and they were looking at a dot 8¼ miles away, that would make a very skinny triangle. Real skinny triangle. That's what you get. That's the same angle you get when you have two people looking at a star from opposite sides of Earth's orbit, and the star is only 1 light year away, and none of them are that close. So I just plain do not believe you. I've read your books. I've learned an awful lot. You have some great stuff in here. But I think what we have here is a classic example of an exaggeration. They cannot tell a star
Not
6
at all.
billion light years
No,
away.
you're wrong on this. Here are 2 papers that have been published. This one gives a trig parallax distance to NGC 4258.
And you can tell me...
23.5 million.
Okay, I taught trig. Explain this to me. You can say with trigonometry you can measure 6 billion light years.
Yes, you can.
I just flat don't believe you. I'm sorry.
Okay. It's not just the diameter of the Earth's orbit that's going for you.
You can't tell where you were 6 months ago on opposite sides of Earth's orbit.
Hang on.
Okay.
The reason why we're able to do this now and not 5 years ago is we now have telescopes with extremely high resolution that can measure angles to better than a 10,000th of an arc second. This is what gets you out so far. We're no longer limited to 500 light years. We can measure all the globular clusters, and the Hipparcos satellite did that, got us out to the globular clusters, but radio astronomy is getting us out to galaxies and quasars.
Okay, I would have to be convinced. Now, I am not saying the stars are not billions of light years away. They probably are. I just think it is hocus pocus to say we can measure those distances because we cannot measure those distances.
Yes, we can.
Secondly, we do not know that the speed of light has always been a constant.
Got to bring that up. We'll talk about that.
And thirdly, the God that I worship is able to make a full-grown man in a full-grown garden and full-grown universe. He doesn't need 17 billion years to get it put together so we can live here. He can make it right in 6 days, and he's capable of writing a book that the average person can understand.
He's capable of doing all of that, but he's also capable of doing it in 2 nanoseconds. The question would be is, what did he do? Are the universe and the Earth billions of years old or just thousands of years old? What do you think? Are Genesis 1 and 2 compatible with contemporary scientific evidence? A lot of people think that's not true. Got 2 guests tonight who think that it is true. And my guests are Dr. Hugh Ross, who received his PhD in astronomy from the University of Toronto, did postdoctoral research on quasars at Caltech. Also Dr. Kent Hovind, who received his PhD in education, writing his doctoral dissertation on the subject of creation versus evolution. Now, I'd like to start off this segment right here with the fact of just going down something we can all follow, Genesis chapter 1. Haven't heard anybody do this. And we're going to see if the scientific evidence matches this. I think this will be helpful to those of you at home. I'm going to read it. My first question is, what happened on day 1? Scientifically, the Bible says, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Now, the earth was formless and empty. Darkness was over the surface of the deep, and the Spirit of God was hovering over the waters. And God said, let there be light. What in the world was that? And there was light. God saw the light was good, and he separated the light from the darkness. God called the light day, the darkness he called night, and there was evening, and there was morning, the first day. Now, it seems to me you got a couple things here. God created the universe. God created the earth. It was formless and empty. God creates light. What kind of light? Is he talking about the sun or something else? God separates light from darkness. Does scientific evidence agree with this order? What else do you guys see that's going on? Kent, you want to start us off?
Well, sure. I think anybody of average intelligence can read that and say, well, on the first day, God created the material. He created the heaven and the earth, and then he made light. And he chose 6 days to do this, and then a day of rest to establish a 7-day week for us. It's just 6 normal days, just like we have today. There's no difference at all. And Exodus 20:11, the only thing God ever wrote with his own finger, he wrote on a rock for Moses, the 10 Commandments. Everything else he had somebody write for him. He wrote on a rock with his own finger, and he doesn't stutter. He said, I made everything in 6 days.
Okay.
To me, that means he made everything in 6 days.
Hugh, what happened there? What's happening in day 1?
Okay, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. That's matter, energy, space, and time, as you can easily establish by going to 7 other Bible passages, which means there's light in the beginning. but it's dark on the surface of the waters of planet Earth because the light of the heavens could not get through the Earth's atmosphere to the surface of the Earth. As it says in the first creation day, let there be light. Use the verb haya, distinct from the verb bara in Genesis 1:1. God creates the light in the beginning. It shows up on the surface of the earth on creation day 1. So creation day 1 is not the creation of light, it's the appearance of light on the surface of the waters of planet Earth, and now photosynthesis is possible on planet Earth. So Genesis 1:2, in my opinion, is simply the statement of 4 initial conditions. The earth began dark, water over the whole face of the earth, unfit for life and empty of life, and now the Spirit of God begins to work and transform.
All right, what about this word, and there was evening and there was morning, the first day?
Sure. You're reading out of the King James, the
original?
original?
Reading this one off NIV, but it is a distinct phrase that is used there, the first day.
It should say, and there is evening and there is morning, right?
Yes.
Okay, 2 verbs.
Right.
2 subject complements. And one of our Hebrew scholars, Paul Elbert, has written a piece on this very theme. And his point is that if it was going to be 24 hours, it would have to be an evening and an evening, or a morning and a morning. The fact that it's evening and morning establishes that the text is not speaking of 24-hour days, but one of the other 2 literal definitions of the word day. There being 3. Could be 12 hours, 24 hours, or a long time period. All 3 are literal. Paul Elbert's point is the structure of the evening and the morning establishes that it's referring to something other than a 24-hour day.
Okay, let's just stay right here for a little bit, because both of you are Christians. Both of you believe that the Bible is the inerrant Word of God, so it's not making a mistake here. Kent, do you agree we have 3 options?
List them for me and I'll tell you if I agree.
Well, you've got how the word yom is used all through Scripture. You've got the day of the Lord, which has got to be more than a 24-hour period of time.
Okay.
Okay. You've got the fact of a 24-hour day, and then also it's used for just a 12-hour period of time, like the daytime.
I think if you gave this book to 5,000 people and said, read this, tell me what it says, all 5,000 would come back and say, this is saying he made it in 6 days. When you have to have a guru to tell you what it says, you now have a cult. That's what makes me very nervous. I think, let me read what James Barr says. He's a professor of Hebrew, or was at Vanderbilt University, former Regis professor at Hebrew at Oxford University. He said, probably so far as I know, there is no professor of Hebrew of Old Testament at any world-class university who does not believe that the writers of Genesis 1 through 11 intended to convey to their readers the idea that the creation took place in a series of 6 days, which were the same as the days of 24 hours we now experience. Or to put it negatively, the apologetic arguments which suppose the days of creation to be long eras of time, the figures of years not to be chronological, and the flood to be merely a local Mesopotamian flood, are not taken seriously by such professors, as far as I know.
That's simply not true. It wasn't true when James Barr stated it, and it's certainly not true today. Now, I speak on seminary campuses all the time, and the majority uphold the idea that the text, the plain reading of the text indeed implies long periods of time, not 24 hours. I mean, I'm testimony to that. I didn't meet Christians till I was 27. When I read the Bible for the first time, it was obvious to me it's speaking about 6 long time periods. There's no closure on the 7th day. You only got an evening and a morning for the first 6 days. You read Genesis chapter 2 and look at everything that happens on the 6th day. There are 10 creation accounts in the Bible. In order to develop a correct interpretation of creation, one must faithfully integrate all 10, not just focus on a couple of verses out of Genesis chapter 1.
Let me give you a little hint here. Well, Dr. Gleason Archer was my Hebrew professor. And if we go to the next chapter, there's a tip-off, I think, in terms of what it is. Genesis 2:4, referring back to the 7 days, says, this is the account of the heavens and the earth when they were created, referring back to those 7 days. And then it says, in the day that the Lord God made heaven and earth. So you have 1 day referring to all those 7. So you have it as a period of time. Now, Gleason Archer writes about this. All biblical scholars admit that yom, day, may be used in a figurative or symbolic manner as well as in a literal sense. And he says this is very evident in Genesis 2:4. This is the account of the heavens and the earth when they were created. Henry Morris, of all folks, says the King James Version translates the word yom as a period of time 65 times. So the door is open, and it's very interesting that even Moses himself is quoted in 2 Peter 3:10 this way. But the day of the Lord will come like a thief in the night. Actually, it's, but do not let this one fact escape your notice, beloved, that with the Lord, one day is as 1,000 years. And he's quoting that from, I think it's Psalm chapter 90, verse 4, which is a psalm of Moses. And that's how Moses, who wrote this passage, used it. I'm simply saying that there's exegetical grounds for opening the door for a stage or a period of time among the scholars.
Yeah, Gleason Archer also made the point that on the sixth day you got Adam and Eve both created, Genesis chapter 1. When you go to Genesis 2, Adam hangs around a long time before Eve gets created. He's got to work the Garden of Eden. He's got to name all the animals. He goes through an operation. He recovers. And frankly, I think what's going on is God's dealing with him because men have a hard time integrating the physical creation, the emotional creation, the spiritual. He says Eve doesn't need this college class, but Adam does. I think it took him at least a semester to get through it.
Well, the fact is for folks who don't know who Gleason Archer is, Gleason Archer has taught most of your Hebrew scholars. He graduated from Harvard with his PhD. I think he knows like 22 different languages. He used to take notes in Hittite when he was in class. I used to quote from the lexicon. He'd say, that's wrong. And he would correct the lexicon. I never knew anybody that corrected the dictionary. He'd write a letter and they would correct it. He got my attention, and so if he's open to the idea, I'm open to the idea. But the fact is regardless, let's go on here in terms of the order. What happened on day 2?
Well, I didn't get to respond to that one.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, I would disagree very strongly with what Dr. Ross has said.
Yes.
I think the days have to be 6 normal days because there's so many other references in Scripture. For instance, Exodus 20:11 in the Ten Commandments. God said, I want you to worship on the rest on the Sabbath because I made everything in 6 days. He wasn't telling them to work 6 million years and then finally take a break. And the only 2 references you referred to about 2 Peter 3:8 and Psalm 90 verse 4, both of them say a day is like 1,000 years. They don't say a million or a billion. Plus, I think if you just read the first chapter, you'll see God made the plants, the grass, and the trees on day 3. He made the sun on day 4. And the Bible says clearly He created the sun. He didn't just make the light visible. I don't know where Dr. Ross gets this idea that the smoke cleared and all of a sudden they could see the sun was already there. That's just simply not true. He created the sun. Just let me finish now. The Hebrew word is very clear there. And the 6 days of, how long can the plants live without the sun? Plus the insects are made on day 5 and they pollinate the plants. Plus animals breathe in oxygen and breathe off carbon dioxide. Plants do the opposite. The idea of these days being long periods of time is just ridiculous.
Well, let me just say this. So the sun wasn't created on day 1?
The light was made. It doesn't say the sun was made.
Okay, I just want to make sure you're saying that. Do you think the sun was created there?
Definitely, and the 4th day does not say that the sun was created. It uses the verb again, haya, let there be the great lights. In the 16th verse where it says, so God made the sun, moon, and stars, it's in the Cal perfect form, which simply states that the sun and stars were made at some unspecified time in the past. Moreover, not even in your interpretation can the plants survive 24 hours. They're not going to make it even a nanosecond without the heat and light of the sun. So obviously there's something wrong with your interpretation.
What I've seen from reading your work, and I got an awful lot of letters from people who said, boy, I wish I could be there to debate Hugh Ross. I got a lot of people would like, there's many websites devoted to this topic, of your appearance of knowing Hebrew when you don't know any Hebrew.
I've got a whole stable of Hebrew scholars that volunteers for us with reasons to believe. Okay?
Sure. And I can talk to people who read Hebrew also, but I don't want you to mislead the audience into thinking you know Hebrew when you don't, and neither do I. All I can do, but I don't think God writes a book where we have to know Hebrew. The God that I worship is able to write a book and then preserve it and give it to us in a form that I can read and understand. And I'm telling you, nobody, if you went to a mission field where there were no Christians and no concept of Christianity and just gave this book to them and said, what does it say? All of them would come back and say, it says 6 days, just like we have today.
Kent, I've been on the mission field. That's not simply true. I mean, I've met all kinds of people who have drawn the conclusion these are long periods of time.
Please name one.
Okay. I mean, there's some ladies that work with us in our office, raised in Arkansas, read the Bible on their own, came to that conclusion. High school education, these are plain folk.
Well, there you had the key right there. If they got a high school education in the public school, they would have been taught evolution, and then they would have read the Bible with a preconceived
I'm talking 11
idea.
years of age. I mean, this is before they hit the high school years.
Well, and when I read your testimony also in your book about how you came to the Bible, you had already decided the Big Bang Theory is true. That was already a given in your mind. You'd already decided
the Bible teaches it.
No, it doesn't. But you'd already decided the universe is billions of years old, and now you come to the Bible and try to force that interpretation on God's Word. That's the wrong way to come to it.
Well, let me bring up this thing about Exodus chapter 20 again.
Yes.
And that, again, Archer comments on this. He did this at the Council for Biblical Inerrancy when they were writing the draft, and they asked him to do the exegesis on this. Gleason Archer used to teach at Trinity Divinity School. Bruce Walke used to teach, was chairman of Old Testament at Dallas. These guys wrote a workbook on the Old Testament together, and this is part of their commentary. In terms of Exodus 20, 8 through 11, in terms of what the Sabbath is mentioning and referring back to, he says, by no means does this demonstrate that 24-hour intervals were involved in the first 6 days any more than the 8-day celebration of the Feast of Tabernacles proves that the wilderness wanderings under Moses occupied only days. Remember, Israel wandered in the wilderness for 40 years. So it was a symbolic commemoration of that time is what they're saying. And I just point this out, that how do we, the very question you guys are grappling here, for our people that are at home, how are they supposed to approach this? You've got the verse in Genesis chapter 2 where it does seem to say that a day refers to the whole spectrum of whatever time period those 6 days, 7 days occurred in the first chapter. You have the day of the Lord, which everybody seems to agree can go on into eternity. You've got other suggestions of periods of time. If it opens the door, there have been people that I have known that have just approached it and said that's a possibility. They haven't known the science, but it's a possibility. But I'm saying, if it is a possibility, are evangelicals wrong in exploring that possibility? Because you do have biblical support in other places for it.
I think you should explore all possibilities. I'm an educator. I think when you teach, a real true education shows the kids all the options. I think we should study that option that the days might be long periods of time. I would like you to show me any place in Scripture where it says a day is not a 24-hour day, if it also uses the evening and the morning phrase with it, and the first day, the second day, the third day. I mean, the Bible just couldn't be more clear. And then it's reinforced in Exodus chapter 20 and in Exodus chapter 31 about God did it all in 6 days.
Well, let's pick that theme up. I mean, Exodus 20. That whole idea of the fourth commandment's repeated 5 times in the Levitical law. Only 2 of the 5 times does it give you the divine analogy, 4 and 6 days. And we also note in both cases the preposition's not in the original. It simply says 4 6 days.
Here you're going off in your imagined Hebrew again. Now let's stick with something.
That's not imagined Hebrew.
Okay, you don't speak Hebrew, and neither do I. Okay.
No, I've checked it out. I've checked it out with Hebrew scholars. They assure me that the preposition's not there. I've read the actual text. It's not in the original.
And have you read the long critique of what you just said on Answers in Genesis website about this very topic you're talking about?
Sure have.
And what's your response?
My response is it doesn't withstand the scrutiny of Hebrew scholarship. He also ignores the problem of Leviticus, chapter 25. There you got the case of God setting up a work period and a rest period for the agricultural land. It is to be worked 6 years and rested on the 7th year.
Correct.
So I go along with Gleason Archer. What you got in Exodus 20 is an analogy, not an exact equation.
So there I disagree.
All right, we're going to take a break, and when we come back, we're going on to the second day to find out. We're going down toward Adam and Eve, when they were created, when the animals were created, and what was going on. So stick with us. We'll be right back. We're talking with Dr. Hugh Ross, who received his PhD in astronomy from the University of Toronto and did postdoctoral research on quasar at Caltech, and Dr. Kent Hovind, who received his PhD in education, writing his doctoral dissertation on the subject of creation versus evolution. Our topic is, are the universe and the Earth billions of years old or just thousands of years old? Are Genesis 1 and 2 compatible with contemporary scientific evidence? Should they be? And that's a good question too, but we're going to go down using chapter 1 of Genesis, because a lot of folks have kind of discarded this, and I thought let's have our scientists, let's actually comment on what these verses are talking about. We hit day 1 last time. We're going to talk about day 2, Genesis 1, 6 through 8, and says, and God said, let there be an expanse between the waters to separate water from water. So God made the expanse and separated the water under the expanse from the water above it. And it was so. God called the expanse sky. And there was evening and there was morning the second day. Hugh, what happened on day 2?
Well, hopefully we agree here. I mean, I see that as a reference to God establishing a stable, abundant water cycle. In fact, one of our colleagues, Dr. Robert Newman, who's both an astronomer and a theologian, wrote his master's thesis in theology on that very point. Careful exegesis of the words reveals that it's speaking about God setting up an abundance of water in the atmosphere, the troposphere more correctly, water in the ocean, and you've got a cycling which is going to make possible sufficient water in the future continental land masses.
All right. Kurt, Kent?
Well, if God set up the water cycle then, why did it say later it had not rained upon the earth? What you're saying is, this had it rained upon the earth for millions of years, was there a normal water cycle before? Is this in day 2?
Definitely.
Well, the Bible says very clearly it had not rained upon the earth.
No, you're quoting from Genesis chapter 2.
It says, a mist went forth and watered the face of the ground because it had not rained upon the earth.
Yeah, but it's in the same context that there is no man, no plant. I mean, it's simply a restatement of the initial conditions you've got there in Genesis 1. I mean, what you have in Genesis 2 is a second account of creation with a focus on human beings.
The second account of creation focusing on day 6.
Yes.
All of chapter 2, except for the first 4 verses, is dealing with what happened in the garden only, and only on day 6. It's not talking about...
But you're quoting verses 5 and 6 out of Genesis 2, and it's simply establishing the context for God creating Adam and placing him in the Garden of Eden and later creating Eve. It doesn't give you an ordered list.
How much later did he create Eve? Was it the same day?
The same 6th day, correct, which was a long period of time.
Which was a long period of time.
Right.
Okay, this is where you got to make sure I understand what you really mean by what you say, because I've read enough of your stuff to know to check that out. So you think Adam was there for a long time by himself. You say he had to recover from surgery and had to go to college for a semester and learn.
He had to name all the animals.
Name all the animals, and that took a long time.
He had to work the Garden of Eden, correct.
Well, let's go back to day 3. We're going to get to that, all right? What happened with Adam and Eve, but let's keep it in context, because our folks out here are trying to follow. So the fact is basically day 2, we had what happen?
Water cycle.
Water cycle.
I disagree. I think on day 2 we had a firmament established, which is clearly later spelled out in Genesis 1:20 as being the place where the birds fly. Genesis 1:20 says the birds fly in the firmament of heaven. So that's the atmosphere. It says there was water above this atmosphere. That's what it says very clearly. And then also in Psalm 148, verse 4, it says there are still waters above the heavens. I suspect God made 3 heavens. First heaven is the atmosphere where the birds fly. The second heaven is where the stars are. We call it outer space, sun, moon, and stars. The third heaven is where God lives. 2 Corinthians chapter 12, the Apostle Paul tells about being caught up to the third heaven. And apparently there was a water barrier between each of those. The first one is probably now gone. That's what fell down at the flood. I don't know if it was ice or water or moisture or what.
But wouldn't it fall down immediately? What's going to hold it up there?
If I read your book, and you make what's called a straw man argument. You assume that all the water for the flood came from this canopy.
Even if some of it just came from the canopy,
there's water
still
in the
got a
sky
problem.
right now.
Yeah, but I mean...
There's plenty of it.
Okay.
Clouds are water, they float just fine. I don't know
so
what
you
held
don't
it up.
believe there's any more water up there before the flood than after the flood?
I think there was somehow a canopy of water suspended up there. I can't prove this. This is the canopy.
Any different than what we have right now?
Oh, probably so. I think that
then it's got to come down.
It did come down. It rained 40 days and 40
No,
nights.
it would come down immediately. It wouldn't wait. I mean, the law of gravity is either going to dissipate it to outer space or bring it crashing to the Earth.
There's plenty of water out there in the atmosphere right now.
But there's a limit to how much it can hold.
I agree. And it was right at that limit.
Which
most
isn't
of
very
the
much.
I don't know that, and you don't either know what it was.
Yes, I do.
No,
I'm
you
an
don't.
I've taken atmospheric physics.
The Bible says very clearly that most of the water for the flood came from inside the earth. When the crust of the earth broke open, the fountains of the deep broke open. That's where the vast majority came from.
Yeah.
And I think we still today have the scars where this happened. They're called fault lines. You know, San Andreas Fault, the Hayward Fault, New Madrid Fault. And I've studied all those. None of them are my fault, but I've studied them. And I think that the flood in the days of Noah happened when this water came out from inside the earth and the canopy collapsed, which is one of the explanations.
Let me move you on, because you're going to get into it in the day 3 here as well.
Okay.
Let's just roll over into it. This is what happened on day 3. God said, "Let the water under the sky be gathered to one place, and let dry ground appear." And it was so. God called the dry ground land, and the gathered waters he called seas. And God saw that it was good. Then God said, "Let the land produce vegetation, seed-bearing plants and trees on the land that bear fruit with seed in it, according to their various kinds." And it was so. The land produced vegetation, plants bearing seed according to their kinds, and trees bearing fruit with seed in it according to their kinds. God saw that it was good. There was evening, there was morning, the 3rd day. We have the receding of the waters of the ocean, seas, and lakes taking place. We have the emergence of land above the seas taking place. Plants and trees come forth at that point. What else do you guys see taking place, and how long was this going on?
It took one day, 24 hours.
Well, I would see it as taking a much longer period of time.
Like how long?
Huh?
How long?
Oh, probably in the order of a few 100 million years. I mean, you're going to get these continents forming, right?
The continents we have today?
Yeah.
No. The continents today are a result of Noah's flood. The shapes of today's...
That's 6,000 miles of plate tectonics in just a few months of time.
That is assuming, of course, that today's continents are like they were in the days of Adam and Eve. See, what you've done is you've taken some scriptures that clearly apply to the flood, the worldwide flood in the days of Noah.
Do you believe that tectonics is operable in the earth?
I was just on the San Andreas Fault last week. Yeah, it's moving.
Okay.
Sure. That's a result of the flood 4,400 years ago. The plates are still moving. The fountains of the deep broke open. The water came to the surface. They're still settling and shifting. I've climbed 40 volcanoes and taught earth science for years. Yes, sir.
But if you squish that much tectonics in that brief of a period of time...
How much tectonics? What are you trying to do? You're trying to put Africa and South America together? Is that what you're judging this by?
Either that or just produce the mountains that are necessary for your flood interpretation.
In order to make Africa and South America fit for the Pangea theory they put in the textbooks, they shrank Africa 35 to 40%. Pangea theory is just pure baloney. Plus, if you look...
Have you checked that out with geophysicists?
Well, just let me finish.
No,
if you take the water...
This is important.
Well,
if you're going to make these statements, at the very least you got to do...
Always check it out.
...is go to the geophysicists and say, give me your feedback. Have you talked to them?
I taught earth science for 15 years. Get any high school textbook, which is what I taught. Measure the size of the continents they show for Pangea. Get a ratio, and then go measure it on a real globe. And you'll say, wow, how did they do that? Plus, all of Mexico, all of Central America is gone. They take them out. The shapes of the continents is a pure coincidence based on the water level. If you take the water out of the oceans, you will notice there is dirt underneath. These continents are not floating around like lily pads in a bathtub. They're connected. It's just the low places happen to be full of water. The opposite sides of most rivers are parallel with each other. That doesn't mean they broke apart millions of years ago. It's just a low place full of water.
Well, that's
all.
you stating it. I mean, again, check with the community of geophysicists and get their feedback.
About what?
About your plate tectonics theory. Is there any scientific support for your plate tectonics theory?
I agree. The continents are moving a little bit.
A little bit.
That doesn't prove they're moving about as fast as your fingernails grow.
Mm-hmm.
Every professor of that subject that I know of would say about as fast as your fingernails grow. Obviously, that doesn't prove they've always been moving at that rate. And just because South America and Africa are X number of miles apart, you're just judging by the water level. Take the water out and they're touching.
To me, Paul says everything must be tested. If you're going to claim that plate tectonics was millions of times faster than the days of Noah...
I didn't claim that. Don't put those words in my mouth. No, I didn't say that either.
Hundreds?
All I said was the shapes of the continents only appear to fit because of the water level. Yes, the continents are moving, but they've only been moving 4,400 years since the flood of the days of Noah.
How about during the flood?
I don't know. The Bible says the fountains of the deep were broken open. There was probably some incredible continental movement during that flood. And how you can teach it was a local flood, I don't understand that. I mean, why would God tell Noah to build a boat, fill it full of animals, stay in there for a year? Tell Noah to move. I mean, I can figure that out. It was a worldwide flood.
He could have told him to move. But the main purpose here is that God set up Noah to be a prophet. says, build this gigantic boat in the desert and preach to this wicked generation. If he had moved, he would have lost his opportunity to preach.
Do you really believe that?
Yes, it says so in Hebrews and Peter.
So the purpose of this ark was just to get attention. It was a
God always gives
hamburger
his
Sunday to bring all the
prophets
kids in.
a pulpit.
All right, we got to get to that too, but gee, we got to get through the 7 days here. Can I move on to day 4, because this gets us into the light again. God said, this is day 4, let there be lights in the expanse of the sky to separate the day from the night, and let them serve as signs to mark seasons and days and years, and let them be lights in the expanse of the sky to give light on the earth, and it was so. God made 2 great lights, the greater light to govern the day, the lesser light to govern the night. He also made the stars. God set them in the expanse of the sky to give light on the earth, to govern the day and the night, to separate light from darkness, and God saw that it was good. There was evening, there was morning, the 4th day. Question, did God make the sun? Did God make the stars on day 4? You?
I'd say no. It's in the cal-perfect form, which means that they were formed either on the 4th day, the 3rd day, the 2nd day, the 1st day, or in the beginning. Go back to Genesis 1:1. In the beginning, God created the Shemayana rest. That includes all the matter, energy, space, and time, stars, and galaxies. So that's when the light was. That's when the stars existed. And what you see there in the text is these are to serve for signs for the animals that are going to be created in the 5th and 6th days. You'll note that all the animals mentioned in the 5th and 6th days are sufficiently complex. They need at least the occasional visibility of the sun, moon, and stars to regulate their biological clocks.
Mm-hmm. This is one that I actually looked it up, and the Hebrew verb is wayas in verse 16, and according to Archer again, God had made the 2 great luminaries. This should be, Hebrew had no special form for the pluperfect tense, but uses the perfect tense, or the conversive imperfect is here to express either the English past or the English perfect. So what he's saying is God had made 2 great lights, da-da-da-da-da-da. So that seems to open the door that the sun and so on were already there. But it does say he also made the stars. Did he make stars on day 4 and didn't make them at the beginning?
Well, it's in the same cal-perfect form, which means it could have been made any time in the past.
Okay,
3rd,
so he
2nd,
also
1st day,
had
or in
made
the beginning.
the stars.
Right.
Kent?
Well, I don't know Gleason Archer, and I know that an awful lot of the people in the past, Schofield and Dakes for the Dake Study Bible, were products of their time. They were trying very hard to make the Bible say the earth is millions of years old because of in the early 1800s, some people started teaching the earth is millions of years old. Christians panicked and thought, wow, they're going to prove the Bible's wrong. We've got to somehow make the Bible say this. And so in the early 1800s, you see the gap theory, the day-age theory, progressive creation, lots of these theories, which are just compromises. The earth is not millions of years old, for one thing. And why on earth should we compromise a perfectly good Bible, which has never been proven wrong, with a dumb theory of evolution, which has never been proven right?
It's not evolution.
Okay, your theory of Big Bang is exactly like Carl Sagan's.
No, it isn't.
Well, tell me the difference.
Okay, the difference is this. Carl Sagan doesn't perceive design in the Big Bang. We do. In fact, we stipulate that the greatest scientific evidence for design in creation is in the Big Bang characteristics.
And isn't that the opposite, though, of the second law of thermodynamics?
Well, of course. We have God creating the universe. He's
Why
setting
not?
up the physics of the universe.
Why not do it in 6 days like you did?
He did do it in 6 days, like he said.
Why not?
Literal long periods of time.
6 literal long periods of time.
Yes.
So here you have day 3, the plants living for millions of years without a clearly visible sun.
I'm saying the sun was always there. What was going on is the atmosphere from day 1 to day 4 was translucent. Light was coming through, but the observer on the surface of the earth, the Spirit of God is brooding over the surface of the waters. From that perspective, he couldn't make out the distinction of the sun, moon, and stars, only the light. It's like where I was raised in British Columbia. We got to see the sun maybe 2 days out of the year because the rest of the time it's overcast. What you got going on before the 4th day is where it's overcast all the time. 4th day, we have the atmosphere becoming transparent for the first time, and now we can have God creating creatures that need these things for signs to regulate their clocks.
Okay, I disagree. You're saying that the sun and moon were created. The word created and made are used interchangeably all through the Scripture. I've got a list of about, 50 or 60 places where they're used interchangeably. It means the same thing. He created and made.
Scholars don't agree with that.
Well,
There is a distinction between a saw and bara. Bara means you're talking about something that's really brand new. When the text uses the verb asa, it doesn't necessarily have to be brand new, but it does have to be something that's designed or manufactured by the creator. And I'm conceding that point. I believe that the Big Bang, the universe, the Earth, the solar system, our galaxy, were all very carefully fine-tuned and engineered by the creator.
Well,
that's where I differ from Carl Sagan.
This brings up a great concern for me. After reading lots and lots of your material, I really feel like I'm talking to a Mormon priest, like you have a different God. It's not the same God.
Why do you say that?
Well, the Mormons will tell you they love God. Okay, who do you mean?
Yeah, but the fact is he's saying, Mormons are saying there's many gods. Okay, you can become a god, I can become a god. Bible's not saying that. I don't hear Hugh saying that. Are you saying that?
Well, the God that I worship not only made it in 6 literal 24-hour days, He's not deceitful. He doesn't. We don't have to wait for somebody to come along in the 20th century to explain it to us.
Let's talk about deceitfulness. Let's talk about that point. The fact is, that which is there, when the scientists find it, if it's not true, wouldn't that be deceitful?
Oh, yes.
Right.
And there's no conflict between the Bible and science. There's a conflict between the Bible and the Big Bang.
No,
and
but
there's
I'm
a conflict
saying is
between
the
the Bible
fact
and
is,
evolution.
take the very thought of the fact of the light coming from the stars.
Sure.
Okay? We got to talk about this. We'll do it in another program because we've got to shut this one down. But the fact is that if the light is not what the scientists are saying that it did from all the measurements, then God had to create it in transit. Therefore, it's not really true.
No, that's a false assumption. You're setting up a straw man here. If the stars are billions of light years away, and they probably are, I wouldn't argue that. They probably go beyond what we've been able to see so far. You know, every time they look at a spot in space, they see more stars. You know, I don't know how far it goes. Probably goes forever, and that blows the human mind. You know, how can it go forever?
Well, it doesn't go forever.
You know that it doesn't go forever?
Definitely.
You've been there, done that.
Yes, we've done that.
Extraterrestrial perception.
No, we can see far enough away in astronomy that we can look back to that epoch when stars didn't even exist.
Are you telling me, and everybody and God's listening, that scientists have now observed the farthest star there is?
Yes.
Man, okay.
Why, Hugh? Why are you saying that? What's the
We have
evidence?
telescopes powerful enough to probe that far back in the history of the universe. In fact, one of the astronomers that volunteers for us, William Keel, at the University of Alabama, that's his research field, photographing the universe before galaxies exist, before stars exist, and showing the history of creation from that moment forward.
All right, we're going to wrap this up
images.
here, and the facts we're going to come back. And there's a couple things when we come back, so please hang in there with us. Welcome. We're talking today with two guests, Dr. Hugh Ross, representing the Old Earth point of view, the Day-Age creationist viewpoint, and Dr. Kent Hovind, representing the Young Earth creationist viewpoint. Our topic is, are the universe and the Earth billions of years old or just 6,000 years old? Also, are Genesis 1 and 2 compatible with contemporary scientific evidence? And this is a dynamite program right here because we're going to talk about what aspect, what part did evolution play in the origin of life, if any? We're going to talk about when, how did God create Adam and Eve, and we're going to talk about light and a few other things, and we're doing it in the, just going down the list here of Genesis chapter 1, and I'm going to combine 2 days here, guys, because it's taken us a little longer than usual to get through these days. What happened on day 5 and day 6? Genesis 1:20 starts us with day 5. God said, let the water teem with living creatures. Let birds fly above the earth across the expanse of the sky. So God created the great creatures of the sea and every living and moving thing with which the water teems, according to their kinds, and every winged bird according to its kind. God saw that was good. God blessed them and said, be fruitful and increase in number and fill the water in the seas. Let the birds increase on the earth. There was evening, there was morning, the 5th day. Day 6. God said, let the land produce living creatures according to their kinds, livestock, creatures that move along the ground, and wild animals, each according to its kind. It was so. God made the wild animals according to their kinds, the livestock according to their kinds, all the creatures that move along the ground according to their kinds. God saw that it was good. Then God said, let us make man in our image, in our likeness, and let them rule over the fish of the sea and the birds of the air, over the livestock, over all the earth, over all the creatures that move along the ground. So it seems in these 2 days, you got to let the waters teem with living creatures, the birds fly across the earth, across the sky, above the earth, across the sky. He made the great creatures in the sea, then the livestock, creatures that move along the ground, wild animals, and finally man. All right? First of all, start me off. Does evolution have any place in any of this?
I would say no.
Why?
Well, just by scientific modeling, we can determine that there is no possibility for a species changing into a distinctly different species unless it exceeds 1 quadrillion individuals with a body size less than 1 centimeter and a generation time less than 3 months, which means it's going to work for viruses and bacteria, but it's going to have no capacity to explain the existence of new species of birds, mammals, or any of the creatures we see from the Cambrian explosion onward.
Some folks on PBS are doing specials on chaos theory, saying that that's the way it came about. What do you think?
Chaos theory, in my opinion, doesn't work. Yes, you can get departures from thermodynamic equilibrium if you got a complicated enough system and pick a small enough volume element in that system, but there's an important corollary. The farther you depart a system from thermodynamic equilibrium, the faster it must snap back. As something as complex as a virus, the snapback time is less than 10 to the minus 120 seconds. So the fact that we're all older than that means that's not how we got here.
So you're saying all the plants, all the animals, and man, none of that evolved?
No evolution beyond, not the species level, the genus level, order, family, none of that. Unless the species happens to have more than 1 quadrillion individuals, which is only a few.
Kent, you've offered $250,000 to anybody that could prove that theory. Give me some illustrations of why you think they never will.
Well, all we've ever observed is dogs produce dogs. Nobody's ever seen a dog come from a non-dog. Now, they might want to believe that a dog and a banana have a common ancestor. Well, I don't care what they believe, but that's not science. And I certainly resent my tax dollars going to support that. You need to get a King James, brother, by the way, because you said wild animals. The Bible doesn't say that. They weren't wild. They were all tame, all friendly animals in the original creation. They were all part of, Adam got to pet them all when he went out for a walk. And the animals were all created on one literal day, the sixth day. And then Adam and Eve were both made on the sixth day. It wasn't a long period of time between Adam and Eve like Dr. Ross believes. It was the same day. And there's, the God that I worship is able to do it right, and he's able to do it in a few seconds.
Okay, but you're saying that God could. Is there any benefit of God doing it quicker than 6 24-hour days? In other words, if that shows his power, why not do it in 2 nanoseconds and really show off? Why do you say that he couldn't have done it longer?
Oh, he
in other words,
when
a painter paints his picture,
I understand.
Okay, he can take his time in doing whatever he wants. He's the creator.
Right.
Is there anything better about saying he did it, over 10 billion years of age, 2 nanoseconds, or 6 24-hour days? Is there some spiritual quality that adheres to that?
Well, the only reason I can see for God taking 6 days, he could have done it in 0 time. He doesn't need any time at all, and could have made it perfect and right. And God doesn't need 17 billion years to get the stars just right to support life for this brief time period like Dr. Ross teaches in his books. My God did it right in 6 days, just like he said. We have a solar reason that we have a year. We go around the sun once a year. We have a lunar reason that we have a month. Used to be the month was about the same time as the lunar cycle. Nobody knows why we have a 7-day week. There's no, what's the historical reason? Why does every culture have a 7-day week? Napoleon tried to change it to a 10-day week, and it was disaster. We're just kind of built with our biological clock to work 6 days and rest 1. And it's normal days. God wasn't telling the Jews to work 6 million years and then rest, or work 6,000 years and then rest.
He told them to work the agricultural land 6 years, though.
Yeah, I think the 7-day week is established because of the creation. And the biological clock is just a normal, God just did it that way, just so we'd have. And I also think that God created, it says in Genesis 1 that God said, let us make man in our image. The very next verse says, so God created man. Here you've got an example where created and made means the same thing.
I don't think so. I think the making is referring to the fact that we have a physical component to us, which previously existed.
Previously existed. Do you believe Adam was literally made from dust and God breathed into his nostrils?
Definitely.
And Eve was literally made from a rib?
No, it's side of Adam. Doesn't say rib in the text. It says a portion of Adam's side. So we don't really know what kind of biopsy God took out of Adam.
But you believe this literally took place?
Yes.
Well, we finally agree on something. There's one.
Okay.
Okay. So we believe that God made Adam. Now let's. What are the tip-offs of when? We also have bipedal hominids going around. It seems from anthropologists that go back past what the Bible says in terms of the genealogies that are given. How far back do you think the genealogies take us in Genesis? Usher said it was 4,000 years.
BC.
BC.
Right. Well, the Hebrew scholars I've talked to said there's obvious gaps in the genealogies. You can't fix a precise date like Archbishop Usher did to assume no gaps.
But there's also a
there's
parameter.
a limit. There's a limit. Yeah, I would be hard-pressed to push it any earlier than, say, 50, 60,000 years. I got friends who try to push it back as far as 100,000. Anything beyond that, I think, is illegitimate.
So the fact is that both you and Kent are in trouble as far as the anthropologists who want to take some of these other bipedal primates or hominids back to, what was a million years?
Yeah,
million
if you
five?
interpret the bipedals as human, then you got a problem.
All right. So what do you guys do with them?
They're not human.
Why aren't they human?
They're just like the primates. They're like the chimpanzees, orangutans, gorillas.
You include Neanderthals as being in this category?
They're in that category too.
See, I disagree.
Why?
The Neanderthals were deformed humans, probably post-flood. They were burying people after they died. If a person lives past 100 years, there's a disease called acromegaly where the pituitary gland keeps secreting growth hormones. Your ears get longer, your nose gets bigger, and your bones in your forehead get thicker. The Neanderthals were simply post-flood humans who were deformed from diseases, arthritis, rickets.
Kent, are you aware that they have enormous nasal capacities and that their DNA is radically different from human DNA?
Well, now that's deceitful to say it's radically different. It's about 4% different, and it's within the range of humans today. You could go downtown Los Angeles and line up people and make an exact same chart like they've got in your textbook, with the skulls sloping, different diseases, and noses larger, nasal capacities larger.
No.
They're still human.
No. Okay, you can read a paper. I got the paper here. It's by Ian Tattersall and Jeffrey Schwartz. And they examined 13 Neanderthal skulls, complete skulls, and discovered that the nasal capacity was so enormous it eliminated the possibility that Neanderthal was biologically linked to any other land mammal species, not just primates. They said, we got a problem here. We got this Neanderthal that we can't link with anything.
You're saying just because their nose is bigger, they're not linked to anything?
Not the nose. It's the entire nasal capacity.
Sure.
They have a nasal capacity is so huge, there's really no... And these guys are atheists. They're saying, now, how can we possibly evolve this gigantic nasal capacity from any other species we see in the fossil record or any other species we see on Earth? And they said, we can't come up with it.
I would agree. Nothing evolves beyond... I wouldn't use the word species. That's kind of a nebulous term because a dog and a wolf and a coyote are different species. But they're still interfertile. They're the same kind. I'd stick with what the Bible says. The animals bring forth after their kind. A horse and a zebra.
How do you interpret kind? Do you think horses and zebras evolved?
I think horses and zebras are the same kind. I interpret kind like the Bible says. They're able to bring forth. The ones that were originally able to reproduce are the created kinds. Now, there's been variations from there.
So how far up do you put the kind? I mean, I just don't know what your
I don't know that
position
anybody
is.
knows that, and that would be a good field of research for science to get into.
Would you be willing to take it past genera?
I think with some areas, now see, what we have here is we're trying to take a modern 20th century classification system, started with Carolus Linnaeus, has been refined many times, and we're trying to force that onto the Bible. Now, that's the mistake. Just the Bible says they bring forth after their kind. A horse and a zebra probably are the original created kind. One of the zoos in, I believe it was one in Hawaii, they had a whalpin. They crossed a killer whale and a dolphin. Many zoos have had a tigon or a liger cross a tiger and a lion. They probably are the original created kind.
Yes, but they can't reproduce that kind.
Well, the whalpin, the whalpin did. After 10 years, it produced a baby.
But not the liger.
I don't know about the liger. See, but even if they get where they can't reproduce, one in 20,000 mules is
you're arguing
able.
intramurally, and the big argument is from the outside. Does the fossil record support the evolutionists or not? Plants, animals, man.
Yeah, I never got a chance to respond to the caveman, I don't think, but...
Well, I mean, let's stick with the outside world here for a moment,
Okay.
and the fact is those folks out there are simply saying, both you guys are wrong. The fact is evolution did take place, But I think most of our students recognize that even people like Gould at Harvard are making a shift here. Punctuated equilibrium is really going against what they originally started out with. All of a sudden it just appears in the record. What comment on this, please?
Well, it's an excellent point, because what Gould and Niles Eldredge are trying to do is make evolution work where the mathematics tells us it is the lowest possible probability. I mean, when the species population drops down to a few thousand, you get a zero probability of evolutionary advance. When you look at the fossil record, where do you see the evidence for the so-called transitional forms? There's creatures like whales and horses. And these are creatures with population levels so small, generation time so long, body size is so huge, they have a zero probability for evolutionary advance. They're even lower than our probability for evolutionary advance. Yet we see all these transitions. My explanation for that, God loves horses and whales. He knows because of their huge size and small populations, they're going to go extinct rapidly. When they do, he makes new ones.
When you guys are on campus, what do you say to the kids that have grown up thinking that evolution is proven by the fossil record? What are the things that you use?
Give them a mathematical model. I mean, one of the things we're trying to do in university campuses is say, if you're going to work in this discipline, you have to integrate mathematics with biology. Here's the principle. Most mutations, or many more mutations, are negative than those that are beneficial. The best you get is a ratio of 10,000 to 1. In other words, mutations will tend to drive a species to extinction before it has an opportunity to naturally evolve, unless it has a truly enormous population size, more than a quadrillion, a body size less than 1 centimeter, and a generation time briefer than 3 months. Now you can go to the field biologists. Where do you see speciation going on in the real world? They only see it for those species that match the mathematical limits. Those that don't, all they see are extinctions.
Right. And you've got some great illustrations on DNA too, Kent, in terms of people say, well, the DNA is similar between this and that, therefore they call that the transitional forms. But talk to that a little bit.
Well, he mentioned about God loves horses and whales, so when they go extinct, God creates new ones. This is the type of thing that makes me so nervous about people following his teachings, because there are so many things like this thrown in there that just are simply unsupported by Scripture.
Psalm 104.
The Bible says God finished creation. He was finished. I don't think God's creating new species all the time. I think it was done. And when he looked at it, it was very good.
By the way, I agree. God has stopped creating new species when he created Eve. That's when he went into his period of rest.
And how long ago was that?
I would argue that it's probably the neighborhood of 30 to 40,000 years ago.
Okay, we could argue that for a long time, but I think it was 6,000 years ago, just like the Bible obviously teaches.
But you're both using genealogies to say there's an end in terms of the parameters. So you're both basically on the same point at that spot that God stopped. So you're saying that this origination of new whales, new horses, and so on was before that.
It was before that, correct.
Okay.
Just like Psalm 104 speaks.
But come back, please, because we've only got about 2 minutes here, and that's this thing of the DNA. Because the kids hear this a whole lot in terms of there's similarity in DNA, so therefore a man is similar to this, that, and the other. And they use that as kind of a transitional deal.
The reason DNA is similar in so many different animals is we all have the same designer. Microsoft Word and Microsoft PowerPoint have millions of similarities. That doesn't prove they both evolved from Morse code. The same guys are writing the programs, that's all. And the same God designed the DNA of all the animals, and the DNA is incredibly flexible. There's a wide range of humans. There's a wide range of dogs. You get Great Danes and Chihuahuas, and they probably had a common ancestor. It was a dog. That doesn't prove a dog and a banana are related. So the DNA code is just so incredible. It must be an incredibly smart designer.
Take a moment. Can you remember some of the numbers on some things that just show the dissimilarity? There's no transitional forms going up.
Oh, yeah, I've got a chart on my website, drdino.com. People can look at, penicillin only has 2 chromosomes. So that must have evolved first, and then fruit flies have 8. So they must be the next form, Now, a housefly and a tomato both have 12 chromosomes. So obviously they're identical twins. I mean, it's hard to tell the difference between a housefly and a tomato, A possum, a redwood tree, and a kidney bean all have 22 chromosomes. Identical triplets, Possum, redwood tree, kidney bean. Average scientists can't tell them apart, They have, monkeys, or chimpanzees, have more chromosomes than we do. Man has 46. Tobacco has 48. So if we keep evolving, we're all going to be a tobacco plant. I mean, the whole idea is absurd, and how they believe this, I don't know. But they just don't like the idea that God created the world. When it's obvious He did.
We're going to take a break. When we come back, we're going to talk about what happened when Adam sinned. Was there death in the world before Adam sinned? And did the law of entropy only take place when Adam sinned, or was it in place before that? All right, because it has a bearing on whether God created in 24 hours or God created over long periods of time. So stick with us. We'll take a break. We'll be right back. Welcome. We're talking about a very interesting topic, and are the universe and the earth billions of years old or just thousands of years old? Are Genesis 1 and 2 in the Bible compatible with contemporary scientific evidence? My guests are Dr. Hugh Ross, who received his PhD in astronomy from the University of Toronto, did postdoctoral research on quasars at Caltech, and Dr. Kent Hovind, who received his PhD in education, writing his doctoral dissertation on creation versus evolution. And we're at a stage that's very interesting. Want to talk about entropy, the law of entropy, via the Bible. And before we do that, I'd like you guys for you to define what the positions are. You're both Christians, but you interpret the word day differently in Genesis. And Kent, first of all, start us off. What is it that you are saying? What's your position?
My position is the very obvious literal scriptural position that everybody would get if they just read the Bible. In days, 24-hour days, just like we know today. Any interpretation other than that requires a leader to tell you what it means, and you end up with a cult. I believe that's what Dr. Ross has, is a teaching that requires him to tell us what the Bible says, and you establish a position of authority for yourself, and I get real nervous about that. The Bible says real clearly God made everything in 6 days. There was no death before sin. The flood in the days of Noah was a worldwide flood that completely destroyed the world about 4,400 years ago. And I see no scientific reason, and certainly no scriptural reason, to believe anything other than what the obvious plain teaching of Scripture is.
All right, Hugh, what's your position?
Well, I believe that the plain, literal reading of the text is that it's 6 long periods of time. 10 creation accounts in the Bible. It's not enough to take the Bible literally. We must take it consistently. When you try to make all 10 creation accounts say the same thing, it's quite obvious it's impossible to interpret it as 6 24-hour days. It must be 6 long periods of time. And as I mentioned previously, we're talking about a universe that's expanding. The Bible clearly teaches that. And stars and planets are only possible if the universe has been expanding for billions of years. If it's just thousands, all you get is hydrogen gas.
All right, before we actually hit the topic, Christians in the church have different positions. You were telling me that the Presbyterian Church on their internet has put a statement after how long researching this topic?
Yeah, I got the statement here. It's 92 pages. It's a result of a group of theologians, 2-year period, and they all agree in biblical inerrancy that evolution can't take place. It's got to be supernatural creation. They take the Bible literally unless the context indicates otherwise. And they said there are 4 positions that fall within the pale of biblical orthodoxy. You got the day-age interpretation, which I represent. You got the calendar day view, which Kent represent. You have the analogical days. Then you have the framework hypothesis. And so they're recommending that all 4 views be encouraged and be taught within their churches.
Yeah. Would you guys agree that we need to have this debate in the church?
Oh, absolutely. Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. And the fact is that I know both of you have had folks make accusations against you. Hugh, you've even been called a non-Christian because you hold to the particular view that you do.
Well, I've been called a lot worse than that. Wolf in sheep's clothing and
Kent, I've listened to some of your debates where you've actually debated university professors on campus, and it was a hot time. You did marvelously well. It's just among Christians, we want them to think about what the text is saying. And let me ask you both this question. What do we do with science and Scripture? In other words, how as Christians do we approach it? Some people say, The Bible says it, I believe it, I don't care what science says. There's other people who say, well, we've got the Bible. If it opens up the door, then science can lead us as to the interpretation. Others would say, forget what the Bible says, science first, then, you know, everything else will jam it in there. What do you guys think?
I think you have to make a distinction between the record of nature and science and the words of the Bible and theology. Theology and science can definitely clash and contradict because human interpretation is involved. But God created the universe. He's the one who inspired the words of the Bible. It's a God that can't lie. The record of nature can never contradict the words of the Bible. But where we do see contradiction between science and theology, we need to look for human misinterpretation. In fact, I welcome these disagreements because it's a wonderful way to ferret out the interpretations that may exist on either or both sides.
What do you think?
I agree. We need to look for human misinterpretation, but what Hugh does, he looks for human misinterpretation of the Bible as opposed to looking for human misinterpretation of the scientific evidence.
I look for both.
Well, what I've seen in your books that I've read is you're quick to jump on some idea that maybe the Bible didn't really mean what it clearly teaches, and you've already decided, I think you've been crippled by your education because you think the universe is billions of years old. I mean, that's a given in your mind. That's an inflexible. And that's not logical to come at the Bible study that way.
But wait. The fact is that don't we all start with some presuppositions?
Oh, sure. Everybody does, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
Now,
I'm
if the
saying,
Bible clearly taught that it was young, I would believe that in spite of my astronomy. What I see is the Bible teaching it just as emphatically as a scientific record.
Okay, that is not what... Let's go to... You pick a spot where nobody's heard of the Bible. Let's pick out 5,000 people. Say, read this, please. 0 out of 5,000 are going to come back like he believes.
No, Kent. All
Maybe
you got to do...
That's right, one little grandma in Arkansas. I forgot. 1 out of 5,000.
No. Look at the early church fathers.
Sure.
Okay.
The Hebrew calendar says this is the year 5795 or something like that. The Hebrews believe the creation was about 6,000 years ago.
Well, my point is, when you read the writings of the early church fathers, they wrote 2,000 pages on the 6 days of creation, more than any other text in the Bible.
You talking about Origen?
I'm talking about
Augustine.
Yeah,
you better
Origen.
read some of the things those guys believe too.
Yeah,
I'm going to stick with what the Bible says. I don't care what any early church father
but wait a
says.
minute. When you say stick with what the Bible says,
Sure.
take the area of eschatology.
Sure.
Take the area of church government. Take the area of baptism. Take the area of predestination. Okay? There's a lot of disagreement in the church on that. That doesn't mean that they're not Christians, and the fact is the Bible itself has to be the standard. The question is, the guys at the biblical inerrancy thing went around the circle on this thing for days and days and days. All right? And people like Francis Schaeffer, Gleason Archer, Walter Kaiser, Norman Geisler, they all looked at this, and the fact is they took this day-age position. Right. They recognized other people took your position, but they kept the door open. Because of the fact is that they saw that there was credible biblical evidence that opens that door so that the scientific evidence has a chance of getting in there.
You're doing the same thing Hugh's doing, though. You're confusing science with the idea that the Earth is billions of years old. It is true we see stars. That doesn't prove they're billions of years old.
Yes, it does.
See, here's where the problem is. What we have...
Talk to any astronomer
just a minute
on that issue.
We can go look at Grand Canyon. We can make 3 columns here. A fact. Grand Canyon exists. There are 2 interpretations of this. It took billions of years to form, or it formed very quickly in the flood of the days of Noah. What he's confusing, and I think you just did too, John, you confused the interpretation with the fact. You got to be real careful there.
Yeah. There's another way of approaching, and that is, let's say I'm all wrong in my view.
Okay.
And you start off with coming to the Bible. First thing I would do is when I'm looking at eschatology, or whether I'm looking at predestination, or whether I'm looking at Jesus saying, you have to be a little child to come into the kingdom of God.
Sure.
The fact is, these have meanings, and the text itself has to interpret that for you.
Sure.
When you say, have other Christians come to this position, yeah, guys like Francis Schaeffer, who led the way in terms of apologetics and trying to reach non-Christians. He held this view. Guys like Gleason Archer that do know all these languages, they were thrilled to see this. They've written the lexicons and so on. They're saying these words allow them that door. They're not saying that therefore because the door is open that this is what science is saying. Look, anybody that had a view 500 years ago and said our Bible view and our science view match up, the fact is it'd be wrong today because science looks like it changes every hour around here. All right?
And they used to teach the universe was a different number. And now Hugh is saying 17 billion. 10 years from now.
17.
Well, that's the number I see in your book here.
14.9 billion.
Oh, 14.9.
Plus or minus a half billion.
Now, 20 years from now, when they pick a new number, he's going to be left out in the cold because he's put so much emphasis on this Big Bang Theory and so much emphasis on this billions of year stuff that when this changes, he's going to look silly. 1905, the official age of the Earth, I've got the textbooks, was 2 billion years. Today it's 4.6.
That's still a lot older than what you're prepared to concede.
From 2 billion to 4.6 billion is a gigantic jump.
Hold it.
The fact is they don't know.
The guy who wrote the 2 billion was Edwin Hubble. If you read his paper, 1929, he cautioned people outside of the field to look at this as anything more than a demonstration the universe has expanded over billions of years, because it said his data points are really noisy. This needs to be done with greater precision.
Okay.
We've done that with greater precision. Now we got the number down to better than 10%. Wait a couple of years, we'll get it down to 5%.
You're convinced the Earth is 4.6 billion years old, and that's within 10%.
It's better than that. It's within 1/10%.
Ooh, 1/10%.
4.57 billion, plus or minus 0.01.
See, this is what magicians do, is they dazzle the audience with these numbers, you know, wow, watch this over here while there's a magic trick going on.
The difference is that if the scientific community is using every which way to try to establish that,
but see,
why would we be against the fact of at least looking at their evidence?
Oh, I think we should. But see, the confusion comes when you tie the interpretation to the fact.
Yeah, but
yes, Grand Canyon is there. One group says it took billions of years. I say, wait a minute now, the top of Grand Canyon is higher than the place where the river enters the canyon. Rivers don't flow uphill. That river didn't make that canyon.
Yeah, let's talk about the flood and that a little bit later,
Sure.
but the fact is, in terms of, I think you were saying, let's go back to that speed of light thing, because we missed that in the other program.
Yeah, we do see the stars.
The fact is I think you've said now that there are quite a few ways that you've measured speed of light.
Right.
I think 13 different tests that scientists have made in terms of speed of light, because it's been challenged within the scientific community itself. And of course, if the speed of light gets messed up, then Einstein's relativity theory goes down the tubes, string theory goes down the tubes, all kinds of things go down the tube. But give us a little background of why now you feel so sure about the speed of light.
Okay. When astronomers measure hyperfine split lines, we're measuring the velocity of light when the light left that star or galaxy. And astronomers have been routinely making these measurements on millions of different objects. What we see is the identical velocity of light that we measure here on Earth. We've been able to do this to galaxies as far away as 14 billion light years. So the velocity of light has not changed over the past 14 billion years. That's a direct measurement. Now, we can combine that with a theoretical measurement. E equals mc squared. If you make c different, it's going to affect E or m. The velocity of light is a little bit higher for Adam than it is for us. He gets incinerated by the heat of the sun, or you don't have the elements to make Adam in the first place. Digestion. Human digestion depends on the velocity of light. We note that Adam and Eve were eating in the Garden of Eden. Therefore, the velocity of light had to be the same for them as it is for us. And
You
so,
also were talking, and then I'll let Kent get in here, the fact is apparently there's certain lines that spread out as it gets to us.
You're talking about the idea that maybe Dwayne Gish makes the proposition, for example, that light didn't come from the stars and galaxies. God sent it from an intervening point only 6,000 light years out. But we can prove that's not true through direct observation. As a beam of light travels through space, it passes through dust and gas. What the dust will do is redden the continuum. It's kind of like we see the moon during a forest fire. It gets redder and redder as the smoke gets denser and denser. And as it goes through gas clouds, those gas clouds have movements, and that's going to Doppler broaden the spectral lines. And therefore, a test of whether or not the objects came from the stars and galaxies, are the more distant objects more reddened in the continuum and broader in their spectral lines, and it's a direct proportion. The farther away the object is, the broader the spectral lines, and the deeper the red of the continuum.
Which all means what?
It means the light must have come from the stars and galaxies rather than from some intervening point.
And in measuring that light, you get a time of?
If it came from those distant galaxies, then the light must have been traveling for billions of years, because the velocity of light we can measure and prove theoretically did not change.
Okay, we've got about a minute 30 left. I'll give you the last minute 30. Go for it.
I recommend that anybody watching this call Dwayne Gish and say, did you really say that? Because I bet I got 25 or 30 letters and calls from people saying Hugh Ross misquoted me. He didn't, it's not correct.
He said it in my presence
There's a
several
long
times.
website on Answers in Genesis, a long expose of Hugh Ross.
What about this light coming?
Last June of year 2000, at Princeton University, they speeded light up to 300 times the speed of light. In February of this year at Harvard University, Dr. Howe from Denmark slowed light down to 1 mile per hour. I said, I think there are three things. It's my turn now. There are three things to consider with starlight. We do not know that the speed of light has always remained constant all through history. The way we measure light now is with an atomic clock, using the wavelength of a cesium-133 atom. So if light is slowing down, your clock is slowing down at the same rate, you have a rubber ruler. You're never going to notice it since 1962.
We don't use that method.
Let me finish. Then, secondly, I mentioned earlier, you can't tell the distance to these stars 14 billion light years away. They might be, they probably are. But we can't measure that. And it's silly for us, for humans, little humans on Earth, to say, we know the distance to that star 14 billion light years away. It can't be done.
It's high school
trick. The God that I worship made a full-grown man, a full-grown garden. He didn't make two babies and put them in the garden and say, here's a package of seeds, go plant them quick, There was the fruit already on the trees. That's not deceptive, it's necessary. It doesn't work otherwise. And the reason God made the stars was for signs and for seasons so Adam could see them. God made the stars and the light all simultaneously, or the light traveled faster. My God is not limited by stuff like that. And I get real concerned that maybe we're talking about different gods here when we talk about
let's expand this segment here because we don't want to end it right here. The fact is that respond to that.
Okay. Astronomers view the credibility of a young Earth as being much weaker than that for a flat Earth.
Wait. Just this blanket statement. Astronomers say, as if he's speaking for all astronomers. I just spent the last 3 hours with Danny Faulkner, who's an astronomer, who would love to debate you, by the way.
Sure.
And would you be willing to do that?
Definitely.
Oh, please call Danny Faulkner up in South Carolina.
Keep going.
He says you're wrong. The Earth is only 6,000 years old.
Yeah, based on the Bible. He's admitted to me that if you look at the astronomical evidence, there's no case. He's been arguing in print for years that young Earth creationists need to pay attention to astronomy because they got a profound challenge there. Now, my point was this. Given that the astronomical community, and I'll accept Danny Faulkner.
I won't give that. See, right away you're assuming everybody's on your side, and it's just simply not true.
Hang on. Given that there's so many well-known astronomers who have put in print the statement that I've just stated, shouldn't you at least talk to those?
Hey, and I'm pausing that right now because I think I've heard this before. Am I being heard? I think I've heard this debate before, but somebody just said flat Earth, and then right afterwards, Kent started talking about Danny Faulkner. This could get interesting. This is an old debate. Because it ultimately leads to kind of the geocentric idea, which I think that's really what it's kind of leading up to, which was kind of not necessarily mentioned in the entire debate. Kent and Hugh were talking about. They were more talking about creation stories and timelines and stuff like that. But I just did. You guys just heard. You just heard somebody say flat Earth, right?
I heard. Yeah, it was that heliocentric Big Bang believer. Do you know why he mentioned flat Earth? Actually,
well, this is an older debate. I think this was before that, and so that's what I'm. And and it was a second time, and then Kent said something about Danny Faulkner, who was in our chat earlier, and Danny's been here before. So yeah, maybe let's get this going on. Maybe we can get Danny to get Kent in here.
I asked you a question. You don't seem to care. I asked, do you know the reason why he mentioned flat Earth?
because it starts with geocentrism, right? I mean, and
No,
what?
because Kent Hovind was contradicting his belief, religion, his blind belief, religion.
No, sure,
And
but that dude's
yeah,
a Christian
that's
too. He's a Christian too, but he's has a PhD in astrophysics, right? So
oh,
the
that guy is not a Christian.
no,
Nor
listen,
Kent
listen,
Hovind.
listen. Well, no, but
Yeah, but that's
I mean,
another
people
topic.
can
Yeah.
get very confused by a lot of different stuff.
Mm.
I wouldn't say Hugh Ross is not a Christian. I think he's a Christian. He just doesn't. He's and Kent Hovind. Uh, he's one of my heroes as far as the creation story and defending Earth and the creation of God. But at the same time, Hugh Ross. I mean, he's got a different idea about how creation came about. But you just listen to everything that was just going on, right? They had
I
a
was
debate.
listening.
Yeah. Okay.
And
So yeah. I mean,
I
they're
don't
both
agree
Christians.
to almost everything that guy was saying.
Yeah, me
Like
too. Me too. But I
Hey,
wouldn't
I
say
can.
that Hugh Ross is not a Christian.
uh,
Are you in here, Paula?
I Yeah.
All right.
I
Cool.
just want to say I was in young Earth creationism since my teens, and if you wanted to, they always have this need to prove themselves scientific, right? And so flat Earth was obviously used as a pejorative to try to make it. Oh, you believe the Earth is young. You probably also believe it's flat. And so they have this ingrained in them in these institutions of like creation research and all that flat Earth is something that they would never ever accept because it was used as a smear for so many years. And so
Well,
that's why there's a disconnect.
well, let me ask you this: do you think that Kent avoids it because now he obviously is like more age of Earth than shape of Earth,
Yeah.
what? But at the same time, I wish he would give a little on the age. You know what I mean? Because we don't know when this place started.
Well, that's the thing is you can. The issue is that the Bible presents it as historical narrative. Evening and morning, day one, evening and morning, day two, and it doesn't support the idea of long ages. And then from there are genealogies. But the thing is that with the asterisk, the frying point on the genealogies is it only tends to include people who are important to the message being crafted. That these are real historical events, but they're told for a reason and not an exhaustive historical reference. So they're going to pick out the people who are central to the point being made over the years. So it doesn't mean, but we do know, in some of these cases, we do know that such and such was so many years old when he had his child, and then he lived so many more years, and then he died. Is the
Well, sure,
pattern?
man. That's you're talking about biblical record or whatever.
Yeah, yeah.
All right.
So from
But
the
historical, I
creation
mean,
of
as far as anybody knows about history, I mean, Kent points this out. I mean, you can go through anthropology and all and archaeology. Archaeology is not going to really tell you much about history of kingdoms and all this stuff. I mean, there's a lot of extrapolations when it comes to man trying to dig down in earth and try to figure out, or dig down through even different histories to find out what actually happened in the past. Only thing
right.
we
And
have is these historical records. Go ahead.
well,
no,
we
it's
have
not the
some
only thing we have.
artifacts.
We have genetician doctors, yeah, which started a project like human DNA mapping.
No, yeah, come on. I want to hear
I
what
did I
Paul had to
finish?
say. All right,
Okay,
I'll be
so
a dick.
go ahead then,
I'm
take
sorry.
over.
No. Well, I mean, the genetical mapping, yes, but I think that really, it's kind of off topic to what me and Paulo were talking about.
It's not off topic. Actually, it's very on topic.
All right, cool. So
yeah.
where were you going with it? I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
where I
brother.
was going is when they started this project, it was these geneticians going all around the world and taking human DNA samples, yeah, and building a database with human genome, and they found out these doctors started saying that mankind actually is what the Bible says is truth, that we are about a couple of thousands of years in existence. This genealogy tree is not longer than 10,000 years or so.
Yeah, another factor is that we don't know how
And
long Adam and Eve were in the garden before they sinned and had children. We don't know that.
Yeah, we do know. It does say in the Bible. So.
Well, I
It
mean,
doesn't
we
say.
know what it cannot be, but we don't know how long it was. We know it can't be 4.5 billion years, since
Right.
evolution. Yeah.
Right, but we don't know exactly how long between creation of Adam and Eve and when sin happened. We don't know that length of time.
Yeah. So as far, I mean, we also know that evolution is their idea of evolution. Evolution, as far as
Adam and Eve didn't got to spend a whole day in the heavens.
Well, come on, man. We don't know what happened,
Yeah.
at the creation, necessarily for all of us. We only know that, what we understand about the story. But as far as what, human experience, to be honest, we don't know much what happened beyond 100 years, except for the tomes that we have, from the Bible and other parts of the world. The Bible was written by people in the East. I mean, in the West, people in the East have their own understanding or tomes of history and everything, and it they. I know you're not going to like it, Paula. They have their own messiahs, and all this kind of stuff.
It's not a matter of what I like. It's a matter of record. I mean, yeah, there are a lot of different religious ideas and ancient texts and historical texts. The Bible doesn't violate any known text. I mean, there's artifacts and documents to back up anything we would claim about history. But I want to say that the point you were making about not knowing what's 100 years ago, yeah, you can take accounts that people, like your own family tree and your own memories and your grandparents' memories that they told you, and
it's
go
still
back
difficult.
pretty
It's
far.
still difficult. It's difficult
Wait, you
for people to do
mentioned
that. But anyway.
you mentioned that there are artifacts supporting the Bible. So I'm curious,
Yeah.
what kind of artifacts?
Well, there are places like Jericho was thought to be mythical until they found it right where the Bible said it would be. And then there was claims that there were no such people as the Hittites that the Bible mentions, and now you can study the Hittite language in college. At every point where the Bible was said to be making things up, they find physical evidence for what the Bible is describing as historical narrative. They every now and then they still find names of kings and things like that match what the Bible says. And there's a lot of controversy over Egyptology. They think the timeline that they've been working on is very wrong. They used to claim that the Jews could never have been there during the time the Bible says, but now they think they might have been. So there's nothing in historical record or artifacts that disproves the Bible in any way. So I'm not saying that there's no other possible theories. I'm just saying the one that I picked, is not, there's no proof against it.
No,
Okay,
it works in spirit for you, and it works in spirit for me too, because we grew up in the Western culture and know a lot about the history and traditional Christianity. I mean, it works for us spiritually.
Well,
But to
it's
say,
technically Eastern religion. It grew up.
yeah, I know that. I know that. That's what I'm saying. But that's pretty much all I know. But I mean, there are people in Africa. There are people in India, Asia. They never grew up in that culture. Don't they have? See, here's the thing that I have with. I'm not saying they have their stories as well, and it works. Does it work for them, or are they just absent from this what we know?
Quite sure what you're
Well,
saying. But I will say just quickly on the topic we were on, that evolution can be debunked by science alone. It doesn't need,
oh yeah, I mean, shit,
yeah.
especially the Eastern cultures and the Africans, they'll be like, "What? No, that ain't the way it works, dude." If they start throwing this evolution nonsense at them, they're gonna be like, "Nah." Just like Kent, in that interview that he did with Hugh Ross, which Hugh and Kent, I mean, that was just kind of like a creation debate. Did God do it like this? Because they're both Christians. But Kent has debated atheists before and destroyed them too. But yeah, when you try to bring atheism to some of the Eastern cultures, they're like, nah.
Yeah, it's the great minority in history is anybody thinking there's no higher powers at all. That is totally the truth. But the thing is, with the debates among Christians on the age of the earth or the shape of the earth, like I said, this is more a matter of people have developed the mindset that we must force fit the Bible into whatever current science, quote unquote, is. And I've written some things on my website
And
about
that's what Hugh Ross is trying to do, and he can't fit it in, and that's what Kent's point was in that whole debate we just listened to.
Right.
Yeah. So
and there's inconsistency. There's the guy Michael Heiser. He's if you don't know him, he's an expert on ancient Semitic languages, and he believes in evolution, and he believes in allegorizing the Bible and all this stuff. He just obviously not a flat earther either, but he is the one who drew up the data from the Bible for that image we all see of what the Bible describes as Earth, as this, that picture where we're on the flat surface and then there's the dome overhead and the Sheol underneath. He is the one who saw that that's what the text says. So he says, yes, the Bible, if you take it as it is,
levels of heaven,
that.
levels of hell.
Well, not that, but I mean the Bible. No, it's the blue. It's usually a blue one. It's just you look at a circle, and halfway through the circle, horizontally, is the surface where we live. So it's a flat plane, but underneath of it is the ground and the deep sea.
Playing the cuckoo sound. Who was that?
That was my clock. Sorry.
I was like, I thought somebody was freaking trolling us playing a cuckoo sound.
Sorry about that. But normally I mute, but I was in the middle of a sentence. So yeah, it's an authentic Black Forest cuckoo clock. I got in 1976.
Might as well be. We're cuckoo anyway. Fuck, let's just own it.
But yeah,
we're cuckoo.
But the thing is that what was I? Oh, he was saying, describing the Earth as we understand it, pretty much, that we're the bottom of the universe, and overhead is a dome-like structure. This the firmament, and above that is the highest heaven where God is. So, but he doesn't believe he is honest enough to say, even though he puts science over the Bible, so-called science, that the Bible does describe it as both young and flat. And he calls out creationists for being inconsistent in saying, yes, Earth is young, but no, it's not flat. So He's at least, and Faulkner and those people just hate Michael Heiser. They think that they have defeated him in debates, but of course they haven't.
Were you in? You should have been in the YouTube chat earlier. Faulkner was in there.
Oh, was he?
Yeah, I was trying to get him to come in here.
Oh man, I know I've seen him there before. I wasn't sure if it was really him.
Yeah,
but
that's really him.
Wow.
Yeah. And
Okay.
but what he was saying is like, look, flat Earth is falling. I mean, he'll, same crap he always talks. He's like, oh, flat Earth is failing, and it's like, why are you so obsessed with flat earthers that you write a whole freaking book and then troll our chat room with just saying, oh, flat Earth, look how many. It's like when he was in there, we were playing pre-recorded stuff, comments and videos and stuff. And I saw him in there, and he was just like, "Oh, look, now you." I was like, "Why isn't this live?" Like, dude, we do this 24 hours a day. What do you do?
Right.
Write a book.
I think I was on panel once when he was in the YouTube chat, and we were all like, "Get on here!" It might have been a ladies' night. I don't remember, but yeah, I've seen him once before.
Yeah,
and look, I see his name right now.
Yeah,
He's
is he
right
in there now? Really?
Yeah.
Dude, I would love to hear you talk to him. Danny, get your butt in here and talk to Paula, please.
Yeah, I might not have a lot of time right now, but if he showed up, I'd be happy to talk to him. It grieves me that probably one of his first exposures to flat Earth was a very rude Nathan Thompson.
Dude,
extremely rude.
I would love to hear just an exclusive talk with you and Danny. Nobody interrupt. That would be so awesome.
I'd be willing to do it. I mean, I don't have any credentials, but I do know the Bible pretty well.
Credentials in my mind, and so does he. So that's what I'm saying. Dude. Yeah, you're right. I just saw him. He's been in the chat recently again. So, Danny, man, what's your? Come on, man. If you're listening, give me your. Let me make sure you're in the Discord. If you want to talk to Paula, she's right here. I'd love to hear a talk between you and Paula. I won't interrupt. Nobody else will either. And if they do, I will make sure they don't. So that would be freaking awesome.
I don't know if he was here when I was explaining why there's such a reluctance or opposition, hostility toward flat Earth among young Earth creationists, because I think that's an honest assessment of why it's there, because it's what everybody smeared young Earth creationists with for so many years. If you believe Earth is young, you believe it's flat. And
I don't see him recently in the chat, but if I could set up a talk between you and Danny, would you be willing to do it?
Oh, sure.
Yeah, that would be freaking awesome. Oh,
yeah.
But yeah, I just played an old debate. You know who John Ankerberg is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you heard some
back.
of it, right? Yeah, it was really cool. I mean, freaking Kent was killing it, man.
Yeah, he was. That's the first I heard of Ken Hovind was on. I used to watch John Ankerberg's show back, I don't know, 30 years ago or more. It had to be maybe 40 years.
And it's just like Kent is flat earthing it all the way, doesn't even realize it.
Yeah, I thought Hovind came across kind of arrogant.
At least geocentrism. Oh yeah, he's definitely arrogant, but he knows what he's talking about. But both of them are really arrogant, to be honest.
Yeah, my actually biggest beef with Ken Hovind is I think he's still a King James onlyist, and he believed, what was her name? I can't think of her name, that really pushed King James onlyist theology, and she is such a fake. And he believed everything she said and had her on his show once, and it's like, oh man, you got some big holes in your discernment. But it's the same thing with Michael Heiser. He has expertise in his area, but when it comes to theology, that's not it. His expertise is language. But when it comes to interpretation, and he allegorizes the whole Bible, just like unbelievers do a lot of the times. And I would, he could outdo me on the languages, but not on interpretation, because it's just easy to knock down. We actually, who was it? That Tenth Man and I and another guy did a show maybe about a year ago, where they had, it was, the guy who debates atheism, what is his name? Man, I can't think of anybody's name right now. Anyway, we did a show where he mocked flat Earth, and we kind of took apart the video by timestamp.
Was it a religious debate about atheism?
Well, no, that's what this guy does. I can't think of his name, but
was it the big dude with the black hair? Or what?
No.
That guy.
He's just famous for debating atheists. Anyway, he was on a radio show, a Christian radio show, and they were talking about other things, and they got on flat Earth. And he made some of the most ridiculous newbie arguments. It just shocked me that somebody with his debate skill would make so many fallacies. But the point being of all these people is that, yeah, they're experts in their fields, but they have, like anybody else, a major blind spot on certain things.
Sure.
I can go especially on the topic of women is probably the one where you will find the most blind prejudice. I'm reading a book right now called Valiant or Virtuous. By Susan McCarthy. I used to read her blog years ago, 10, 15 years ago, and then she died. And before she died, she wrote this book. She didn't quite finish it, but her daughter and some other people kind of wrapped it up for her. And she was a true expert in the languages. She, as a teenager, could read the Greek classics in Greek. And she learned Hebrew and had some pretty good credentials and she just tore apart the other Bible scholars on their sophomoric misunderstandings of Greek and Hebrew. And that's what all the prejudice comes from. And I would call it the universal prejudice, but people always have a blind spot. They don't see certain things. They can be spot on one place and totally off base on another. And it isn't just experts, though. I mean, everybody's got a blind spot somewhere.
Sure.
But the thing is that these people have influence, and their blind spots need to be called out.
It's just like Kent Hovind, when he, in that interview or that debate, he was describing a geocentric Earth. And there was a couple of points where Hugh Ross was talking about, hey, we have telescopes that can measure the distance to stars. And then Kent was like, really? So these telescopes can measure the distance to stars? And he was like, yeah. And I'm like, all right. So you have a $1 billion telescope that can measure the distance to a star.
Measure.
They're measuring distances to stars with telescopes. A telescope is, you just look at something with a telescope. You can't measure a damn thing with a telescope.
That's the thing is, they have I've been to the Creation Museum,
but
right?
Can't call them out on it. But at the same time, Kent probably said, he was like, well, you can't tell if it's that many billions of miles away or this many billions of miles away. He didn't really totally agree. I mean, he's not like us. He was like, I don't know where it is. But he kind of was, but he did call him out on it, So anyway, go ahead.
Right. I was going to say, I was at the Creation Museum. One thing they have there is a really nice, I'm just foggy brain today. What is it called? A planetarium kind of a thing, where you sit in these big easy chairs and you just about fall asleep.
Is that in Kentucky?
Yeah.
Yeah. And I've been there. I'd like to go.
Yeah, and you sit in these chairs and you watch this show, this planetarium show. It's really well done, but it takes you really great visualizations and everything out to billions of, unimaginable distances of light years, and back again, and showing you just how great the size of the universe is and that this shows God's power. But the thing is, nobody really knows how big. You have to know how big something is to know how far, if you're going to measure it by its diameter, or you have to know how far it is to see how big it is. And yeah, and if you try to go to the center of these things, and say, well, I can get it from the center, I can focus, and my focus will tell me that, but it doesn't get that simple. After you're done with pure optics, you're usually using radio telescopes and or image stacking to get those images, because you won't see half of this stuff with the naked eye, even with a good optical telescope.
But even with a telescope, you're going to have to assume where you are in comparison to where that is. And that's why I was making fun of him saying, I can tell how far this star is because I looked at it through a telescope.
Yeah.
Where are you in comparison to that star? And then
Right.
you're going to have to assume that you're at a certain portion of the solar system in the Milky Way galaxy. And then you're going to have to be like, all right, cool. But you're going to have to triangulate, a couple of times a year because you're going to have to be 6 months apart to, I observed it this time. You didn't just look at a star and tell how far you were from it by looking through a telescope.
In the triangulation thing, what they're trying to do is say, well, we know the Earth is certain distance wide, and if we're at one extreme,
that's an assumption too.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing, is they have to start with assuming Earth is a ball of a certain radius.
And they're at a certain position in the solar system in a certain part of the Milky Way galaxy.
Yeah, and which galaxies, by the way, are flat. They don't form spheres.
The whole universe is flat. Space-time is flat. They'll tell you space-time is flat.
Yeah. Well,
so space-time is affected by gravity, and that's what causes this.
Yeah, it's affected by and causes it. But you can't bend time. Time isn't a thing you can travel. I mean, and I thought of this guy. I posted in the chat. William Lane Craig is the guy that we were dealing with that day. But he makes I heard him do a really good talk on the two main theories of time, A and B theory. One is what we normally think of as past, present, and future. That's tensed, right? Like in grammar, you have a past tense, future tense. That's the A theory. And then the B theory is an eternal now, like all of time, all of history has been written, and it's like a roll of film, and you can jump from one spot to the other. And so bending space-time would depend on the B theory. So how would anyone like William Lane Craig, for example, who ascribes to A theory, account for space-time? It's ridiculous. It's a direct contradiction, because if time is A theory, which is past, present, and future, then you can't travel it and you can't bend it. It's just a perception of the passage of events. That's all it is a perception. You can't bend a perception. And space is nothingness. And even Tesla said, if space is empty, how do you bend it? How do you warp it? It's nothing. You can't warp nothing.
Well, and I mean, what is like space, in the common understanding is the distance between you and me or another object or whatever. That's space. Like outer space is a concept for some people, right? We're going to outer space. It's like whatever that is. And then once you reach outer space, then you're starting to get, I don't know, it's all weird concepts, but there's no physical properties involved. It's all mathematical.
Right. And there's been some good videos on how ultimately religious all this stuff is, because it's essentially, I don't want to say Gnostic, but Kabbalistic. Truth is Stranger Than Fiction's done some pretty good ones on that, where
Yeah.
he explains, where they come up with these ideas, but they're not pure science. But the thing is that they have, there's nothing they can apply the scientific method with, and as
Well, they're not
Michio
even
Kaku said
concerned.
that.
They're not
Yeah,
even concerned with that anymore.
yeah, it's all theory, and it's all presumptions on
Well, sure, or they
the
can
fact of
convince
what
the
we're
world.
standing on.
It's magic. They can
Yeah,
convince this world that they've been somewhere they've never been, and they can conceive of something that could be, even though it's impossible, because because we told you it's possible, because we have all these uh, math magicians, so just roll with it.
yeah. Too many assumptions build on assumptions. But we have to also consider not just creation science, but anybody in a position of presenting themselves as a scientist, they have careers and funding and reputation to lose if they change anything from the standard paradigm. There's a
Sure,
huge amount
and
of pressure.
some of those are part of the elite, like scientists or whatever, but the general public, like, they watch the news and they'll believe pretty much anything they say on the news. It's like that's where they get their information from, and they go to colleges and everything. Oh, it's like a space time. That's their. I mean, money's money. It's fake, but at the same time, money is the mind. It's just kind of. It's like, hey, I'm going to college to learn something, and it's like I'm going to learn fluff. Basically, it's just like I'm going to learn pillows. But
Right.
I'm going to learn. I'm going to learn how to not look at Earth for what it actually is. Earth, the level stationary plane, the gift of God that we live on. And it's pretty insane how they've convinced the world that this realm is not what, or this realm is not what they told. I was going to say it's not what they told us it is, but it kind of is, because it's a portion of what it is. But if they tell you it's a globe, it looks flat, then you're very confused, and that's deception. It looks flat, but it's a globe because, quote unquote, refraction, all this kind of stuff.
They're saying that Danny Faulkner is in VC1, but I don't see his name anywhere.
Oh, let me find it. If he's trying to come in, let's do it.
Oh, there he is. There he is.
All right.
Yeah, it needs to be
There we go.
verified.
I'll check him in. Hold on. I'll be right back.
Sure. Glad I glanced at the chat. I was just thinking about leaving, but now I'll have to stick around. Yeah, YouTube chat. We got he's Helio's gone to VC1 to check him in. Not always easy to see. There's such a long list of channels. I don't know how people do that on phone. Helio wants him to talk to me. So that's no big deal. Hopefully they'll be in soon.
Morning.
We're waiting on Helio is in VC1 with Danny Faulkner.
Yeah, I heard. I came in a few minutes ago. But I'm here now. So just so you know, anybody wants to talk to my goofy butt.
Yeah, we were all talking about. I checked in this morning and heard people talking about. They were playing a video or an earlier one, a recording of Kent Hovind talking to somebody, and then I came in and started talking about it, and then Danny Faulkner showed up in the YouTube chat. And so Helio wanted him to come in and talk to me because we're both Christian creationists, young earth creationists. So he's going to try to arrange that.
How are you this morning, Paula?
I'm all right. Got my grocery shopping done. I was going to get some other stuff done pretty soon, but now this came up. So wouldn't be right to leave right now.
It's nice to see you in here. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm almost always in ladies' night the night before, and that gets pretty long sometimes. So I'm usually not here on the weekends.
Yeah, can you imagine? They actually were talking about not having it anymore. I said, what?
Who was talking about it?
I don't remember. It was probably nobody important, but somebody threw out the idea of not doing it, and I said, that's a mistake.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much the only time I get on panel. Just because most of the other times there's too many people talking at once, and they're more strict on ladies' night than they are on the regular other 23 hours or whatever, other 6 days of the week.
Yeah, I think we should do more stuff like that. I think we should have like I know we have the precious metals and things, but I don't know. I just always thought that we'd have more stuff to do. Like there'd be more stuff to be involved with. But I guess that means that I should get my butt together and get it organized. I guess.
Hard though to get people to commit to a scheduled thing anymore. They like to come and go freely, which I understand. I like that too. But there's also a place, like you said, for a scheduled, controlled environment instead of always people just chatting like they're, like they would in their living room. But yeah, scheduling it is kind of a problem. You really have to find the right motivation to get people to. And ladies' night is a motivation because it's like they've said, most of us ladies just aren't into everybody talking at once and going all over from one topic to the next without any kind of purpose or plan.
Sometimes I do wish that there was better moderation or there was somebody in here all the time that could moderate. You know what I mean? Sometimes it does get kind of crazy in here.
Right. Yeah, sometimes it's like, somebody listening to this, is this really what they want going out to the public? Hello?
Yeah. We get him. Danny?
I'm here.
Hello, nice to meet you.
Is this Paula?
Yes, it is.
Well, I'm glad to meet you too. I've listened to you from time to time. Earlier you said you've been to the Creation Museum. How long ago was that?
Since before it was completed, we were one of the charter members, our
Okay.
family.
Okay.
So, yeah, back in the 70s, I was always looking at the Christian bookstore for something actually scientific from what people would say about Genesis, and it took a long time. I finally found Henry Morris' Scientific Creationism, and that really got me started.
You're dating yourself.
Yeah, I'm in my 60s.
Okay. Where do you live, just roughly?
Ohio. So, yeah, the museum's a day trip for us.
Okay.
If you ask me,
I'm sorry, I got to.
sharing where you live. I can give you
Somebody's in the
I
background.
got a Google speaker. Just suddenly joined the
Yeah,
conversation.
don't dox yourself, Danny.
Do you want to give me your home address?
No.
No.
Okay, let me know if you need help with anything else.
Sorry about that. He rarely talks.
Let me know if you need help with anything else.
Well, Paulie, you need to. You say you live. Where you say you live in Iowa? Is it?
Yeah, Southwest Ohio. So, it's, like I said, it's a day trip to go to the museum. We went to the Ark
Okay.
Encounter last summer too.
What county are you in Ohio?
Montgomery.
Okay, I grew up in Fairborn, so.
Oh, okay.
You know where Fairborn is.
Yeah, I've been through there many times.
Well, it's not very far for you to come down. I wish you would come down, and I'd be happy to spend several hours with you if you'd like. All the time you want. I'd love to talk to you sometime.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I don't know when we'll be there again. I mean, especially with gas prices right now. Yeah, we're not planning to go anywhere for a while.
Do you still have a charter membership?
I'm pretty sure that's a lifetime thing, but in moving several times, we've lost our cards. So
Okay, well, you can contact and get that. That gets you in free parking as well. If you can't find it, I can get you in. I can't do much about the parking, but I can get you in. But if you contact call the number and tell them that you can't find your cards, they'll look you up, verify you, and send you new cards. Probably they may charge you for that, but I don't know.
All right.
Just let them know. Come back though. Again, I don't like to debate flat earthers. I've never really gotten in a debate. I'm happy to discuss flat earth with flat earthers. A lot of them are unwilling to talk to me, and you seem the type of person who would be willing to talk. So I certainly encourage you to come down and see us. We've changed a lot since you were here last. It's been 15 years since you've been here, so a lot's happened.
We've gone a couple times before. I mean, since then, they put in the slack lines and some other things. But yeah, I've still got pictures of when they had, like they would go down a hallway and there'd be a dinosaur head sitting there.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm just to let you know, not interested in arguing or debating either. I like to just present perspectives and information and let people do with it what they want. I'm really not. I don't like to argue, but it just happens, so I deal with it.
Did you go to any of the FEICs?
FEICs?
Flat Earth International Conventions?
No. See, I don't even know what they are, what that stood for, because I've never been to one.
Yeah, it's a shame they don't have them anymore. It's been 2.5 years since the last one, and apparently there won't be any more. And I went to all three that were in the United States, and I didn't know how I would be received when I went to the first one. I was a little apprehensive. A couple people spotted me and recognized me, so the cat got out of the bag. I was trying to kind of sneak around, I guess. But it surprised me. Most of the people were very nice to me. Some of the organizers, Robbie Davidson was very nice. Rick Hummer's been just absolutely super. Rob Skiba, he and I had a good relationship as well. So, the people in the seats, I talked to many of them, and they were just. I was really taken aback. I was afraid that I would get bad treatment. I really only got bad treatment from one person, and you already mentioned him, so there's no need to go there. And one other prominent person you would know, in fact, probably do know. He was a little testy with me, but that's okay. I can roll with that. So I I think it's good when people can have big disagreements, but yet not be disagreeable in a discussion. I think so many times, as I've observed, this whole thing gets into a shouting match, and I'm just not interested in that at all.
Right. I really prefer to read what somebody says because I can go back over things and I can find where they said something. I can search on it. It's much harder to do with audio. And so I've done, most of my quote unquote upbringing in anything to do with creationism or earth shape or anything was written at first. And yeah, I just think it's easier to, and you take more time. You actually look at what's being said and go back and make sure you didn't misunderstand and people don't talk over each other. So yeah, that's just my preferred format is in writing. But I'm glad you came. I mean, it's odd that here we were, just happened to be on the topic. I'm rarely on this panel. They have ladies' night on Fridays, and I'm on that. But other than that, I'm usually not here. So this is, I'm sure, not a coincidence.
Yeah, the way I approach this channel is I sometimes put it on in the background when I'm doing something that doesn't require my full attention, and just kind of keep one ear on it, looking for something that's interesting to me. A lot of it's not, but occasionally it is, and so I've been in and out. I get up early in the morning. I've been in and out over the past 4.5 hours. And I made a few comments just to kind of needle people a little bit, and I'm glad I did needle Helio. He got his attention. That's good. I like that. But the thing is, the reason why I came in is because I was invited. Helio suggested that I come in, and you thought it was a good idea. So that's why I'm here. I told people I choose when, where, and how to discuss flat Earth, and some people have trying to a number of times have tried to get me to come in on this channel, and I just want to choose who I talk to. You said that you mostly read stuff. Have you read some of my material?
Yeah, it may have been a while though. Okay. I just don't have as much time as I used to, but yeah, I mean, you're a well-known name in Answers in Genesis, for example. So I can't say when's the last time, though. I'm sorry. I don't. I'm terrible with keeping track of what day it is half the time.
Have you heard of the Evolution Cruncher?
Who are you asking?
Either of you.
I haven't.
I haven't either.
Because it was around. You're talking about Hovind. I'm not sure if this had anything to do with him, but the Creation Society and stuff like that. There's a bunch of stuff like that. But there's a book called The Evolution Cruncher that's done by crap. I'm trying to remember the name of it, but it's on a website. It's free. It's a book about how to see that evolution is not true. It's a really really in-depth creationist, targeted type book. But I should have had the book in my hand. I'm sorry.
Well, Paula, when did you become convinced the Earth is flat?
I'm going to say about 7 years ago now. 6 or 7 years ago.
2015. Okay.
Yeah.
And can you tell me a little bit about how that happened? What convinced you? How long it took? Those kind of. I'm always curious about how people became flat earthers. To me, that's very important. So I'd like to hear you. Just tell me a little bit about that.
Well, it wasn't a big leap or anything like that, or a shock. I always remembered reading Genesis and going, "Wait a minute! It says that the sun, moon, and stars are in the firmament. Well, how big is the firmament? Where does the firmament begin and end? Because the sun, moon, and stars are in it." And I never had a satisfactory answer. I tried to imagine, first of all, that, maybe there's ice in the water in the form of ice really far out of, the edge of the universe where would explain where comets come from, for example. If I'm not even sure they still believe comets are made of ice, but at that time, in my teens, that's what I was trying to figure out. But then, so years later, when I was online, I tend to look into, whether it's Bible study or anything else, I look for the difficult questions. That's just my nature. In any kind of Sunday school or Bible study, I was always looking for the difficult passages and trying to figure them out. And so, quote unquote, conspiracy, I really don't like the term, it's become negatively loaded. But I got into that, I used to watch shows on UFOs and Bigfoot and ancient tech and all those things. Then I got into alternative health. And so I was, then chemtrails and all these things. I look at these things. I don't necessarily accept everything I look at, but I love to look at it and see what it's about and try to understand it. And so it was after 9/11 that I really ramped up my investigation into everything I was being told in mainstream. So I began to question a lot of things. And I don't think that skepticism is bad as long as it's quote unquote healthy. And so I began to be in message boards where all these theories were talked about, and eventually Flat Earth came up. And at first I was like, well, that's one you don't hear much. Let me look into that. And I noticed, first of all, that even the most wild conspiracy theory websites or message boards, Flat Earth was shunned. It was shoved into the corner. You couldn't talk about Flat Earth anywhere else in the server but there. And I thought that is very strange, because why would a website, a message board, allow you to talk about Bigfoot and aliens, but not Flat Earth? What is it about Flat Earth? And so I looked into it more. Reverse psychology has made me more curious about it. And I was hearing science arguments. I was not hearing wild speculation. I was going, this is what we observe. This doesn't make sense. And so eventually I came to do some videos on my channel where I just say challenging standard cosmology. I don't say Earth is flat. I say, this doesn't make sense. I watched the sun for a couple of summers. I took many, many pictures and videos and watched sunspots. I watched the moon and made some observations and just put it out that these things of the standard cosmology just don't make sense to me. That doesn't mean they don't work. It means I don't understand how they work. And so when it came to, is the Earth flat? I said, biblically and scientifically, there is nothing that says I must believe it's a spinning ball in outer space. The Bible presents it as flat and stationary. I mentioned Michael Heiser earlier. I know that some on the creationist realm really despise him. But nevertheless, I think he made a fair assessment that he believes the Hebrew presents Earth as flat and stationary, even though he himself doesn't believe that that's the case. He calls it theological messaging. But these things, when it comes to consistency between young Earth creationism and flat Earth, I think it is the more consistent interpretation theologically to say that it is flat and young than to say it's one and not the other. Heiser rejects both, of course, but so really it was kind of I just looked at it and said, there are some serious problems in the standard cosmology. And I believe at this point that the burden of proof is on heliocentrism and on the idea that the Bible must in some way bow to what is currently believed to be scientific fact. So I arrive at it by curiosity and testing things on my own as much as I'm able. And, still always being open to any kind of decent argument and evidence and scientific method that would prove otherwise.
So there was no aha moment, something that really clinched it for you then?
Not really. It's we like to use the phrase preponderance of evidence, and just spending time listening to both sides. If I went by behavior, I wouldn't be either.
Would you be more of a globe Earth skeptic than a flat Earth believer?
I'm actually, well, that's how I started as a globe Earth skeptic. But I'm to the position now where I believe the burden of proof is on heliocentrism and ball Earth to prove itself. Otherwise, my position at the time. Yeah.
Were there any particular flat Earth authors that, or videos, or writings that you saw early on that you can remember that kind of were important to you at the early time?
Well, like a lot of people, I started with some videos by Mark Sargent and Eric Dubay. What kind of people they are, is irrelevant to this question, but I just look at what they presented. And what they did was raise questions, So I wouldn't point to one person and say, this is the person who convinced me.
Okay. I'm dying to ask you a question, or somebody like you this question. I've noticed among many, not all, certainly not all, but many flat earthers, and on this channel as well, a lot of profanity and crude language.
Yes.
And I've heard it from people who profess to be born again people, and that alarms me. It concerns me. I'm just trying to figure these people out. I've never known Christians to talk that way.
Yeah.
What's with that?
I think it's an online thing that people are. It's just like people in cars that are absolute jerks when they're in their car. Behind the screen, the real them comes out. And yeah, it's a problem. There's a lot of good flat earth shows, for example, that I won't share because they're so vulgar.
Mm-hmm.
But there are a lot of Christians who have potty mouths, and that really bothers me. I mean, I have to be, that's why I'm not online that much in a live chat, because I can't, in good conscience, support by my presence that kind of behavior. I think the standards have dropped way too low in the Christian community for controlling the tongue, which is an absolute clear biblical command for Christians. And keeping our minds out of the gutter. They make an awful lot. You probably don't see a lot of the crude memes that Christians post. And it's to the point I have pretty much given up trying to find Christian fellowship online to any great extent because of that issue. So yeah, it's a huge problem. I agree.
Do you belong to a local church body?
Yes.
Okay. Do they know that you believe the Earth is flat?
They have the pastor has a vague idea of it, and
it's not the sort of thing you share and talk about much in church, then, I guess.
No, it's. I have to say this church is very good at the basics of salvation, but they do not go beyond it. I mean, they don't even talk about prophecy.
Well, that's another concern I have. Is I see a lot of Christian flat earthers that end up finally not going to church anymore, not really associating with believers, and that's a very grave concern. There seems to be that their family that they associate with is online, and we just talked about the crudeness and potty mouth that's there quite a bit, and that's the wrong direction for a believer to take, is to give up on a local church.
That seems to be part and parcel of what we could loosely call a conspiracy mentality, is that everything's a lie, that's throwing out the baby with the bathwater. I try to argue, people question in general, not just Christians, our history as we know it. And they'll say 1,000 years is missing. And I've done videos saying why I don't agree with that. But the problem is that Christians in conspiracy realms, not just flat earth, I'm going to say, have indeed decided that all church of any sort is evil and they shouldn't be a part of it. And they don't seem to be aware of the passages that say, like Hebrews 10:25, don't forsake the assembling of yourselves together. And all the more as you see the day approaching, as more and more important for Christians to gather. But what I'm seeing is when they do, there's a Christian section here, there's an awful lot of acrimony and rancor about minor problems or disagreements over prophecy. Or I even did a debate with a friend of Nathan Thompson's over whether Christians should eat meat. There's a lot of hostility on these things. And so even when Christians gather, it's a problem because of how they act when they're not in the Bible study. In the Bible study, they can hold their tongues, but outside of that, It's the Wild West. And yeah, I have been grieving all these 7 years for what I see as a complete silence or neutralization of Christians in the flat earth community. I did a video early on saying, you know what, this is the door is wide open. I've seen people coming to Christ because of flat earth that wouldn't come because of any other reason. Even our church, the pastor said one day a local came up to him that wasn't even a member, wasn't even a Christian, and said, oh no, I believe the earth is flat and I think there's a God. So this is something I've never seen in all my years of people looking at flat earth, being convinced, and then going, hey, there's a God. What grieves me is that the Christians in flat earth have been utterly silent on all the things that are filling that religious void. They're going into New Age, they're going into Gnosticism, they're going into all sorts of what you and I would consider error. And the Christians have not spoken up. They sit idly by and sing the praises of people who routinely mock Christ and the Bible and call him zombie Jesus, and still want to be friends with these people. And I just grieve at that. So even though I can speak with some knowledge on both flat earth and Christianity, I don't do a lot of it because of all that.
Okay. Well, yeah, it seems to me a lot of flat earthers say there are no atheists among flat earthers, but many of the types of theology that I see flat earthers embracing many times is it's far from biblical Christianity. It's many times it's sort of a touch by an angel sort of theology. God only wants you to know that he exists and he's good enough with that. If you acknowledge he's creator, that's all you need to know. And that falls woefully short of the standard set up in Scripture.
Right.
There's more to it than that. And as you said, I've seen people who are professing Christians who've abandoned fellowship with fellow believers and gone off into weird directions. Sounds like you've got a pretty good handle on this, pretty good balance, which I think is refreshing to see. I'm glad we're having this discussion. I hope that you can spread the good news where you are, and encourage people.
It's a challenge. Yeah, it's a challenge, but I do think for some reason, whether I like it or not, it's my mission field. So here I am.
I have a question, if you don't mind.
For?
When you read Genesis 1, do you not see that the earth should be flat, plain? An up and a down, not a ball? Because when I read Genesis 1, I see it separating waters from the waters. I see that as being one up and one down, not an in and out, you know what I'm saying? So I'm kind of confused.
Well, the waters were separated on day 2, above and below. Below the Rakia expanse firmament, clear enough. I think it's talking about waters on the earth today, on the surface of the earth. The waters above, that's the tricky part. We go off in all sorts of directions about what that is, and it's a bit vague. It's a bit ambiguous.
As it probably should be, I think.
But I don't think it addresses the shape in itself. I mean, you'll look at it, and I don't think the day 2 account and the other days as well clearly state the shape at all. Again, it's ambiguous. I think the cosmology discussed in the Bible, the first chapter of Genesis particularly, is a bit vague. The cosmogony is not. The cosmogony is the study of the history and origin of the universe. It's pretty clear, I think, but the cosmology is a bit vague. I've discussed this, written about it before, why I think that's the case.
I might say too.
Many people come in to this with a lot of baggage. They want to read Genesis 1, that teaching that the earth is a globe, and you have other people who want to read Genesis 1 as teaching the earth is flat. And I think both camps are wrong in their approach. Go ahead, Paul. You're going to say something?
Yeah, I was just going to say, for example, of more on the globe skeptic side in Genesis 1, where the earth had nothing to orbit around before the sun was made. And yet there was day and night, and that's also still an issue of there was light before there was anything else, light before the sun. And I won't get into that right now, but the thing is that there are things that just don't line up. You know how we say that evolution and creation, we cannot be blended together because everything's out of order and it just doesn't work. Well, I think the same thing is true with the heliocentric model, where there was nothing for the Earth to orbit, and yet it had day and night before the sun was made. And then we have Joshua's long day and some other things where the way I look at it for Joshua's long day, for example, is that if the Earth had been spinning and the sun and moon stopped, then the Earth had to stop spinning suddenly. And this would have a noticeable effect on the surface. Yeah, there would be a tangential force on everything on the surface of the Earth if it stopped suddenly. The explanation, the response to that I've heard from William Lane Craig, I think it was in that video that I posted earlier, was that it might have been him, might have been somebody else, but that the response would be, well, God is a God of miracles and he could have kept that from happening. But to my mind, that's an ad hoc explanation when the Bible just clearly says it stopped, the sun stopped here, the moon stopped there, and it was stopped for 24 hours. So that's another question about the heliocentric interpretation of Genesis 1, just to give a couple examples.
Danny?
Yeah.
I came in late, so I just want to, you might have already addressed this, but is your position that you believe that you live on a spinning globe? And if so, what is your reason for holding that position?
We haven't gotten to that at all. I'm just having a chat with Paula, getting to know her a little better.
Well, I'm going to go into a bad area. I'm driving.
It's no secret. It's no secret that.
Time to answer it, and if it could be addressed at some time, that would be great.
Okay, fair enough. But it's no secret that I believe the Earth is a globe. So. Most people seem to know that. So we can get that eventually if we care to. I don't want to debate it. I'll answer questions and discuss, but I'm not wanting to debate anything really with anybody today.
To be honest, here's what.
I wasn't asking for a debate. I was just asking for reasons. I don't think that's too much.
No, I think we're curious about why you believe what you believe. That's really what it is.
Hold on.
Yeah.
See.
Dandelion, you're roboting.
Really bad.
Yeah, you're roboting really bad. Sorry. Oh,
well, I actually recruited Danny in tonight to talk about this because he's been here before, and he's also been to the Flat Earth Conference in Dallas and was confronted and wouldn't answer any questions. But at the same time, Dan, we want you to be here to answer questions now. Now, the globe question, what Mary Mom was asking you, why do you think the Earth is a globe? That's fine. But we also know you're involved with Answers in Genesis, and we're some of us, including me, are familiar with the scientists, quote unquote scientists, astrophysicists that are familiar or that are involved in the Answers in Genesis stuff. We know what's going on. Well, not entirely what's going on there, but so if you're involved with those guys, show us the globe. We've been looking for that. We've been looking for it for a long time.
Okay, I'll be happy to talk about that. I thought we'd get to it eventually. I just didn't want to rush it.
Yeah, I know. I mean, you and Paula were talking about the Bible and stuff. The Bible. I mean, we can get into the origin stories. We can do that. Quite directly. But where's this? How did God make Earth first, and then turn the whole universe around it? Because that's what it says in the Bible. Earth was first.
Oh, absolutely, Earth was first. No doubt about that.
All right, go ahead and tell us.
Okay, what? Tell us what. Several questions were asked. What question are we to address first?
All right, so I'm sorry if I interrupted anyone else. Go ahead. Somebody
I
else.
think I think mainly what people were asking is what you find most convincing that heliocentric model as it's known today is the correct one.
Okay, don't confuse question of heliocentrism or geocentrism with the shape of the Earth. They're two different issues.
Right.
And I think flat earthers confuse the two quite a bit.
How so?
Globe Earth has been widely known in the West for more than 2 millennia, but that time was mostly geocentric. It wasn't until about 4 centuries ago that you got the big switch from geocentrism to heliocentrism. So I like to divorce those two questions as much as possible. You mentioned earlier, Paul, about being skeptical about things, and I agree that's a good thing as long as it's a healthy sort of skepticism. I realized my calling as an astronomer over a half century ago. I was in high school, and I went through a lot of things quickly, and one of them was, what do I know and how do I know it? One of the first questions I asked myself was, how do we know the Earth is a globe? Believe it or not, I asked that question over 50 years ago as a high school student. And I've investigated that question then, and many times over the years with my interest in the flat Earth movement starting 6 years ago, I've gone back and reinvestigated it all over again. But when I'm asked about that question, how do I know the Earth is a globe? I go back to two classics that I like because they go way back. Aristotle listed them in 350 BC. And it's one of these ones that you can do for yourself, and I've done many times myself. And I'm sure I'm not telling people anything new here, but I'll go over it anyway. The shape of the Earth's shadow during a lunar eclipse is always a circle. I've seen.
Hold on.
All right,
hold on.
hold on.
Hey, let's be gentle. Everybody, nobody.
Yeah,
I had
let
a
him
feeling
finish.
everybody's about to bombard him.
Yeah,
Everybody
let him
just
finish
chill.
because I want to tear a strip off him when he's done.
Yeah.
So keep going, please.
No, just everybody chill. I know. I have a feeling it was just about to get really bad.
But
Go
I
ahead,
want
Danny.
you to know that I want to ask this guy a question.
No.
Later,
Give me a no.
when he's finished. Yeah, when he's finished. No.
Oh, okay. Just let him finish.
Yeah.
We already know what he's going to say. Go ahead and
sure.
Let him say it.
For the record, I'm laughing. I'm quite amused by this. If you're trying to get my goat or trying to upset me, trust me, you're not.
Okay, cool. I don't want you to leave. I just want everybody to chill.
No, I'm not offended. I'm just amused.
It's just a little fallacious.
Remember, the dogs are still being held at bay, so the offensiveness might come later.
Oh my goodness.
All right, so you're going 350 years ago. What were you saying?
Well, 350 BC. Talking about the shape of the Earth's shadow during a lunar eclipse. And I've seen more than a dozen total lunar eclipses. I've seen many other partials, and it's always been that case. Now, I'm sure people will snipe at this about what causes a lunar eclipse and so forth. We can get back to that if you wish. But the other argument I like to use, and I just did it this past week, again, I've done it countless times, is as you travel northward, the stars on the celestial meridian move southward in the sky. Stars in the north rise up. You can't see farther south. Stars in the south disappear as you go northward. And if you go southward, the reverse happens. Here where I live in northern Kentucky, I can never see the star Canopus. It's a couple degrees below the horizon. It's the second brightest star in the sky, so it's pretty easy to spot. If it's above the horizon, the sky's clear. When I lived in South Carolina for many, many years, I could glimpse it on winter evenings for just a short time because it barely got above the horizon. I needed a good exposure to the south to see it. And then this week, I was in Florida, several places in Florida. I was in Hollywood just a couple of nights ago, And there I could see Canopus very easily. It was 10 degrees up in the sky, just as I expect if the Earth is a globe. I've been to the southern hemisphere a number of times. I've seen Canopus nearly directly overhead. Polaris is not visible at all. This is what I expect to see if the Earth is a globe. Every 60 nautical miles, I travel north or south, the whole sky shifts a degree. That is not what I expect on a flat Earth.
How does that imply that the Earth is a globe when the stars that you're talking about could be much closer to the ground or Earth that you're standing on?
Yeah. Well, as you do travel, if they're close to the ground, like a few thousand miles up, as you travel north and south, they're not going to move in this monotonic term that they have. For every.
Why not? Why not?
Well, simple trigonometry demands otherwise. If you give me the height of the star, how high above the Earth the star is, and you give me.
I think that's the way ships travel. Ships travel that way. They do simple trigonometry.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that
there may be an alternate explanation that you might want to look into. Flat earthers have shown objects disappearing bottom first, similar to those stars that you can't see after you get too far away from them simply by getting closer to the surface. So it looks like even over a flat surface, compressed visual angle is enough to make those stars that you're talking about disappear, no curve necessary. So it may be fallacious for you to infer that just because objects disappear, say bottom first over, the surface, that you're looking at a ball that's obstructing what's beyond as opposed to a flat surface.
Sure, that's what I was getting at, Lemon. It's like the reason I can't see that star is because the ball is in the way. Danny, I mean, do you really think that's why you can't see that star?
Yes.
I mean, okay, well then you can think that, but you can't prove it.
We have an alternative hypothesis, of compressed visual angle or something optical obstructing what's beyond over a flat surface. So the surface becomes irrelevant at that point. It's just something optical.
And what is the nature of that effect you're appealing to?
It's called distance. It's called distance. It's really. You're too far away to see it. No, it's a certain
angular
distance
resolution
above your head. Yeah, angular resolution is a certain distance above your head, and then it recedes toward the horizon, and then you can't see it anymore because it's too far away.
I think let Lemon,
very simple concept.
Let Lemon finish his point.
Just looking down a hallway, the stuff above the level of the eyes appears to ramp downward. The stuff below the level of the eyes appears to ramp upward. One would assume that these two visual zones would compress together into a line, and there's your horizon. There you go. So it just looks like basically perspective. That's it.
Yeah, I'm going to have to take off. I'm going to trust that you guys, are going to be able to talk to him about reality and how our Earth is clearly flat and stationary. You don't need the Bible to show that, even though the Bible clearly portrays a flat and stationary Earth. There's no curvature anywhere, no scientific, testable, repeatable proof of curvature anywhere. And yet you're a person who, Christians listen to you, is my understanding. I'm only saying this to you for an ethical reason because from what people have told me about you, I've said it before, you're leading people astray. You're spreading lies about the global cult religion that is not scientific, definitely not a biblical position that holds. And it literally, frankly, you disgust me and sicken me that your level of sophistry and to have a position of influence to lead trusting people astray and spread lies to them. If you really don't know, then listen to these good people explain the scientific reasons behind it, because it is an objective, rational fact that the globe model is a complete failure and has no scientific or mathematical basis to it whatsoever. For you to pretend it has some biblical basis that you can hold that position and say the Bible is truth, I cannot have your kind of discussion with a person like that. So that's really all I got to say to you. But, have a great day. These people will be much nicer to you. Don't worry.
Thank you, Ryan. I think the main thing is having compassionate, education with people. We used to be Globers ourselves, and we used to peddle this model ourselves. But then we looked at the flat Earth, evidence, the logical arguments with the laser test, infrared long distance imaging that appeared to be breaking down the globe, and we started thinking, maybe it's a little bit flatter than we thought. I think you also mentioned the eclipse, sir. That was an evidence that I accepted at one time too. But sometimes you get a curved shadow from something else other than, say, the revolving Earth. I think people use the eclipse to say that the Earth is a revolving ball, that it's throwing its shadow to cause, say, a lunar eclipse. But there could be something else up there causing that shadow. And it could be, round for many reasons. Maybe the object casting the shadow is round, or maybe the shadow is being cast onto a round object, vice versa. But the Earth being a revolving ball casting the shadow may not be necessary, especially if the Earth is a flat, motionless plane. There may be another possibility even with that. Some people talk about dark stars, these semi-translucent bodies that we don't normally see, but are occasionally somewhat visible during eclipse or when they get in front of other objects.
How about we stick to a single argument, one at a time? I mean,
that's the eclipse argument. That was, I think you mentioned the eclipse thing.
No, he didn't. He actually was just talking about stars near the horizon.
He said lunar eclipse.
Oh, lunar eclipse. Ugh.
And that's one thing. That's why I jumped in. It's like, I find it weird that people would say that the ground under your feet would block your view of things in the sky. I think doesn't that sound a little odd?
Yeah, I want to jump in and say also that what he came here, what he wanted to do here is just explain what he believes and why. He didn't want to debate. So I was hoping you could just let him, when he answer the questions.
Yeah. So,
did you have any other things you wanted to say, sir?
Hold on. I want to explain something, everyone. Hold on. I want to explain something. Listen, Danny came here, and he knows we know pretty much everything about eclipses and patterns of stars, everything. We're all on the same page as far as that goes. It's not necessarily a debate, or unless you don't want that to be that way, right, Danny? Or I mean, if you have something to offer as far as like showing us how it couldn't work on a flat Earth, it's weird. It's really strange to me. I don't even know why. It's like flat earthers can't even see the globe anymore. So I don't know. It's kind of weird to me.
Well, I guess if he wanted to, explain anything else from his side or whatever and have an open discussion, okay, that's fine. Sir, did you have anything else you wanted to talk about?
Oh, well, originally I wanted Paula and Danny to have the talk.
Yeah.
And
so to everybody, now that Helio said that, let's yield the floor back to the people who were having a fruitful discussion before it got completely side rails. And now we're not hearing from Danny at all. We're just hearing ourselves talk to each other. Okay, so pay attention to what's going on. Get an appraisal of the situation. Sit back, listen, and enjoy. And when it's your turn, you'll know.
Is Paula still here?
Yeah. I've been typing in other chats in the meantime, going, well, this will burn out eventually.
Okay. As I said, I didn't come in to debate. I just wanted to chat.
Right.
As it turns out, I've been here quite a while. I need to go out and take care of some stuff. I'm not running away. My wife just came in and handed me a note. Are you about ready to go out soon? So we had to run some errands. But I've enjoyed talking to you, Paula. And
same here.
And I may hang around. If I come, I'll be back later. Maybe I'll drop in and see what's going on. I'll leave my link open here if you'll let me stay on, and maybe I'll stick my Periscope up later on today when I get back. But I've enjoyed, and Helio, thank you for keeping the peace for a while. It was fun, and I've enjoyed it.
I'm going to go ahead and give it, Danny. I'm going to go ahead and give Danny the Globe Earth role. I mean, there's there's obviously no way we're going to change his mind, but I'm just going to give him Globe Earth. So.
And I was actually going to go do other things for the day when you showed up. So it's okay if you got to go. I don't want to be one of those people who says you're leaving because you're afraid, because I leave things because, there's this biblical concept of shaking the dust. I leave a lot because of that, but, so I understand. I mean, we've got other things to do in life besides hang around Discord. So no problem.
Yeah, sure.
If you want to get my contact information, I'd suggest, I don't want to give it out here, of course, but Paula,
Right.
You can always call the museum, ask to get through to me. You may not, but you can leave a message, and I can certainly get back with you, email, phone call, whatever you're comfortable with. But I'll be happy to continue this discussion with you here or elsewhere. So.
Sure, and also within Discord, you can send a direct message, a DM. I can send you a friend request, so that can happen. Let me see, add friend, and that should have a request.
You're assuming that I understand how to use Discord. I may figure it out. We'll see.
You should see a notification pop up somewhere.
Paula, he's not hard to find on Google.
Right. I just thought it'd be easier for any kind of a quick contact. It'd be pretty easy in Discord, but it should notify you somewhere when there's a message waiting for you. So.
Okay, I'll try to do that then. But anyway, thanks again. I appreciate it. I got to run, and thanks again for setting this up, Helio. It's been good.
Yeah, no problem, Danny. If you want to jump in anytime, I gave you what's the Globe Earth role on here. You can jump in and have a conversation with us anytime.
Okay, appreciate that, Helio.
No problem.
See y'all later. Bye-bye.
Right. Have a good day.
He didn't leave.
Was he? I'm sorry, I came late to the party, but was he taking the tack that the globe Earth is biblical or whatever? Did I hear that correctly?
Hold on.
But let's just for the record. Usually, when you come late to the party, you wait to see the tempo of the party before you start jumping on the dance floor.
I guess I am a bit of a great crasher. I was just trying to see what his take on the subject was specifically.
His take was he was in the YouTube chat earlier, like 2 hours ago, and it took me a while to get him in here to talk because he's Danny Faulkner. He's with the Answers in Genesis. He's an astrophysicist, and I wanted it. Answers in Genesis is a Christian. You know what Answers in Genesis is, right?
Yeah,
I've heard of the same.
Anyway, so he came in here. He was talking to us. He still hasn't left yet. He's probably still listening. But that's cool because I've been a big fan of Answers in Genesis work for a long time. But yeah, so you came in, or whoever came in. I was like, hey, I'd love to hear a conversation between him and Paula about flat Earth, and then everybody started freaking jumping in. Which if you just jump in and you don't know what's going on, then that's just that's kind of typical. But anyway, that's Danny Faulkner. He's an astrophysicist there, and he's affiliated with Answers in Genesis, and so it's really it's a privilege for us to have a relationship here with him to talk to us here on the Flat Earth Discord. He's been to, for some reason he went to the Flat Earth conference in Dallas. He was the guy that Nathan Thompson confronted. And he's like, what are you doing here?
Yeah, you guys, Helio, you were talking with someone else about, there was a video or audio clip you guys were playing and it interested me, so I hopped on, and then you had said that you thought it would be cool if I talked to Faulkner, and then he showed up, and he wanted to talk to me because I'm not going to start an argument. and
Well,
we're
I mean,
both
it's
Christians
about
and you're both creationists. So.
because from Answers in Genesis, you're going to talk about Bible stuff, right? And
right, and that was the whole point. I mean, of him coming on. Why him and not some other astronomer? Which I'm pretty sure he says he's an astronomer, not an astrophysicist. I'm not sure the difference.
My bad. But yeah, an astrophysicist. Yeah, there is a difference, but yeah, my bad. He's an astronomer.
Yeah, and that was the whole reason he was on, is because he was invited, because I happened to be here, and you've been wanting the two of us to talk, and so we got a little bit of chance to do that, which also thanks for setting that up. But yeah, I think if we do that again, we'll have to have a more controlled, conversation. So we don't get sidetracked.
Hey, maybe since you have a rapport with him now, you can do it on your channel, and we can share it here too, or we don't have a lot of people like with the opportunity to interrupt. Which, I mean, this happens all the time. We always interrupt each other.
Right.
Here, maybe you'll be able to have an actual an open dialogue with him one day. Just record it and put it up on your channel, and then we can share it here.
Yeah, or do a different live channel here. I think you would get a lot more viewers. I mean, they talk about him here all the time, and standard cosmology in general. So I would think it would be more interesting.
Oh, it's just like him. Like he's like one of the anti-globers. It's not like anyone here is going to change his mind, right? Because he's one of the anti-globers that go to flat Earth conferences. You know what I'm saying? Just like all the anti-flat earthers that go to conferences, and then they'll show up on our channels and all the time, or make videos. And it can't be flat, but that's all right. I'm not going to talk about him when he's not here. But actually, he seems like a nice guy. It's cool.
Yeah, and I think it's commendable that he's even looking and spending time listening. That's the first step, is just to listen.
Yeah, well, he's doing more than listening. He's going to flat Earth conferences. So
yeah, well, still listening, but I think there must be something commendable about even going that far, because most people wouldn't bother. That's why most of the time, anybody who claims to be a professor, we just say, yeah, right, because professors typically don't have the time or interest in hanging around a YouTube channel like that,
Yeah, but he's got credentials.
Right.
We know who he is.
Right. Which is very unusual, which is why I'm like, we need to have a slow, controlled conversation and not a typical brawl, because that's just going to push people away. But I need to go too, so thanks for having me. I'll be back another time.
All right. Thanks, Paula. That was fun.
Sure. Thank you.
Talk to you later. Anyway, since all you guys ran off Danny Faulkner, who's next? No, you probably both of them probably had to go anyway. But yeah, I was trying to get it. He was in the chat, but here's what he said in the chat, and this is wild. I mean, I'm going to treat him with kid gloves, but at the same time, he's like, look how much he's in our YouTube chat saying, oh, look how flat Earth is diminishing. Nobody's looking at flat Earth anymore because you guys have nobody talking. You're playing old recorded videos. So I was like, well, what do you got to say? And he came in, said what he had to say. So Danny, I doubt he'll ever come back in. But
that's a good argument, though.
Yeah,
that's a good argument.
He was saying nobody's talking about flat Earth.
Yeah, the Glovers gave up coming in here because they get trashed. Therefore, flat Earth is false. Yeah, that's a good argument, Danny.
Yeah. That's how he came in tonight, because I was just like freaking hounding his ass. Hey, get your ass in here. And then he came in, talked, then it's like, I gotta go because he was talking trash in the YouTube chat. Like talking flat Earth is dead. Nobody's in here. It's like, well, you're in here now. Because we were playing like some. It was the second time today.
Hold on.
It was the second time yesterday that I saw him say something about us just playing recorded content instead of having live content. And I was like, well, we do that because, if there's nobody talking, we try to fill up the dead air, And so I was like, okay, well, why don't you help us out? Come in here and talk to us. And he finally did.
Yeah.
And so there we go. There you go. Now you have live content.
Well, some of it may be. What were you saying, AI?
I'm saying he could also run a 24-hour-a-day content server about a particular topic and see how much he can get it filled. But let's be clear. He was given examples. He was given examples of flat Earth topic in real life where people are realizing it, who are atheists, and then coming to, let's just call it faith for lack of a better term. Okay, so that's very palpable. Now, he may say, all right, maybe it's waning off on the internet, but that would also have stuff to do with the soft censoring and shadow banning they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, some of that is.
Remember, we kept track of the relevant search results in YouTube, at least. I know Mark Sargent did, and he would show it on his show, and it went from like 3 million results up to 25 million. It then overtook Donald Trump and other famous people that held the lead. And immediately afterward, they changed the algorithms to hide those data points. So yes, Flat Earth had a meteoric rise. It did peter out a little bit on the internet, and that's because the internet took active efforts to censor it. And now, my friends, it's spilling over to real life. I myself have a similar story to Paula, where people in real life are coming to this, and it's starting to have less degrees of separation in my real life, where now people I know a flat earther, or people I know are having a conflict with a flat earther, whether it be about science or religion. So Danny is actually wrong that this idea that flat earth is shrinking.
There's almost nobody in the world that hasn't heard about flat earth, in this vein at all. They choose to ignore it, most of them, but for the most part, they've heard of it. And so if you walk up to someone and say, have you heard about flat earth? They're going to be like, yeah, I heard about flat earth, which means they might have heard about somebody talking about it somewhere.
All I know is I feel unfulfilled. That was like half a BJ because I wanted to tear Strip off him, but he ran away.
No, well, I didn't want that to happen. So,
hey, my friend,
it wasn't going to be a big. It wasn't going to be a big strip because I was going to say
that's a cool story.
Okay,
see,
why
that's a cool
do we
story.
see
The problem is that you probably would end up banned by me. You understand?
Really?
Because you prefaced it.
Too.
You prefaced it with a hostile tone when he was clearly having a cool conversation. So you changed the whole tempo for everybody.
See, the strip I wanted to rip off him wasn't that big of a strip. It was just
How do we see the sun and the moon? Hey, I'm about to tear your heart out. Hey, I'm about to tear your heart out. What's your favorite color?
Listen,
that's not how you preface conversations.
Blue.
If I invite a doctor in here and he actually joins, and you come in here and try to do that, you're not going to have a good time because you're going to piss me off.
You're not even letting me tell you the strip I wanted to tear off him. How do we see both the sun and moon above a single horizon if you're claiming the Earth casts a shadow on the moon? That's just...
Well, anyway, I mean, he left because he already knew where it was going. But whatever. I mean, it wasn't tearing strip. I mean, whatever.
That's
Danny
not a bad strip, though, is it?
No. I mean, that's a good question. That's a really good question.
Well, the main thing is offering a welcoming environment because sometimes people don't want to come in here because they feel like they're going to get savaged by like 5 or 6 flatties. And so even I could feel that blowing up in me. That's why I was trying to, back off and just say, okay, there's an alternative explanation here, but I'm just going to back off, after offering, that or whatever. But if there was like one-on-one, then, everybody else will just have to be muted while they go one-on-one, and then the floor will have to be opened up after the 2 people are done. you
Yeah,
know, for
sure. The
that
best
aggressive.
thing you can do if they're willing to come in here and talk to someone, especially somebody like Danny, he's been or
A
astronomist
listener for a
for.
while.
Well, he's been a listener. He's a huge fan of Flat Earth, obviously, because he went to one of the conferences, and he's listened. And he was in the YouTube chat.
What conference did he go to?
He went to the one in Dallas.
Oh, wow. With Robbie Davidson and everything.
I don't know if Robbie was involved. Doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. He's
Well,
been to one of
again,
the
you just gotta
conferences,
add a
whatever.
strip. You gotta add a strip to him.
Just kind of, just saying, hey man, Dan, he's gonna ask some questions. You're gonna ask some questions. Just be patient. I mean, it's just like there's no reason for necessarily for us to roast each other. I mean, he's part of a big organization. Like.
I think the
don't know if
emphasis
I
needs to
should.
be
I'm
on,
not trying to. I'm just saying. I'm just saying if he might have some reach, and if there's a decent conversation that goes, along with us, I can record it and then put it. Which I did record a portion of that, so I might be able to clip it out and then put that out there and get some of it out. But yeah, he's probably a nice guy, but for the most part, he hates Flat Earth. That's why he shows up.
Well, we can provide a nice, warming, welcome environment for people. I mean, even if they say, have a point we disagree with or a logical fallacy or something, just let them communicate clearly and, give the floor mostly to them, especially if it's going to be 5-on-1 or something like that. Just let them speak and, give deference to them as guests and,
right. And that's what it was when he first joined. There was very few people in here. And then as people joined in, they didn't know that I'd set it up for him and Paula to talk. And then people started jumping in, and then more people jumped in, and I was like, "Oh shit, how am I going to regulate that?" But this is the live stream.
Look. To be fair, listen. We need a housekeeping moment. To be fair, I mentioned that in the thread. So I'm gonna make it clear to all you guys: if you show up and somebody's having a conversation with what we would call a guest or a celebrity, and you're not aware of what's going on, you need to apprise yourself of the situation. Okay. The only reason that some of you guys aren't banned right now is because I couldn't get to my computer fast enough. So go read the chat, find out what's going on before you open your mouth.
Sorry because I interrupted. Can I say something about that now? Because you are saying that now. That's okay. That's great, and I appreciate that. But that's what you are saying now. It will be, how to say, broke after 2 hours, and then tomorrow again, and then every day again for many times. And then
that's what I'm saying. I forgive everyone, but I didn't know. I didn't even know if he was going to join. I finally got him to join.
Then I will speak something, and then I will find myself in situation that someone will ban because I interrupt like the same other people every day, every time. And now we will make a rules like Wolfgang and Elijah was speaking 2 months ago. Here they were speaking. They will stop everybody, including everybody shut up because one person is speaking. That is not going on like for a month, and only some people. I will tell you something what is very bad to hear, but if we have some kind of VIP person here, we need to stop to do that. VIP person. If you land on something, you have to do. Like we need to leave the guy to speak. Why you didn't guy to speak? Why you didn't leave the Dandelion to speak? Why you interrupt? For example, that's the one example. Okay, ban the lemon today, immediately now, because he did it that or whatever. No. I'm saying bullshit now. But if we want to respect the rules, that means every one of us need to respect the rules, because other people will be very disappointed if they saw what is going on here, and we can see every day.
I'm agreeing with you. It's not the rules. The live stream is open chat. and unless you're being now, he came into the live stream. If we were going to do an exclusive interview, we would have moved to another room. So I
Helio,
would have set
if
that
you
up.
want, on the
So
Silvers, we had a meeting and we spoke properly about this. And we decided, not we,
there's
I
no
didn't decide.
criticism. That's why when everybody
Moderators,
started jumping in over Paula and him talking, if I
yeah,
really gave a
you know, it
big
doesn't
shit
matter
about it,
this
I would have
moment.
said something.
Listen, but doesn't
I
matter this
don't.
moment because after 2 hours, this is good, okay? The moderating, leave the guy to only one guy to speak. That will be broke in 2 hours. He will not be
Yeah,
here. You will
Sasha,
be
this
here.
is not your concern. Sasha, you're silver just like me.
Yeah. I know
Moderation
that
matters
you're pissed off,
are
and I know
not
why
our
you are
Hey,
pissed off.
problem.
it's not a big deal. Listen,
Yeah.
if it was a big deal, it would have already been dealt with. Listen.
No, I'm only saying, do not point it out in the situation when
Oh, I
some
can point out any goddamn thing I
people
want
like
to.
me or Get Biget or whoever, like a flatty with not good experience, saying something and it's
No,
starting
I'm
and
just
want to
saying.
say something.
I think what he was saying is if you jump in, I mean, of course you didn't know who Danny was when you were talking
No,
when you
I'm
just
not
first
speaking
jumped
about
in.
Danny Helio. My God.
Oh God.
Well,
Here
I
we
didn't
go.
know who he was when I came in myself. I'm sorry if
I
I
know
came
that's what
across
I'm saying.
inconvenient in any
Nobody
way
else
to
did
a
either.
shit show. But
Anyway,
feel free to mute me or anything like that. If there's a conversation
no,
going on.
No, it's not about muting
it's
Lemon.
not what
He
I'm saying.
doesn't
It's not what
deserve
I was
to be
saying,
muted.
or what AI was saying. I mean, you guys are making a bigger deal of this shit than AI was saying. I mean, God damn.
Helio, yeah, I propose that moderators should not be tensing themselves at people in here. They kind of show off, and that's not a good thing. I mean,
No.
moderation is moderation. It's not tensing yourself over someone
Well,
else.
you were there from the beginning of that conversation. You knew
Yeah,
what was going on.
look,
But then
look.
other
I
people
give you,
started
I give you
jumping.
the example of just what happened right now when this guy Danny was here. I asked nicely if I can ask this guy a question. You said no, and I said I understand that. Okay, I'm waiting, and I'm not about interrupting the conversation. I got muted, and
I didn't mute you.
in,
Well, I mean, except for
I
by
know,
voice.
but indirectly, then I asked AI if he muted me. Yeah, and he said offenders will be removed or something like that.
Damn.
And I asked him if he muted me, and I think he said irrelevant. Yeah, but okay, calling
chill
offenders
out,
when they are not offending.
chill out.
Okay, chill.
Okay, I'm going to be clear. The status
Yeah.
that I set was any third party interjections getting muted. Period. So you open your mouth and you're the third person talking, you're muted. That's simple.
Is valid only this moment. I'm sorry. That is valid because you are here and you're okay with that. I totally agree with you. But that will be broke in 2 hours. You will not be here. Somebody else fits it or the fuck, whatever,
Sasha,
whoever. No,
not
I'm sorry, but
hear you
that's the point.
talking about it ad infinitum. Go in the back
Sasha, you
chat.
can't be extremist with the laws here, because this is
I'm
not a
not
place
extreme,
where
man.
to
I'll tell you
hold.
what's going to happen next time.
I'm extreme. I'm extreme.
If I invite someone to join and I want an
Yeah,
Agree
exclusive
with Sasha.
talk, I'll move that shit to another room and move the live stream to another room, and we'll have the talk there.
I'm on
And then
Sasha's side.
what? Yeah, I mean, you guys can freaking fight amongst yourselves. I just had a preference for Paula and Danny to talk for a while, and then with a minor interjection, just to, but it's
yeah.
like,
Look,
but you
Helio.
can't have a room like this when new people join and they hear somebody, they don't know it's an exclusive interview with somebody, and then it's not their fault that they don't know that they can't interject. They're just new to the conversation and they're new to the room, where usually they can interrupt But anyway, so it wasn't anybody's fault, I mean, there's no reason.
Helio, this was a person you invited here, and when we do such things, I propose that we make some sort of text, yeah, where we state some rules that this person has been invited here for a civil conversation. We present it, what kind of person he is. This guy, Danny, was he sounded to me like quite a civil person,
Yeah, it
he
reminds
has
me of
his belief. That's his problem. We can discuss about that. We will be discussing. But hey, when our other flat earthers member just join in the server, they hear this talk, and they open their mics and jump into the discussion without hearing anything from the beginning and knowing the subject or the discussion or the point of the discussion. That's kind of weird,
Well, that's
Yeah.
true. I mean,
Yeah.
usually before I ever jump in, I listen to it for like at least 10, 15 minutes before I ever come in and say anything.
Well, I heard you
But
from the beginning presenting this guy and inviting him here,
yeah,
with
I know
Paula
you
and
did. I'm
everything.
just saying,
Yeah.
yeah.
So
So but at the same
I
time,
was all day in Discord
I
today.
know you were. I know you were,
Yeah.
brother. I know you were. But I'm just saying. I mean, like people. But yeah. And then as soon as not as soon as Paula and Danny were having a good discussion for about 15 minutes, 10, 15 minutes, and then other people really started jumping in and was like, "Oh no, this." It's like, dude, I already said I wanted just to be Paula, but you can't really do that in the live stream because anybody can jump in anytime. They don't know that it was a kind of an interview, and stuff. So it's not necessarily their fault because people are used to jumping in
Yeah,
here
but
and talking shit,
you see, Helio, when I jumped in, I asked if I can ask this person a question. I didn't just jump in to ask him a question.
Sure, and I think he was,
So this is
he's
what
he's
all
obligatory to
others
do
should
that.
do.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
obliged to any other questions, from
Yeah.
other people during the conversation. But just I know, but some people are rude, and it's just not acceptable.
Well,
And
this is not a matter of rudeness anymore. This is a matter of diplomacy. And if you don't know these basic uh, social communications,
well,
I
shit. I
mean,
mean,
you have
I
to
guess
take
that's
some
the
time
way.
and educate. Yeah.
I guess that's the way
Before.
it works on the internet now.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah, I mean, it took me fucking almost 2 hours to get him in here, and he finally joined, and then
Yeah.
people come in and start fucking bombarding him. and shit.
Even with Lemon, I like to hear what he has to say. I agree with a lot of stuff, but he has no end. When he starts open his mouth, there is no end to it, man. It gets boring for me.
That's on you.
Like,
Hey, I bet
yeah.
he probably thinks the same thing about you. Just,
Can I
Yeah.
ask a question?
Sure.
So Danny
Sure, man.
Danny Faulkner's most well known for his when they asked him about gas pressure without containment, and they asked him that at the conference, and he sat there with like a silent face because he was saying he could answer all the questions, being who he is and knowing what he knows. And then after that, he posted a demonstration of gas pressure without a container, and the demonstration included 2 containers, one closed and one open.
Oh,
And
the
he
blue
assumed
marble.
that was no. He was showing when you pour sodium hexafluoride into into a fish tank.
Into a fish tank
Aquarium.
with an open top.
Yeah.
So Danny Faulkner is most best known for demonstrating gas pressure with no container with 2 containers.
Yeah.
But you
Very
you have to let them say it though. You have to really let them just freaking say it. But I mean, when you have 4 people yelling at them, they're never going to be able to say it. Say some dumb shit like that. So anyway, hey,
Yeah,
well,
I remember
congratulations,
this.
Danny. You made it back in. Come back another time and bring some proofs for the globe, and we'll see what we got.
Yeah, well done, Helio. That was a good tactic to bring him in.
Well, he came into the YouTube channel and he was like, "Flat Earth is dead," and I'm like, "Okay, well, you're in the chat. Can you come in
It's
here
so
and
dead.
talk to us?"
But this is what I find so funny is that they've come to your channel because it's on their mind to tell you that it's not on their mind and it's not on other people's minds also.
Yeah.
To talk to you
exactly.
who is presently talking about it. It's it's funny.
Yeah, and then I joined. I wasn't even on the VC, and I just kept saying and posting. They're saying, "Oh, Flat Earth is dead, and nobody's watching Flat Earth stuff. It's declining. Your videos are you have to play repeat, freaking replays of old videos and shit." Like, shit, I mean, we're going 24 hours a day. Do you think people are actually here talking 24 hours a day? What the fuck? So I was like, how about you come in here and we'll talk to you, and I started, and then he finally did. And so then that's what happened. But he didn't say that stuff, but he does say a lot of bullshit. And
But it's
got,
like go to Gem's server and you'll see that there's always 50 or 60 people, ballers, sitting in there, I think waiting to be convinced that it's flat. And then you come in there and then the group think just says, nah, you don't understand. And then they continue to think, okay, well, no, we're still on the winning side, so that's okay.
First time I've thought about that server in the past 2 months is just now when you mentioned it.
Apologies. All right, let's say another server. Let's just call it
I'm just playing, man.
Another server.
I mean, I'm still a member of that server, but I just I wouldn't even consider going over there unless somebody.
No, they just
let's call them the others.
They mute me now. They don't let me speak.
They would let me speak. They're probably begging me to come over there because they just don't have anybody to talk to.
But again, why would 60 adults sit in a room to discuss a topic that they think is fake?
It's strange, isn't it?
Defense mechanism.
They're waiting to be convinced. They're waiting. It's the same with Danny Faulkner coming to your thing.
No.
Like,
they're never going to be convinced. It's like the reason they don't. Well, they do come over here.
Do you think they're white knighting? Do you think they're white knighting, trying to convert us back to the truth?
Yes, because they don't want the truth that we're saying. They don't want it to be the truth of the earth. I ain't gonna say they know we're right about this, but they know we're right about this. And so that's a very small portion of the population that's like actively out there saying these flat earthers cannot possibly be right about this. Very small. We're talking about like all these guys at Jim Panda server and the people like Professor Dave and all these other fuckers. There's only like 200 of them that are anti-flat earthers. The rest of the people could give a flying shit about flat earth.
Flutter Solar, have you met their queen?
Who's
in
the
the other
queen?
server?
Who's the queen?
Yeah. Well, there's a couple with the
The
title
Queen of Trolls.
Queen of Trolls, yeah, that Australian chick.
Yeah.
And then there's another Queen Jezebel or something.
Are you talking about a gem server?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nah, I don't even fuck with them
Horrible,
anymore.
horrible people. Horrible
Yeah,
people.
disgusting.
I'm
and
just
they
talking
proud
about
of it.
No, yeah, well, fuck them. But I mean, they don't have really popular servers like Professor Dave and who are the other anti-flat earthers that have? What's the other dickhead's name that says that if you move towards the edge?
Sci-Fi Dan.
Oh yeah, Simon Dan. What's the other guy's name that said if you move toward
No,
the
I
edge
said
of Earth?
Sci-Fi Dan.
Yeah, I know.
Sci-Fi.
The other guy has a video where he put out where if you move to, he said if the Earth was flat, gravity would make you fall down toward
Vsauce.
Vsauce. Yeah, that fucking idiot. I mean, he has some decent videos, but when he talks about flat Earth, he doesn't.
No, his videos are terrible.
All right, fuck him. All his videos are shit.
I can't stand that guy.
Yeah, I don't watch any of his shit.
Is it because he's bald or the way he does his videos? Because I'm annoyed by him as well, but I don't know what it is yet.
He is pretty nice. It's just like
He's got like a
Vsauce here.
whole thing going on. Yeah.
Vsauce here.
How he pops up first, like he just
it's the whole approach. It's
duck below the camera, pop up and say something, and then do it in like another sense, but coming from another angle. Oh,
yeah.
I don't think him being bald has to do with it, but it does contribute.
Yeah. Hey, I'm bald, motherfuckers.
That's what I mean. I don't think it has to do with it.
Me too.
Yeah, and I'm a cool motherfucker. I'm the coolest bald motherfucker you ever meet.
But if you're like some lanky ass soy boy who just spews bullshit, it doesn't help.
Hey, Vsauce, Michael here.
Vsauce, Michael here.
Do you want to see the most illegal thing I own?
No.
That is a great soundbite.
Do you want to see the most illegal thing I
own?
What is it though? What is it that he owns?
Drive.
I promise you don't want to see the most illegal thing I own, and I wouldn't show it to you anyway.
I probably do want to see it.
No, you don't.
Definitely.
Well, you probably do, but I ain't gonna show it to you.
I know what you got, bro.
The corpse.
The most illegal thing I own is raw dairy.
Oh shit! That shit's hot. Highly illegal, man. That raw dairy. Boom.
If you don't hear from me after this, you know what happened.
Yeah, but don't tell us who you got it from, because that's I won't. Don't ask, don't tell. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know. Wink, wink.
Well, I had uranium trafficked from Ukraine.
I don't even.
In the 90s.
I eat cheese, but I don't drink milk or anything like that anymore. Can't drink no milk. There you go, poop guy. Has poop guy ever talked on here? He be posting shit all the time in the live stream. I don't know if I've ever heard him talk. He's probably listening. Poop guy, get your ass in here.
Did someone mute him? Why is his microphone red? Maybe he doesn't have a microphone.
Who?
Oh,
Poop
he's still
guy.
muted. Yeah.
Oh, is he muted? I don't see him in the room.
It's bottom.
Yeah, he either has no microphone or someone muted him.
Oh, I'm gonna unmute him. I just see him posting shit all the time because I can tell what shit he posts. I can tell he's listening to what we're talking about. But I never hear him talk. Maybe he was hot micing or something. I mean, he's silver. All right, poop guy, you're unmuted. You can open your microphone. Let's see, posting shit all the time. I was like, damn, he's posting, but I never hear anything.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever heard him either. But I've only been here for such a short time.
What is that, Sasha? Mopping the beach. You might catch some shrimps. Probably not, but who's trying to post the craziest ass memes?
Here's a crazy one.
That looks
it's like... the coin. It's the coin Earth. I like that one.
Wait, Quetzalcoatl, that's CGI, isn't it?
Yeah, of course it is. I mean,
gotta show that to Olive.
Here's a good one you can capture for Coriolis if you like to. I know anybody brings that shit up.
I just noticed his name has smell effects over it. That's funny. Like little
Oh, you talking about poop?
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's genius.
Yeah, he's fucking silly, but he has some good memes and shit. He never talks, but he's
Poop guy, are you 18 years old? Are you young? You seem young.
He definitely follows the convo and puts pertinent memes and shit. So, like I said, I don't think I've ever heard his voice, but he does post pertinent information. He follows the convo. So this, I unmuted you, poop guy. So if you want to talk to us, this is your opportunity. But yeah, I posted that meme for Coriolis effect. If anyone wants to grab that. Hey, guess where I got that from? Wikipedia. Because of the most accurate description. Inertial versus non-inertial reference frame. Apparent deflection. Freaking a lot of even educated people won't even get that shit just from that GIF. Straight line while the ball is turning.
This is what I should have asked that Matthew guy. What Northern Rebellion posted? That Matthew Learns guy? Oh, I should have asked him that. Like I would love to see something hover and the world spinning below. Like whether it takes longer than it's supposed to, but or if it's fast, I would love to see that. But I've never.
This is the breaking point for them. It's like, hey, Earth
There's
is
something.
spinning. Earth is spinning, right? And they'll say, yes. Right. When I get in a helicopter and I hover above the Earth 1,000 feet.
Like, why
Is the
can't I
Earth
see
This is a
it?
salient
Yeah.
moment.
is the Earth spinning beneath me at the
Yeah.
same rate? Well, you're still in the atmosphere, so you're spinning with the Earth. It's like, get the fuck out of
Yeah, it
here.
makes no sense.
Yeah, but that's the answer.
I know, but it was like, how could I be spinning with the Earth? And you know what their answer is? It's the G word. It's the G word. Don't tell anybody.
It's conversation on angular momentum.
But what's the contradiction? Like what do you say to
Oh.
that as to counter? There's got to be
Okay,
a
hold on.
flaw.
Well,
Can't even continue. Can't even continue yet.
Like, I know it's
No.
stupid,
You
but
need to
there's
understand. You need to understand something about Matthew. Okay, he was talking to you yesterday, and you were saying, "Oh, I wish I could have said this to him or that to him." The thing is that he was pressing you to go out and do observations for yourself, right?
Yeah.
The problem is that Matthew is on record saying that he doesn't need to go out and test the globe model. So he's being a hypocrite to you straight in front of your face. Now, you didn't know that at the time, but now that you know, that changes everything, doesn't it?
Right. You asked the right question. He gave you the wrong answer. We gave you the right answer. So
Yeah.
when you're hovering in a helicopter and the Earth is supposedly spinning underneath you, it should be moving. But every single experience, every single person, human being on Earth, when they're in a helicopter, is like, if you're hovering, which means that you're just standing, over the same point you rose from, the Earth isn't moving below you. And what he would say is like, if the Earth is spinning, why can't I just descend and go back down to the same space? If the Earth is moving, and he would say, come on.
It's probably like a big mass and you can't feel it or see it.
It's
Something
gravity.
like
It's gravity.
that.
It's gravity. Don't tell anybody. No, it's big. It's gravity. Gravity knows how to keep the helicopters above the same space that they ascended and descended from. Gravity knows what to do. It's the master plaster of the entire freaking globe. It's it's so dumb. Gravity is smart and dumb.
Didn't someone say that the Globers bring up multiple versions of gravity? Like different kinds? Because that to me that raised my eyebrows. I was like, really? What? I've never
Well,
heard that
sure.
before.
I mean, it could be Newtonian or Einsteinian gravity. I mean, Einsteinian
Yeah,
is,
I've never heard of that.
yeah, and Einsteinian is more chalkboard gravity. Really has more to do with outer space, and Newtonian gravity has, an aspect of physics involved. It's still not going to make a spinning ball. When you rise a helicopter 1,000 feet in the air, connect to the Earth and the atmosphere at the same time, appearing to never have an effect at all, and make you land back exactly in the same spot. as if the Earth isn't moving, even though it is. What? That's Newtonian gravity right there.
Yeah,
But it's as much magic as Einsteinian gravity because neither one exists. It's Earth. You rise up in the air. If there's wind, you're going to be affected by the wind and shit. If you go 1,000 feet. But if you want to land back in the same place, you can't hover. You have to adjust. Well, and to be honest, with weather, you're gonna have to adjust anyway. But if you want to land back on the same pad, you hover for like 10, 15 minutes. You want to land back on the same pad that you launched from in the helicopter. You just adjust for wind speed and shit, and then you land back on the same pad.
yeah,
Where's the curvature? Where's the spin?
yeah.
They
And
ain't none. They ain't none.
I would love to see something from a glober. Like if they, I mean, I guess they don't have the evidence, but if they did somehow find something, like it'd be nice to dissect it with them so they understand how ludicrous that is. But
Dude, that would be awesome if they were like, here's how I took a helicopter from one launch pad and I landed back on it. And I calculated for the wind speed and the spin of the earth.
yeah,
And then I landed back on the same launch pad, but it was still vertical. Or actually, what happened, the earth spinned underneath it, and it was like 2,000 feet away, and I had to land back on it. But you're never going to find that.
even if it was
Not going to
CGI, I would
happen.
like to see it.
No, the helicopter starts moving only when you start pushing or pulling that joystick. It doesn't move until then, you know.
Sure,
Yeah,
but if you have a GPS thing on there, you can hover in the same general position for
Yeah,
as long as you
it's
have
always
fuel in that motherfucker, you can hover in the same general position. And so
when you're
you're
hovering,
hovering, and
Helio.
you can
Yeah,
wait for like 2 hours and land back in the same goddamn spot that you took off from. Where's the spin of the earth?
well, when you're hovering the helicopter, you're actually moving with 1.5 million miles an hour, something like that.
No. Well, the
So,
atmosphere is what do they call it? Well, it's where the atmosphere is connected to the earth. Um,
yeah,
Oh,
uh,
for sure, 66,000
glued
miles
to
per hour.
the
shit,
earth by gravity.
we're all tired now. There's a term for it where the atmosphere is connected to the earth, and so you're moving
Yeah.
along in the atmosphere. It doesn't matter which level of atmosphere you're connected to the earth, and
Yeah, they say Velcro.
it's
Yeah,
your
Velcro. Yeah,
Velcro. No, it's
yeah.
not Velcro. God damn it, you fuckers! I can't freaking believe you guys can't remember this shit. I can believe I can't remember it because I'm. It's late for me and I'm inebriated. But no, not. I was going to say
Radiation.
tidal locking. That's the moon. Shit. I gotta remember it. All right, so the atmosphere is
Is in
connected
the
to
same
the
frame.
earth. That's not it either. There's a word for it. There's a phrase.
Atmo what?
No, if the atmosphere and the earth as they spin are connected together, there's a phrase for it. I can't fucking remember it. Oh,
I've never heard any scientific phrase. All I've heard is
no,
The air is
it's not
natural to the
scientific. I'm
rotation.
just saying, listen, this is what they say. That's what they
The
say.
term they use.
The term they
are
use
using.
to explain why a helicopter, when it launches from the Earth, is still in the same reference frame, which it's fucking ridiculous. You have to be out of your freaking mind to think once a freaking physical object launches from a reference frame that's spinning, it's still in the same reference frame. You are out of your mind. And unless you think the atmosphere is the same reference frame as the Earth, and this is what Nathan Oakley, talks about a lot of time. So it's wow. It's like the Earth is spinning, helicopters and airplanes just launch off of the Earth while the Earth is spinning. They're still in the same. I want to use the F word because I'm passionate about this stupid nonsense. They're still in the same reference frame once they launch off of the Earth, and they can fly around Earth as if Earth is a level stationary plane, but it's actually a globe.
Yeah, you are a heretic, Helio. A globe heretic.
I'm a globe heretic. Yeah, fucking
Yeah.
burn me at the stake. Burn me at the fucking stake, man. That
Yeah.
shit doesn't make any sense at all, to be
Me
honest.
too.
It's like, how the fuck are you gonna send an airplane across the globe? Like fucking 500 miles and pretend the earth is flat when it's a globe? Give me a fucking break.
Yeah, you can feel it's flat because it's so round.
Give me some time. I might tell you what I really think about this bullshit. Man, I've been holding back. Shit.
Yeah, I love being a heretic.
Wow,
Heliocentric globe heretic.
oh my god. I don't know how this is so hard for people. Well, I mean, I do, because I used to believe it was a globe too, and it was just like, it was really. But I never thought about aircrafts flying in a straight line to another port, or ships from one port to another, aircraft one port to another. Straight line.
Helio,
But
have you ever
they
been?
tell you that they tell you this the straightest path from one point to another is what? A straight line. And so
Well, yes, but what about objects that are in motion?
such as
Well, points that are in motion.
points
What's
that are in
the?
motion on Earth?
Yeah.
What is in motion? Kili ask you.
When you go hunting, rabbits, birds, they are in motion most of the
Yeah, but they
times.
also stop and they are not in motion. When they stop
Well,
to
you
move,
send the dogs, yeah, to scare them off, so they are in motion, and that's when you shoot at them.
Yeah.
okay.
Hold on. For the most part, a man hunting. I mean, what you do if you're gonna hunt with dogs, that's for birds. You want to get them flying,
Or
so you
rabbits.
shoot them with a shotgun, maybe rabbits or whatever. But for the most part, if you're hunting large animals, you want to be by yourself so you can hunt silently, and then like And you definitely don't want to shoot them while they're running because you might hit them in the flank or whatever. Then you'd have to chase their ass down. You want to hit them while they're standing still.
But if
You
you
want
shoot
to hit
them,
them in
they are
the
not
heart of their
invisible.
head.
Yeah, but the rabbits are easier to shoot when they are running than they are staying.
What are you going to shoot them with?
Is this proving the globe?
With a shotgun. But yeah, have you ever been to hunting, Helio?
No, I don't hunt actually.
Yeah.
But I know
Well,
how it
I've
works.
been.
I know how it works.
And yeah, what I want to say, okay, on the field, you have a rabbit running from your left to the right side. Yeah. Somewhere, some distance far away from
Yeah,
you.
what kind of gun are you using? Are you using a shotgun, like
A
a bird
shotgun,
with
of course. Yeah.
bird shot, like a small
Yeah.
10
Yeah.
gauge.
Yes. So, when I'm shooting at a target which is in motion, I have to shoot in
In
front of
front
it.
of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because the
Now,
rabbit's
because
moving.
the earth is spinning, you have to
No.
shoot straight at it.
Well, it depends on which
It
direction you're
depends.
shooting.
Yeah,
And
it's whether
if the target
you
is
are.
still, is not running,
If you're
then
shooting
you have
north,
to shoot
you're gonna have
aside
to
from the
shoot the other
target.
way.
you
If
know?
if the rabbit running west to east, then you need, I don't know what you need to do.
Yeah.
Oh my
So,
Man,
god.
seriously, I was anti-aircraft, and I was
yeah.
like, I didn't shoot of airplanes, but some models, and
Yeah,
will
you shoot
count.
in front of them, in front of the airplanes.
Yeah.
Yeah. You never shoot
And
straight at it because you never hit one then.
no, because your bullet need to arrive to the
Yeah.
airplane. It is maybe 1 or 2 seconds, it depends, but that 1 or 2 seconds, full airplane can be gone
Yeah. Yeah.
because of that speed, of course.
Because of Earth spin.
And never accounted that. Nobody told me about that.
Yeah,
Never
well,
ever.
that's a
Never
good
read
thing because
anything.
the Earth is not spinning. There's no such thing as Earth spin.
I think that weapons has that
Well,
inside somehow, some kind of machine what is accounting and everything. What airplanes also has. Oh, helicopters.
Well, they don't design these guns or machines to incorporate Earth spin because the Earth is not spinning.
Whoever was in military knows that doesn't fit. Yeah.
The only machines they design which don't actually go to space that incorporate Earth spin are satellites. But they don't really go to space either. And neither do rockets.
no fireworks.
That's a show. Well, fireworks don't go to
And,
space. Or
and
just
Navy,
fireworks
and,
are rockets. They just
and navies during the Second World War didn't give a shit for refraction.
Dude. Yeah, Second World War. I mean, they didn't give a shit about refraction or globe or flat. They flew planes across the Atlantic and bombed the shit out of people. It wasn't because of a curve. There was a guy that I heard. There was an interview on Mark Sargent's channel. He was in charge of setting up a radar array in Vietnam. I can't remember what the size was, like 500 yards or something, like a landing field that he set up.
Imagine this situation:
It was flat.
submarine.
It was flat. The whole thing flat.
1943. Doesn't matter where, somewhere in ocean. Submarine, German. It's
Not
coming out.
500 yards. It was longer than that. My bad.
with periscope. You know what is periscope?
Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah.
And German
Submarines under the
submarine
ocean.
watching. I don't know how much distance you need to go out. You don't need to be so close. That means for shoot 10 miles you can see, but you don't see anything, because it's 66. Your periscope, it's not 66 feet,
Well, it's difficult for for submarines to even get close to the shore because they're so big. So yeah, you need to have a good periscope.
And periscope,
Yeah, and they have
how much periscope was coming out from water? 300 meters, or maybe 5 meters. What you can see if you put something 5 meters, how long distance we can see
oh
on the globe?
quite from far. That's the height of a tree, like
Yeah.
yeah, you can see it from very far away.
Sure. And the only reason anyone thinks the Earth is a globe is because they think. This is the secret for the globe, right? They think that bodies of water, these large bodies of water, due to gravity, can be attracted to the center of mass of Earth. And this is a simplistic thing. Before you ever thought about flat Earth, and I'm talking to you guys that are talking now and every single person in this room, before you ever thought about it, you're like, man, it's plausible because balls around the universe, gravity did this, and however it happened, whatever. Balls, it's gravity. But once we came across this information, you know what? I've never seen a massive body of water like curve anywhere. Every time I travel, across the earth, it looks flat. Uh, Wait a minute.
I don't know how
They
we bought
try
into
to
that shit.
recreate the sound of the Big Bang. Have you ever heard it?
No, I have. How the fuck can they recreate the sound of the big?
Sounds
It
something like that.
sounds like a fart.
Yeah, someone at NASA fell on their ass and they filmed it and said it was the Big Bang.
Oh, what a crock of shit. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I mean, it's like these massive bodies of water curving around a ball due to gravity. That's complete nonsense. People, come out of your shell, open your eyes, and look at the world and experience it for what it is.
X.
Yeah.
So, are there any Globers in here right now?
Sadly not.
Oh, they all got scared away.
Yeah, it's a slow day, I guess.
That's been kind of slow today. Other than the PhD astronomer that came in earlier. That was kind of a highlight. I recorded that, by the way. I'm gonna take some portions of that. And
The guy you invited?
Yeah.
Astronomer? Is he an astronomer?
Yeah, he's an astronomer in a Christian organization. He's part of a Christian, like. You ever heard of Answers in Genesis? Look him up, man. You can find him. I'll send his link again. Hold on. I still have it. Hold on.
Oh, so he likes the Lucifers and stuff, huh? Telescope. Yeah.
Hold on. Here he is. That's who was in here earlier. This is this guy.
How did he even make a Discord? Sometimes I'm surprised people even get that far.
For some reason, he's obsessed with flat Earth. He wrote an anti-flat Earth book.
How flattering.
Yeah, he's obsessed with flat Earth for some reason.
I don't know. Maybe it's just get attention with it.
He's probably paid to do it by the government or some shit. I don't know.
Yeah. Some people like to record that stuff and break it down later.
Either way, I mean, I saw him in the chat, in the YouTube chat earlier, and I was like, "Get your ass in here again." I know you've been in here before, but anyway, he probably won't come again after I've been talking this shit about it. But to be honest, I mean, he seems like a decent guy, but he came in, Paula was talking to him for a while, and then other people started jumping in, they didn't know who he was and shit. And it just kind of turned crazy. But anyway, he was like, I gotta go. But anyway, so we might send up. What the fuck is that noise? Quetzalcoatl.
A baby's playing with something.
Okay, well,
sorry.
Get a keybind, Sven.
That's
but
not
anyway, so we might be able to set up
okay.
another talk with him sometime, but not necessarily on a live stream. Because while we were talking to him, there was a bunch of people jumping in that didn't know, who we were talking to and shit, So, if he's cool enough, he'll come back. We'll talk to him again, whatever. But I think I got about 30 minutes of good content from him and Paula and a couple other people talking.
Yeah, Helio, I recommend that for next time when you invite someone that you actually do the moderation, and also other moderators can participate, but
Well, I meant to
everyone should be
moderate, but I mean,
instructed
like in the live stream
that
room, if you jump in
yeah,
and you hear something, you don't even know what's going
yeah.
on. So, I mean, we have people
I
jump in
mean,
all the time, but we have to do it in another
just
room.
in these special occasions when we have uh, a guest, and it's an interview, and you just can't just unmute yourself and jump in and start talking this and that off topic, and so
I mean, it's just like we had like 5 people jump in, and they didn't even know that
yeah.
who he is or what it is, But so anyway, I'll keep it in mind, and I think me and Danny still have a good rapport. We'll fucking figure it out anyway.
I just got here. Who are you talking about? Danny Faulkner?
Yeah, he came in earlier today, or like an hour ago. Well, he was in the YouTube chat, and then I was like, "Hey, come in here and talk to us here." And then I was talking about that, and then Paula jumped in, and I was like, "Ooh, I think it'd be a cool deal if Paula and Danny had a really good talk, because he's from AIG. You know what AIG is, right?
No.
Answers in Genesis.
Oh, okay.
Well, I mean, they're in Kentucky. Answers in Genesis. Ken Ham. Never mind. Okay, I guess you don't know, Dave. Anyway, he's a creation scientist kind of thing,
Tell me who he is. Just what happened today? Did he have any proof of anything?
No, but what happened is because he's been here. He's been here before, and he's been in the chat before too. But anyway, I was like, oh, and you know who Paula is, right? Level Up, Paula.
Yeah, I just wanted to say the last time I heard Danny on here, he was engaging with Miggy. You remember that one?
Right. We got that one. So he showed up in the YouTube chat today, and I was like, well, if you're going to. And what he was saying in the chat, he was like, yeah, it looks like Flat Earth's dying. I was like, all right, well, why don't you come in here and talk to us, and see what's
Flat
up.
Earth's dying? What?
Yeah, that's what he was saying. He was
The
saying in that
opposite,
shit in
So
the
we
actually.
chat.
resorted to gaslighting.
Yeah, he was just like, I see the
Gaslighting.
numbers are dwindling because we were playing some. Nobody was talking, so we were playing
What
some.
number? Where did he get these
Dude, it
numbers?
was the second time today that he jumped in the chat and said, "Hey, nobody's listening to this," because we were playing some pre-recorded stuff, right? And because nobody was talking. The reason is because they're too punk ass to come in here. So I was like, "Hey, Danny, get your ass." I started talking to them. I was like, "Get in here, like you did before," And then I actually came on the microphone. I was like, "Danny, come in here, man, talk to us." And then Paula jumped in. I was like, "Oh, I'd love to hear Paula and Danny talk about this," and he actually joined, and then talked to Paula for like 20 minutes. And then some other people started joining in that didn't know that it was like a Paula and Danny chat. And then it kind of got a little crazy. But either way, people were getting pissed off.
Yeah, they should have
Like,
had like a one-on-one chat or something.
Well, I heard Mary Mom ask him why he believed on fall,
yeah,
and he just gets away from it.
yeah, he
So,
dipped. He dipped after that. Yeah. Yeah,
what?
Mary Ma'am asked
And
him
I
a
heard
couple
you,
questions.
Julia, I heard you say, like, why is he defending it? Why he's obsessed with flat Earth? He has a degree in astronomy. What do you think he's going to do? Admit he went for 4 years to college for something that's useless?
Yeah.
Like, literally justifying his own
Well,
existence.
you should obviously know that's what
His
happened.
degree is that he has no power, and he just wasted shit tons of money and a whole bunch of time for nothing. He has to defend it. He has no choice.
Yep.
Yeah.
And he's involved with an organization, Ancestors and Genesis, that has built Noah's Ark in Kentucky.
These
Or a
astronomers,
replica.
PhDs, these are the Flat Earth Society, actually.
Yeah,
these are the people behind it. Yeah.
And it's like, hey, I'm going to defend the Bible, but actually, I'm not going to defend the Bible.
He's gonna defend the Bible as a religion, blind faith. That's what they defend, the blind faith.
Yeah, it's really strange.
So no, he's going to defend the parts of the Bible that mainstream academia will let him to defend, right? So they'll engage him on creationism, but they won't engage him on flat Earth because that's too absurd.
Yeah.
So he lets secular society tell him on what parts of the Bible are correct. But literally, it's like, oh, secular society, what parts of the Bible is it acceptable for me to believe? I'll believe those parts. I mean, that's absurd, man.
I think all of the guys at Answers in Genesis are jealous of Kent Hovind because he's better at what he does than they are.
Well, all this started from Kent Hovind video that you played in here.
No, I know, but
Yeah.
you see how good he was against that dude? He was so fucking good. You can't help it and fucking roast people, man. I mean, even though I have, he won't look at flat Earth, but as far as defending, like their bullshit physics and shit, he freaking defended that shit pretty well. If you listen to that whole video that I played, holy shit, man, he roasted that dude.
Well, he won't defend flat Earth for the same reasons. I mean, let's let Muslims decide what Christians can defend the Bible about. I mean, that's really what it is. Because flat Earth is like too absurd, right?
Yeah,
that's just too absurd. You can debate evolution, but flat Earth, that's too absurd. So let's let them decide what parts of the Bible are correct for us. Cowards is all I gotta say.
Yeah.
So Helio,
he did play a gambit known as noble dithering, which is essentially
Okay, the Globers who use the Bible to prove the Glober faults also. So therefore, it's okay for me to tell you that you can't use the Bible to prove the earth is flat. So neither party can use it. How noble.
I don't know if the Bible purports to be proof of anything.
No, I wouldn't.
Not the
I don't
type of
think.
book.
Yeah, and the Bible itself doesn't purport to be anything, in my opinion.
I'm pretty sure the title doesn't say proof of God, right? It doesn't
No.
say that.
But it does. It does have some proof of life in it. I won't say that much.
Well, my point is, it says what it says, and you can't
Yep.
cherry pick the things you want because you're an astronomer. So I'm going to cherry pick what parts of the Bible I want to defend. Either defend it all or defend nothing.
I love the Bible.
But let's be clear, in the contemporary Christian apologetics, more and more of the prime names in the field have been yielding to scientific consensus over and over again, essentially, quote unquote, updating their previously held beliefs to yield to whatever science puts out, allegedly.
Sure, it doesn't. You know, if and all of the Bible believers, Protestant or Catholic, they're all going with the mainstream science.
But it's not based upon evidence. It's not like they
No, of
decided to
course
do this
not.
based upon, oh, I got new evidence, and the evidence I had before was incomplete or not good enough, but I got some new evidence that is good enough. No, they're just capitulating. That's it. I don't want to defend this anymore, so I give up.
Yeah, well, but they don't even. Well, for the most part, I mean, the people that go to church don't even look at the Bible or read it, that much anyway. So they're general consumers of propaganda and media and education. So
You mean like gold birthers when you ask them the radius?
yeah, kind of like that. Well, I mean, but they are globe earthers. I mean, most Christians are globe earthers. So yeah, globe earthers, radius.
And they know equal amount about both.
Well,
right?
hey, Christians ask simple questions about the Bible. Most Christians don't even know. So yeah, pretty much the same thing. Which, I mean, I grew up as a Christian, didn't know, grew up as a Catholic, and that's why I didn't know anything about the Bible until after I left the Catholic Church. But I do know a lot about the Bible now.
Do you think you know how much you should know?
Yeah, I do, to be honest. I ain't gonna lie. I think I know enough about the Bible that I know as much as I should know about the Bible. Yes, to be honest. I mean, I don't. That's a discussion for another time. But
Just asking because we had times in history when books were banned. Ordinary people were banned to own a book in their house. So
yeah, it's very fortunate. Yeah, people don't take advantage of the opportunity we have now to actually learn what they should
despite
learn. No.
despite all those laws and stuff, people still knew about the Bible and they were discussing. And mankind has had so many conversations, debates, and everything about the Bible throughout ages. And today, we are supposed to know all that, not just the book itself.
Well, you can't know everything about the Bible, but the essentials can help you to know what you should know. And
yeah, but
nobody's being taught the essentials in modern religion.
Yeah, but Helio, I read books of a man who lived in the 1900s. he wrote his book in the 1900s, and I find it right now. I find it so surprising how much knowledge that man had, and I'm still wondering how and where from. Because he didn't had access to internet, a vast library. That man literally had to travel thousands of miles all around Europe, libraries, yeah, and stayed there and read and research. It's mind blowing for me.
Was he a monk?
No, not monk, but yeah, I read books by people written in the 1800s,
Yeah.
and I saw the knowledge that they had was so vast. And I have friends in my life. I deal with people. I talk with them, and I open this subject about Bible or flat Earth, and I see that they know nothing, but they make a lot of claims like, oh, I know this about the Bible, that the Bible says this, and this is contrary to how society is.
Yeah, I
And
think you're talking about general knowledge, which is
yeah,
really kind
yeah,
of yeah. They don't. I mean,
yeah,
they go to church like twice a year or something,
yeah.
and then they know general
And
knowledge
you
about
see, when I
morality.
look at, yeah, I tell these people, then look, this guy who lived in the 1900s were 1,000 levels superior to your knowledge. He knew so much more than you do. And
No
yeah,
result.
where
No.
does this place him? Because they still have that egocentric, like self worship that people are so knowledgeable today.
Hey,
you know,
yeah, but yeah. I mean, I've said this many times. We're seeking the seekers. We're gonna find them. They're gonna find us.
yeah, that's interesting. Yeah,
They,
good question.
I mean, I do what I can do, and to beat your head. If you're trying to seek a seeker that's not seeking, you're gonna be banging your head against a wall, and they're never gonna see it. So it's not
Yeah,
really necessarily worth it. I mean, it's worth it to try, but at the
mm,
same time, they're never gonna get it. No, you're never gonna get it. Never ever gonna get
yeah,
it. So anyway, yeah, I mean, concentrate on building your knowledge and seeking the seekers, seeking other people that are curious about the knowledge, and either you will find them or they will find you. And
yeah,
so that's the way I look at it. I mean, if you just like, if I'd only done this and I could have converted them and they would have known the truth or whatever, that's you're beating yourself up over something you'll never be able to do for someone that will never see it. So anyway,
mm.
so
I'm glad in the last time that I somehow cornered my father. He's a very knowledgeable person, but yeah, when I was talking about flat Earth with him, he was like dismissing me and getting me into physics and all sort of stuff. And I got him with gas pressure.
what do you say about
And
that?
yeah, well, when I told him about this, when I ask him if you can have gas pressure without a container, like he was suddenly silent and he couldn't come up with anything anymore. Um, he first time he tried like with gravity holding, but he realized that wait, that needs to be demonstrated. It's not known as a fact, and that's where he told me, yeah, this one it cannot be done, you know. And
Oh, you
I
figured
saw
out
that.
you can't do an experiment for gravity. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, and I saw that my father now is actually um, starting to view different this subject, but he finds more important like the politics of this world and stuff, you know, society,
Shit, in
economy, and yeah.
that part of the world,
So
is he in
yeah,
Germany or Romania?
Romania.
Oh shit, it's getting pretty heavy over there, bro. Ain't it?
And when I was also talking with him about Newtonian gravity, like how it's not true, and Newtonian's laws of motion stuff, uh, he 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 knows that those are theories, so this is not new stuff that I was telling to him. And he told me, yeah, I was trying to tell you many years ago that there's a lot of about this world that you don't understand, you know. And now I told him, but what about Einsteinian relative gravity and stuff like that? And he said, well, that's actually the latest discovery, the most innovative discovery, and blah, blah. And I asked him, do you actually really believe that your feet are older than your head? and, and on this one again,
What? You said that to him?
yeah. And he said, yeah, I will not give an answer here. You're right, you know. And he said, whoever will accept to believe that is a utter fool, you know.
That's weirdo fucking Einstein. He's a fool.
Yeah, yeah.
Anyway.
He said, whoever will believe that is a fool. Yeah. So.
Cool. Hey man,
But
there's
he said
something
that
there.
still Einstein deserves credit for this theory, and it worked. That equation stuff works so beautiful, explained so beautiful. And I asked him, okay, but all the forces in this world are we can unify them, yeah, electricity, magnetism, electrostatics,
But
temperature. We find these equations that they are merging into one, yeah, but they don't go along with gravity. So
yeah, it creates a
this
new
is where we
gravity,
stop.
right? It creates a new
This
gravity.
is actually where this pseudoscientist inserted this Newtonian and Einsteinian gravity is a tooth fairy force and equations. They are not reality and they are not working, and you will never be able to merge them with the formulas for electricity, magnetism, and all this. We will never be able to do that. And this is what this is actually the road which my physics teacher told me to pursue, like the unification of electromagnetism with gravity. He said at the moment it's impossible, and most likely nobody will be able to do it, to
Dude,
find
Jeppy
this
J,
equation.
we should do a
Yeah.
special with all like a master panel. We should do a special with all of us talking about the history of gravity. Just
Yeah.
without an argument against each other, because we're all kind of on the same page with this gravity nonsense. We should have like
Yeah.
all of the moderators and people that are really knowledgeable about this. It's like, this is the history of gravity, and we can show the freaking documents how they came up with gravity and all this kind of stuff. I mean, it'd be like about an hour and a half of all the moderators and people that know about the history of gravity. We can just call it the history of gravity. It could be, you know, uh,
Like
making
a
a big
show.
event. Yeah, like a
Yeah.
show, like a big event. History of
Yeah.
gravity with totally dedicated to gravity, and
Yeah.
hosted by Crypto. I'm recruiting his ass
Mhm.
because I know how much he loves gravity. And then just like freaking, just have a panel of like 6 or 7 of us talking about the bullshit of gravity, and then make a video like an hour and a half long, and then just rock it out to the internet, and freaking people will love it. I think, man.
I don't know the answer to this, but what was the theory of gravity pre-Galileo?
Oh, pre-Galileo.
I don't know. I mean, I don't. I've never really. I think Aristotle had a theory, but I'm not quite sure. I know there's some people that at Galileo's time disputed his little idea. They fired cannonballs into the air and pop up back. So of course,
See if they fell back in the fucking can.
Yeah, they fell back in the cannonball. And another one they did, they fired it in. They had a horse run at a speed, and then they'd fire the cannonball straight up into the air, and it would still land back into the cannon.
Damn.
Yeah.
So they measured it at 90 degrees, and it came back down.
Because they didn't have any vacuum chambers in Galileo's time.
I don't think we don't
have
any real vacuum chambers now. So,
well, true enough.
And they don't necessarily prove anything, but anyway. But yeah, don't you think that's a good idea? Like, just have a discussion with some of the moderators here on gravity. We could make it like an hour and a half, 2 hours on just gravity. We can call it just gravity.
Oh, I'm game. I'll do it.
Hell yeah. So we need to get you, Crypto. We need to get people involved. Be like, just gravity. I'll just be in the background recording. You guys already have everything to say about gravity. Talk about it all the time.
Helio. That's a good idea, and you'd have a section where you show this valid scientific experiments where they prove gravity. Oh, wait a minute, they don't have that, do they? Sorry.
All the scientific experiments for gravity. We have a lack of that, but we can show attempted experiments that are supposed to prove gravity. That's why I want to do it, because we could fill up all kinds of time with attempted gravity experiments.
I got an idea. You could get a shed and hang 2 lead balls in it on a torsion balance and do all that shit. What do you think?
I don't think it's going to result in anything if I tried to do it physically, because somebody's already tried to do it. Still didn't prove shit.
It proves that men will do funny stuff to try to prove stuff they can't prove. That's what it proves.
What? You know why they tried to do that? Is because they want the Earth to be a globe so bad that they'll just make shit up and then convince financiers to finance their fucking weird ideas that the Earth is a globe when it's obviously not.
Guess what? Last week, on Romanian news channel, they showed a NASA news. They said that they don't exclude the existence of life on Pluto.
No life on Pluto. What the fuck?
They can't exclude that the existence of life on Pluto. Yeah,
Wait, they haven't found life on Pluto, but they can't exclude it either. Is that
yeah.
all right? So did they get money for it?
I don't know what's the point of
Oh, hey,
broadcasting
somebody
this
got money for
news.
it because
It's
you saw
not
it on the
news,
internet.
but yeah, they are broadcasting on the news channel, and man,
Well, it's just like I was saying earlier. I mean,
and the video, of
my
course, it
mom for
was a
some reason
CGI.
said, "Hey, well, they found the rover on Mars, dug down in the dirt, and found possible life. Maybe could be like where possibly in the back, hundreds and thousands of years ago, could have been life." When she first brought it up, I was like, "Mom, there ain't no rovers on Mars." She was like, "Well, I believe it." All right, it's like, all right, go ahead and believe it.
Yeah.
Finish your story. And so then she told me about it. Was like, well, I saw this on TV where they have the rover and it dug down in the earth, and they was like, oh shit, there used to be water here and life, and they might have, done. It's like, all right, cool. Because I'm not gonna freaking argue with my mom about this shit.
You can go to Toys R Us, and buy a remote control
Are you
car
making
for
fun of
your
my mom?
kid.
I'm coming to fucking Germany. I'm kicking your ass.
No, but that's the same thing. Like NASA rover is just like a remote control car for a kid, a toy. It's the
No,
same
I
thing.
get it. I mean,
Radio
yeah. I
remote
mean,
controlled.
I kind of
Yeah.
feel bad for even bringing it up because I mean,
Yeah.
I don't want to exploit my mom, but it's just one example. I mean, she's one example of hundreds of thousands of people saw the same information she saw and
Yeah.
actually think it's true.
Yeah, they saw the
They think
Apollo
that the
missions on
rover on
radio. Yeah.
Mars had this little tube dug down in the ground on Mars, pulled up some samples. I don't know how they got the samples, over air, or did they actually get the physical samples? I seriously doubt they got the physical samples, but wow, if they didn't get the physical samples and
Oh,
analyze them, holy
wait.
shit, they'd have to have
So
some type of sophisticated fucking science on that fucking rover to actually analyze that dirt. Go
Helio,
ahead.
wait. Why did that rover needed actually some sort of dildo shape probe to come out of it and go into the ground and collect the soil sample when it when they landed it there after that storm on Mars, it got all dusty, all covered in the Mars soil, yeah.
It's funny after I started
And
talking.
then they had these magical winds which performed cleaning service.
Dude, they were specially
Yeah,
designed to just drill in, take out a core not a core sample, but just the dirt sample, right? And I'm thinking maybe 4 feet or something. Anyway, shit. Now I can't think of what I was gonna say before. Oh, she was like, I don't know how they power these rovers on Mars. Hey, listen,
Solar energy, yeah. I mean,
I know I love my mom to death. She's thinking gas power, right? Of course, but yeah. So I was like, Mom, I think they claim that they use solar power to charge them. She's like, well, okay, well that makes sense. So I mean, I didn't really go past that. I was like, after I told her, hey, but there's no rover was on Mars. I didn't really, But anyway, freaking, what the fuck did they do to the people, man? They really,
they're
and I shouldn't
stealing
even. I mean,
the.
I really, and
Yeah.
everybody be like, look at these flat earthers. They're talking about their mamas believing in Mars flights and shit on on uh on YouTube.
Well, if what you think that process is not yours, yeah, because they control it with literature.
Dude, I love my mother, and if you ever came at me about my mom, you're
Oh
fucked.
no, I'm not doing
I
that.
love my
God
mom.
forbid.
No, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about
Yeah,
anybody. But my
yeah.
mom like watches TV. She believes
Mm.
moon landings are real and all, and freaking Mars landings and shit like that. She believes it. I've given her clues, but I'm
Hey,
not gonna fucking roast her
Helio.
about it.
Helio. Your mama wears
You got
boots.
she wear army boots. Is that what you said? Hell yeah! Fucking-
Hey, we got PMT coming up, man. It's some
Yeah, I
rehab.
know. We got 5 minutes. I just
I got
got the
5
alarm. Did
minutes.
you hear my alarm going off? Guys, I'm
5 minutes. Oh, that's hilarious.
yeah. Your mama wears army boots. I like that. I like that. Hell yeah! No, my mom is the sweetest woman in the world. Everybody, if you met her, would love her to death. She's freaking awesome.
Is it Mother's Day or something coming up?
No, it's your mama's day to
Your
get
mom.
flat smack.
Your
It
mama's
was on
globe.
8th of
Wait,
March.
as far as everybody on here that's talking, who has talked to their mother about flat Earth? If your
I
mom's
did.
still alive,
I did.
You did? Who else?
Yeah.
I did.
Me too. I got
Yeah,
ridiculed.
yeah, I know. We all talked to our mom about flat Earth. They're like,
Mom, Earth's flat.
it's like, you go ahead with that, darling.
Look at that. Okay. You want a sandwich? You want a sandwich? I'll make you a sandwich.
Yeah.
Have
Yeah,
you
I
seen
mean,
Happy
there
Meal?
ain't no way to flat smack your mom. I mean, there's very few and far between people that actually their mom's like, yeah, shit makes sense. I'm a flat earth. I mean, I've met a few, but for the most part, most people's moms are like, you know what? That's your belief. I got mines. Just go ahead.
I tell you a funny thing about my mom. She saw on TV. They made this mistake to broadcast that documentary. A funny thing happened on the way to the moon. My mom saw it on TV, and she doesn't believe the moon landing now. She really believes it was fake.
Yeah,
But
she watched
if I
that.
tell, yeah, if I tell my mom that the Earth is flat, oh no, that's crazy. That's too much.
Same story, hey man.
Hey,
Same story.
hey, man,
Yeah.
she's still around. So I mean, there's time. There's still time.
A lot of people don't believe in the moon landing, but they can't grasp the concept of the Earth. It might be
Yeah,
flat as well.
yeah.
It's really hard. It's really hard.
Mm.
It is. It is. I mean, it was hard for me. I
But
ain't gonna lie about that.
I can make I can take a flat Earth video and documentary and translate it, make subtitles, and put some fake Romanian TV channels logos, you know.
Oh, she doesn't
And
speak English?
no,
Oh, okay.
she doesn't. And if I stream it on my TV, I can fake, like, make her believe that this video is
Oh, you would
officially being
not.
broadcasted, you know.
You wouldn't do that to her, though.
I can.
Oh, no,
She
man, you
wouldn't
wouldn't
know,
do
but
that.
then she will believe the flat
No,
Earth, you know.
no, you wouldn't do that.
Mm.
But she seen
But
the fake moon landing stuff. She doesn't think it's true. Is that
but
what you said?
I will recommend the 200 proof of Eric Dubay, because
No, sure.
nowadays
But your
nowadays
mom.
it's
I think your
available
mom.
translated. Yeah,
So
they
is
have
it
it
just
in.
your mom, or is your dad still alive and still with your mom, or is
Yeah,
it just
both.
her?
My dad too.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, just leave him alone as far as all that shit goes. Dude, it's pretty deep, man. I mean, it's pretty heavy, man. I mean, all the information now, and with all the bullshit going on, if they're okay, just fucking let them do it.
You know, my mom saw that documentary, and my dad was like, "Get the hell out of here! The moon landing is real. Yeah, how can you believe such fakery? You know, it's impossible and stuff like that. Like they
Uh,
really been." My dad actually lived those times, you know, and he was
yeah.
telling me that, yeah, he
So
saw it,
they
heard
don't
it on
want
the
you.
radio, and also saw it on TV, you know.
Yeah, they don't want
And
you to talk about it anymore.
yeah, but my mom was like on him, like telling him, "You have no idea how they fake it in the studio, special effects and all that. They had it. They were making movies in those times and
I would
everything, you know."
love to see that. I would love to. You don't
Yeah, but
understand. You don't
and
understand how they can fake that shit.
yeah,
I would
and
love
I
to
was
see.
taking my mom's sides about the fake moon landing, and when I bring flat Earth on the table, they both against me, you know.
Yeah, flutter.
Like,
But
no,
the
that's crazy.
moon landing, your mom was like telling your dad, "Yeah,
Yeah,
you don't see how they can fake this shit." But when you brought flat Earth, they were both like, "Yeah, no, they went to
yeah,
the moon."
yeah. But my
I would
mom
love
heard
to see that. Your mom just going into your dad,
my
like,
mom
"No, they
my
can
mom
fake the
heard
moon landing."
my mom heard the discussion when I was having a discussion with my dad about gas pressure, the second law of thermodynamics, all this, you know, and science, the scientific method, and everything, explaining to my dad. And when I was giving him the definitions and everything, he agreed. He said, "Yes, correct, that's good." Now, when I put the gas pressure next to a vacuum, oh, he agreed with me. And then I said, "Well, this means you can't have the vacuum of space, you know, gas pressure adjacent to a vacuum.
He
It
didn't
doesn't
say that,
work that
did
way."
he?
Yeah, and he said, "Yeah, you cannot physically, empirically demonstrate such thing like gas holding to something in a volume, and all around in that volume it's actually vacuum, but only in a small place you have gas pressure. That doesn't work, you know. When you have a gas inside the volume, it will fill all the available volume, and it
So
will
your
have
dad knows
a,
what's up when it comes
yeah,
to gas
yeah, yeah.
pressure. Yeah.
He was
Hey,
a
Helio.
metrologist, you
Hey,
know. Yeah.
Hey, can I?
And
Sorry,
when
guys.
she heard him
yeah,
agree with me,
Gabby, can you just hold
yes,
on a second? Yeah, sorry, I
yeah,
was waiting
sure.
for a break in conversation before I could interrupt it. And sorry, Helio, but obviously, precious
no, I was
metal.
about to interrupt him to let you guys start the
Yeah,
show.
we know.
Yeah,
PMT.
I know. I always feel bad when I have to announce PMT and a moderator's talking. I feel bad, but yeah.
No,
Precious
no,
Metals is right. Precious Metals talking. Obviously, please mute your mute your mics, admins and mods, and Silvers and Golds are going to take it away, run the show. Thanks everyone that is here and joining us. I'm going to be hosting with CI. If you want to say hi.
Guess who's back? It's me.
Welcome back.
The man, the myth, the legend. I am back. Well, I'm covering for
Welcome
Redford,
back,
but
CI.
yep. This is gonna be an energetic PMT. I just had 3 cups of coffee. Let's go. Okay, sorry, Nathan.
Awesome.
No, it's cool, man. It's cool. I see we have a new person here, Bill He. Has anybody spoken with Bill He before?
I spoke to him like a year ago. He was pretty nice.
Hey, Bill, are you there? I saw you're unmuted, but not hearing any audio if you're trying to speak. No audio, Bill, if you're trying to speak. Sorry, man. Yeah, you might want to look in your settings and try to fix that. But just like to say hi to you anyway. I always like to say hi to the new people, and I don't think I've seen you around before. So thanks for joining us, Precious Metals.
There's a possibility you may have push to talk on. Double check, click the cog, make sure that's enabled. Oh, you left.
Yeah, he's probably going to try and fix it.
In the chat. Pepe's sad. Anyway. Oh, he's back. He's back.
No sound from Bill on my end, just letting you know.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate, but don't worry about it, Bill. There's always another time. We're here 24/7, so feel free to say hello whenever you can. Don't think we have anyone else that's new here. Maybe Truth Seeker. At least for me, I haven't seen them around. If they want to say hi to us, that'd be great.
Hi, yeah, I'm new to, been in the forum a couple of times, but not for the precious metals takeover. Don't know what that's about.
Oh, nice. Yeah, welcome. Precious Metals is basically where the golds and silver ranks take over the live stream. So the admins and moderators, they just have to mute the mics for the next 2 hours, and we essentially lead the show. We also have a themed question, which we'll get into a little later. But when we start, I'd just like to announce and say hello to anyone that is new here, and it's nice when we do have new people to speak to. So, how long have you been in the server, Truth Seeker?
I guess this is my 3rd or 4th time. I've been to 2 ladies' nights, maybe 2 or 3 other flat Earth, and then just popped on now and saw that there's the precious metals takeover. This is the first time for this discussion.
Oh, nice. Were you there for the ladies' night yesterday?
I was for a little bit, yeah, for an hour or so.
Oh, nice. Did it go well? Did you have a good time?
Yes, I like it a lot. Like all the gals. It's been a really good experience. So
Hey,
learning.
fantastic.
Yeah, and sharing a lot of good information. So I kind of popped off to watch a couple of videos that people had shared.
Hey, that's great. I mean, I wasn't able to make the last ladies' night, which I regret because they're always great times. So I'm glad you had a good time, and it's every Friday, so feel free to pop in whenever and make as many ladies' nights as you can. They're always a great time to be here, and I hope to see you around a lot more.
All right, thanks.
No worries. Take care. I think we got a new person hop in as well. Sky Gazer, but the server muted. Don't know what that's about.
Welcome.
He has the silver roll. I think that's one of the old versions.
Do we take do we take like a gamble and unmute them?
Yeah, I mean, I always like to say hello to the new people, and he is new, so maybe we should unmute him and give it a go. I'm down for it.
Okay.
Hey, Skygazer, are you able to speak?
Hi.
Yo, what's up?
Hey, you're new to my eyes. Are you new to the server in general for most people, or have you been here for a while?
Well, I mean, I don't know. I'm looking through the list. I mean, there's some familiar names, some unfamiliar. But yeah, there's been an interesting history of policy of the Flat Earth channel. I think is going to be, that's going to be like the next gen truther movement. But that's neither here nor there.
So have you looked into Flat Earth before, or is it new to you as a topic?
No, I mean, I think so. Probably like 5 years ago.
Nah, it's a long time.
Like
I'm trying to
that's
remember.
yeah. What even year was that?
Yeah, I think mine was 2016, so mine's 6 years now. Crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's interesting because there's like, well, I don't mean to interrupt, but there's a bit of meta history when it comes to Flat Earth. And when you understand that this is a topic that's been censored firstly in, let's call it, university mainstream education, then through mainstream media and main media propaganda channels, then you understand it. Well, as technology advances, if this is truly a lie that truly wants to be covered up, why wouldn't the lie accommodate to the technology? Because that's what the evidence shows. Is that's how whoever the operators of the lie is, it's always adapted to the technology. So why wouldn't it do so? And that's why it's fun to be in these, edgy technologies, right?
Yeah, I think I'm following you.
The most important thing is that we're able to have a community where we can relate to each other and we all have a common interest.
Well, that's an interesting take.
That's my take.
And who are you?
C. Haven't been here in a little bit, but I'm back and I'm here to stay.
Right. What's your background? How did you get woke on the shit?
Haven't told this story in a while. I'll tell the short version. As crazy as it sounds, 2016, I kid you not, I was playing Roblox. I'm not even kidding. This dude, so I was talking about like water.
Why do you sound like Steve-O, first of all?
I don't know. So I was talking. I don't even know what that is. So I just have a nasally voice. So I was talking to this guy about like water fluoridation and stuff. So like I was like, okay, so do you know about this? And he said, "You're very smart, kid." And then he linked me to an ODD TV video, and I'm like, oh. And at first I thought it was a joke. I started laughing at him. And then he's like, "You better watch this shit, man. You have to watch this shit." And I did. And after 15 minutes, because he sent me like the whole like Flat Earth documentary stuff. And it was like the 2-hour long video compilation of ODD TV with like the Photoshop and everything, man. Rob Simon, like immediately. That was all it took for me. Like, then he started going through the measurements afterwards, and I'm like, holy shit, this is the truth. Like, holy shit, right? It was pretty.
Well, I mean, it's interesting. Just a hot take on that. So that's what's interesting. You see these things coming around on TikTok, and it's like, it's about how you learn math. Whereas, like, in the West, we learn math usually by like applying the multiplication table, and then you'll have like a friend. Like, this happened to me. Is like, my friend sent me this video. It was like, well, this is like, there's literally like cheat codes you can use with a single hand to learn math, and it's a complete breakdown, which is audio visual presentation of how to use this method. And within like a 1-minute video, you're like, oh, holy crap, I have like a completely new way of deducing mathematical equations of, and it applies to reality. So it's not like some scam where someone's trying to take your money. It's literally applicable to reality. So yeah, that's how those, it's a funny method, because this is how people will say how it's like, well, oh, I fell into a YouTube rabbit hole and now I'm a flat earther, and that's somehow. But the counterpoint to that is, no, there's the conclusion from that should just be there's better ways to deduct the nature of reality. So yeah,
Well,
go on.
Well, there's many different perspectives, and I think that's what's so wonderful about this subject. I think the beautiful thing about this community,
there's a lot of perspectives.
Is
yeah,
exactly. Everyone comes from a different background, but we all have the same common interest, and we're able to have a pretty open discussion and friendly discussion.
What do you think that is? What do you think that common interest is?
That the Earth is flat, and everybody knows it.
Oh, okay.
That's the common interest. This server is an interactive.
Well, I mean, it's clearly not flat. I think most people in this channel will acknowledge, like, there's bumps, there's mountains and valleys.
Level.
Well, it's not really level. I mean, there's literally top of Mount Everest is not level with Lake Okinawa.
Like, there's no curve. We do not observe curve. We do not feel motion.
I think this is what I've been saying the whole time, is that, well, I think if you want to break it down to a common interest, I think fundamentally it's about the Earth probably isn't a spinning ball. I think that's a common interest that we all have. The idea that the Earth might not be like a spinning ball flying through infinite space. That's a more accurate representation of our common interest than just saying, well, we're all flat earthers. No, we're not. Bro, there's like plenty of people who think that the Earth might be spherical.
India brings up a really good point. Over 70% of the Earth is water. Water is flat and level. So, like,
well, bro, I mean, let's be real.
Yes, there's mountains. Yes, it's not perfectly flat. It's not like it's like, of course there's bumps, of course there's different elevations, but there's no curve. It's a majority of water, and water does not curve. We have
no, but there's curvature if you look at out. No, I'm kind of messing around here, but I was gonna say that, like, I was at an airplane the other day. You're looking out the window, there's curvature.
I completely disagree. We would need to.
No, I'm saying that's due to the design of the window. So
Right. It's over 180 degrees, so it's lens distortion. That doesn't mean there's curvature. Anyway, Nathan, would you like to introduce us with the question? Sorry about that.
Yeah, I mean, I wanted you to take that, but I'm not really sure this guy's got the flat earth tag for. He seems like a
Yeah.
little bit of a LARPer, a little bit of a troll. Yeah, I ain't too sure what his intentions are, but anyway, moving on. We can introduce the question for today. Might as well just say it for the panel in general, and anyone that wants to answer it, feel free. Or we can just call on you one at a time. So this question for today is: you can prevent any historical event, but only if it happened before the year 2000. So which one would you prevent and why? All right, I guess nobody wanted to answer it.
Wait,
so
I got
might
one.
as well.
I got one. But
Okay.
Nathan, I wanna clear the air. Like I don't want there to be any beef.
Right. So
You know,
go ahead whenever you're ready.
well, I just want to establish I have no beef. You know, there was a time there was paranoia involved. I'm saying there was. You know how Barack Obama like kind of made flat Earth mainstream by talking about the flat Earth society? You know, and no third grader sitting in the chair like were able to deduce that next level psyop, but now like 15 years later it's like obvious.
Right, but you know, Obama was talking about the Flat Earth Society, right? That's not us. So
Yeah,
I don't
that's not
even
us.
understand why you bring this up.
Yeah. So, you know, yeah, but no, were there so what was the question?
Yeah, that's what I asked the panel, and you decided to go off on a weird tangent about the Flat Earth Society. So, guess I'll repeat it for you. So you can prevent any historical event, but only if it happened before the year 2000. So which event would you prevent and why?
Well, okay, yeah. So probably the moon landing.
That wasn't an
It's
event
like
that
an obvious
actually
one.
occurred. So
It didn't
No,
occur.
like the fraudulent act of the moon landing.
Oh, okay.
I think that would, you know, allow us to conduct a lot more honestly, where people weren't so afraid of lies. So yeah, the staging of the moon landing. I think that needs to be one of the events. Like if I could prevent one of them, I think that's such a major part of our current like psyop that it's like a lot of the lies are built on the lie of the moon landing. So if you
Yeah, I
eliminate
mean,
that, we're like in a lot better place. What do you
yes,
think?
probably. Yeah, I would agree a little bit, but I don't think the moon landing has too big of an effect on people believing in the globe. I mean, my dad, he knew the moon landing was a complete hoax back in the 90s, but he still believed it was a globe for another, how many years? 20 plus, right? So,
Bro.
yeah, I
Yeah,
mean,
and isn't that so interesting?
Yeah, I've spoke with globe earthers before, and a lot of them know the moon landing's a hoax, but they still think they're on a ball, right? It's very, very fascinating how they can come to that conclusion, but not the
Yeah,
fact that they're not
and
on a
you'll
ball.
have like I have these you know, I have some friends of my dad who's like kind of I guess you would call like boomer generation. I don't like that term because you know I don't want to pit the Zoomers against the boomers. I think we're, you know, it's like is this my dad? I'm not gonna get anyway. I'm hearing these guys that are like, well, it's funny because like the younger generation is all being brought up, like educated to think that the previous generation bought into all of these lies. So it's like you understand? It's like next level shit because they're bypassing the actual parent to child interaction where it's like, well, if I just talk to my dad, when I was 7 or 12 or whatever, I would know that, like, well, my dad never believed in moon landing. He thought it was like a fraud from the get-go. But then in school, I'm being told like, oh, your parents were cheering and like having a big party when the moon landing was happening. It's like, no, that's not even close to reality. Like my dad was sitting there, he was like laughing his ass off. He was like, "What the fuck is this? This is the dumbest thing I've ever seen." And like that's the role of the media is like to splitting the generations. But if you're just talking to your dad, you're gonna figure out the truth.
Sorry, I have to ask a question. Based off of your response to PMT's weekly question, are you talking about the very first moon landing? By chance? The very first one, right? Skygazer?
Well, are you implying there were several?
That's what they say. There's several Apollo missions, according to the mainstream narrative. I'm asking if you're talking about the first one.
The Buzz Aldrin one where there was like it was a major event where it's like, the thing that got everyone hooked. This is before my time.
The reason why I'm asking is because the very first one was not on television. It was on radio. So how can someone see radio?
Right. Yeah.
Just making sure.
No, of course they can. Yeah, but there's like multiple kind of how would you call it? Complicated levels to that where it's like, well, yeah, they weren't playing golf like on the first moon landing. That was like on the 13th one where they really perfected it. And it's like, well, how about probably the whole thing was just a fraud. And I think everybody like really knows that in a way. Like this is just silly talk.
Truth Seeker here, is the question what would have been stopped in 2020?
No. The PMT question is that if you could prevent a historical event from happening, right? If you could prevent a historical event from happening that was before the year 2000, what would it be?
That was before the year, okay.
And his answer, Skygazer's answer was the Apollo mission that we all know didn't actually happen. So, Truth Seeker, actually.
Let me. So the answer is the fraudulent presentation of that act.
Yes.
That's what I would eliminate. If I could choose a event to be erased from my previous generation, the moon landing as an event. As is presented.
Thank you for your answer. I think it would be nice if we got to hear from Truth Seeker.
Yeah, that's there's a lot to choose from. What would have...
Keep in mind, any historical event before 2000, it could even be a long time ago. Like over 100 years ago.
Yes. Although I wonder if that long ago would have had an effect on something in recent, like could almost gameplay something a little bit more recent more than I could theoretically, something that was far in the past.
That's why this one's fun, because you get to, like, think hypothetically, how would reality be now? It's just super cool.
Well, let's see. What would it would be interesting. Now, if you could prevent something from happening, does it follow that it could then not be implemented later? Are we assuming that it just never happened, it would never occur?
Yes.
All right, then I would prevent the Antarctic Treaty.
Ooh, that's a good one, actually. That's a good one. I really like that a lot, actually. That's could you
Because then Bird might have been able to explore more, and we would get to the bottom of in high jump and the Soviet exploration of the firmament and all that good stuff. We'd be able to, at least by now, maybe we would be able to FOIA some of that stuff.
No, I just realized. Can I just say one thing? I just realized this is a trick question.
How?
Well, it is because I think. Well, let's say it's let me preface it by saying that this is my interpretation of Christianity per se is that God is the author of
With all due
history.
respect, I don't think we should really turn this into a religious discussion.
Fair enough.
Thank you. It's really just a fun thought exercise, like a what if, right? That's kind of what PMT is about. It's a friendly discussion, bouncing ideas off of each other, getting to know people in this lovely community. It's really just a fun get together every Saturday. That's really what it's all about.
Well, if I could follow up with that, I don't know if anyone caught on the news that after the sanctions were put on Russia, that Russia was not necessarily threatening about the treaty, but was kind of laying claim, and I'm not sure of the timeline, but somehow that they were the sort of the original surveyors of Antarctica, and they were going to claim it. And I thought that's kind of an interesting shot across the bow to the international community that, hey, we can reveal everything. So I don't know if anyone else caught on to that.
Where's Birdseed at? Birdseed, is it out here?
Sorry for that. I think Ricky had a hot mic. I just quickly muted him.
Birdseed? Did he just ask where the birdseed is at?
Yeah, I fixed it. Continue, Truth Seeker. Sorry.
Yeah, that was it. I was asking the group if anyone else had heard Russia, I would say, sort of threatening to take back Antarctica as its own territory.
Was this recently?
Yeah, I'll try to find the. It was in the last week. It was, of course, anything Antarctica really just leaps out at me now. So let me go and see if I can't get the.
Well, I can say this. I haven't watched the news for like 2 weeks, but it was interesting to see because I made an effort to. There was like the whole thing when quote unquote Putin was like making the speech, which justified the act or whatever, and it was like a 1 hour 20-minute speech, and then like on all of the Western media channels, it was like some like it's so funny how they do it because it's like whoa and here's Putin's speech, and it's like a 30-second clip, and it's not even just like, because in my mind it's like, well, the logical way to deduce this information to the public would be to just like hear the guy speaking and then like put well defined subtitles underneath, but that's not what they do. Like they'll put like literally like the picture of Putin talking, and then it'll have like a bad broken translator who did it live. So it's not even like a good translation. So it's like Putin is sitting there like talking about like, well, like this all comes back to the nation building of the 1800s, and then it's like the translator is like, it's really bad English. It's like clearly like a Russian person who's poorly translating the speech, and it's like, Russia invade because bad land and everybody angry, and it's just horrible. But yeah, sorry, I kind of fell off track. But yeah, go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Well, I'm looking up news reports, and currently what I'm finding is that there's been increasing territorial disputes between Russia, China, the Brits over territory in Antarctica. And but I cannot find at the moment the specific. Okay, apparently Putin has a claim, an original claim to Antarctica. So after the sanctions were put, I think Putin started talking again about their original claim to that territory. So shoot, I'm
Okay,
trying
so
to
let
find
me pick back up on that. So I'm sorry, I kind of lost my train of thought there, but what I wanted to say was that basically, so you have this literally 1 hour 30-minute speech that Putin gives, like supposedly to the whole world. He's like, whatever you want to call it, he's the front man, he's the poster boy for making this major international act, right? Which is kind of whatever you call it, the invasion of Ukraine. And he gives his 1 hour 30-minute speech of it, right? And what do we see? We see like a 30-second clip on like CNN or BBC or Fox News or whatever. And it's like, no, he's like breaking it down. If you watch the whole speech, like I literally had to look it up on YouTube. I was like Googling. I looked up like Putin full speech English subtitles. And I had to like scroll because the first one I see is like a 30-second video and it's like a breakdown with a bad translator. Then I read the whole speech. It's like you could just like search Putin full speech PDF and it's like you get a full breakdown. It's like the guy is like,
Hey, Stargazer.
you know what I'm saying? He's given good reason.
Not trying to interrupt, but I think we kind of get the gist of what you're saying there. Did you have an overarching point other than
Yeah.
we only get
Okay,
it?
I
We
have
only
the
get a
overarching
snippet.
point. Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm slow like that. I'm bringing it back to the point of you talking about Antarctica because he's literally talking about how like the Iraq war was like a lie. How it's like what the Iraqi war was based on weapons of mass destruction, like WMDs. He's literally like breaking down all these psyops.
Napalm, would you like to answer
he's
the
like,
question?
Yeah, he's like debunking all this shit.
What is the
okay, so the
question
question
today?
for PMT is me and Nathan came up with it. If you could prevent one historical event before the year 2000, and we can assume it would never happen after that, so you get to be creative and think of like what reality would be like today, then what historical event would it be? Or what event? It can be any event, even in like ancient history or whatever, if we're gonna believe it. So like ancient Greece or something, or we could go all the way back then. We could go into the 20th century. You can be super creative with this.
Okay. Yeah, I think I'll shy away from ancient history because I don't know enough of the details and surrounding some of that, right? We just kind of get the story.
Yep.
And this may be a little bit selfish because it's based on our country, the United States, in general. But I would say if I could change an event, I would stop the meeting between Nelson Aldrich and Paul Warburg and a few others on Jekyll Island, creating the Federal Reserve in the United States.
That's a based answer.
That's funny.
I still gotta say,
How about
Truth
just
Seekers
stop?
is probably
What about
my
just
favorite,
stopping the building of the Titanic?
You already
Oh,
answered.
that's a bad thing.
You already, Skygazer, you said you wanted to prevent the moon landing, but could you tell me more about that, Napalm? I want to hear more about your answer.
Yeah, so this meeting was kind of in secret with quite a few banking families and heads of banking, the banking industry at the time, and it was them coming together and colluding to create the Federal Reserve and the Federal Reserve System, which is not beholden necessarily to the government of the United States itself. Many people have the misconception that the Federal Reserve is a federal entity, as meaning it's part of the United States, but it's not. It's its own private company, and the Federal Reserve and the all of the banking establishments all kind of adhere to the Federal Reserve's standards and the way that they kind of create currency and mess with the flow of new money into the system and things like that. Not necessarily beholden to the federal government, but it's such a shady kind of operation that they even named it in a way to lead people to believe that it is still tied in with the government of the United States. So this is kind of the point in which many of the founding fathers and a lot of early early talks within the founding of the country was to try to ensure that there was no national bank. And they did a pretty good job of keeping that at bay until the creation of the Federal Reserve, which isn't really a national bank, but it's giving a lot of power to a private company when you're talking about the power to create currency. So it took away Congress's power to regulate money and make sure that certain items like only gold and silver were considered legal tender. It's how we got our fiat money system. That's how we're able to operate on a debt-based system. So.
Yeah, but isn't like the whole, because what you're describing is like very interesting because it's democratized versus non-democratized. So isn't the reality that you democratize opinion, like in a democracy, you vote for the leader, well, doesn't that just empower the person who's able to sway the majority? So now you're in a democracy, you're basically just elevating the one who's best at brainwashing.
Well,
so
I wasn't. I
there's
was
nothing
talking about
inherently good in.
I was talking about the Federal Reserve System in general, right? And kind of the way that it operates under the illusion that it is controlled by the federal government or that it's a federal agency, which it's not. It's a private company that is in control of U.S. currency, which is directly antithetical to the Constitution, where it says that Congress sets the weights and measures, right, and controls legal tender. So, yes, it was an undermining of our complete financial system.
I like that answer, Napalm. So my history is pretty poor, but when was the federal income tax set, was that part of the Fed or was that separate? Would your action also undo the federal income tax, or is that separate?
The federal income tax was instituted, I want to say, around the same time. I feel like
That's what I thought. It wasn't if it.
Yeah, I think a lot of those kinds of things were piggybacked off of the creation of the Federal Reserve. Around that same time, there was a lot of shadiness going on with the finances of the country and the way that they garner taxes. So I think it's all interconnected. Whether it all directly stemmed from that meeting, I'm not 100% sure.
Well, I think the interesting thing to see now that we're in a boom of technology emergence is that you start to understand, like, it goes back to the funny thing where it's like appreciation of etymology, but you start to see like Kanye West is like creating this cult, and you see these billionaires like buying these islands and like essentially based on their influence they can change the course of political discourse, which is interesting.
So the federal income tax was instituted after the Civil War to recoup war debt.
Okay. Wow, interesting.
But shortly after that,
I'm sure it was meant to be temporary. They probably said it's just temporary, 2 weeks to flatten the curve.
Right.
Yeah, and that's why you have you look at historical documents and people are saying like, well, Abraham Lincoln, abolished slavery. That's equivalent to whatever tweet he was utilizing the current technology effectively to gain influence. That's essentially what he did. That's how he got himself noted in the history books. And he died, just like Kanye West will die, and he will probably go into the history books as, saying something, because he got there quite controversially. And whoever's, the author of the history books at that time will assign him the role that they feel is appropriate. So it's like history. You can't remove history from power.
Friendly advice, guys. Be more concise, and you don't have to talk all the time. Thank you.
I agree.
Yeah, I think we should maybe just move on to somebody else and see if they're willing to answer the question. That's a great answer so far.
I got an answer.
Sure, Dave, go right ahead.
So just to qualify, this is any event, like somebody getting an idea could be an event, right?
Yeah, any historical event, so long as it's before the year 2000. So go right ahead.
Yep.
Do I have to pinpoint what it is? I mean, my answer is generally the first guy that looked up in the sky and say him and his buddy are standing there. What if all those are little spinning balls up there and we're a ball? And his buddy said, look at the ocean. You're an idiot. And then he never told anybody else about it. So I guess my idea is the globe idea never even existed. How about that?
Yeah, that's a great answer as well.
Bro, that's the kind of you're gonna make my bitches cry type answer, but go on.
Listen. We're here to be nice. I just, you've done this so many times. I don't know how else to say it. We don't need the unfriendly commentary. I'm sorry. Continue. Sorry.
Anyway, that's my answer. What do y'all think?
I kind of missed the gist of it, Dave. What was the event?
Whatever it was, the origin of the globe idea. The first guy that had the idea, his buddy told him, look at the damn ocean, you're an idiot. He never told it to anybody else. So the whole idea of the globe never existed. How about that one?
So the elimination of the first proposed globe model, kind of like
Yeah, if you want to put it
Copernicus
that
or
way.
Alberuni or somewhere around there, if we could pinpoint it.
Whoever it was that started getting other people to believe it, stop that thought in that guy's head, right?
So do we think it was Copernicus who came up with that idea, or was it really Aristotle's proposed by the Globers? I wonder. It would be interesting to get everyone's take of when that was.
Allegedly, if you can believe history, it goes back to ancient Greek, something BC. I don't know exactly, but supposedly they're the first ones that thought of the perfect sphere, and that what if we lived on the sphere kind of thing. But that's history if we can trust it, Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, you're right, Dave. I think it's really difficult to try to pinpoint that, and who knows at what points stories were interjected into the timeline of history to lead us to believe one thing or another.
I have a theory on that, though, because I think that Newton's law of gravity, him basically inventing the theory of gravity, had to be, something that would make the sphere actually work. So I think that the globe had to be in the 1400s, like when the first globe, the first existing globe is in the 1400s. So I think it had to be, I think that thought had to be at that time because then I think the theory for gravity or some other force to keep everybody from falling off a ball would have been, thought of long before then, and that theory wasn't proposed until much later.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty good observation there, and I would even say that it was less about Newton and probably more people around him who were hijacking some of the things that he was saying and turning it into something that he wasn't necessarily even claiming and then attributing it to him from what it seems like. Because some of Newton's work is definitely sound, right? And it seems like they kind of hijacked some of it, especially when it comes to gravity. I do attribute or put things in his mouth that he didn't necessarily say.
Did he ever walk back? I heard there was some controversy whether or not Newton actually was a strong proponent even of his own theory or how it was being used. I'm not fuzzy on that, but don't want to get too off topic. I'm just curious.
Yeah, I don't know if I have a really good answer for that, but I think there was some contention around action at a distance and whether that was really explained by some of the stuff that Newton was putting forth. But anybody can correct me if I'm way off base on that.
Well, I'm not going to correct you. I'm going to back you up. He wrote a letter to one of his peers that somebody has somewhere saying he did not want his name to be accredited to gravity. He didn't want anything to do with it, basically. Sum it up. Because he spooky acts at a distance. He didn't want to be credited with thinking that was real. Of course, I'm summarizing, but somebody has that letter he wrote to somebody.
Yeah, I was just looking for the letter. I couldn't find it. I have too many files, but if someone else has it, maybe it's under a meme command or something, that'd be great to post in a voice text.
He says something like, I do not wish to have my name ascribed to this ability that does magical things without any interaction between the physical object. I'm paraphrasing, but that's what he says.
Yeah, it seems to me like what Newton was really kind of putting forth was more along the lines of specific gravity, not what we think of as far as, the bending and warping of space-time or even mass attracting mass. I think they were trying to attribute what he was saying to mass attracting mass, but I don't think that's exactly what he was saying within, his postulations. I think he was working along the lines of like specific gravity.
Yeah, probably true. Who knows though?
But yeah, we get taught so many different things, and so many key figureheads are left out of what we're taught, and so many concepts are attributed to people that may not have actually proposed the concepts. It's really hard to decipher all the information.
Just letting you know, Nathan and C, there's no people in here if you want to try to talk to them.
Yeah, I just noticed we have Donovan here. If they want to speak, they have the VC role. Got some new people without roles, so if anyone here isn't verified, just head on up to the VC check-in room and someone else will follow you up and give you the role, and then you can come down and say hello to us. But does anybody else want to answer today's question, or should I just work my way down the list and call on you one at a time? Because I'm happy to do that as well.
I think the second option is a good idea.
Yeah, a lot of people don't want to jump at it first time, but I guess I'll start from the bottom, or I don't know. Rookie's here. He was here earlier, but I'm not sure.
Hi, sir.
Hey, Rookie, how you doing, man?
Hey. Provided that it's true, Pizzagate. I prevent that from happening.
So, did you hear the question for today, or do you need me to repeat it for you?
No, I heard it.
So, do you have an answer for us, Ricky, or do you want some time to prepare? Because that's fine as well.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, you can hear me.
My grandson's here with me. I said I would prevent Pizzagate provided that it's actually true. I've heard a lot about it, but I haven't really done a lot of research. But I would say I'd go back and stop something like that. The beginning of it, starting of Pizzagate, harming children. I'd put a stop to it.
Interesting.
I think the stipulation on the question was pre-2000, right?
Yes, that's correct.
That's true. I should have emphasized that. That's my fault.
Okay, my bad. Then I would say probably the formation of NASA.
Yeah, we got a lot of so far. I think
Did you
we've
get
had
a lot of that?
two not the NASA one, but we had.
I didn't hear all the answers, but yeah, those are good ones though.
We had the Antarctic Treaty, moon landing.
That's a good one too.
Yeah, there were a lot of good ones.
Well, doesn't something have to have happened before you can stop it?
Yeah, I think it's just a hypothetical, right? I mean, it's just a hypothetical. Just go with it, and
I know. I'm just teasing you. Trying to keep it light, guys.
I wonder if we'd have to go like back to ancient times. I mean, there was probably, in ancient Greece, the Spartans. They
How about stopping the formation of those rich guys that came together and made the Rockefeller Group or whatever?
I like that one.
Yeah, someone said something similar. I think it was Napalm, the Federal Reserve. That was a great answer. Very detailed as well. Thank you, Napalm, for that. But you were saying, Truth Seeker, something about ancient Greece?
Oh, well, Pizzagate, child sacrifice and abuse goes back to, ancient times. I'm not sure about the Egyptians or certainly the Mayans. There was child sacrifice. The Greeks, there was pederasty. And the Spartans would, if their children weren't perfect, they would, there was infanticide. So
yeah,
you have to go way, way back and protect life.
Yeah, it's kind of. I think it's difficult to choose just one event that you'd want to stop. There's been a lot of terrible events that have occurred. But again, it's just hypothetical, right? So don't take it too seriously. Is Flat Earth dude here? Recently got gold. Good job on that, man.
Solar?
No, just Flat Earth dude, not Flat Earth Solar. I
Oh,
think he got
okay.
it as well.
Yeah,
Actually,
that's why I was confused.
yeah. The two of them got it quick succession, so absolutely would get confused, but that's fine. Shalarembo is here. VC verified, looks new. If they want to say hi, feel free. Still got some floaters without roles. For those of you that don't have the permission to unmute, just head on up to the check-in and someone else will head on up there and give you the role.
Yep, Kentucky Fried VC Chicken. Or Chicken? Whatever.
I think that's actually one of the meme commands, but yeah.
Yep. VC Chicken. I wish I knew the command. Is it just memes chicken?
Yeah, it is. That's the reason why I changed it from check-in to chicken, because chicken was already taken. So I thought, why not just draw chicken, and then everyone will understand what the difference. Because I didn't want to take away the check-in, the existing one. So I thought I'd just replace it with what I thought was a better one, but then they can run alongside each other without conflicting. People can choose.
Yeah, it doesn't look like anyone's brave enough to jump in the room yet, so... I guess we could ask True Flat Earth if they're there.
I'm here.
Oh, I said True Flat Earth, sorry. If you guys...
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, cool, man.
Hey. So I already answered actually one in the chat, but it's too long and complicated, so I'm just going to give a generic answer. I was thinking what to say. I feel like all the reasons that were given already, it's just like cascading, it's like one thing had to happen for the next thing to happen, and some things happen all at the same time. So I'm just going to say a generic answer. The rise of feminism.
Good answer. Possibly.
Yeah, I feel like it
Okay.
complicated. I feel like it complicated relations between men and women, and that's just the start of it. I mean, it could go deeper, but that's just a generic answer.
I only say good answer because of what it's turned into, by the way.
Well, I
From
would
what
have
I
to.
heard,
I would have to agree. Yours might be an unpopular opinion. I was a self-described. I'm not going to date myself, but when I was in college, which was decades ago, I was more of a feminazi because that's what happens on campuses, and when you're a young woman and you're hearing about all these different things, if you're an innocent person, you start to understand about violence against women and the whole world and how women are second class citizens and treated as property, and then a lot of the sexual slavery, and so you hear a lot about it all at once. So from my experience, this is probably not a perspective that you get. And the problem is that on the college campuses, there's nothing to temper it, to temper women's reactions to all the things that they're learning. Even my Shakespeare class, reading a Shakespeare play about a woman who was raped, and then, because she was raped, she brought shame on her family, and she should be killed, rather than dishonor the family, and that of course happens in Arab countries. So you're just like, oh my God, this whole world is so sick towards women. And then you start to feel vulnerable because you're just learning about all these things that you maybe know about. And then, coupled with experiences that you have as a woman or a girl growing up. And, fortunately, I was never molested or attacked. Well, I mean, I've been in some situations, but, I was able to extricate myself. But so attempts have been made. So you get very angry, justifiable, and you can easily start to get afraid and paranoid and hate men. What's not there is there's not anything to temper those with the good things that there's, the realistic statistics, the good parts about men and women's roles. And so I changed from being a feminist and not a total man-hating feminist, but certainly was angry at the world, angry, disillusionment process. And I quickly realized that, this is too man-hating, and so I is more of an egalitarian, equalist, equal rights to everybody. I think that should be more of an equalist movement. We haven't had it. We've had quote unquote equal rights, but so it's in the context of one group or another, rather than everyone having equal rights. And equal rights means to choose whatever role you want. So if you want to be a stay-at-home mom and have a traditional female role, well, that's cool, but you do that and other women look down on you. So it's women can be their own worst enemies, and there's a lot to the thing that Gloria Steinem may have been kind of a CIA operation. The UN certainly wants women to be single mothers because then you're married to the state, and then so there's a whole lot to the whole feminist movement as a political thing. I think there's some positive things that came out of it. There's a whole lot of negative. And one of the things that it really did, if you take a look at the graph between the rise of equal rights or women's rights in the West and the oppression of women in the Arab nations, it's a direct reaction that men in the Arab nations felt threatened by women's liberation, and so they became actually more and more conservative and radical and fundamentalist. So, plus, I'm sorry to go on my whole tirade here, but you look at the world now in the nations that are led by women. Merkel, the Sweden government has a lot of women, in Scandinavia, and they made it less safe for women with the unfettered migration, and so quite arguably, I could be very much on the side of that answer. So if anyone felt like that was awkward, oh, there's a woman in the room. Here's sort of my full response to that with some perspective as a woman who's kind of lived through it.
Yeah, well, I think it's understandable where you're coming from. I've always just took the position of everyone's equal, right? And that's all there is to it. I don't get why people have to do division and segregation and all that. I think we discussed a little bit about that last week with the question. We had a question last week, and it was, what do you think the greatest fall of mankind is? And somebody answered division, right? I mean, that's very, very applicable to this conversation right now. There's no reason to divide individuals. We're all still humans. We're all the same, and there's no reason to treat anyone differently. So,
Nathan,
yeah,
can I just give my little 2 cents on this? I appreciate it's the precious metals night, but I just need to put my quick thoughts in, and then I'll disappear. But just with regards to feminism and the whole movement, and just picking up on the last conversation, I think the thing is that when you said married to the state before, then I think that's pretty much the end goal. They want everybody married to the state. So when women's rights were introduced, they actually lost more rights because they were voting for people to be in authority over them. And once you have people in authority over them, then you become beneath them. And that is part of the trap. You fall into that system. So the sort of black slavery, from a couple of hundred years ago ended pretty much when, in the 1930s, when we started using first name, surname, registering, and the whole sort of banking system. In terms of legalese, strawman, I won't get too much into that. But you kind of locked in the system from a piece of paper point of view, because you register yourself as Mr. First name, last name. And I think the women did have that power over the men at the time, but they kind of lost it with the votes. I know it sounds a bit sort of reverse psychology, but a lot of these satanic things are the reverse way around. So what I'm saying basically is that they actually lost the rights, whereas
Yeah, I mean, a lot of things have
the
turned
men
upside
could
down
be,
now. Being
yeah.
over sexualized is seen as empowerment, yet don't treat us as objects. I mean, it's
Well, no, I'm not
convoluted.
saying that any of this is men treating women in any way, shape, or form. But I'm talking about you on paper, as a piece of paper, when you register for something, when you sign up for something, when you go for a bank, a credit card. I'm saying that's when some of the ownership comes in. That's when you start to be married to the state. And when women didn't have the vote, they were probably more free as a sovereign entity than somebody who was registered with a Mr. First name, last name. I'm not really talking about the actual physical men on women side of things. I'm talking about the intellectual property side of things, where people,
Administrative, yeah.
yeah,
I don't
we're
know.
just pieces of
I
paper.
might disagree with you about that and the vote. However, I understood that the vote was people who were voting. It was a different time with limited government, where the main focus of government was protecting the country, which meant enlistment and war. And from that perspective, I think there was more of an argument for men only to vote, but as things, voting meant other implications. I don't think that I think that women were a little freer. However, I think that there's I think with the feminist push, which helped to disintegrate the nuclear family and then made women more reliant or looking towards government, then I think that's another reason why that agenda was pushed, because it makes more women inclined to vote for the government.
I think that's a great discussion. Thank you for your insight, Truth Seeker. I think we should ask more people the question. Nathan,
Yeah.
who do you think we should ask next?
Yeah, I already have someone planned. If she is there, are you there, Bree?
Ooh, Bree. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm here. I just woke up.
Good morning to you. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. What's the question?
Nice. So the question today is, you can prevent any historical event, but only if it happened before the year 2000. So which one event do you choose and why? If you need some time to think about it, feel free to take a 5-minute break and then just let us know when you're ready to answer.
Yeah, I'll get back with you in 5 minutes.
Sure. And thanks for joining us as well. You're pretty much always here for the PMTs. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Still got some new people without roles, so feel free to head on up to the check-in and someone will be with you. I don't think Get Beget answered. Are you there, Get Beget? I can try J.E. Barrington. Are you there?
All right. I think I have my answer. And I don't know if this has already been said, but I don't know. I wish I could have went back in time and stopped the moon landing from ever being a thing.
That was already said, actually. Interesting.
Yeah, that's what I would probably go with because I think that if let's just say that had never happened, I feel like that's a huge, obviously a huge part of the brainwashing. I feel like that would, if that had just never happened, then spreading the uh, information about flat Earth would be a lot, way more simpler.
Yeah, I agree. I think the moon landing was definitely a great catalyst for promoting all the globe fantasy. But interestingly enough, I don't know. I don't think you were here when I was answering the other guy, or at least responding to his question. But I brought up how, to me, the moon landing, my dad, for instance, he knew the moon landing was fake in the 90s, and it took him 20 years to figure out the next step that Earth's flat, right? So I've spoken with many globe earthers before, and a lot of them do know the moon landing is a hoax, but they still believe the spinning on a ball in a vacuum. And it just blows me away how they can, understand the first part but not make the second. It's just, it's very interesting. But I think the moon landing definitely is something that a lot of people know isn't real and was definitely faked. But for some reason, they just want to believe they're on a ball all the same. So maybe it's got some deep psychological effect on them, and that might be why they cling to it so desperately.
Yep, I absolutely agree 100%. The moon landing was actually the first thing that came to mind when I started to ponder, because that was actually well, I'm not trying to get into other stuff, but personally for me, actually, it was 9/11 that began to wake me up to stuff. And then the moon landing is the second biggest thing that got my attention, and I know a lot of people because of the psychological manipulation, brainwashing, programming that's happening all over the world. They just use, oh well, we went to the moon, and then a lot of people like to use the moon for a lot of stupid quote unquote arguments against the flat Earth. So I'm like, well, if you just remove that whole thing from ever happening in history, it would remove a lot of the rebuttals people have, a lot of globers.
Yeah, I'd save a lot of time dealing with the crazy non sequitur arguments they make. Absolutely. Oh, there is a guy I tried to speak with him earlier, Donovan. He can't speak, but I mean, I'm happy to answer you in the VC if you can just confirm that you're listening.
Hello, Nathan. Hello, family.
Oh, hey, Get. I did call on you earlier. Did you hear me when you were there?
I heard you, yeah, but I'm a little bit busy with my phone. I took it apart and now I'm putting it back together.
That's fine, man. Take your time. Did you hear the question
Yeah,
for today, or do you need me to repeat it for you?
yeah, I heard it. I can answer shortly. Yeah, the thing that I will change would be like, you know, stopping Lucifer lying to Eve. So, and that will fix everything. It's a major event.
Yeah, that's a interesting choice. I mean,
Yeah,
obviously, it depends if you believe that stuff, but I think it's a good answer. I mean, it's a smart answer, right? If you fix the first problem, you're
yeah,
not going to have the rest of the dominoes to clean up. So,
yeah.
I would sure like to be in the Garden of Eden right now.
Me too. That's the most amazing place. Yeah, we don't know how many colors are out there. Um, we don't know how many tastes pleasing taste, you know, like when you taste flowers or fruits. They have so many bitter and sweet aromas. Imagine the plants from that garden. I mean, we have weed here already. It's such a fascinating plant, amazing plant. And imagine those ones that we don't know of from the Garden of Eden. Oh, mic check.
Yep.
Yeah, yeah, it's cool, man.
Just had to deal with something.
Right, yeah, I got your message, CI. That's fine.
Yeah.
I was debating whether to do it as well, but
I
I just needed to take care of it.
had to. I had to. I really didn't want to. I honestly didn't want to. I promise. It was the last resort. I had to.
Yeah, it was the
Anyway.
right call. Yeah, let's see if anyone else
Anyway,
is ready.
get your mic works. Good to see you back. It's been a while since I've talked to you. Great to be back in this server in this lovely community. And I miss hearing you talk, so.
Yeah, you were much more missed than I do. Because I've been almost every day here, but you've been missing quite a lot.
Well, I'm back now, so.
Yeah, I'm glad. Super glad.
Yeah, I don't think you've missed a single PMT get beget. That's a pretty cool streak.
I'm not sure. I think I missed one or two, but yeah. On Saturday I'm free and yeah, you know. I do it like yeah, it's the Shabbat, not going shopping. I'm not extremist, like not going, but yeah, I stay home, rest, you know.
Oh, I see we have Sasha here, if he wants to answer the question.
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear the question.
No, it's fine. I can repeat it for you. So the question for today is, you can prevent any historical event, but only if it happened before the year 2000. So just emphasis on that. And which one would you choose to prevent and why?
Oh. Before 2000?
Yeah, any historical event before the year 2000.
Oh, that's good. I will stop something what happened to me in 1991. One war. That's it. It was war in Yugoslavia in 1991.
Yeah, it's a good event to stop without a doubt.
Because that changed my life totally. That fucking thing. Not only mine.
Yeah, I mentioned that before. You know, there's a lot of bad events, and obviously it's hard to choose one. Obviously, it is hypothetical though, so you know, try not to take it too seriously.
Somebody's got to say at war, what is it good for? Absolutely nothing.
Good song.
What is plural for war?
Wars?
Wars.
What is plural for peace?
For what?
For peace.
Pieces. Oh, that's cool.
It's only one. There is no
Oh.
plural for peace.
Oh. Oh, because it's one piece instead of multiple pieces. I never knew that.
Mhm. One piece, two piece.
I actually, Nathan, what's your answer?
Oh yeah, we we usually used to. I mean, at least me and Raptor, we'd ask each other at the start, but kind of caught me off guard. I don't have an answer currently. What event would I stop or prevent? I got a few, but they're all over 2,000. So
I actually, I don't know either, to be completely honest. Like, I thought I had this in the bag, but after hearing other people's answers, like, I actually don't know. Like, part of me thought of, like, what would reality be like if we never had computers or whatever, but, like, that's such a corny answer, and I don't actually subscribe to that, you know?
yeah, I agree with that.
It's, you know, I kinda, I think I wanna go and do an event that's, like, way back, right? Like, way back in time. That would completely change everything. What if, here's something crazy, okay? And this one's kinda controversial. What if he never ate the apple? That would change literally everything.
Well, you can't stop her from eating the apple. That's the
Well
problem.
well, of course. We can't change
Because,
anything that's already happened.
yeah, but she ate the apple because she was lied. So we have to stop actually the liar, the deceiver,
Yeah, that's
to
true.
make her eat the apple. So
It's just a
that's what.
silly question,
Yeah.
right? I actually don't really know
Uh,
what my answer would be. If there's anything I would actually have to think of, that's like the closest thing. I really don't know. Maybe like
yeah.
thinking
The
of like
funny
some
thing is,
empire not existing.
yeah, this is the answer I gave also to this question. That I would. This is what I will change. Like not allow Lucifer to lie, Eve. You know. So
Maybe like preventing, like I kind of want to prevent one empire from existing, but that was my original answer. My very first answer I thought of was, oh, I want to stop the FMs or the ZJs from existing, right? That was my gut instinct. But then I realized that's just pinning blame on one group or one people. But people
yeah,
and their desires are the problems, not the groups they belong to. It's bigger than black and white, for an example. It's bigger than it's honestly bigger than people versus government. It's not that
yeah. But
simple.
that's not the root of evil. Yeah.
Exactly. So like this is a really hard question. And that's why I love it.
Well, it's in the animal kingdom and human nature. I think it's all power and dominance. It just seems to be the natural order.
Yeah, so the more I've pondered on this question, not to necessarily change my answer, but to put forth another event, I would say whenever the first instance was that a man either claimed a divine right to authority or convinced people of his authority over them, would be something that I would like to prevent, because I feel a lot of society's ills come from people's perception of another man or another group of men having authority over them and being between them and their creator, divine, whatever you want to define that as, right? Because even in our founding documents, the Declaration of Independence, it stated that your rights are endowed by your creator and not from men, right? So whoever, go ahead.
Sorry.
Go ahead, see.
Oh, I think you'd really like the anime Code Geass. Or no, wrong one. Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. Sorry. Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. I promise it has to do with what you're talking about. So, in one of the first episodes, this is like a side plot. It has nothing to do with like the anime, so like no major spoilers. There's like this desert place, right? And there's this guy who is like a false prophet. And I used to not know what a false prophet meant until I saw Full Metal Alchemist. And there was like this same guy who was pretending to be like a holy figure who's creating miracles for people. But the source of where he was actually making these miracles happening was from sacrifice. He was using evil to create these miracles, and he wasn't doing it from the kindness of his heart. He was doing it to manipulate and to get power. And I think it's cool. It teaches. I like when people can teach a good message without doing it in one specific way. Okay, I'm sorry. That was a tangent. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I deeply apologize.
Oh, that's a good
relevant
analogy, I will say. I watched too that Full Metal Alchemist.
I love that anime.
Yeah, it was very good. It presents some very important ideas and stuff, but it's still twisted.
Well, it's absolutely twisted. If we want it, I'll scratch the surface and then get back to the question. Full Metal Alchemist specifically, it's not like Judeo-Christian at all. It's actually Hegelian. And I've read Hegel, so I know what is that, like, truth, right? They twisted the very definition of truth. Like, truth, the character, is Hegel's version of the absolute. And that's what makes people angry, because they think it's a representation of God, and it's not. It's literally like Full Metal Alchemist is based off of Hegel's writing, and with that context, it changes everything. So anyway, let's get back to the question. I'm so sorry for that tangent. My bad. I apologize. Back to the questions.
Stop
Sorry.
apologizing.
People used to. Oh, isn't there like a C sorry meme? Hold on. It still exists. No. Oh my gosh, that meme is 8 months old. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, and the last statement I made, right, with the event, or if it's even an event or one specific thing that we know, right, when people claimed some authority over other people, I think you're seeing effects of that in conversations we were having earlier regarding the state coming in as the parent within single mother with child relationships and things like that. And a lot of that stems from people's belief, whether founded or unfounded, depending on how you look at it, in some other human being having ultimate authority over them in their lives. If we
Can
could
I ask you guys a
cut that
question?
root.
Something off topic. Do you think it would be okay to have a switch off button to your phone, like mechanical switch off button?
That's an excellent idea.
Yeah, 'cause I took my phone apart now, and I'm looking at the battery connector, and yeah, I can make that add such a button there.
Well, I was
Just need to
watching.
solder.
I was watching an Edward Snowden interview, and it was very interesting because he said he told the thing that I'm pretty sure everyone here knows, but it's a good reminder if that makes sense. Like we all know it deep down, but we don't consciously think about it every single day. He was talking about how even when you think your phone is off, right, it's still
Yeah,
listening. Same as 4K smart TVs. Most people don't know
yeah,
this. The MI6 has even used it to bug and listen to people's houses and arrest them
yeah.
for talking about unpopular ideas, right? So basically, uh, I think an off switch is a good idea. He actually takes the battery out of a phone when he's not using it, and he uses like this old
Exactly.
looking
Yeah,
brick Nokia looking phone. And he says, I
yeah,
don't use a smartphone because they track everything. Your Google, it's all connected. Your Facebook, it's all connected to all the systems you use in that family. That's why they call it a family, because it's watching. It's watching. It's this technological family. It knows everything. It's omniscient. It's omnipotent. And it's scary.
but there are two batteries inside your phone.
Do tell, because I do not know about this.
Yeah, there are two of them. One is big, the big one, which you charge it, and you use your phone and it lasts you a whole day, you know. But there is also a smaller one, the size of those small watch batteries. It's a D40 battery model, and I think that's the one they are actually using when your phone is switched off. I mean, if you consume like empty the big battery, yeah, that small battery inside, it can actually transmit location position, of the device. So even if you switch it off, uh, from the operating system, when you switch it off, it's like a total disconnect from the big battery. But that little battery inside the phone, that's like the BIOS battery. It still powers your phone device, but only that those components of the GPS, location. But yeah, for this, we should track like a lot of connections.
Thank you for the knowledge. I did not know that.
Yeah, if you want a
And
simple
yeah,
solution to this, I mean, just don't use a phone. It's pretty straightforward.
no, I'm not being paranoid, but I think, yeah, sometimes I just want to switch off my phone like quick, you know. shut down. And whenever I press the original power button of my phone, it's gonna ask me three questions before my phone is gonna turn off, and even then I'm gonna have that snake spinning on the screen saying it's going to turn off. You know.
I think not having a phone is a rational solution for a lot of people, especially because I don't think it's a bad thing. I think it actually promotes face-to-face discussion and genuine conversation a lot more. As a Zoomer, right? As a Zoomer who's born in 2001, who has, you know, I didn't even have an umbilical cord for those 9 months. I had a phone charging port in my belly button. I swear to you, like that's how much I'm attached to technology. I have the iPhone 7.
Yeah.
I have 3 monitors right now, the RX 5700 XT, right? But real talk.
How many FPS does your
240 hertz,
monitor?
right? I have the
Oh my
full
god!
right. So, but I'm
You
saying
have the
like
gaming ones.
right. So,
Yeah.
but at the end of the day, that's not what life is about. And I'm going to try very hard not to upgrade my computer for about 3, 4, 5 years. Okay, I'm gonna honestly try
Yeah.
and
Good luck with that.
no, seriously. I'm going to try and be like more frugal with my money because money isn't the only thing. Money isn't the thing that we live for, in my personal opinion. I think the meaning of life is to understand other people, to find out what we're good at, to have a family, and to stick with the family or families that we have. That's really what it's about. And I think, honestly, as cheesy as it sounds, getting rid of a phone or downgrading to a regular phone is one of the best first steps you can do to that. My family upgrades my phone. I actually am very reluctant. Like they offered to get me like an iPhone 13. I don't need that. I don't even need an iPhone 7. I could honestly use a Nokia. I know how to hit the like when you had to hit the 2 or the 3 button like dick dick dick. That's like a C. If you hit the
DTMF.
Right. If you
Phone.
hit the 3 button a couple of times, that's how you get the letters. I would be okay with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it takes longer to text, but you can still text, right? And it's easier to take the battery out, and it's more durable. Why do they make phones out of glass? I never understood that. It's so ridiculous. Like they charge $1,000 for these things just to make it out of glass.
Mirror, mirror on the wall. The
Who's the dumbest
crystal
of them
ball.
all? It's
Yeah.
me.
Yeah. And the crystal ball, the witch, she can foretell, she can tell the future looking into the crystal ball. We're all looking into the crystal right now. Yeah. So, yeah.
Real talk though, like
Yeah.
we don't understand how important things are until they're gone. And I've been pretty distant with my family. So during my break from 24/7, I've actually gotten a little bit closer to my family, and uh, I work for a family business. Not going to go into details about it, but my mom, I think one of the things I want to do is really become close with my mom before it's too late. And I want to start by like working to become a part of her business. I don't care about the salary. I just want to be able to do something that's productive that helps her
Yeah.
out, but also something where I can just talk and be a part of my family, and it's natural and it's like efficient because instead of having to worry about work being an obstacle to family connection, it's just a combination and it makes the life so much easier. Like the it's and like I'm very introverted and this job will has helped me become a little bit more like social, and I've been doing a lot better now. I'm glad I took time for myself. I'm doing a lot better. But sorry, it was selfish to derail. I apologize. Oops. It's really about personal connections. I honestly think that's the meaning of life.
Guess we'll never know the true meaning. We all have our own that we make up based off our experiences, but I don't think there's any objective meaning that you can figure out anyway.
The closest thing to an objective meaning of life would be to reproduce. I don't necessarily subscribe to that, though. I'm not really a fan of social Darwinism or any form of Darwinism at all.
Yeah, but here's the thing, right? I mean, I'm not interested in making a family. I promised myself years ago that I wasn't going to have kids because I didn't want to bring them into this world. So right off the bat, I'm an adversary to what you just thought was an objective meaning to life, right? And that's the thing. Everyone has their own. Life means this, life means that. But again, there's no objective meaning to life. It's just what we all come out with for ourselves. At least that's the only way to look at it truthfully, I think. Wish there was, right? It'd be a lot easier if you knew what the goal was, but it's just subjective opinions, and that's all we have.
I agree. The closest thing to an objective thing is still subjective in this case, because
Exactly.
I disagree with it.
Right. You can't find something that you can, say for a definite fact is objective and when you pose this question. And you just have to be happy with whatever you invent for yourself as the meaning of life, because that's what it just boils down to in the end.
Looking in this phone, I find it so crazy where this tech got to. I mean, the cameras and the connectors take more space than the whole CPU of this phone. Like what you would call the motherboard. Everything.
One thing that's also helped me, I guess a coping mechanism that I like to do is everyone has a different coping mechanism. When I'm stressed, I like to create things like music. Honestly, removing swear words from my present and future songs has actually helped me a lot. My newest song I've been working on doesn't have any swear words, and it's honestly my favorite. Not because of that, but it's just more natural. I know that's like topic. I'm just trying to kill the dead air by keeping the conversation going.
You're trying to take my job, say I'm dead air Dave.
Aw, don't say that. No, I already gave my answer, Ivo. No, I said, what was my? Oh yeah, I said something about the apple.
Was it a Granny Smith apple that Eve ate? Or what kind was it? Honeycrisp?
Probably a
I don't
big,
know.
red, juicy
It's a
apple.
red, juicy apple, man. It's a big, big apple, too. So,
Hey, Flat Earth, they didn't answer the question. What would you stop in history but before 2000? Go.
now, those who can make you believe absurdities can make you commit atrocities. And The absurdity of the Big Bang is what I would get rid of.
That's
The
the thing to get rid
absurdity.
of.
It's one of the biggest absurdities I've ever seen, man. The fucking Big Bang cucks came up with that shit. Get rid of that. I think we'll all be better off. And I think, you want to think of something that's going to help all of humanity, and that would be one that could help. I don't know. Things don't always work out like you think they will. Great to have you back, C, brother.
Oh, thank you.
By the way, I heard you this morning. I was like, I'm back, and I'm back for good. I was like, what? Oh yeah, we got it.
What about favorite Zoomer? Your favorite Zoomer. And by the way, I'm turning 21 this month, and I am gonna proudly say,
yeah,
I am a teetotalist. I will not be drinking.
Oh, excellent. Cool, man. I'll drink to that. No, it's good, man. Healthy lifestyle's good. Totally promote that shit. Yeah.
I like how. Oh, sorry.
We just got deceived so badly, and Big Bang is one of them. Gravity, you can pick a fucking couple dozen of them real easy around here, and I just want some event that we got deceived to go away. That would be great. And took me an hour and a half to figure it out. Like, what the hell I was gonna do something. Okay, you got it. Big Bang. Yeah. Blinded by the light, man. Damn. All right, carry on. Dead Air Dave, where are you at, man?
Hey, I'm not running the show, Nathan or C. Y'all there? Any new people here?
All right. Are we getting close to the end here, or is it?
Kinda. I like how PMT is like a fluid format now. Like, it's a variety. It's like sometimes you have different hosts, and that's kind of like the original vision. It's not owned by one or two people. It's a community collection.
Yeah.
And now I sound like I'm promoting communism. Shit. No, I'm kidding.
You call me bastard. Yeah, you had some other people answer the question, man, real quick. We're running out of time.
Yeah.
Anybody just throw one in, throw two in, whatever you got. Finish it out, people. Let's do this. Dave, I like Dave Hinkle's answer. Like the spinny globe bastards. Let's get rid of them. Yeah. Anyway, who else is here, man?
We could try and ask.
Elijah?
Sorry.
Do we hear from Elijah? Or Lou? Lou, man.
He's a moderator.
I think.
Yeah.
Never mind.
I think we should.
You're moderator.
I'm stuttering. I think we should hear from Elijah at exactly 3:00 Eastern. I think that's a fair compromise. Why am I stuttering so bad?
I don't know.
We got to mute the moderators.
Coffee. You said you had 3 coffees. 3 coffees to you. Make you stutter.
Yeah, it's true. I'm about to have a 4th one.
All right. I'm going to have a 3rd one, I think. What was that, Dave?
Yeah.
You said something?
I said we got to mute the moderators.
Mm-hmm.
Old Offspring song that nobody knows, probably.
I'm like Porky Pig right now. That's all, folks.
It's gravity.
like gravity.
I love it when they stumble on that. I love that. Good times, man.
Like a spinning space water ball.
Yeah.
Curvature. Curvature.
Well, I hope everybody had a good Saturday morning so far. I don't know. About to hit afternoon here.
I'm going to Florida next week, so.
There you go. Sunny Florida. Sunshine State.
It's definitely not sunny right now where I'm at in Florida. It's like overcast.
All right. Well, it's overcast here in California too, so there's that.
Can I quickly point out the obvious? In this 2 hours, we had no heliocentric defenders in here. Not sure why. Anyway,
not one. They don't ever show up. They don't usually show up for.
Let's be optimistic. We have bonded together as a community. Isn't that right?
That's right.
That's right.
Let's do that.
Since I don't see Sunny, I could always do a musical outro if you guys want.
Yeah, go for it.
I didn't expect anyone to actually say yes. Okay. You may hear a dog in the background. I'm sorry. Okay. Okay.
maybe the dog will be in rhythm. Don't worry about it. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay. Let me pull up the lyrics just to ensure I don't make any mistakes. Okay. Awesome. All right, here we go. Tell me if you can hear this, okay? Oh, it's cutting out. Okay. Tell me if you can hear this, okay? Just say yes or no.
Yeah, it's perfect. It's coming through fine.
And I don't know your intention, and I don't grow your comprehension. Racing thoughts through my head, they stop me from leaving my bed. Sometimes I wish this was unsaid. Sometimes I wish that I was dead. Look at your life, you're so ahead. Look at mine, we can pick for threads. I can't even make myself well fed. These feelings weigh me down like lead. And I don't know your intention, and I don't grow your comprehension. Why help me when I'm so sad? Why help me when I am not glad? Where will you go when I do bad? Where will you go if I don't follow fads? You'll go away when there's nothing to add. You'll go away when I will make you mad. Loyalty is gone unless you get a royalty. When loyalty has a price, the seller will live and vice. And I don't know your intention. And I don't grow your comprehension. Individuality of the soul cannot be attained without a clear goal. Don't shove me into a designated role. You can't steal power now since I am in control. Do you think you're smart from the strings you pulled? I am more human cause my morals weren't ever sold. Your gaslighting tactics are getting quite old. I am the fire and you are the coal. And I don't know your intention. I don't know your comprehension. La 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 la. La 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 la. Okay, that's
That was very well done. Good job, man. Thanks.
That was great, man. Thank you.
I'm a singer, but the song tells a story. This person who's hopeless wants to die, and now suddenly they're like, "Oh, I'm in control now." Right.
I'm the boss.
Right. So that's basically the story of my break. For anyone who wants to know, that's the story. Hopeless. Oh, I'm useless. And now suddenly I have all the power in the world. I'm so important. Bow down to me.
Yeah, man, it was really, really good. Do you have a what do they call it, SoundCloud or?
Oh, this song's a work in progress. Actually, I
cool.
don't, but that'll probably be on my second album.
You got to
Right.
get Sonny to lay down some guitar on that or something.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah,
The
very
name of
impressive,
that.
man.
Thank you. I also in the studio version I actually do like a falsetto, like as backing vocals. So it's like, and I know, or wait, no, oh my gosh, and oh my gosh, what are the lyrics? Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, no way, I forgot the lyrics to my own song. Okay, and I don't know, and then after that it's your intention in the studio.
Nice, very nice.
Bloosh. Okay, thank you all for attending PMT. Sorry for my shit show singing.
Thank you, everybody.
Absolutely.
I'm adding flushed emojis to everyone who complimented me. Oh, you guys are so nice. That's why I love this server.
That's hilarious. I love it.
Yeah, honestly, man, it was really impressive. I enjoyed it a lot. I definitely couldn't do something like that.
Thank you. I'm an anagram 4. If you want to know what that means, basically it means I love attention, I'm self-absorbed, and I love music. Hey, I'm honest.
Yeah, that's what we love around here, honesty.
Oh, right. Yeah, sorry for hijacking it, Nathan. Elijah, it's 3:00. That means you can give your answer. Cause PMT. Yeah.
Anybody mods want to answer that one?
Sorry.
Witsit would get it. He'd get it. What event would you change in history?
Oh yeah, let me paste it in chat.
Come on, what? Pre 2000. I went with the Big Bang. I'm changing that piece of historical crap.
That's the most abrupt PMT ending we've ever had.
Right?
I'm so sorry.
It's abrupt. No, it wasn't that bad. It wasn't. How dare you ruin my PMT?
I'm like that I'm like that CSGO hacker you don't want in your lobby. Like, I make shitty jokes, and then I just hijack everything. Oh, right, I'm a Zoomer. No one knows what CSGO is. Yikes, that's kind of awkward.
Awkward.
Anyway, any mods want to answer the question that me and Nathan wrote together? Please.
It's a catchy tune, man. I kind of can hear the melody in my head. It's a catchy song you had there. See.
Muchas gracias. No habla español, lo siento.
So the question is, what like supposed historical event you would change pre-2000? I guess.
Yep. Or any event you experienced before 2000 that you would change if it was historically significant. And then oh, sorry.
No, go ahead. I don't know. I think.
And then for fun, you can guess and then for fun, you can guess how things could have turned out. Oh, also, because I told your lovely new partner this in DMs, but never said it in voice. Congratulations, by the way. Congratulations, massive congratulations.
Thank you so much, bro. Yeah, maybe the Watchers coming down.
Watchers?
Like the Watchers, or people call them fallen angels, or the beings from the center that ventured out and misled people with all kinds of crazy knowledge. That the knowledge isn't bad, but how they taught it was bad. Because in that scenario, you get to see basically humanity play out totally different. You know, like everyone would have to come to these pieces of knowledge and truth on their own with like wisdom and discernment and stuff. So yeah, I would say if you could change one event, I would say that, because all of history would change.
I had a similar answer, actually. I said I would stop the apple from being eaten.
Nice.
Get Me Get said it too.
Yeah, that's a good answer. I thought about that.
I like that answer. Gets right to the root of the problem, kind of. Either one of those. I hear y'all.
Or maybe like them ever, the actual. I don't know. It's hard to pinpoint a historical claim of the globe. I know it's kind of a cliche answer, but honestly, if the globe lie had it never been taught, the world would be way different.
Yeah,
So I
that
don't know
was
how
my answer, Rich. You didn't hear me, but that was my answer. The original guy that thought of that idea, I'm gonna make that idea go away, and it never existed, right?
Yeah, it's tough to pinpoint.
It's been a while, man. I'm so happy to see familiar faces again. I said hi on YouTube chat. I think you picked that up. So like I've been lurking around still. I've just never been as public. I have the introvert virus. I need a cure. Help. What's it? Do you have a cure for the introvert virus?
Just be yourself and don't even think about what other people think the most you can.
I was hoping you'd say go outside. Because I don't do that. I haven't been outside in 3 months.
Okay, well that's my answer then. Go outside. Get in the sunshine with no shoes on.
Oh yeah, I haven't worn shoes in like 3 months either. I don't wear shoes inside the house because that's just weird. It makes like the ankles stronger, doesn't it?
Yeah, I would imagine, and the bottom of your feet, especially like outside. I would say then like start looking at the sun during sunrise and sunset. Like look at it, like just stare at it. No, allegedly. Someone's gonna be in my
Allegedly.
DMs. Oh, I'm blind. Austin made me look at the sun. Austin gave me medical advice. He said he'd cure my eyesight if I looked at the sun. Now I'm blind.
I feel like a funny, you know, what would be funny as an intro, like a half a second intro to every single one of your future YouTube videos would be. It'd be funny if you had disclaimer: "Don't be stupid." It's so cheesy, but it's straight to the point. Disclaimer: don't be stupid. Think for yourself. Easy. I wish life worked that way, where you could just have a disclaimer and just get people off your back completely. I watched the RV tour video, by the way. That is a snazzy RV. That is some like Gucci RV material. Like it's pretty nice. When I was a kid, I used to want to live in an RV, and my parents said no. And they're like, "How are you gonna get mail? Where are they gonna ship the letters to?" And then I was like, "Aw, but what if I want to live in one?" And they said you can't. Because that was like one of my dreams as a kid, just being able to travel.
We have a PMB where we get our stuff shipped and we can electronically see it and we can get it forwarded. And the RV parks we stay in normally let us receive mail or packages. The real issue is getting consistent, really fast internet. I haven't figured out the best way to do that. And then, yeah, of course, the benefit is you just go wherever you want.
That's so cool, though. You can go literally, like, anywhere you want. Okay, not literally, because, like, United States and stuff, but it's pretty cool. Like, oh, the weather sucks. Time to drive somewhere else. Like, that's so cool. People can't do that with their houses. They just gotta stick through it and suck it up. But with an RV, you could be like, oh, weather here sucks. I'm just gonna drive to a place where it's not raining. It's so cool.
I say there's still some new people in here without roles if they want to go up to the check-in or something. If you want to get on here to talk, y'all go ahead.
I'm honestly surprised the karaoke badass role has stood the test of time. We need to bring back those.
Yes. I was just telling what if he remembers the first karaoke.
I don't know if I was there for the first one, but I was there for one or two of them, and I enjoyed the ones I went to.
I think it's the cutest thing of all time.
I
People
love
just
it.
singing, you know, and they feel like they can. I don't know. I think it's just really good. Like, you just don't feel judged by other people, and you just want to share your soul.
It's about the message and the unification and the moment where everyone's there together on the same side.
Yeah.
And everyone can enjoy a work of art together. I was trying to think of a rhyme, like something with Picasso or Mona Lisa, saying it doesn't have to be a Picasso or Mona. I can't think of anything though. Something with like a good time or a fun time at the end of the rhyme, but I can't think of one. I was trying to think of like a slogan we could use for like the karaoke night. Oh, okay. This one's a cheesy one. Maybe you can build off of it. You don't have to sing like Beyonce as long as you have fun with your fiance. Oh my gosh, that's so corny. Oh my gosh, I can't believe I came up with that. It's so corny.
I miss hearing Battle Mod, Helio, and Lou all sing together.
Yeah. Helio's like a rock star, man. The hidden he is like the hidden gem rock star that no one would expect to be a rocker, but he is. We have a lot of. Oh, sorry.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I also miss the days when people would make, like, everyone was making a song. It was so cute.
I remember that too. Like, I miss those days where like everyone was like super into music. Like MIDI was making music, Witsit was making music. I was making really bad music. Like Helio made music, Crypto made music, Chocolate Saiyan was making music.
Elijah made music.
Yeah.
Everyone.
Luca made music.
We should do that again.
We should.
Get everyone back into it.
Well,
yeah, February. Sorry, I just wanted to mention.
That's okay.
It was about a month or maybe 2 months ago. The ladies, they were discussing doing a "Why Would They Lie" ladies version. I don't know if you're aware of that, Mrs. Gets It.
Yes, I remember Shines talking about that. I'm still so down to do that.
Yeah, it was on the agenda. I think it just kind of got left behind, and maybe someone should ping the at ladies night and then try to get it done because it would be a really great song.
Remember the collab lab roll. The collab lab roll. Let's use that channel. It's called Collab Lab. It's for music stuff and collaborations.
I think I'll
We
go
should
post
pick
it then.
We could pick a day, like the end of April or something, and everyone could show their song. A little show and tell.
Well, I already went.
You gotta write another song then, see?
That's kind of hard.
You got it.
What's okay here? Because, okay, so like, here's a weird question. What was your during like the you remember the RV tour, the Masquerade tour? Remember?
Yes, I remember.
Yes.
What was your least favorite state and why? You've probably gotten this question before.
I don't remember which state it was, but I think it was probably, my guess would be the one where that girl attacked and destroyed his property and stuff.
Oh, that's not good. I was hoping it'd be something more silly that happened, like a guy like being like, "No, you're telling it's not flat," type of thing. But I didn't know more serious.
I'm sure that there was a lot of that.
Least favorite state? I don't know. Like one of my least favorite cities, Portland, Oregon. I actually think Salt Lake City was super lame. Well, I think Portland, Oregon was the worst like city. Least favorite state? I don't really know. Like that's tough, man. I mean, honestly,
What was it when you guys took the RV to the? Remember when you guys took the RV to that parking that like camp night place or something like KOA, and then you were flying the drone and they chased you guys out of there, or they were giving you a bunch of crap about it?
Yeah, that was in Florida, which is like arguably my favorite state right now. But
wow, oh, I didn't know you were still in Florida.
Yeah, because that was like at the beginning, and then we came back around. So yeah.
Remember?
That was good.
Remember the Ohio stream when they got super mad at the baseball game, like immediately? They kicked you out so fast for some bullshit.
I will say Ohio is up there with like the lamest state that
I know.
Yeah.
That's where I live. So I knew it was gonna be up there because like people here are like so sensitive. Like They're offended by everything. My existence is probably offensive somehow. Ohio's like clown town, I gotta be honest. Clown town, USA, that's Ohio.
Alright, we're gonna go play some darts, guys. Love you guys. Catch up with you on the flip side, like a coin toss.
Hey. Thank you. Oh shoot, they already left. Well, now I feel bad. I monopolized their time. They're really good content creators and good for the community. I'm like such a huge fan. Okay, what else? What else? Actually, I should probably get my 4th cup of coffee before I fall asleep. I've been up since 10 p.m. So, catch you guys on the... What's the saying?
He said the flip side of the coin or something or other, but yeah.
Oops. Okay, bye.
Alright, yeah.
Thank you, all air Dave, since you're like no air Dave. It's all air Dave. You're good at talking. You've gotten a lot better. And you're
Hey, I earned that nickname Dead Air Dave, so don't take it away from me.
dead air Dave. And no, I'm not trying to take it away from you. I'm trying to improve it. Yeah, all air Dave. Okay, bye. Sorry.
Alright, take care, man. Be well.
Dead Air Dave has a better ring to it, I'm just saying.
Oops.
Any new people here, anybody think they live on a spinning ball zipping around through nothing in several different directions with the atmosphere attached? Anyone? Back to you guys.